Lonely and forlorn, Li Qingyun was taken back to the Wenzhong sect for training after rescuing the sect's saintess, Li Qingyun. However, due to his lack of talent, he was abandoned by his fiancée. Through sheer determination, he obtained a system that allowed him to defy fate and uncover the mysteries of his lineage. With his unabashed personality, he captured the hearts of several extraordinary beauties, aiding him in his journey through the immortal realm, ultimately evolving into an immensely powerful and shameless figure. Atop Zishan Mountain, a young man sat cross-legged before a grand waterfall, his eyes closed, resembling an immortal. He was strikingly handsome, with eyes like bright stars and a face as flawless as jade. His long hair billowed in the wind, enhancing his ethereal presence. "How utterly difficult it is to cultivate," he exclaimed. "After 4 years, I am still at the 3rd level of chi refinement. This makes no sense. Zhang Ergu has already reached the mid-foundation stage, and he started a month later than I did. This shouldn't be. Could it be that my extraordinarily handsome visage has incited the heavens' jealousy, causing my cultivation to be so arduous? Indeed, that must be it. Alas, it's all my good looks that have brought about this calamity, but I never wished to be this handsome. Why must I endure such trials?" "Ah," the young man bellowed, his voice filled with frustration and anger. His name was Li Qingyun, aged 20. Having relied solely on his mother since childhood, he became an orphan when she mysteriously vanished when he was 10, leading to a life of hardship. He scavenged for scraps and lived as a beggar until at the age of 16, he unexpectedly saved Ling Yuyao, the daughter of the Wenzhong's leader, which led to his admission into the sect as an inner disciple. Upon his arrival, a beam of golden light shot from the statue of the sect's founder and struck his forehead, marking him as the chosen one. Wenzhong was a prestigious second-tier sect, renowned in the cultivation world. The sect leader, Ling Tianan, had even promised his daughter, Ling Yuyao, to Li Qingyun, allowing them to marry when she turned 20. Overnight, he transformed from a beggar into a figure of great promise. Filled with elation at his newfound circumstances, Ling Tianan arranged this primarily to observe Li Qingyun over the years and confirm his status as the chosen one. Ling Yuyao, feeling grateful for his life-saving intervention and captivated by his handsome appearance, accepted this arrangement. However, as time progressed, it became apparent that Li Qingyun's talents were mediocre, and he was seen as a lost cause. The attitudes of both Ling Tianan and Ling Yuyao gradually grew cold. "Li Xixiang, what's going on?" inquired a man approaching with a mischievous grin. "You sound like a pig being slaughtered." "Nothing much. Just experiencing a bit of constipation. Yelling helps with the release." "Zhang Yongfu, what brings you here?" Zhang Yongfu chuckled knowingly. "The sect leader wants to see you. He likely wishes to inform you that Ling Shimi is about to be betrothed to Xiao Jinyu, the young master of the Piaomiao sect." Li Qingyun frowned. "Nonsense. Yu Yao is my fiancée. How could she possibly marry someone else? Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, you can simply inquire and find out." Zhang Yongfu wore a smug smile at the corners of his mouth. Li Qingyun's eyes darkened. "I understand now. Not being able to marry junior sister Ling, you are merely a worthless being. I fear this may be the last time I call you senior brother." "Ha!" Zhang Yongfu sneered and strode away. Once Zhang Yongfu had departed, Li Qingyun let out a long howl towards the sky, venting the frustration that had built within him. At that moment, a pair of swallows flew past his line of sight, their faces close together, shoulders touching, exchanging sweet glances, which stirred a wave of discontent in Li Qingyun's heart that he thus shouted, "In the realm of the immortal mountains, creatures are forbidden from engaging in romance." Thud! An object fell upon his head. Li Qingyun reached up to feel. "Damn! Bird droppings?" Li Qingyun fumed, yelling at the swallows. "You scoundrels! If you dare drop another load, I shall ensure that you never return." The swallows smirked and flew away. Li Qingyun snorted. "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. Blind fools!" As he took out a cloth to wipe the bird droppings from his head, a flock of swallows flew overhead, casting a shadow upon him. "Wow!" Li Qingyun exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, all the swallows began to relieve themselves. "Damn it! Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Li Qingyun summoned his spiritual energy and struck out with 2 palms towards the void. The force dissipated after merely 30 meters, and in the blink of an eye, several more droppings fell upon him. "You are indeed formidable." Once I master sword control, I shall capture you and toss you into a cesspit." After uttering these fierce words, Li Qingyun began to flee. At that moment, a melodious cry of a celestial crane echoed through the void, causing the swallows to scatter. Li Qingyun looked up and beheld a breathtaking figure standing atop the celestial crane, clothed in a flowing purple gown that danced with the wind, appearing before him in an instant. Her eyes sparkled like the galaxy. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her figure was graceful. A mere glance left one entranced. You have come." Li Qingyun spoke gently. The girl's expression remained indifferent as she lightly parted her crimson lips. Having said that, she gracefully descended from the celestial crane, her elegance ethereal, as if she were an otherworldly fairy untouched by mortal affairs. This lady was none other than Ling Yuyo. "Senior brother Li, how is it that you have such an abundance of foreign substances upon you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Yuyo's beautiful eyes. Li Qingyun felt embarrassed. How could he possibly confess it was droppings? That would surely invite mockery. Who would believe that a cultivator was bullied by swallows? Thus, he cleared his throat twice, composing himself. "This is the latest trend in clothing embellishment, relief art. Just a few days ago, I specially commissioned a master tailor in the city to create this for me. What do you think? Isn't it quite stylish?" Ling Yao's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke softly. "It does seem to resemble droppings. Yuyo, you truly possess an eye for quality. This is crafted based on the template of feces, known as the fecal relief sculpture. Few tailors in the world can create such a piece. It is an exquisite craftsmanship." Ling Yuyo expressed her curiosity, but Li Qingyun, fearing that further discussion might reveal too much, swiftly changed the subject. "Yuyo, did you come to see me for a reason? Senior brother Li, how is your cultivation progressing?" Li Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. "It's going well." As he spoke, he produced a wooden puppet resembling a human figure and smiled, saying, "In a few days it will be your 19th birthday, and this is a gift for you." Ling Yuyo received the puppet and scrutinized it carefully. It was intricately carved to resemble her. Observing the handsome young man before her, with a beaming smile, Ling Yu's expression finally shifted slightly. "Senior brother Li, thank you for saving me back then." Li Qingyun smiled faintly, recalling the events of that day. In truth, he had not intended to rescue Ling Yuyo. He had merely stumbled into her path while fleeing from a dog. By chance, he had intercepted a fatal blow meant for her. Nonetheless, he still felt a chill at the memory, having nearly lost his own life and spent several months recuperating. "Yuyo, there is no need for gratitude. I am a man of integrity, responsibility, and courage." Ling Yuyo interrupted him. "Senior brother Li, I have something I wish to convey." Upon hearing this, an unsettling feeling washed over Li Qingyun, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. "Please, go ahead." "Senior brother Li, you are a good person, but we are not suited for each other." Li Qingyun frowned. "What do you mean?" Ling Yuyo replied with a flat tone. "Senior brother Li, if you part ways with me, you will encounter someone more suited to you." Li Qingyun fell silent for a moment. "We have been together for 4 years. Do you really feel no affection for me?" Ling Yu's demeanor remained indifferent. "Ultimately, our differing levels of cultivation will separate us into two worlds. Rather than end on a bitter note, it is better to conclude this now. Yuyo, today you are renouncing the bond we shared. Have you considered the finality of this decision? This is the best choice for both of us." Ling Yuyo declared resolutely. A chill surged within Li Qingyun, and his previously tense expression softened. If someone does not value you, why cling to it? A fruit that is forcibly picked is never sweet. With this thought, Li Qingyun let out a long sigh. "I respect your decision. Junior sister Ling, I wish you happiness." With that, Li Qingyun turned and walked away. Ling Yuyo watched his receding figure. An inexplicable sensation welled up within her, as if she had lost something significant. Li Qingyun harnessed his spiritual energy, leaping through the mountains with fervor until he reached a secluded spot, where he donned a clean long robe before proceeding to the Grand Hall of the Wuchen sect. "Master, you summoned me. What is your command?" Li Qingyun entered the hall and saluted a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Ling Tiannan, the leader of the Wuchen sect. Ling Tiannan's expression was devoid of emotion as he stated, "It is nothing of great importance. Merely to inform you that your engagement with Yu Yao is hereby terminated. You are well aware that Yu Yao is a rare gem, a prodigy of my unclouded sect, and you need not require further elucidation on your own standing. Thus, you are fundamentally ill-suited for one another. However, rest assured, I shall offer you compensation. With that, he tossed a storage bag onto the ground, declaring, within our 30 low-grade spirit stones take them. He continued, furthermore, Yu Yao is now pledged to another, and I wish for you to distance yourself from her. Depart from the unclouded sect at once. Noting Li Qingyun's frigid gaze, Li Qingyun replied calmly, very well. He turned and left without hesitation. Li Tiannan glanced at the storage bag on the ground, scoffing, just a worthless fool, yet still he clings to his delusions of grandeur. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Qingyun began to pack his belongings, which consisted of little more than a few garments and a jade pendant left to him by his mother. He sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the pendant, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Mother, where are you? He pondered. Where am I to go? The more he contemplated, the more anguish consumed him, as if his heart were being twisted by a knife. Overcome with emotion, he spat, the phlegm landing squarely on the pendant. In that instant, the pendant emitted a brilliant white light, and an ethereal old man emerged from within. An immortal? A demon? Li Qingyun gaped in disbelief at the figure before him. The old man, visibly agitated, rushed forward and delivered 2 kicks to Li Qingyun's face, all the while berating him. What in the world are you? How dare you spit at me? And so profusely. Blast it. That was phlegm. For 10,000 years, I have never endured such indignity. Li Qingyun attempted to explain himself, but as he opened his mouth, the old man kicked him in the face again, leaving him to clutch his head in despair. Oh dear, oh dear. The old man continued his assault with dozens of kicks. Contemplating, this rascal has quite the fortitude. He doesn't beg for mercy even after such treatment. Finally, he paused and inquired, why did you spit at me? Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, I shall beat you senseless. With great difficulty, Li Qingyun managed to rise, sitting upon the floor, gasping for breath. In a blend of astonishment and fury, he shouted, what am I supposed to say? Did you grant me an opportunity to speak? I was just about to voice my thoughts when you kicked me and left me dazed. How could I respond? The old man reflected on the events that transpired and realized he had indeed not afforded Li Qingyun a chance to speak. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he adjusted his demeanor, stating, I merely wish to assess your physical condition. You are quite healthy. Good grief. To utter such absurdity. You must think me a fool. Li Qingyun, of course, could not accept such drivel, but the disparity in their strengths left him seething in silence. I am the immortal within this jade pendant. You have awakened me, and from this moment forth, I shall irrevocably transform your life. Is that true? Li Qingyun's voice trembled with excitement. Of course not. I am returning to the jade pendant. Wait, immortal elder, I shall depend entirely on you for the rest of my life. Now, that sounds more like it. You may call me the jade immortal, and I will reside within you from now on. With that, a beam of white light surged into Li Qingyun's forehead. As the light entered, it left behind a final remark. Little brat, make sure to wipe away the phlegm. Li Qingyun was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly took the jade pendant to clean it. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host has acquired a system. This system is meticulously tailored to the host personality. Ding. Host information detected. Name, Li Qingyun. Age, 20 years. Height, 187 centimeters. Realm, Qi refinement level 3. Talent, Da rotting wood cannot be carved. Due to the host's unabashed nature, which can essentially be described as shameless, the system has activated the rogue system for the host. The system has just initiated and requires data updates, temporarily halting usage. Li Qingyun, what is this system? System, you can think of it as something that can elevate you from being worthless to extraordinary. Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled with wonder. How marvelous. You aren't deceiving me, are you? System, what would I gain from deceiving you? Besides your excessive filth, what else do you possess? Li Qingyun pondered. It appears I have nothing of value to be deceived about yet. Your words leave me uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Moreover, one last query. Aren't you the Jade Immortal? How did you become a system? The Jade Immortal replied with impatience. Why do you have so many questions? Do you desire to alter your fate? To become a paragon in the eyes of women? Without hesitation, Li Qingyun responded, absolutely. The Jade Immortal declared, then that suffices. Stop your prattling and allow me to upgrade. Li Qingyun's face radiated exhilaration. Ha ha ha. I am about to activate my cheat. What is this? The rogue system? Tailor-made, no less. I am a respectable person. Goodness. How will I face others in the future? Never mind. As long as it enables me to become formidable. And what is this? A rotting wood cannot be carved mean. Why am I labeled as rotting wood when I am exceptionally clever? Jade Immortal, old man, uncle, grandfather. Li Qingyun called out repeatedly in his mind. Do not disturb me, I am upgrading. Hearing the Jade Immortal's voice, Li Qingyun calmed his excitement, surveyed the place he had inhabited for 4 years, picked up his bundle, and stepped outside. After descending the mountain, Li Qingyun felt utterly lost. Unsure of his next destination, he decided to walk straight in one direction, and after several days of travel, he arrived in Luocheng, a city in Ningzhou. This place bordered the region of Xiangzhou, home to the Wuchen sect. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Li Qingyun was suddenly brushed past by a captivating figure. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Name: Shen Mengru. Age: 17 years. Height: 170 centimeters. Beauty: 9.8, a stunning beauty. Figure: 9.6, graceful and alluring. Realm: Foundation establishment, early stage. Talent: S, exceptional talent. Martial arts mastery. Xianbing Tian, Yiju mastery. Proficient rank: Earth tier martial art. Huayujian mastery. Proficient rank: Mysterious tier martial art. Martial arts are classified from low to high as follows. Yellow tier, mysterious tier, earth tier, heaven tier. Quest activated. Slap Shen Mengru's backside to receive a martial arts comprehension card. Upon hearing this quest, Li Qingyun felt a shiver run down his spine. Slap her backside? Oh my, he muttered to himself several times. What on earth is a martial arts comprehension card? Yuxian, old man, Gramps. At this moment, the voice of Yuxian finally resonated in his mind. A martial arts comprehension card allows you to elevate your mastery level by 1, regardless of the martial art you practice. Yuxian, are you asking a mere chi refining 3 practitioner to slap the backside of a girl in broad daylight, especially one who is a foundation establishment cultivator? Do you wish my demise here? Shut up. Don't disturb my sleep. The task is assigned to you. Either do it or leave. Stop whining here. Furthermore, from now on, I will only assign tasks and will not answer any questions. Never ask me questions again. Annoying. Li Qingyun stood frozen in place. What a ridiculous system. Not a shred of patience. I wonder if this is some sort of trap. What if I slap and nothing happens? I might end up getting beaten to death. What to do? Should I do it? Not doing it means I have no hope in this life. Doing it offers a chance. I'll take the plunge. Dying under a peony flower, even as a ghost, one remains dashing. To slap the backside of such a beautiful woman is a regret worth leaving behind. With determination, Li Qingyun dashed towards the stunning figure. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been sent. Li Qingyun gazed at the prize in his mind, overwhelmed with excitement. Just as he immersed himself in joy for a fleeting moment, he found himself frozen when he saw Shen Mengru turn around. Her brows resembled distant green hills, her eyes like autumn waters, her lips naturally crimson, and her cheeks unadorned yet radiant. With a flawless complexion akin to ice and jade, a pair of luminous, transparent eyes fiercely fixated on him, brimming with indignation and resentment, her silver teeth clacked. Together in fury, Li Qingyun found himself entranced, as if immobilized in place. What exquisite beauty! Shen Mengru raised her hand and struck towards Li Qingyun, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, I shall end you." Only then did Li Qingyun regain his senses, instinctively shouting in panic, "My lady, I am blind." Upon hearing this, Shen Mengru withdrew her hand, her beautiful eyes locked onto Li Qingyun with intensity. She then inquired, "Are you truly blind?" Li Qingyun swallowed hard, responding, "Indeed, I am blind, profoundly blind. For many years now, what color is the long dress I wear?" Attempting to test my intellect? I'm not so foolish as a blind man. How could I possibly know the color of your gown? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Shen Mengru questioned, waving her hand in front of Li Qingyun. Noticing her skepticism, Li Qingyun sighed. 6 years ago, a naive little girl was playing in the street when suddenly a horse-drawn carriage came barreling towards her. In a moment of grave danger, no one was willing to lend a hand, only I recklessly rushed forward. Though I saved her, my eyes met the horse's hooves, and from that day forth, I was blinded. I suffer greatly. I long to behold the vibrant world once more. As he spoke, tears streamed down Li Qingyun's cheeks. I had nearly forgotten my blindness, but your inquiry about the color of my skirt has unearthed memories long buried. So I am indeed blind. I can no longer witness this magnificent, colorful world. Ah! Li Qingyun let out a heart-wrenching cry. Seeing his anguish, Shenmengru's eyes glistened with tears, her heart swelling with sorrow. Do not cry, it is all my fault, forgive me. Li Qingyun sighed, it matters not. Even though I am blind, I have never regretted it. Were time to rewind, I would still unhesitatingly rush to save another. Not for any other reason, but because I am one who finds joy in aiding others. Li Qingyun feigned a righteous demeanor, inspiring a sense of admiration. My lady, do not believe him, look at him, does he bear any semblance to a blind man? His eyes are bright and spirited, surely he is feigning. Indeed, I witnessed him rush to pat your backside, running with such speed that he hardly appears to be blind. Besides, blind individuals carry canes, look at him, has nothing. How unfortunate that someone so handsome could engage in such despicable acts, truly a refined scoundrel, a beast in human guise. Several passers-by expressed their indignation. Li Qingyun furrowed his brows, cursing the meddlesome individuals who had intruded upon his affairs, wishing they would become bald. Just as he was on the verge of evading trouble, they chose to interfere. What concern was it of theirs whether he was blind or not? How absurd for a dog to meddle in a rat's business. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Shenmengru cast a puzzled glance at Li Qingyun. Even if I believed you were blind, why then did you pat my backside? Li Qingyun was momentarily speechless that I was experiencing a sudden stomach ache and rushed to the restroom, which led to the unfortunate incident of my hand accidentally brushing against the lady. My sincerest apologies. I wish to offer my apologies to the lady, he declared, clasping his fists and bowing slightly like a tea that moment. The crowd grew larger, with several small vendors joining in. Seeing that Shenmengru remained unconvinced, Li Qingyun sighed deeply. Very well. From this day forth, I shall remain indoors. What purpose would a blind man have in venturing outside? Fearing collisions with others, worrying about inadvertently bumping into someone, stumbling while walking, and occasionally colliding with a tree. It is indeed a challenging existence. Yet, despite these difficulties, I harbor no regrets for saving that little girl. The mere thought of having rescued an innocent life makes all my suffering worthwhile. Li Qingyun clutched his chest in distress. Today's events are my fault, do with me as you will. He struck a pose of noble sacrifice. Shenmengru regarded the handsome blind man before her, contemplating, better to believe than to disbelieve, we must not discourage the good-hearted. She then spoke gently. I believe you. Lady, do you truly mean that? How ridiculous. Such beauty wasted on a fool. By allowing a wolf to return to the mountain, you are practically aiding in the misdeeds against other maidens. Doubts arose from the crowd. Shenmengru turned to address them. I appreciate everyone's goodwill. I have no intention of pursuing this matter further. Please disperse. Sir, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Li Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Until we meet again. Damn it, I wish to feign blindness too. Count me in. The crowd expressed their indignation. After Shenmengru departed, Li Qingyun cheerfully resumed examining his rewards. Without a proper technique, I shall hold onto the comprehension card for now. It is unwise to linger here. I must depart swiftly. Li Qingyun continued to pretend to be blind, making his way to the intersection before dashing away. See, I told you he was faking it. Bah, how shameless. A small vendor remarked bitterly. Li Qingyun did not leave the city, but instead found a tavern to rest in, emerging only at dinner time. Boss, I would like a bowl of noodles, a large one, please, along with 2 eggs, a steamer of buns, 2 bowls of congee, and half a pound of pickled vegetables. Li Qingyun spoke as he made his way to a corner of the inn, settling down and beginning to survey his surroundings. At present, the dining area was not bustling of the numerous tables. Merely 3 were occupied. Among them, one table was occupied by 3 cultivators engrossed in discussing matters pertaining to their sect. I have heard that there exists a faction known as the Ice and Snow Divine Domain, which is currently recruiting disciples. Are any of you interested? What sect is the Ice and Snow Divine Domain? I have never heard of it before. It is a 4th-tier sect consisting of several dozen individuals. Their strength is rather modest, but I have heard that the leader is a person of integrity, well regarded by the local populace. What use is being well regarded? In this day and age, strength is what matters. Moreover, the more upright the sect, the less profit there is to be made. It holds little allure. Indeed, we should seek to align ourselves with a larger sect. As the saying goes, it is wise to take shelter under a great tree. Ice and Snow Divine Domain. Li Qingyun silently mused to himself. Esteemed guest, your meal is ready. The server cheerfully announced that Li Qingyun took a bite of the bun, followed by a taste of the pickled vegetables, and instantly shuddered. Goodness, what kind of pickled vegetables are these? They are exceedingly sour. The server chuckled. This is a traditional recipe passed down through generations, aged for several hundred years, and it is a secret formula, prepared using foot shredding. Everyone who has tasted it has praised it. Li Qingyun's throat constricted slightly. Is the local palate always this intense? Naturally. If the pickled vegetables aren't pungent, they aren't worth eating. Now, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to other guests, the server replied. Li Qingyun waved his hand, dismissing the server, then lifted the pickled vegetables to his nose. Too overpowering. Perhaps I shall forego it. I already feel somewhat foolish. Consuming this might reduce me to a state even lower than that of a pig. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Li Qingyun stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon, the mountains and rivers, suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Reflecting on his 20 years and the absence of a place to call home, he couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Alas, with a heavy sigh, Li Qingyun remarked, perhaps I should visit the Ice and Snow Divine Domain tomorrow. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Li Qingyun inquired about the location of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain, and soon set off. An hour later, he arrived at a serene and picturesque place, where the scenery was enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, filled with abundant spiritual energy that uplifted one's spirit. Not far ahead, a wooden sign hung, inscribed with the words Snow God Peak, accompanied by an arrow pointing towards the Ice and Snow Divine Domain. It seems it should be just ahead. Li Qingyun quickened his pace to make tea that moment. A graceful maiden, with an exquisite figure and delicate curves, caught his eye as she squatted down, intently gathering herbs. Ding! The system's voice echoed once more. Task. Slap the maiden's bottom once to receive a comprehension card for cultivation techniques. Li Qingyun hesitated briefly before charging forward. After all, he had gained some experience from previous encounters, making this situation considerably more manageable. The sharp sound echoed through the air. Ah! The young girl exclaimed, turning her head in surprise. Holy cow! Miss, what a coincidence to meet you again. Li Qingyun stood frozen, his mind buzzing with confusion. Shin Mengra's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, her teeth clattering ominously, as if she intended to devour Li Qingyun whole. You despicable rogue, deceitful scoundrel. Shameless wretch, I will end your life. With that declaration, she unleashed a powerful punch directed at Li Qingyun. His expression shifted to one of grave concern as he hastily summoned his inner energy, crossing his arms in defense. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and he was sent flying by her blow. Shin Mengru offered him no respite. In a flash, she appeared before him, delivering a kick aimed squarely at his groin. Ah! Please, sister, I was wrong. Shin Mengru did not relent. Her strike was both fierce and precise. If it connected, he feared he would never recover. Li Qingyun could only grit his teeth and attempt to shield himself. But with a resounding thud, he was propelled over 30 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. This woman was ferocious. If he didn't flee, he would surely be doomed. With that thought, Li Qingyun endured the pain coursing through his body, rising from the ground despite his swollen hand and aching backside, and turned to escape. Where do you think you're going? Shin Mengru gestured with her hands. Ice true cheat, a blast of frigid energy erupted forth, encasing Li Qingyun's legs and the ground within a 10-meter radius in ice. Run! Huh. Go ahead, run. Shin Mingru fumed. You filthy rogue, deceitful liar. Thinking you could toy with me? You believe I am easy to bully. This is utterly intolerable. Today, I shall ensure your downfall. Chapter 4. A profound fate. Li Qingyun's expression suddenly changed. My lady, I have my reasons. Please, allow me to explain. Silence. Shin Mingru, her face flushed with anger, kicked towards his legs. Please, my lady, I truly have my reasons. Li Qingyun pleaded desperately. Trust me once more, let me elucidate. Shin Mingru retracted her foot. Her voice icy. Speak. Li Qingyun wore a sorrowful expression. In truth, I am afflicted with an incurable illness, with but a few months to live. Yet, I have never even touched a woman's hand. I do not wish to depart this world with regrets, which led me to resort to this desperate measure. I assure you, this is my first encounter of such nature. Well, not quite. Only twice, and how fortuitous it is that both times were with you. It appears our destinies are intertwined. Shin Mingru, still fuming, delivered a few kicks to his backside. You shameless rascal. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Am I so gullible? Please, my lady. Ugh, who do you think you are, my elder sister? I am younger than you. Li Qingyun hastily retorted. I speak the truth. I am simply awestruck by your ethereal beauty, your exquisite grace, and your unparalleled elegance. Your kindness shines through, and your poise is exceptional. I confess, I have lost myself in admiration. Yes, completely lost, utterly beyond my control. The corners of Shin Mingru's mouth lifted slightly, her anger dissipating somewhat. Yet she maintained her composure. Flattery will get you nowhere. Li Qingyun, with utmost sincerity, declared, I do not speak falsehoods. I swear to the heavens and the earth. Your beauty transcends this realm. I am at a loss for words to encapsulate your indescribable charm. Alas, it is my limited education that hinders me. Shin Mingru replied coolly, You possess an acceptable eye for beauty. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Qingyun continued, I cannot claim much. But you are undoubtedly the kind of celestial being adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring, a vision that leaves even the most mundane of carriages awestruck. All women in this world would envy you, and every man would be driven to madness for you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt it, like a fairy descended from the heavens. You are otherworldly, seemingly untouched by earthly cares, breathtakingly beautiful, a sight to behold. The heavens have been most partial, bestowing upon you all the virtues of womanhood, such that after seeing you, other women pale in comparison, each one more unappealing than the last. As a normal man, is it wrong to be enchanted by your unparalleled beauty? Li Qingyun glanced at Shin Mingru, noticing her silence, and continued, It is not wrong. If appreciating your beauty is a mistake, then I am willing to air time and again. I must proclaim it loudly. My lady, you are truly magnificent. As he spoke, he feigned a look of deep enchantment. Shin Mingru's heart soared with delight. Although she was well aware of her beauty and frequently received compliments from those around her, never had anyone praised her so extravagantly. The flattery made her feel warm and fuzzy inside, even causing a blush to creep upon her cheeks. She feigned nonchalance, her barely concealed amusement rendering her utterly charming. Li Qingyun, with sincere conviction, declared, I believe that within this vast realm, your beauty is unparalleled. Shin Mingru responded with a radiant smile, Considering your honesty, I shall spare you. While she did not entirely believe Li Qingyun's words, being so lauded by another still brought her joy. With a gentle wave of her left hand, the icy shackles binding Li Qingyun's legs dissipated in an instant. While death may be avoided, the consequences of your actions cannot be escaped. You shameless scoundrel, should I allow you to descend the mountain? Who knows what further misdeeds you would commit? Hence, I shall bring you back to the sect to face my father's judgment. Li Qingyun's mouth twitched in disbelief. Really? We were having such a good conversation, and now the tone has completely shifted? With a flick of her right hand, a rope of ethereal ice coiled around him like a serpentine creature, binding him tightly. She then ascended on her sword, taking him along. Ah, let me down, Li Qingyun shouted, suspended in midair. A quarter of an hour later, Shin Mingru landed before a mountain gate, where a large stone bore the inscription Domain of Snow and Ice. Li Qingyun observed the stone and mused to himself, what a coincidence. As Shin Mingru approached, the gatekeeper disciple greeted her with a broad smile. Sister Shun, you have returned. Upon noticing the bound Li Qingyun, he inquired curiously, Sister, why have you brought someone back in such a manner? Zhou Shidi, where is my father? Shin Mingru countered, not answering his question. In the training grounds. Sister Shun, I still have matters to attend to. Without allowing him to finish, she seized Li Qingyun and departed. Maintain your posture, steady your breath, and concentrate your spiritual energy within your dantian. Why is your stomach protruding so high? Do you intend to forego lunch? Tuck in that rear. If it juts out any further, I shall chop it off. I instructed you to circulate your energy, yet where is your spirit? Puff. I commanded you to harness your energy, and you release a mere fart? Are you dissatisfied with me? Not at all, master. I simply overindulged at breakfast. A middle-aged man with a square face and a bit of stubble was instructing his disciple. Shin Mingru approached the middle-aged man, exclaiming, Father. He glanced at her before casting a sidelong look at Li Qingyun and asked, Who is this? Shin Mingru pulled Li Qingyun forward, stating, This man is utterly shameless. He slapped my behind not once, but twice, so I brought him back for you to deal with. The other disciples gasped in shock. Their exalted goddess had been disrespected. The middle-aged man frowned in dismay. How outrageous. Someone dares to lay hands on my precious daughter. Wenzhong, take this scoundrel out and castrate him. Yes, master, came the obedient reply. Li Qingyun exclaimed, What is happening? Is it really that serious? No way. Is it merely a couple of slaps on the backside? It's not as if I have committed some heinous crime. Is it really necessary to react this way? Li Qingyun quickly interjected. Hold on, esteemed senior. I see you as a paragon of wisdom and valor, strikingly handsome and extraordinarily remarkable, a true dragon among men. Surely, you must be curious as to why I slapped the young lady as posterior? Grant me a chance to explain. Li Qingyun spoke with palpable trepidation. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire to hear it. Silence him. Good heavens. Is this truly happening? I am someone of exceptional capability, and my illustrious journey has yet to commence. It cannot end here. He felt a surge of defiance. Calm down. I must remain composed. I have come to seek apprenticeship. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Before anyone could react, Li Qingyun knelt down with a resounding thud and performed 3 deep bows. Shin Mingru was taken aback. The middle-aged man was astonished, and everyone else was left in a state of disbelief. The middle-aged man paused. You are quite shameless, aren't you? Did I ever say I would take you as a disciple? Li Qingyun earnestly replied, Master, I have long heard of the ice and snow divine domain. Known for aiding the weak and upholding justice, true heroes and noble souls, whom I deeply admire. Thus, I have traveled great distances to seek your guidance, hoping to learn even a fraction of your skills, so that I may one day punish the wicked and uphold righteousness. Bah, flatterer. Is our sect's reputation truly so far-reaching? One disciple retorted angrily. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at that disciple and then looked back at Li Qingyun. Curiosity etched on his face. Has our sect's fame genuinely spread beyond 1,000 miles? Realizing his blunder, the offending disciple lowered his head and stepped back. Li Qingyun, with utmost sincerity, declared, Absolutely. Not only I, but even the elders and children from my homeland hold your esteemed sect in high regard. I have revered you as a deity since I was weaned, regarding you as my idol and guiding light. Should I achieve even a fraction of your accomplishments, I would have no regrets, even in death. To meet you today is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. You are indeed as I envisioned, imposing, elegant, and strikingly refined, exuding an unparalleled aura of greatness, a paragon of perfection. Just standing here, without lifting a finger, you possess an air that commands the respect of all heroes and sends countless maidens into a frenzy. In my daily life, I considered myself quite handsome, but upon seeing you, master, I realize how limited my perspective has been. In comparison to you, I am but a speck of dust. This is not to say I lack excellence. I dare assert, aside from you, my appearance is nothing short of extraordinary. As he spoke, Li Qingyun stood beside several disciples of the ice and snow divine domain. Master, do you not think these few brothers appear rather unattractive next to me? Shen Liyuan, entirely swayed by the flattery, felt himself elevate to a new standard of beauty. He had always considered himself of average looks, yet now believed he was strikingly handsome. Upon glancing at Li Qingyun's companions, he couldn't help but frown. Indeed, you lot are somewhat lacking in the looks department. The young man appeared more pleasing than expected. The few disciples who were labeled as unattractive could not help but twitch their lips in dissatisfaction. Although their appearances indeed paled in comparison to that of Li Qingyun, they felt no less worthy than Shen Liyuan. Being deemed ugly was, of course, a source of resentment. Unable to refute Shun Liyuan's remarks, they could only cast furious glares at Li Qingyun. Kneeling on one knee, Li Qingyun clasped his fists together and implored, "I beseech you, Master, in light of our shared handsome countenance, to accept me as your disciple." Shin Mingru regarded Li Qingyun with utter disdain, mockingly declaring, "What a sycophant." Other disciples chimed in, berating him, "Such shamelessness." The middle-aged man spoke in a calm tone, "I have always held disdain for those who curry favor. Such petty individuals often possess a slippery tongue and lack integrity." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's heart sank, fearing his hopes were dashed. However, the middle-aged man continued, "Yet, to speak candidly is not without merit." The words of this young man were heartfelt, sincere, and straightforward. A person so forthright is undoubtedly honorable, and that pleases me. Turning his gaze to Li Qingyun, he added, "Though your appearance may not rival my own, you are indeed remarkable in your own right. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity." "Thank you, Master." Li Qingyun wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaled a sigh of relief. Shin Mingru, snapping back to reality, exclaimed in shock, "Father, has he become my junior brother?" The other disciples looked on in bewilderment. "Indeed," the middle-aged man affirmed, patting Li Qingyun on the shoulder. "What is your name?" "I am Li Qingyun. From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the ice and snow divine realm." Chapter 5. I was once a beggar. The middle-aged man slightly raised his left hand, gathering an ethereal chill that coalesced into a translucent ice plaque. With a gentle touch of his right hand, akin to a celestial being wielding a brush, he inscribed the name Li Qingyun upon the icy surface. With a flick of his wrist, the plaque soared through the air. Li Qingyun grasped the plaque, examining it closely. Although crafted from ice, it radiated no chill, truly a marvel. The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back. "I am Shin Liyuan, the leader of the ice and snow divine realm. This is your elder brother, Zheng Junfeng." He gestured toward a tall, handsome young man, approximately 6 feet tall, with striking features that suggested he was in his 20s. Zheng Junfeng smiled and nodded. Li Qingyun cupped his hands in respect. "I have met my elder brother." Shin Liyuan then pointed to Shin Mingru, saying, "This is my daughter, Shin Mingru, your second sister." "Humph." Shin Mingru scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. Li Qingyun smiled and cupped his hands again. "I have met my second sister. And this is your third brother, Wu Wenzhong, your fourth brother, Song Hongjie, and your fifth brother, Sun Chongjing, as well as your sixth sister, Yang Zixing. Greetings to all my brothers and sisters." Li Qingyun bowed respectfully. Shun Liyuan introduced his 6 direct disciples one by one, facilitating an introduction between Li Qingyun and more than 20 inner disciples. Li Qingyun offered an apology to the senior brother who had been previously described as unattractive. The senior brothers, possessing a magnanimous disposition, promptly forgave him. Subsequently, Shun Liyuan elucidated the rules of the sect and matters concerning cultivation to Li Qingyun. The direct disciples were personally instructed by Shun Liyuan, while the inner disciples were taught under the guidance of the senior brother Zheng Junfeng, as there were no elders within the sect. After familiarizing himself with the circumstances of the ice and snow divine domain, Li Qingyun was escorted by Shun Mingru to the rear courtyard, where she casually selected an empty room for him to settle in. With a composed tone, Shun Mingru stated, "This will be your room from now on. Every morning, the senior brother will guide you in cultivation at the training ground. The afternoons and evenings are yours to arrange as you see fit. Tasks will be issued every few days, and you may undertake them according to your capabilities to earn rewards and cultivation resources. Should you choose not to accept any tasks, you shall receive nothing. Do you understand?" "Understood," Li Qingyun replied while tidying his bedding. This arrangement was reminiscent of his time at the Wuqing sect, hence he grasped it readily. Shin Mingru frowned slightly. "Are you paying attention? Do you comprehend what I am conveying?" Li Qingyun paused his activities and responded, "I understand. Cultivation resources must be acquired through personal effort in undertaking tasks." "Very well, senior sister Shun. If there is nothing else, I suggest you leave. It would not reflect well on my reputation for a solitary man and woman to share a room." Uffed. Shin Mingru nearly spat blood in exasperation, her expression turning a shade of green, as if she could weep. Having been so publicly humiliated on the street by Li Qingyun, and now confronted with such remarks, she found him utterly insufferable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her father seemed to harbor a peculiar fondness for Li Qingyun, which confounded her. Could it be that her father was truly beguiled by his sweet words? With a fierce glare directed at Li Qingyun, Shen Mingru stormed out. Later that night, as Li Qingyun lay in bed, tossing and turning, he found sleep elusive. Deciding to take a stroll outside, he observed his fellow disciples diligently engaged in their cultivation. Shaking his head, he ascended the mountain, muttering to himself, encountering beautiful women and undertaking tasks is the true path. Atop the mountain lay a spacious, level clearing, adorned with a myriad of colorful flowers, exuding a fragrant aroma. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches fanning out like a grand parasol, beneath which a delicate swing swayed gently in the breeze. Li Qingyun settled onto the swing, gently rocking back and forth as the cool night breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing chill. Gazing up at the starry sky, his thoughts wandered far and wide. "Mother, where are you?" A sudden sneeze startled him awake, realizing he had dozed off on the swing throughout the night. "Hurry, hurry. If I delay any longer, I shall miss my meal," he chanted, his feet flying as he raced down the mountain. "Haha, just in time." Li Qingyun sighed in relief. "Where's my bowl? I require a large one." "The bowl is over there. Go and get it yourself." Sixth sister Yang Zixin responded with a gentle smile while serving rice. Li Qingyun grinned at Yang Zixin and said, "Thank you, Sister Yang." Yang Zixin, tall and graceful, though not as exquisite as Shen Mingru, was still considered a beauty. Her gentle demeanor and the faint smile that always graced her face made her incredibly approachable. Li Qingyun hurriedly grabbed the largest bowl, rushing over to fill it with rice. The already sizable bowl was heaped into a small mountain, standing out starkly against the others on the table. Shen Mingru cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Unfazed, Li Qingyun immersed himself in his meal, voraciously piling food onto his plate, his mouth stuffed to the brim, oil dripping from the corners of his lips. His strikingly handsome face contrasted sharply with his gluttonous behavior, creating a rather incongruous sight. The burly third brother Wu Wenzhong, observing Li Qingyun's ravenous consumption, felt a sense of camaraderie. Shen Mingru, unable to bear the sight any longer, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Have you never eaten before? Were you a starving ghost in your past life?" Amidst his relentless chewing, Li Qingyun mumbled, "I used to be a beggar." The revelation stunned everyone present. Yang Zixin, intrigued, inquired, "Li Shidi, how did you come to be a beggar?" "I was an orphan, with no food and no money, so I lived as a beggar for a while." Li Qingyun replied, chewing his food. "I was very young then, and many kind souls would share their meals with me." Compassion flickered in Yang Zixin's eyes as she transferred a chicken leg from her bowl to his. "Li Shidi, I don't particularly care for chicken legs. You should have it." Hearing of Li Qingyun's tragic past softened Shen Mingru's tone considerably. "Li Shidi, take your time, don't rush. If you need more, there is plenty." Li Qingyun flashed a grateful smile. "Thank you, Sister Yang and Sister Shen." He resumed his hearty eating, perhaps influenced by Li Qingyun's enthusiasm. The other disciples began to devour their meals with similar fervor, the room filled with the sounds of clattering and lively banter. Shen Mingru turned to the noisy disciples and exclaimed, "Have you never eaten before?" Then she turned back to Li Qingyun, her tone softening. "Li Shidi, I wasn't referring to you. Feel free to eat as you wish." The chastised disciples looked bewildered, internally questioning the double standard. Was it merely because of his good looks? After the meal, the eldest brother began instructing the younger disciples in their foundational techniques, and Li Qingyun followed suit. However, due to his poor aptitude, he made no progress despite his efforts. The eldest brother shook his head with a chuckle and chose to ignore him thereafter. The other disciples stared at him as if he were a curiosity, an embarrassing sight indeed. Shen Mingru thought to herself, how could he be so foolish? Yang Zixin sighed quietly, reflecting, Li Shidi is quite handsome, but his aptitude truly leaves much to be desired. Li Qingyun pondered within himself. Utilizing the comprehension card for such a rudimentary technique seemed ill-advised. It would be more prudent to cultivate on his own and reserve the card for a more suitable skill when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. System task, slap Shen Mingru's posterior once to receive a comprehension card. What a predicament, her again. Stealing a glance at Shen Mingru, he recalled how he had nearly been incapacitated by her the previous day, causing him to shudder involuntarily. To attempt slapping her again would likely jeopardize his very existence. What to do? What to do? The thought of being abandoned by Ling Yuyao intensified his yearning for strength. He resolved to seize an opportunity. Surely, one would present itself. As the day progressed, however, he found no such chance. In truth, he had exerted every effort possible. He feigned a fall, offered to read palms, and volunteered to assist with moving items. Every conceivable tactic had been employed, yet none bore fruit. His peers were entirely unresponsive. Exhausted, Li Qingyun collapsed onto his bed, a visage of despair washing over him. He then smacked his forehead and encouraged himself. Do not be disheartened, Li Qingyun. You can do this. In the days that followed, Li Qingyun's cultivation remained stagnant, and the derision directed at him grew increasingly vocal. Yet he remained unfazed, tirelessly ruminating on how to fulfill his task. Observing this, other disciples assumed he was on the brink of giving up, which only deepened their contempt for him. However, most of the mockers were inner disciples. The core disciples, due to their elevated status and greater prowess, paid little heed to his antics. One day, Shun Liyuan sat observing the disciples training from his chair, occasionally nodding with satisfaction, until his gaze fell upon Li Qingyun, whose lack of progress elicited a frown. Li Qingyun, after all these days, how is it that you have shown no advancement whatsoever? With an expression of innocence, Li Qingyun replied, Master, it is not that I have not progressed. Rather, this technique is far too mundane for me to master. Many among the onlookers stifled their laughter at his audacity. What do you mean? Too mundane. You can't even learn it, and yet you call it mundane? With a stern expression, Shun Liyuan retorted, If you claim it is too mundane, then why can you not master it? Li Qingyun, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, Master, it is not boasting. The more profound the technique, the quicker I grasp it. In contrast, the simpler techniques elude me entirely. Shun Liyuan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. And why is that? Li Qingyun shook his head. I cannot ascertain the reason. Perhaps that is the essence of being a genius. Bah, how shameless. To boast without restraint. I, Fandanio, shall dub you the king of bragging. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Naturally, Shun Liyuan was not swayed by Li Qingyun's claims and responded sharply, Very well. If you believe you can only master the more profound techniques, then I shall present you with the most intricate technique I possess, the Xianbing Tiandijiu. If I assign it to you, will you be able to learn it? Li Qingyun thumped his chest, declaring with unwavering conviction, It will be a piece of cake. Li Shidi, your claims are rather extravagant. The Xianbing Tiandijiu is the supreme technique of our ice and snow divine domain. A terrestrial-grade skill that is immensely difficult to master. It requires years of arduous training to even begin to grasp. And yet you dare assert that you have learned it effortlessly? Are you attempting to amuse me to the point of inheriting my storage pouch? Indeed, even our exceptionally talented senior brother took a full 2.5 years to achieve entry into its practice. Do you genuinely believe you can surpass him? Remarked two inner disciples. Shun Liyuan raised a hand to silence the crowd, and then inquired, What if you are unable to master it? Li Qingyun, brimming with confidence, replied, If I cannot learn it, I shall leave it to Master's discretion. Shin Mingru cast a disdainful glance at Li Qingyun, asserting, You are overestimating your capabilities. The Xianbing Tiandijiu is not something you can simply pick up at will. Yang Zixin expressed her concerns. Li Shidi, do not be reckless. Senior brother Zheng Junfeng scoffed. You're merely seeking attention. Other disciples joined in the mockery, as no one believed Li Qingyun's assertions. It was an impossible feat after all. No one had ever heard of anyone mastering terrestrial-grade techniques with such ease. The Xianbing Tiandijiu is a secret art of our ice and snow divine domain, only to be practiced by direct disciples. However, seeing your confidence, I shall make an exception for you to attempt it. Shun Liyuan spoke slowly. Master, why is it that Li Shidi can learn our sect's ultimate technique upon entering, while we cannot? Asked the inner disciples in unison. If you wish to learn, you may. Shun Liyuan replied nonchalantly, But should you fail, your dantian will be destroyed, and you shall never cultivate again. Does anyone still wish to try? Upon hearing Shun Liyuan's words, all the inner disciples fell into silence. What? No one wishes to speak now? Did you not all express a desire to learn moments ago? Shun Liyuan questioned sternly. Will Li Shidi also have his dantian destroyed if he cannot learn? Inquired disciple Shiruyu. Before Shun Liyuan could respond, Li Qingyun eagerly declared, If I cannot master the Xianbing Tiandijiu within a single day, I shall destroy my own dantian. A day? Shun Liyuan was somewhat speechless. He had taken 2 years to begin understanding it himself. Do you not think that is an exaggeration? Do you understand the difficulty of learning terrestrial-grade skills? If you fail, I will show no mercy. Since I have made such a claim, I shall certainly uphold it. Rest assured, Master, Li Qingyun proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Li Shidi, do not act rashly. You may come to regret it, urged Yang Zixin and Wu Wenzhong in unison. Yang Shiji, Wu Shixiang, do not worry, I will be just fine. Li Qingyun reassured them confidently. Shen Mingru mocked, such arrogance. Shen Liyuan's expression turned grave. Qingyun, have you truly considered this? Yes. Li Qingyun nodded firmly. Very well. Then I shall grant your wish. Shen Liyuan pointed, and a beam of white light entered Li Qingyun's brow, causing the technique of the Xianbing Tianyi Ju to surge within his mind like a tidal wave. It is over. Junior brother Li is destined to become a useless person. He brought this upon himself. Who told him to overestimate his abilities? Soon, he will surely regret his actions. Boasting comes with a price. The crowd voiced their opinions in a cacophony. Shen Mingru and Yang Zixin looked at Li Qingyun, feeling a tinge of regret in their hearts. Li Qingyun silently recited, System. I wish to use a comprehension card for the martial arts. The system responded. Which martial art does the host wish to comprehend? The profound Ice Heavenly One technique. How many comprehension cards does the host wish to use? 2 cards. The comprehension progress displayed 30%, 80%, and finally, 100%. The profound Ice Heavenly One technique was comprehended to entry level. As he used the second comprehension card, the progress surged to 15%, 60%, and then 100%. The profound Ice Heavenly One technique was mastered to proficient. Li Qingyun opened his eyes, circulating his spiritual energy, and in an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, coalescing into a shield of profound ice in his palm. Shen Liyuan gaped in astonishment, incredulous. How is this possible? The realm I reached after 5 years of arduous training, he achieved in the blink of an eye. Shen Mingru was shocked. Zheng Junfeng was astonished. Everyone was petrified. Shen Liyuan rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, When did you learn the profound Ice Heavenly One technique? Li Qingyun replied calmly, I just learned it. Impossible. Impossible. Shen Liyuan shook his head repeatedly. How could one learn so quickly? In truth, I could elevate my mastery to another level, but Li Qingyun hesitated slightly. But what? Shen Liyuan pressed. Li Qingyun cleared his throat, adjusting his emotions. If I could just slap senior sister Shen's backside, I could master the profound Ice Heavenly One technique right now. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of shock. This shameless person seeks to take advantage. Truly despicable. How could one like him dare to dream of such a goddess in our hearts? The brothers scolded vehemently. Shen Mingru, hearing this, blushed with anger. Pa, shameless. Zheng Junfeng, who also admired Shen Mingru and, being the strongest senior brother, believed she was meant for him alone, found his expression darkening upon hearing Li Qingyun's words. Shen Liyuan, puzzled, asked, Why would slapping Mingru's backside enhance your cultivation? What could be the reason? How could I say that it is a task? Of course, I cannot speak the truth, so I replied, I cannot explain it well. If I must, it is a feeling, an inspiration for the martial arts. Just a slap on senior sister Shen's backside would evoke that feeling of breakthrough. Shen Liyuan remained silent for a moment, observing Li Qingyun's confident demeanor, and solemnly said, Mingru, let him slap your backside. Uft. Shen Mingru nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Father, you. Shen Liyuan interrupted her. It's not as if I'm asking you to marry him. It's merely a slap on the backside, nothing more. A cultivator should not be so constrained by trivialities. Zheng Junfeng hastily interjected, Master, this cannot be permitted. Shen Liyuan replied with resolute authority, No further discussion is necessary. Zheng Junfeng clenched his teeth in silence. Witnessing her father's unwavering stance, Shen Mingru felt a sense of helplessness. She could only glare fiercely at Li Qingyun before indignantly closing her eyes. Li Qingyun, brimming with excitement, rushed forward. Clap. Ding. The task was accomplished, and the comprehension card for the martial arts technique was dispatched. Li Qingyun mentally recited, Use the comprehension card on Xianbing Tianyi Ju. As he absorbed the technique, he reached mastery. Xianbing Tianyi Ju was now comprehended to proficient. The host information was refreshed. Name, Li Qingyun. Age, 20 years. Height, 187 centimeters. Realm, Qi refining 3rd level. Talent, a withered tree is beyond carving. Mastered technique, Xianbing Tianyi Ju, proficient, earth grade technique. A chilling aura enveloped Li Qingyun once more, and a faint ice armor began to materialize around him. Xianbing armor. Shen Liyuan exclaimed with excitement. Zheng Junfeng gazed at Li Qingyun in disbelief. How is this possible? I have toiled for years to reach proficiency, yet he has mastered it in the blink of an eye. Shun Mingru shifted from anger to astonishment. Has he surpassed me? Father, did you not say I was exceptionally talented, a rare prodigy? What then is Li Qingyun, a genius among geniuses? Yang Zixin, Wu Wenzhong, Song Hongjia, and Sun Chongjing all stood agape, their expressions a mixture of incredulity. The others were utterly petrified. Shun Liyuan, unable to conceal his inner excitement, addressed the crowd with gravitas. From this day forth, Li Qingyun shall be my 7th direct disciple. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Thank you, master. Li Qingyun bowed in gratitude. Shun Liyuan continued. Though you have mastered the Xianbing Tianyi Ju, your cultivation remains at Qi refining 3rd level, which is rather low. Your spiritual power is insufficient, and the technique's potential cannot be fully unleashed. Henceforth, you must diligently enhance your cultivation. Li Qingyun nodded. I understand, master, but my training method differs from others. May I cultivate independently? Shun Liyuan paused, then smiled and said yes. Moreover, if you wish to learn other techniques, you may freely choose from the library without any restrictions. The senior disciple, Zheng Junfeng, immediately objected. Master, this seems against protocol. All disciples wishing to practice sect techniques must serve the sect, earn points, and exchange those points for technique manuals. If junior brotherly receives such preferential treatment, it may cause discontent among others. Shun Liyuan responded. If anyone can achieve proficiency in the Xianbing Tianyi Ju within a day, they too shall receive similar privileges. Zheng Junfeng was left speechless. Thank you, master. Li Qingyun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Shun Liyuan nodded in satisfaction and added, focus on your cultivation. With that, he turned and departed. The 6th sister, Yang Zixin, rushed over. Her excitement palpable. Junior brotherly, you are truly remarkable. Your comprehension is unprecedented. Shin Mingru bit her silver teeth in anger, exclaiming, what a shameless scoundrel. Zheng Juanfeng's gaze turned frigid as he mused silently. What does it matter if you have mastered the Xianbing Tianyi Ju? In the face of my cultivation at the mid-foundation stage, it is utterly insignificant. Senior brother, this fellow seeks to steal your woman. Shall I teach him a lesson? The speaker was Shi Ruyu, a trusted confidant of Zheng Junfeng. With a stern expression, Zheng Junfeng replied, our master holds him in high regard at present. We shall refrain from acting for now and wait for an opportunity. Sister Shun, may I also have the honor of patting your backside? I wish to enhance my understanding of the technique. An eager inner disciple inquired, wishing to emulate Li Qingyun, questioning whether such an experience could indeed elevate his comprehension of the arts. Did it matter? As long as he could partake in the experience, that sufficed. Bah! Why don't you go die? You wretched fool. Shin Mingru, already filled with pent-up frustration, seized the moment to vent her ire upon this disciple. The other male disciples, who harbored similar thoughts, dared not voice them after witnessing the scene. In the following days, Li Qingyun did not appear in the training grounds, only showing up during mealtimes, only to vanish again post-repast. The disciples diligently pursued their training, and Shin Mingru approached Yang Zixin, whispering, Li Qingyun has not been here these past few days. Do you know where he might be? Yang Zixin shook her head. I am unaware as well. Zheng Junfeng, noticing Shun Mingru's inquiry about Li Qingyun, approached, stating, it seems our junior brother has been frequenting the city lately. Shi Ruyu concurred. Indeed, junior brother Li is neither diligent nor possesses perseverance. His character leaves much to be desired, a stark contrast to senior brother. Shin Mingru and Yang Zixin both nodded in agreement. Zheng Junfeng feigned modesty, waving his hand. Sure, junior brother exaggerates. Meanwhile, Li Qingyun was experiencing a bout of frustration. The system had issued but a single task, to pat Shin Mingru's backside. How could he dare? To do so would likely warrant a banquet invitation from the neighbors the very same day. Yet, the tasks were inescapable. To grow stronger, he must engage in them. Thus, he wandered the streets daily, hoping to encounter a beauty to trigger a new task. However, for reasons unknown, despite encountering hundreds of young women, the system remained unresponsive. Chapter 7. Have you been eating pig food? After much contemplation, Li Qingyun deduced 2 possibilities. First, to trigger a task, one must possess extraordinary looks. Second, a previous task must be completed to unlock a new one. The latter route was currently impractical, having already patted Shin Mingru's backside thrice. A fourth attempt would surely incite her wrath, potentially halting his path to invincibility. Thus, he resolved to pursue the first option, seeking out beauties. During his time in the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, He had approached all the female disciples. Aside from Shen Mingru, none could trigger a task. Therefore, he must venture into the city in search of fortune, for he was a diligent individual unwilling to squander his time. Thus unfolded this scene. Li Qingyun, upon encountering any fair maiden on the street, would trail behind her, attempting to trigger a task, only to abandon the pursuit and seek another. This behavior was witnessed by several inner disciples, who relayed the tale back. Those who once admired Li Qingyun's acumen scoffed at him, while those who harbored envy or disdain for him grew even more contemptuous. Among them was Shen Mingru, her face turning a shade of green with anger as she inwardly cursed him 1,000 times, deeming this shameless rogue beyond redemption. As dusk descended, Li Qingyun returned, dejected. Upon entering the mountain gate, several inner disciples approached him with playful mockery. Junior Brotherly, did you manage to spank any beautiful maidens today? Junior Brotherly, let me tag along next time. I yearn to experience that delightful thrill, huh? I want to join too. Teach me, Junior Brotherly. I've never touched a woman's backside. What does it feel like? Is it truly exhilarating? Li Qingyun was aware that they were ridiculing him, yet he remained unfazed. For as long as he felt no embarrassment, the embarrassment lay with them. He replied, of course. We are all men after all. Sharing insights is permissible. Indeed, the sensation of a woman's backside is quite pleasurable, soft and springy, especially Shun Jr.'s sisteress. That experience is unparalleled. The disciples who had mocked him were left drooling with envy. At that moment, Shen Mingru and Yang Zixin happened to pass by. Bah! Shameless scoundrel! Shen Mingru exclaimed, her face aflame with fury. If you wish to be shameless, that is your affair, but do not corrupt others. Li Qingyun, slightly abashed, retorted, I did not teach them. It was these senior brothers who insisted on seeking my counsel. I merely shared the experiences I've gathered over the years. I wouldn't have imparted them to anyone else. You. Shen Mingru struggled to find a retort, ultimately directing her ire at the mocking disciples. All of you, be gone. If you dare to learn such shameless things from him again, I will break your legs. Forgive us. We won't do it again. The disciples fled in disgrace. The elder brother, Zheng Junfeng, approached with a reproachful demeanor. Junior Brotherly, it's not for me to say, but while everyone else is diligently cultivating, why do you wander aimlessly? Shi Ruyu chuckled derisively. Only following young ladies. What are your intentions? Such disgrace. Li Qingyun responded with utmost seriousness. I am making efforts too. What efforts? It appears you merely wish to take advantage of young ladies. Shi Ruyu countered. You do not grasp the realm of genius. Just look at yourself. After so many years, you still lack the qualification to practice the profound ice heaven technique. Isn't that the very definition of a fool? How can you dare criticize others for their laxity? I admit my own laziness. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? If you possess the ability, master the profound ice heaven technique. Li Qingyun shook his head, exuding arrogance. Out of arguments? Then I shall retire. I need to rise early tomorrow to admire the beauties in the city. With that, he swaggered off. As fury surged within her, Shi Ruyu's frustration reached its peak. Shen Mingru let out a cold snort, declaring, You shameless scoundrel, I shall inform my father and have him punish you. With a disdainful scoff, Li Qingyun ignited Shen Mingru's ire further, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Zheng Junfeng offered words of comfort. Shen Jr.'s sister, temper your emotions. Do not let this vexation harm your health. Li Jr. brother has grown up without proper guidance and is inevitably lacking in decorum. Do not stoop to his level. The following morning, as Li Qingyun prepared to descend the mountain, he chanced upon a gathering of people around a large wooden board at the training ground. Curiosity piqued. He approached and inquired with a smile, What captivates your attention, senior brothers and sisters? Yang Zixin turned to him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. We are reviewing the sect's missions. By the way, you have yet to undertake any tasks, have you? Come see if there is one suitable for you. Standing before the wooden board, Li Qingyun scrutinized the inscriptions. Task 1. Escort jewels to Zhongzhou. Reward, 40 low-grade spirit stones. He shook his head. In these chaotic times, transporting such valuables is fraught with danger. I cannot accept this. Task 2. Locate a 300-year-old spirit mushroom. Reward, 30 mid-grade spirit stones. He once again shook his head, muttering, A spirit herb of such vintage must be exceedingly rare. It may well be a fruitless endeavor. I will not pursue this. Task 3. Venture to the Xianyu secret realm to seek spirit beast eggs. Reward, 140 mid-grade spirit stones. He sighed. Beast eggs are surely guarded by ferocious creatures. One misstep could cost me my life. Only a fool would undertake such a mission. Tasks 4 through 30 continued to elicit his disapproval, all too perilous. The onlookers, observing Li Qingyun's demeanor, exchanged silent mockery. In truth, Li Qingyun was not merely a coward. He had recently acquired a system and had yet to grow stronger. It was prudent to play it safe and bide his time. His expression shifted to one of contentment upon reaching task 72. Collect 10 unsoiled shells at Shuofeng Valley. Reward: 3 low-grade spirit stones. Unsoiled shells. If cleaned, wouldn't they be devoid of filth? Whose fool of a mind devised such a ludicrous task? Li Qingyun mused internally, then burst into laughter. Finally, a task that suits me. Sun Chongjing, the 5th senior brother, observed Li Qingyun's excitement with curiosity. You do not intend to collect shells, do you? Li Qingyun nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Shiruyu erupted into laughter. How embarrassing for a direct disciple to undertake such a task. You understand nothing. Do you think this task is trivial? The condition of unsoiled shells implies something deeper. You, with your naive demeanor, could never comprehend, Li Qingyun proclaimed, feigning an air of superiority. Shiruyu appeared perplexed. What hidden meaning could there be? Li Qingyun adopted an arrogant posture. The secret lies in the fact that unsoiled shells are cleaner than those that are soiled. Ha ha. You didn't know this? Truly foolish. Shiruyu's anger flared. You dare to mock me. Li Qingyun made a playful grimace, sticking out his tongue and jesting. What is the matter with you? La 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 la. Zheng Junfeng cast a disdainful glance at Li Qingyun before addressing the crowd. Let us go. Immediately, everyone retrieved their flying swords from their storage bags and soared into the sky. Watching their figures ascend, Li Qingyun felt a pang of envy, wondering when he would be able to fly as well. Regaining his composure, he picked up the task token for shell collecting and hurried down the mountain. At noon, Li Qingyun arrived at Shuofeng Valley, where towering trees reach for the heavens, their massive trunks too wide for several people to encircle. The trees boasted an array of peculiar shapes, exuding a unique beauty. Countless small birds chirped melodiously among the branches, while the ground was adorned with an assortment of exotic flowers and grasses, releasing waves of enchanting fragrances. The gentle sound of the babbling brook added to the serene atmosphere, lifting one's spirits. As Li Qingyun searched for shells, he became entranced by the breathtaking scenery. Before long, a magnificent waterfall came into view, its roaring cascade beckoning him closer. At the base of the waterfall lay a tranquil pool, beside which stood a stunning woman in white, gracefully playing an ancient zither. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her features strikingly beautiful, and her unique aura further accentuated her extraordinary elegance. As she danced her fingertips across the strings, a melodious tune lingered in the air. Ding! The system activated, detecting character information. Name: Jiang Yushi. Age: 18 years. Height: 171 centimeters. Appearance: 98. Stunning beauty. Figure: 97. Graceful. Realm: Foundation establishment. Mid-stage. Talent: exceptional gift. Cultivation technique. 9 heavens. Mystic sound. Proficient. Earth-level technique. System task: slap Jiang Yushi's backside. Reward: 1 Sun Realm Enhancement card. A Sun Realm Enhancement card? What is that? System: there are 2 types of Realm Enhancement cards, Sun and Moon. As the name suggests, the Sun is for men, while the Moon is for women. Using them can directly enhance one's cultivation. Li Qingyun was ecstatic, exclaiming, incredible, splendid. The woman in white sensed his presence, her delicate fingers plucking the strings of the zither, transforming the notes into flying daggers that hurtled towards him. Startled, Li Qingyun hastily summoned his spiritual energy and conjured an ice shield to protect himself, but his low cultivation level rendered the shield utterly ineffective, shattering instantly. As the spiritual energy daggers approached, Li Qingyun screamed, "Help! I'm not even married yet." Hearing this, the woman's fingers danced across the strings once more, and the daggers morphed into wisps of true energy, dissipating into the air. "Who are you? Why do you lurk here so stealthily?" she inquired. Li Qingyun sighed in relief. "How am I being stealthy? I merely walked over. I did nothing and almost got killed." The woman replied calmly, "This place is perilous. Depart at once." Li Qingyun curled his lip in disbelief, declaring, "I am here to fulfill a mission. I shall not depart until it is accomplished. Should you encounter misfortune, do not blame me." The woman spoke with a frigid tone. Li Qingyun, hands on his hips, proclaimed, "I am inherently bold. meticulous, and fortunate. Danger is but a fleeting cloud to me. The woman in white paid him no heed, continuing to play her lute. Li Qingyun gradually approached, inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The woman remained oblivious. "What enchanting melody do you play?" Again, she feigned ignorance. "Might I inquire if you are betrothed?" She remained unmoved. Li Qingyun persisted, "In truth, I am yet unwed." Finally, the woman could no longer tolerate his persistence and shouted, "Leave." Li Qingyun's lips quivered in displeasure as he turned away, muttering to himself, "What is so remarkable about playing well? What does beauty matter if one is impolite? What nonsense! I wouldn't deign to converse with you." After finally receiving a task, he found himself faced with someone whose temperament exceeded even that of Shin Mingru, thwarting his plans entirely, which infuriated him. Calmly, the woman in white gazed into the distance and murmured, "He should be arriving soon." Not far from her, Li Qingyun stumbled upon more than a dozen shells, exclaiming, "Haha, mission accomplished. Truly, I am a rare child of fortune, completing this task with such ease. Remarkable." At that moment, a pair of fiercely menacing eyes suddenly emerged from the thicket ahead, sending a chill down his spine. Subsequently, a massive tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from the brush. Its formidable size and razor-sharp teeth caused Li Qingyun to tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivering. "O great tiger, I am but a lost little brother who has unwittingly trespassed upon your territory. My sincerest apologies. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. Farewell." "Stop." The tiger's voice rumbled ominously. Li Qingyun, ignoring the command, took to his heels. Good heavens! What kind of tiger is this? So immense. Did it feast on pigs? Chapter 8. Could you assist me with a favor? Roar. The ferocious tiger bellowed, charging towards Li Qingyun with alarming speed. With a grave expression, Li Qingyun summoned his spiritual energy and unleashed a stream of icy coldness, akin to the thickness of a finger, aimed at the beast. However, the ice merely glanced off the tiger's fur, leaving not a single hair displaced. "Are you merely scratching my back?" The tiger grinned with a sinister and terrifying smile before lunging forward again. "Ah, this is too frightening. Please, do not pursue me. If you persist, do not blame me for being uncivil." With that, a torrent of phlegm splattered across the tiger's face. "How dare you? I shall devour you." The tiger's fury erupted, feeling deeply humiliated. Yet, to his credit, Li Qingyun ran impressively fast, employing agile evasive maneuvers that temporarily kept the tiger at bay. He soon made his escape back to the water's edge. "Lady, save me. There's a tiger." The eyes were as large as the pit of a latrine, a sight both terrifying and astonishing. Li Qingyun shouted loudly as he fled. The woman in white retained a calm demeanor. "Demon tiger, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." With a skilled finesse, her slender, pale fingers danced across the strings of her zither, producing a resonant melody. As the music filled the air, her spiritual energy surged, manifesting into dozens of ethereal swordsmen who encircled the demon tiger with unwavering resolve. The demon tiger surveyed its surroundings, sneering, "A mere parlor trick, daring to showcase your skills here." Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, it even knows idioms." The woman in white cast a fleeting glance at him before continuing to pluck the strings. With a thunderous roar, the demon tiger emanated a crimson glow, its right paw slashing forth to unleash a fiery claw strike that struck several ethereal swordsmen, causing them to dissipate into wisps of azure smoke. The remaining swordsmen charged at the demon tiger, but in a single encounter, it dispatched them all with ruthless efficiency. The demon tiger smirked, "Fair maiden, if you consent to be my woman, I shall spare your life and bestow upon you immeasurable fortune." "Bah, you beast, you think yourself worthy?" The woman in white retorted angrily. Li Qingyun, his face etched with concern, implored, "Miss, it is too powerful. We cannot defeat it. We should flee." "Silence." The woman in white rebuked him sharply, her fingers flying over the zither strings as her aura intensified. Chains of spiritual energy erupted from all directions, binding the demon tiger tightly. "Miss, I must take my leave. Do take care," Li Qingyun declared before turning to flee. "Awoo." The demon tiger roared in fury, struggling desperately against its restraints, only to become more frenzied, its eyes burning a bloody red, the crimson glow surrounding it intensifying. The woman in white's expression grew grave, her eyes, like autumn waters, rippling with concern as she chanted, multicolored heavenly thunder. Lightning bolts struck down from the heavens like silver dragons, crashing into the demon tiger. Its roar reverberated through the valley, shaking the very earth beneath them. As the bolts of lightning ravaged it, cracks began to form on the tiger's body, blood oozing from its mouth, driving it into a deeper madness. Seeking death, the demon tiger bellowed furiously, a hellish red mist igniting around its form. It burned its essence to augment its power. With a series of sharp snaps, the chains of spiritual energy shattered. The demon tiger opened its gaping maw, charging at the woman in white. First, I shall cripple your cultivation, then take you back to be ravaged repeatedly, to avenge my injuries. As it broke free from its bindings, the woman in white suffered a backlash, staggering backward and spitting blood. As the demon tiger drew closer, she found herself powerless to resist, despair clouding her beautiful eyes, and softly she uttered, "You shall not." With that, she prepared to end her own life. Just then, a formidable figure appeared before her, clad in glacial armor, wielding an ice shield, surrounded by an aura of chilling energy that flickered like blue flames. "My lady, I will shield you. You must flee." The man in question was Li Qingyun. He had initially fled, but upon witnessing the perilous situation of the woman in white and hearing the shameless words of the demon tiger, his heart was filled with compassion, prompting him to turn back. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and fear engulfed him. Yet he could not abide the thought of such a beautiful maiden suffering at the hands of the demon tiger. Thus, he resolutely decided to step forth. "You beast dare to act lewdly. I spit on you." Li Qingyun roared as he charged forward. "You think you can stand in my way? You underestimate yourself." The demon tiger leapt into the air, pouncing towards Li Qingyun, proclaiming, "Prepare to meet your demise. You are no match for it. Do not throw your life away, flee." The woman in white urged anxiously. Li Qingyun did not waver in the slightest. Having chosen to stand up, he could not retreat now. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward, shouting, "I will not die. I will not die." This had been his mantra since childhood. Whenever he endured a beating, he would incessantly repeat this phrase, believing it bolstered his defenses. In that instant, as the demon tiger's massive claws struck him, a surge of blue spiritual energy erupted from within Li Qingyun, enveloping him in a shell-like barrier, impenetrable and resilient. A tremendous crash echoed as the demon tiger collided violently with Li Qingyun, generating a fierce shockwave that sent the birds in the canyon flapping in panic. Li Qingyun was hurled over 50 meters, collapsing to the ground, while the demon tiger was thrown back a dozen meters, its body cracking open, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as it lay gasping, uttering feebly, "How can you be so resilient? Did you spring forth from stone?" As the words left its mouth, it drew its last breath. The woman in white regained her composure, struggling to stand while clutching her chest. With a gentle stroke of her fingers across her zither, a sharp sword-like aura sliced through the air, severing the demon tiger's head. She then retrieved its demon core and swiftly flew to Li Qingyun's side. At that moment, Li Qingyun lay tattered and bruised, unconscious. After tending to his wounds with utmost care, the woman cradled him and soared away on her sword. Li Qingyun felt unbearable pain coursing through his body as he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself gazing upon a face of ethereal beauty, her clear eyes filled with tenderness. Attempting to rise, he discovered his body unresponsive. Staring at the extraordinary woman before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You, my lady, it is you. Where am I?" "This is the Ningzhou branch of the Cloud Sea Commerce Association. You have been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? This is bad. My master and the others must be worried sick." Li Qingyun struggled to sit up. "Be careful. Do not jostle your wounds," the woman in white cautioned, assisting him with concern. Li Qingyun took several deep breaths to alleviate the pain of rising, gritting his teeth. "It's nothing. I am tough and resilient. I will not perish." For the first time, the woman in white found herself in such close proximity to a man, her cheeks blushing like the dawn. "Thank you, noble sir, for your life-saving grace." Li Qingyun sensed an opportunity to showcase his prowess and spoke earnestly, "There is no need for gratitude. I am a chivalrous soul, committed to upholding justice and maintaining peace in this world. Such trivial matters are my duty. I perform acts of kindness like these several times a year, and they are of no great consequence." In truth, this was his very first genuine act of heroism. Prior to the system, he had been merely an inexperienced novice, lacking the ability to save anyone. The woman in white gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Young master, your righteousness is as vast as the heavens, and your spirit is noble." Li Qingyun nodded, Many have said as much, and I have grown weary of it, yet your words resonate more sweetly than theirs. I find pleasure in your praise. The woman turned her head aside, her cheeks flushed, and softly inquired, I am called Jiang Yushi. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Li Qingyun. He replied, Miss, the medicine is ready. A middle-aged man entered, carrying the concoction. He appeared somewhat gaunt, sporting a pair of mustaches, and wore a smile. Thank you, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yushi said, carefully taking the medicine and administering it to Li Qingyun. This was his first intimate encounter with a woman, and he felt a flutter of nervousness, his breath becoming uneven, especially as his hand inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yushi's thigh. He pretended not to notice, silently savoring the smoothness and softness of her skin. As he gazed at the enchanting beauty before him and inhaled her fragrant aroma, he sipped the medicine, entirely forgetting the pain that plagued him. Uncle Ning offered Li Qingyun a subtle smile and a cryptic glance before stepping outside. After finishing the medicine, Li Qingyun looked out the window and remarked, It is getting late. I must take my leave. Absolutely not. You are gravely injured. Jiang Yushi responded with concern. I will have someone change your bandages shortly. You should stay until tomorrow. Li Qingyun paused in silence before conceding, Very well. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yushi asked, You are merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. How could you unleash such formidable power to save me? Li Qingyun pondered for a moment. I cannot say. My mind went blank, and I simply thought to confront him, and then he perished. Perhaps my good looks transformed into strength in that critical moment. Just look at how handsome I am. Once my charm converts into power, it becomes boundless. I am not boasting. When you told me to leave earlier, I was tempted to strike you, but out of respect for the principle that a gentleman does not harm a lady, I spared you. Li Qingyun's boastful words convinced even him of their truth. Uffed. Jiang Yushi couldn't contain her laughter. What? Do you doubt my ability to defeat you? Li Qingyun challenged. Shall we spar once I have recovered in a few years? With the system at his disposal, he was certain to grow stronger, and by then, besting Jiang Yushi would be effortless. Jiang Yushi smiled brightly. No, dear brother Li, you are truly formidable. I humbly acknowledge your prowess, and thank you for your mercy. Seeing that his bravado had been well received, Li Qingyun felt quite satisfied and continued. By the way, you were intentionally waiting there for the tiger demon, were you not? Indeed. Jiang Yushi nodded. My grandfather encountered a mishap during his cultivation and requires the inner dan of a demon tiger for healing. Thus, I lured it forth with the sound of my zither. However, I underestimated its strength. Almost at this point, Jiang Yushi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I am immensely grateful to you. Consider it a favor owed, Jiang Yushi expressed with sincere appreciation. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun wore an awkward smile. Might I trouble Miss Jiang for a favor? What sort of favor? Li Qingyun hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. Would you permit me to tap your posterior? Jiang Yushi was taken aback. This. Li Qingyun, feeling somewhat guilty, insisted, I am not a scoundrel. You must trust me, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yushi, her face ablaze, inquired, Is there a deeper significance to this? I can only say that this matter holds great importance for me, but I have my reasons for not disclosing everything just yet. Would you be willing to assist me? For a moment, Jiang Yushi appeared flustered. Li Qingyun took a deep breath. This request is indeed rather excessive. Not only would you find it hard to accept, but I would as well. Suddenly, Jiang Yushi declared, I am willing, brotherly, go ahead. Chapter 9, I am the victim. After speaking, Jiang Yushi's face was crimson all the way to her neck, her bashful demeanor evoking sympathy. She actually agreed. Li Qingyun was taken aback. Is this truly the same girl who played the zither by the pond? The contrast is astonishing. Miss Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Yushi, her gaze cast downward, murmured, Truly, brotherly, you have saved my life. I trust your character. Shall I proceed then? Li Qingyun raised his hand for confirmation once more. Yes. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been dispatched. Jiang Yushi shyly turned away, embracing a silence akin to that of an ostrich. Li Qingyun, filled with gratitude, expressed, Thank you, Miss Jiang. You are truly kind. Jiang Yushi softly replied, Consider it a repayment of favor. Li Qingyun chuckled, Excellent. The following day, Miss Jiang, I bid you farewell. How shall I find you in the future? I reside on the Snow God Peak, in the Ice and Snow Divine Realm. You are a disciple of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm? Indeed. Li Qingyun clasped his hands together. Miss Jiang, Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Jiang Yushi watched Li Qingyun's retreating figure, reminiscing about the day she was saved, a faint smile curving her lips. Upon returning to the sect and reporting his safety to his master, Li Qingyun retired to his chamber. Sitting upon his bed, he silently intoned, "System, I wish to use the Solar Realm Enhancement card. System, Solar Realm Enhancement card in use." A torrent of spiritual energy converged from all directions, swirling into Li Qingyun's body. His cultivation ascended through the ranks, Qi refining 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, and finally the 8th layer. The enhancement card's effect concluded. Li Qingyun felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his being, invigorating every limb and sinew. He had never felt such comfort before. The injuries he had suffered were healed. Ha! Just as Li Qingyun reveled in his excitement, a cacophony erupted outside. What on earth? Why has the spiritual energy dissipated? I too am on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, but alas, my spiritual energy has depleted, leading to my failure. Why must fate conspire against me? Li Qingyun, undeterred by such thoughts, swiftly enveloped his head with his blanket and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Li Qingyun stretched languidly, humming a cheerful tune. After washing his face, he excitedly made his way to the task exchange. His countenance radiated joy, as if basking in the warmth of spring. Well, is that not junior brotherly? Did you not go missing while shell collecting? What brings you back? Sure Ryu observed him with a mocking expression. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. Merely encountered a band of female mountain bandits while on a task. They claimed I was dashing and charming, insisting on taking me to their lair as their consort. With my agile prowess, clever mind, and unparalleled charm, I easily extricated myself from their grasp. However, I am rather soft-hearted. Seeing their forlorn state, I decided to accompany them for a few days as their consort. I just returned last night. If you were to experience it, you would understand the essence of carefree joy. Alas, with your looks, such an opportunity may elude you for a lifetime. How tragic. Ryu's lips twitched, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shinmingru approached, her gaze brimming with disdain. How shameless. Li Qingyun, perplexed, wondered about the situation. Why did this woman always regard him with such contempt? Was it merely for having been pinched thrice? What a trivial matter. He retorted, "What do you mean by calling me shameless? I was captured by them. If anyone is shameless, it is they. I am the victim, do you understand?" Shinmingru scoffed. Her initial unfavorable impression of Li Qingyun transformed into sympathy when she witnessed his plight, but upon learning of his following hundreds of unfamiliar women, her views soured immensely. The thought of being pinched by such a person was thoroughly displeasing. She had even questioned her father about why he had taken Li Qingyun as a disciple. But Shin Luyuan merely smiled and offered no response. Arriving at the task exchange, Li Qingyun said, "Senior brother, I am here to submit my task token." As he spoke, he produced the token. This task has exceeded its time limit. If you wish to exchange for a reward, you must contact the employer directly to see if they still require your services, the senior brother stated, producing a bamboo slip of spiritual energy for Li Qingyun to inspect. Fenyu residence, Xiaqianer. Thank you, senior brother. Li Qingyun clasped his hands in gratitude and dashed away. Ha! Ryu mocked. You spent a few days merely collecting shells, and you still haven't secured 3 low-grade spirit stones. This is utterly hilarious. Now, Li Qingyun's cultivation had reached the level required for sword control, though he had yet to master any techniques, leaving him capable only of running. However, he now ran faster and jumped higher than ever before. Before long, he arrived at an imposing mansion. Li Qingyun addressed the household servant at the door, requesting him to inform Miss Xia Qianer that someone had come to deliver shells. "Please wait here," he added. The servant cast a fleeting glance at him and replied. Moments later, the servant returned, saying, "The young lady asks you to wait a moment." Li Qingyun replied affirmatively, "Very well." An hour passed, and Li Qingyun could no longer contain his curiosity. "May I inquire why your young lady has yet to appear?" The servant responded, "She will be out shortly." Another hour slipped by. "When, exactly, will your young lady emerge?" Li Qingyun's patience began to wane. "She will be out soon." Why the urgency? With a furrowed brow, Li Qingyun was about to engage in a debate with the servant when a graceful young woman clad in a pink long dress gracefully stepped forth. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her figure was enchanting. With skin fair as snow, Her captivating gaze exuded an innate elegance that was utterly disarming. Ding. System task activated. Name: Xia Qian'er. Age: 17 years. Height: 165 centimeters. Appearance: 99. Peerless beauty. Figure: 96. Graceful form. Realm: nascent soul. Early stage. Talent: extraordinary genius. Techniques: fiery divine fire technique. Proficient: heavenly rank technique. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Entry level. Heavenly rank technique. System task: slap Xia Qian'er on the backside. Reward: 1 card for enhancing the solar realm. What manner of person is this? At 17, she possesses nascent soul cultivation and wields 2 heavenly rank techniques. Truly remarkable. The realms are categorized as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine separation, integration, void, great ascension, tribulation crossing. Shen Liyuan is only at the mid-nascent soul stage, and the known top-tier experts are merely at the divine separation realm. Those higher realms may well be nothing more than ethereal legends. The enhancement card is indeed enticing, yet I can't shake an unsettling feeling, pondered Li Qingyun. As the young lady approached, her expression remained indifferent. Leave the items, and you may depart. Li Qingyun handed the items to the servant, momentarily frozen in place. Noticing his hesitation, the young lady coldly remarked, "Why do you still linger? Depart? Is there something wrong with my ears? What is this? Where are the spirit stones?" After a moment of composure, Li Qingyun asserted, "Miss, I have yet to receive the spirit stones." Spirit stones? The young lady cast him a disapproving glance. Do you still have the audacity to demand spirit stones? Having taken so long to complete such a simple task, consider it your apology to me. Now be gone. Chapter 10. This requires talent. Li Qingyun was infuriated, inwardly cursing. How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? He declared, "I will not leave without receiving the spirit stones." The young lady raised her right hand, flames igniting in her palm. The heat emanating was terrifying. Even from 7 or 8 meters away, it sent chills down one's spine. Li Qingyun hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait. We are all civilized individuals. Let us converse properly without resorting to violence." The young girl showed no intention of stopping. Her gaze turned icy, and her palm began to twist, seemingly preparing to strike at Li Qingyun. Behind this shell lies a poignant love story, Li Qingyun exclaimed with fervor. The girl was instantly taken aback, retracting her fiery demeanor, as if transformed, and eagerly dashed to Li Qingyun, her large, watery eyes sparkling with anticipation. What love story? Once, there was an unassuming little shell, lacking status and wealth, yet young, handsome, and extraordinarily kind-hearted. The Shell Princess fell in love with him, but fate was cruel. The Shell King vehemently opposed their union and married the Shell Princess off to a prince from another kingdom. Heartbroken, the princess chose to sacrifice herself for love. And in a tragic turn, the nameless little shell followed suit, leading to the despair of their families, who subsequently took their own lives. Li Qingyun recounted the tale with great emotion. With tears welling in her eyes, the girl asked, "How do you know this?" Li Qingyun, adopting a serious expression, replied, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was because I lingered there that I returned a bit late. Although the task set by the girl was merely 3 low-grade spirit stones, I refused to treat it with indifference due to its low value. I am a person of principle. Therefore, I devoted 4 entire days without food or drink, guarding that place, solely to uncover the stories behind these shells, providing the girl with a deeper understanding of their origins. Look, this shell represents the Shell Princess. Isn't she beautiful?" The girl appeared bewildered. "They all look the same to me. You must observe closely. This one has a slightly brighter hue on its back. It does seem different. Indeed. And this one is the princess's beloved, who, due to his family's poverty, often bore burdens to support his family, which caused him to be somewhat hunched. You know all this?" The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Qingyun began to fabricate further. "Indeed, I am a diligent and erudite individual, well-versed in poetry and song. My study of shells is but the most superficial among the over 700,000 fields of research I have pursued. Are you really that impressive?" The girl blinked her large eyes, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized Li Qingyun. Following this, he concocted a heart-rending tale for the several shells. Upon hearing it, the girl, wiping her tears, asked, "Can you understand their speech?" Of course. Li Qingyun, feeling slightly embarrassed and flustered, regretted his earlier bravado. Yet, having already committed to his pretense, he pressed on, I comprehend a little. The girl, still puzzled, pointed to an ant on the ground. What is it saying? Li Qingyun, adopting a grave expression, crouched down to the earth, feigning attentiveness. He even clenched his teeth, making his ears twitch for effect. Then, assuming an air of expertise, declared, "It says, I am in great distress. Please give me the spirit stone." The young girl, her face a picture of astonishment, exclaimed, "Wow, you are truly remarkable. You can actually comprehend the speech of small animals. Might you teach me?" Li Qingyun's expression shifted to one of reluctance as he replied, "Such a skill requires innate talent." The girl confidently patted her ample chest and declared, "Talent? I've got that in abundance." While she might have acknowledged her physical attributes, her intellect seemed rather questionable. One could hardly deem her anything but dim-witted. These thoughts, of course, Li Qingyun dared not voice. Instead, he inquired, "You must be Miss Xiaqianer, correct?" The girl nodded affirmatively. He continued, "Shall we revisit this discussion later? The sky is quite dark now. Could you kindly hand over the spirit stones? I need to return home for dinner." Xiaqianer acquiesced, saying, "Very well, but when will you come to teach me how to understand animal languages?" Li Qingyun offered a vague response, "I shall return in a few days. Remember, if you do not come, you will surely regret it." Xiaqianer said with a serious expression, tossing him a pouch filled with spirit stones. "Here are 300 low-grade spirit stones. Consider the surplus a gift from me." Li Qingyun's face lit up with joy, utterly astonished by such a generous reward. "Thank you, Miss Xia. Thank you," he exclaimed, bowing as he hurried away. Exhilarated by his fortune, "I've struck gold. My luck is truly extraordinary. The very first transaction leads me to a fool. How ironic that someone so beautiful could be so frivolous. Sooner or later, she will lead her parents to beg for alms." As for returning to her, he was not foolish enough to risk being caught in a lie. The loss of spirit stones was trivial compared to the potential peril to his life. With a buoyant heart, Li Qingyun made his way back to the mountain, reveling in his good fortune. He refrained from patting Xiaqianer on the back, primarily due to her unpredictable temperament and formidable strength. An accidental misstep could prove fatal, and caution was paramount. That night, atop the mountain, Li Qingyun engaged in his cultivation. Having experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities recently, he had mastered the Xianbing Tianyi technique, though he had yet to fully refine and apply it. He began to circulate his spiritual energy, a chill emanating from his body, enveloping him in a mist that gradually solidified into a formidable suit of Xianbing armor. This new armor was markedly different from before. In his previous state of qi refinement at the third level, it had merely enveloped him like a tight-fitting garment. But now it resembled the battle attire of a general. He decided to test his offensive capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his right hand, channeling the chilling energy of the Xianbing Tianyi technique into his fingertips. With a gentle push, a blast of icy air shot forth, striking a tree and encasing a small bird in ice. "Oh no!" Li Qingyun exclaimed, rushing over to remove the icy layer from the bird, finding it still unconscious. He quickly initiated artificial respiration. Gradually, the little creature regained consciousness, chirping incessantly at him. Upon closer inspection, Li Qingyun was taken aback. The bird's appearance was remarkably unique. Its feathers of vibrant crimson, reminiscent of flames. Could it possibly be a hybrid species? The little bird, upon hearing Li Qingyun's words, appeared to be quite agitated, chirping even louder. "Little one, hurry and depart. Do not let others discover you, lest they roast you for a meal." Contrary to his urging, the bird did not take flight. Instead, it circled above Li Qingyun's head a few times before alighting on his shoulder. Li Qingyun extended his hand, and to his surprise, the bird willingly walked into his palm. "Hee, you truly possess an extraordinary spirit, little creature." Li Qingyun lifted his hand to his face, and after chirping at him for a moment, the bird finally took off. Curiously, the sound it emitted bore a resemblance to an expletive, yet he dismissed the thought, pondering how a bird could possibly comprehend such language. In his heart, Li Qingyun reflected on his current limitations. He had only mastered the Xianbing Tianyi Ju, a technique with a singular offensive approach, and he recognized the necessity of acquiring additional martial arts. Techniques could be classified into three categories: body techniques, which rely on physical strength; weapon techniques, which depend on the might of weapons; and spell techniques, which utilize spiritual energy for offensive and defensive maneuvers. The Xianbing Tianyi Ju belonged to the latter category, serving as a long-range attack method, thus necessitating the learning of a close combat technique. Li Qingyun gazed up at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. The following morning, he visited the library and perused all the manuals, ultimately selecting one on boxing and another on agility. He chose the Wangba boxing manual, a yellow rank technique, and the escaping steps, also a yellow rank technique. Why these two? Primarily due to the lack of suitable options and his desire not to squander the opportunity for comprehension. Thus, he settled on the simplest techniques that he could still manage to learn. With the enhancement of boxing skills, the Xianbing Tianiju would be better able to unleash its potential. Having selected his techniques, Li Qingyun began to practice in the training field. As he unleashed the Wangba boxing technique, all manner of demons and monsters made way for him. He flailed his hands and feet in a chaotic manner. Lacking any semblance of form, his posture's rather ungraceful. Look, what is Li Qingyun doing? He resembles a turtle. It truly is the Wangba boxing. I've seen it in the library. No way, someone is actually learning this technique. With such an unfortunate name, it looks utterly ridiculous when executed. A multitude of disciples began to chatter amongst themselves. At that moment, Li Qingyun transitioned to practicing the escaping steps, his movements erratic and haphazard, giving the impression of a frantic retreat, which prompted another round of laughter from the onlookers. Shen Liyuan, observing from the side, was astonished. He has achieved the 8th level of qi refinement so swiftly. This young man is indeed remarkable. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure, haha. Meanwhile, a breathtakingly beautiful woman had her gaze fixed upon Li Qingyun as he demonstrated the Wangba boxing and escaping steps, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Noticing her, Shen Liyuan was somewhat surprised. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? The woman was none other than Jiang Yushi. The Yunhai Chamber of Commerce was the largest in Ningzhou, engaging in trade with various sects, and the ice and snow divine realm frequently transacted with them for elixirs, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and weapons. Over time, they had grown acquainted, although Jiang Yushi had yet to visit the ice and snow divine realm. She smiled gently. I've come to visit a friend. Shen Liyuan was somewhat puzzled. I wonder who Miss Jiang's friend is? Li Qingyun, came the reply. Shen Liyuan exhibited a look of astonishment. You know Qingyun? We just met a few days ago, Jiang Yushi responded. The attention of the crowd shifted towards Jiang Yushi. Wow, she is so beautiful. Like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Her figure, her visage, her grace, they are beyond words to describe. I always thought senior sister Shen was the most beautiful woman in the world, but it seems there is someone equally enchanting. Zheng Junfeng was equally mesmerized. When Shen Mingru laid eyes on Jiang Yushi, the latter also turned her gaze towards her, and for a moment, their eyes locked before they both diverted their attention elsewhere. As the crowd was momentarily entranced, Li Qingyun's boxing technique grew increasingly rapid, the sound of the wind from his punches echoing through the air. Jiang Yushi's beautiful eyes flickered, and a faint smile graced her delicate face. The crowd followed her gaze towards Li Qingyun. Chapter 11. Captivated by the boxing technique, what a disgrace, such chaotic strikes. Utterly tarnishing the reputation of our ice-snow divine domain, someone in the crowd remarked. A group of male disciples, eager to win Jiang Yushi's favor, began to showcase their own skills. Fierce tiger pounces on the moon, rabbit-s headbutt, fatal banana kick, shattering stone cotton palm. Despite the impressive displays, Jiang Yushi's gaze remained fixed on Li Qingyun. Once Li Qingyun finished his routine, he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. Observing this, Jiang Yushi gracefully leaped over, her figure alluring, her beauty ethereal, captivating all who beheld her. Li Qingyun, deeply engrossed in his training, was startled by Jiang Yushi's sudden appearance. Ah, Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Yushi's tone was gentle. I came to see how your recovery is progressing. It appears you are doing well. As she spoke, she produced a basket, lifted the lid, and presented a bowl of steaming soup, the aroma wafting through the air. This is my special spiritual chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. The crowd murmured. What is happening? This ethereal maiden has come to see Li Qingyun, and she has brought him soup? No way. Isn't he just a shameless fellow who follows young girls around? Has he truly enchanted her with his boxing? Li Qingyun accepted the chicken soup with a smile. Drinking it down in one go, it's quite delicious, though it tastes a bit different from what I usually have. Jiang Yushi beamed. I added many spiritual herbs to the soup. It will aid your wounds. Is that so? Then I mustn't let it go to waste. Li Qingyun extended his tongue and began to lick the remnants from the bowl. The crowd gasped, what on earth? Is he really going to do that? Licking the bowl in front of this beauty? Can he be any more foolish? The male disciples of the Ice Snow Divine domain silently ridiculed him. Jiang Yushi's voice was soft. Brotherly, please don't lick it. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Is this really happening? Shouldn't you be disdainful of him? What exactly is the problem? Shi Ryu said with a face full of jealousy. Young lady, do not be deceived by Li Qingyun. Though he possesses a certain handsomeness, he is nothing but a shameless rogue, trailing young maidens everywhere. In our Ice and Snow Divine realm, he is the most brazen of them all. Another disciple chimed in. Moreover, he is cowardly and cunning. Enough. Jiang Yushi's face turned frosty as she scolded the two. She then turned to Li Qingyun, her tone softening. Brotherly, shall we take a stroll outside? Certainly. Li Qingyun replied, then addressed Shun Liyuan. Master, I will step out for a moment. Go ahead, Shun Liyuan responded. Farewell, sect leader. Jiang Yushi said, cupping her hands in respect. Shun Liyuan smiled faintly. Take care, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yushi and Li Qingyun walked side by side towards the mountain peak. As they departed, the disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine realm stood in stunned silence. Such a breathtaking beauty, why would she favor Li Qingyun? Could this truly be the allure of trailing someone? Perhaps we should also venture into the city to try our luck? The disciples buzzed with excitement. As Li Qingyun and Jiang Yushi walked and chatted, they soon reached the summit. Swing! Jiang Yushi exclaimed, running over like a joyful child. Sitting down and turning to Li Qingyun, brotherly, please give me a push. Of course. Li Qingyun approached and began to push her. Jiang Yushi's hair danced in the breeze as she gazed at Li Qingyun, her charming smile enchanting, her beauty truly captivating. It was as if her glance could inspire 100 charms, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Li Qingyun found himself entranced. All right, that is enough pushing. I have something to discuss with you. Li Qingyun halted. What is it? Does your wound still hurt? Seeing the concern in Jiang Yushi's eyes, Li Qingyun chuckled. I am quite resilient. I've healed long ago. I sense that most of your fellow disciples look down on you. Do you not feel angered by this? Li Qingyun pondered, having inadvertently slapped Shinmengru's rear 3 times upon his arrival at the Ice and Snow Divine realm. She was a goddess in the hearts of the senior brothers. How could they possibly regard him favorably? Moreover, he often trailed young maidens on the streets, leading others to perceive him as a good-for-nothing, lewd scoundrel. Why would anyone like him? Yet, he could not express this, as it would tarnish his own image. Feigning a serious demeanor, he shook his head slightly and sighed. In this world, those with unparalleled talents often incite jealousy among the mediocre. I am simply too exceptional, making it difficult to conceal my brilliance. Thus, I have long since grown accustomed to the ridicule of others. Why should I stoop to their level? Jiang Yushi's eyes gleamed with admiration. Brotherly, you truly possess a broad-minded spirit. Li Qingyun nodded. Indeed. Though you are magnanimous and do not hold grudges against them. Over time, does it not weigh on your heart? Li Qingyun gazed up at the sky. I believe things will improve soon. Moreover, compared to the past, my situation is already much better. Past. Jiang Yushi, with a face full of curiosity, asked, Brotherly, have you endured much hardship in the past? Li Qingyun, reflecting on his past, let a profound look cloud his eyes. I have never met my father. I depended solely on my mother during my childhood, but she mysteriously vanished later on. I found myself without money for food, living as a beggar, rummaging through garbage, and even being abandoned by my fiancée. I am indeed a person of misfortune, unloved and uncared for. As for whether it was truly painful, it is hard to say. Nevertheless, I acquired many skills along the way, such as the art of begging, which is filled with subtleties. Without understanding the nuances, one cannot hope to receive alms. In my heyday as a beggar, I was quite renowned, causing a stir across several streets, with many peers seeking my counsel. However, I believe the competition was too fierce. Teaching apprentices could lead to the master's demise. Thus, I refrained from imparting my knowledge, which led them to unite against me. Strangely enough, I have a remarkable resilience to blows. Many who tried to strike me ended up injuring themselves. Perhaps my striking appearance is protected by celestial beings. Hee hee. Jiang Yushi covered her mouth, giggling. What? You don't believe I excel at begging? Li Qingyun inquired, puzzled. No, it's just that I find you quite intriguing. Brotherly, others find it hard to speak of begging, yet you discuss it so passionately. You are my friend. There is nothing about my past that I wish to conceal from you. Li Qingyun replied with a broad smile. Moreover, in every profession, there are those who excel. Even in begging, I am the pinnacle among beggars, which affirms my abilities. Yet, during solitary nights, I feel the chill of loneliness. Jiang Yushi spoke softly, brotherly. You will no longer be lonely. I will be here to care for you. Li Qingyun smiled knowingly. Thank you, Jiang. Please, call me Yushi. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Li Qingyun felt warmth blossom within him. Yushi. Days later, at the martial arts arena of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain, Shen Liyuan stood upon a platform, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. The annual Maple Forest Secret Realm is about to commence. All sects from Ningzhou will participate, including the second-tier sect Kunlun, the third-tier sect Shark Gang and Lijua sect, as well as the fourth-tier sect Stargate, Blood Refining sect, Iron Fist sect, Seven Absolutes Gang, and Ice and Snow Divine Domain. Although our sect is of the fourth tier, I aspire for us to ascend to the third tier, or even the second tier one day. To achieve this goal, we must unite our efforts. After speaking, he surveyed the crowd. Rest assured, Master, Zheng Junfeng declared resolutely. I am confident we will succeed. Shen Mingru, with a solemn expression, added, Father, you can trust that my fellow disciples and I will give our utmost effort. Under the guidance of our eldest senior brother and second senior sister, we will surely make a remarkable impact, Shi Ryu proclaimed. Indeed, we can do it. The other disciples echoed in agreement. Li Qingyun remained silent, listening quietly. Primarily, he opined that they were merely novices, boasting without substance, rendering the discourse utterly meaningless. Engaging with them would only serve to make him appear foolish. Shen Liyuan continued, stating, For this expedition into the secret realm, I have allocated 4 slots. Anyone interested may register, and a contest will be held 3 days hence. The victor shall secure a position. Upon his declaration, the disciples began to deliberate. The eldest disciple had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, making him the most formidable contender. His victory seemed assured. The real contention lay among the second sister, Shen Mingru, the third brother, Wu Wanchong, the fourth brother, Song Hongjia, the fifth brother, Sun Chongjing, and the sixth sister, Yang Zixin. As they vied for the remaining 3 slots, who do you think will seize the last 3 positions? It is difficult to say. As they are all at the initial stage of foundation establishment, their strengths appear to be closely matched. On the morning of the 3rd day, at the martial arts arena, a throng of disciples gathered around the contest board. Zheng Junfeng advanced directly. Shen Mingru faced Yang Zixin. Wu Wanchong was pitted against Song Hongjia, and Li Qingyun confronted Sun Chongjing. What is happening? Li Qingyun is also participating? Surely not. What gives him the confidence to compete with the other senior brothers? While the others are at the foundation stage, he remains at the qi refining stage. Is he not courting disaster? Perhaps this is better. It promises a spectacle. Indeed. I am eager to see how badly Li Qingyun will be beaten. Some whispered among themselves. Seated in a chair, Shen Liyuan waved his right hand. A disciple announced loudly, the contest officially begins. The first match featured Shen Mingru against Yang Zixin. The two clasped their fists in greeting. Sister Shen, I seek your guidance. Yang Zixin declared. Sister Yang, feel free to make your move. Shen Mingru replied. Very well, I shall not hold back, Yang Zixin said. Positioning her hands and extending her right hand forward, profound ice true qi. A fierce wind swept through, accompanied by countless ice shards, hurtling towards Shen Mingru. Raising her left hand, Shen Mingru called out in a delicate voice, profound ice shield. In an instant, the ice shards coalesced in her hand, forming a shield of considerable size before her. The ice collided with the shield, cascading down like raindrops. Witnessing this, Yang Zixin was unfazed, brandishing her sword. She leaped towards Shen Mingru. Shen Mingru met her with her own sword. The sounds of clashing blades echoed through the arena. Each strike sent flurries of snowflakes swirling in the air, and soon the entire platform was blanketed in ice and snow. Wow! Sister Shen's swordplay resembles a graceful fairy in flight, combining fierce aggression with an extraordinary aura. Sister Yang is no less impressive. Her movements flow like a gentle stream. Her sword guided by instinct, appearing entirely natural, 2 disciples excitedly commented. After several exchanges, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. A small dog shivered from the cold, its urine frozen into a crystalline line, creating a comical sight. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying from the flurry of snow. It was Sister Yang. A voice cried out in astonishment. I concede. Yang Zixin stood up, expressing a hint of regret. Shen Mingru's graceful figure descended, like a celestial being from the heavens. "Thank you, junior sister Yang," she said. At that moment, a disciple ascended the stage and proclaimed loudly. In the first match, Shin Mingru emerges victorious. The second match features Wu Wenzhong against Song Hongjia. Before the announcement concluded, Wu Wenzhong leapt onto the platform with agility. "Junior brother Song, come forth," he called. Song Hongjia laughed heartily. "I shall come. Do you think I fear you?" With that, he sprang onto the stage. Wu Wenzhong unleashed a punch towards Song Hongjia, declaring, "Beware, the tiger descends the mountain." His fist contained an astonishing force, accompanied by the roar of a tiger. Brother Wu's physical strength is truly formidable. He is indeed the mightiest man of our ice and snow divine realm, a disciple remarked in awe. Song Hongjia summoned his spiritual energy and proclaimed, "Mystic Ice Shield." Crack! The shield shattered instantly, leaving Song Hongjia momentarily startled as he swiftly retreated. Despite breaking the ice shield, Wu Wenzhong's fist maintained its relentless speed, striking Song Hongjia with blinding rapidity. Bang! Chapter 12. It wasn't intentional. Song Hongjia was sent staggering back several steps. He patted his chest and grinned. "Brother Wu, I think I shall need a weapon." With that, he charged forward wielding a long staff. "Even with bare hands, I can bring you down," Wu Wenzhong countered, meeting him with his iron fists. Though he was robust and powerful, his movements appeared somewhat sluggish. In contrast, Song Hongjia, lean in stature, exhibited remarkable agility. After an intense exchange, Wu Wenzhong endured dozens of strikes, his body bearing multiple bruises. Yet he failed to land a single blow on Song Hongjia. He bellowed, "If you are a man, do not evade. Let us engage in a fair battle." Song Hongjia chuckled. "Victory in combat relies on skill. Why are you so agitated?" As he spoke, he swung his staff down upon Wu Wenzhong's head, delivering a tremendous blow that left Wu Wenzhong dazed, a large bump forming on his head. "Ah!" Wu Wenzhong roared. "Fine, you have forced my hand." Bear witness to the savage bear body refinement technique. His physique and muscles swelled rapidly, transforming him into a towering giant, nearly 5 meters in height, with a faint layer of ice armor enveloping him. A disciple in the audience shouted, "This is Brother Wu's ultimate skill. How impressive." If he were to employ this technique during a wedding, one can only imagine how invincible he would be, avoiding any embarrassing moments. Can it truly be used in that manner? Another queried. "The master leads you through the door, but practice is up to the individual. The application is not fixed, and it requires imagination to develop." "Oh, I see." After the match, "I too shall learn that technique." Two disciples murmured to each other below. Wu Wenzhong's voice boomed. "Junior brother Song, unleash your full might. I stand here for you to strike." "You wish to show off?" "Not a chance. Watch as I topple you," he declared. Song Hongjia summoned all his strength for a strike, the wind howling as his staff sliced through the air, causing a slight tremor in the void. Bang! Wu Wenzhong received the blow squarely, yet remained unmoved. Song Hongjia's expression changed abruptly. "Isn't this too tough?" "Ha ha. Brother Song, have you not eaten? Why do you lack any strength?" Wu Wenzhong laughed heartily, his demeanor somewhat infuriating. "Don't rejoice too soon." Song Hongjia activated the Xianbing Tianyi technique, causing his staff to become crystalline and translucent, radiating an aura of piercing cold as he struck fiercely at Wu Wenzhong's head. "Brother Song, you have revealed a flaw." Angered by the provocation, Song Hongjia unleashed his full power, yet this left him vulnerable. Wu Wenzhong seized the opportunity to swiftly appear before him and delivered a powerful punch. "You are deceiving me." Song Hongjia's complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly. Bang! Caught off guard, Song Hongjia was sent tumbling off the stage by Wu Wenzhong's punch. "Brother Song, I apologize." "Brother Wu, I did not expect you to appear so honest while employing such cunning. This time I was careless, but I assure you, I shall not lose again." Song Hongjia's expression was one of indignation. "Ha ha." Wu Wenzhong laughed heartily. "I am a man of both brawn and intellect. There is no chance of victory against me. Brother Wu's strength is formidable, capable of knocking Brother Song off the stage with a single punch." Although there was an element of surprise, this strength is undeniably impressive. Indeed, Brother Wu is truly remarkable. I wonder how many years of arduous training it would take for me to reach his current level of prowess. The disciples below chattered animatedly. One disciple leaped onto the stage. The victor of the second match is Wu Wenzhong. The third match features Li Qingyun against Sun Chongjing. Sun Chongjing leapt onto the stage, hands clasped behind his back, brimming with confidence. Brotherly, do take your shot. Remember to unleash your most powerful techniques. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity to strike. Brother Sun is indeed dignified, exuding the aura of a formidable warrior, a truly impressive sight. Naturally, Brother Li's strength pales in comparison to Brother Sun's. Defeating him will be a mere formality, the outcome already decided. Hearing the words of the disciples below, Sun Chongjing's arrogance grew, standing tall like a god of war. Shen Liyuan thought to himself, although Qingyun has made rapid progress, he is still merely at the qi refinement stage. Victory seems a formidable challenge. Shen Mingru shook her head, contemplating. Perhaps there is hope in the next Fenglin secret realm, but this time it appears hopeless. Then I shall not hold back. Li Qingyun charged forward. First move of the Wangba fist, Wangba chaos dance. Haha, look at Brother Li's boxing technique. It truly is unrefined. I bet he will be beaten to a pulp, haha. With such meager strength, even I could easily handle him, let alone Brother Sunday. The disciples below erupted in laughter. As Sun Chongjing saw the approaching fist, his expression remained unchanged. He effortlessly sidestepped, calmly stating, Brother Li, you bang? Before he could finish his sentence, he was unexpectedly struck from behind. Sun Chongjing. What just happened? I clearly dodged that. Where did that punch come from? The crowd responded. The onlookers were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how Li Qingyun had so effortlessly struck Brother Sunday. Surely, he must have been caught off guard. Sun Chongjing reasoned that a momentary lapse had led to his misfortune, and he promptly declared, Let us go again. Very well. Li Qingyun charged forward anew. Armed with the lesson from their previous encounter, Sun Chongjing focused intently and unleashed his signature technique, the bouncing mountain fist, engaging Li Qingyun in a fierce exchange. The sound of their fists colliding resonated loudly, creating a cacophony, while the shockwaves sent dust swirling around them. As the tussle progressed, Sun Chongjing gradually gained the upper hand. A confident smile spreading across his face as he boasted, Junior Brotherly, your boxing style is indeed unexpected, but, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the abdomen. Ah! Sun Chongjing cried out in surprise, only to find himself tumbling to the ground, legs flailing. How could Brother Sun have suffered 2 defeats in quick succession? Was he intentionally holding back? That seemed unlikely. Li Qingyun's technique possessed an unusual finesse, with striking angles that were particularly cunning. Could it be that Brother Sun was genuinely unable to best Junior Brotherly? Upon overhearing the whispers of his fellow disciples, Sun Chongjing felt his face flush with embarrassment. He quickly rose, brushing the dust from his clothes, and with a serious demeanor proclaimed, Junior Brotherly, you possess remarkable skills. I shall exert my utmost effort henceforth. Excellent. I am eager to witness Brother Sun's ultimate technique, Li Qingyun replied. Prepare yourself. Sun Chongjing summoned his spiritual energy, channeling the Xianbing Tianyi technique into his hands, transforming them into icy fists. This is the strongest move of my bouncing mountain fist. Stone bounces and crumbles. Li Qingyun also drew upon his spiritual power, clad in Xianbing armor, as he countered with the second form of the King Turtle fist, King Turtle's tail sweep. The two engaged once more, their fierce onslaught creating a tumult of energy, as their fists clashed like a tempest, sending fragments of stone flying. Remarkably, they seemed evenly matched. How could this be? Junior Brotherly was merely at the qi refinement stage. How could he stand toe-to-toe with Brother Sun, who was in the early stages of foundation establishment? It must be that Junior Brotherly had mastered the Xianbing Tianyi technique, compensating for the disparity in their realms with the might of his technique. Although they appeared evenly matched on the surface, it was evident that Li Qingyun, employing the Xianbing Tianyi technique at the qi refinement level, would soon tire and succumb to defeat. Indeed, I had not considered this aspect, the disciples murmured amongst themselves. Junior Brotherly, I must commend your performance. It has truly opened my eyes. However, your spiritual energy seems to be dwindling. Are you not nearing your limit? Sun Chongjing declared, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, Li Qingyun suspended himself in midair, akin to a turtle, and with a powerful kick, struck precisely between Sun Chongjing's thighs. Ah! Sun Chongjing collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his neck, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The disciples below gasped in shock, instinctively shielding themselves. Shen Mingru, blushing with embarrassment, turned away and muttered, Shameless. Apologies, Senior Brother Sun, I did not intend to. After saying this, Li Qingyun lunged forward once more, delivering a series of punches and kicks. Sun Chongjing seethed inwardly. What do you mean by feeling sorry, yet continuing to strike me? What are you trying to prove? He attempted to resist, but as he summoned his strength, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his insides might explode. I concede, Sun Chongjing declared reluctantly. Undeniably, the potency of Li Qingyun's move was extraordinary, having completely stripped Sun Chongjing of his ability to fight back. How despicable! To strike at vital points and take advantage of another's misfortune. Many disciples voiced their indignation on behalf of Sun Chongjing. Gasping for breath, Li Qingyun, feeling somewhat fatigued from the intense battle, took a moment to recover and said, I initially intended to kick senior brother Sun in the stomach, but I accidentally miscalculated. Sun Chongjing lamented. Hurry, take me to the doctor. I have yet to marry. Several disciples promptly carried him away. What a shameless act. Shiruyu exclaimed indignantly. The victor of the third match is Li Qingyun, a disciple announced loudly. Shun Liyuan nodded slightly. Since the outcome has been determined, I hereby declare that for this expedition into the Maple Forest Secret Realm, the four chosen are Zheng Junfeng, Shin Mingru, Wu Wenzhong, and Li Qingyun. In the days that followed, Li Qingyun devoted himself to rigorous practice of the Wangba fist and the art of escape, primarily because he dared not approach Shin Mingru or Xia Qianer, and there were no tasks available with Jiang Yushi. Thus, the only means of self-improvement lay in his own efforts. After a period of diligent training, Li Qingyun finally mastered both the Wangba fist and the art of escape. Shun Liyuan emerged slowly. Tomorrow marks the opening of the Maple Forest Secret Realm, and I have several crucial reminders for you. First, this expedition will last 1 month. Second, there exists a forbidden area within the secret realm, known as the 100 Beasts Cliff, where the beasts possess strength above the foundation establishment stage. Guarded by 2 golden core beasts. You must not venture there, or you shall not return. The crowd nodded in agreement. Shun Liyuan continued, for many years, no one has survived the 100 Beasts Cliff. However, this year, a remarkable prodigy from the Kunlun sect will participate. His name is Song Tianyang, the son of the Kunlun sect's leader, Song Qingfeng. At merely 21 years of age, he has already attained the mid-golden core stage. He may attempt to challenge the 100 Beasts Cliff. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Such youth, yet already at mid-golden core. Zheng Junfeng furrowed his brow. Li Qingyun mused, not that impressive. Xia Qianer reached the nascent soul stage at just 17. Shun Liyuan added, in addition to Song Tianyang, you should also be wary of Zhu Han from the Sea Shark Gang and Tan Xiaowen from the Li Jue sect. Both are rising stars in recent years, with prowess at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yes, Master, Zheng Junfeng led the response, with Shun Mingru and Wu Wenzhong nodding in agreement. Li Qingyun inquired, Master, is there anything of value at the 100 Beasts Cliff? Shun Liyuan's gaze flickered. The 100 Beasts Cliff, untouched for years, must harbor many ancient spiritual herbs, which would greatly enhance one's cultivation. Li Qingyun's expression brightened at this revelation. Shun Liyuan spoke earnestly. You must remember, never venture there, or it may endanger your life. Li Qingyun nodded. Understood. Shin Mingru interjected. Father, rest assured, I am well aware of junior brother Li's character. No one in our ice and snow divine domain is as cautious as he is. Even if he had 100 lives, he would never dare to go. Indeed, he is the little prince of shell collecting, added Shiruyu. Zheng Junfeng could not help but burst into laughter, prompting the other disciples to join in. Yang Zixin tugged at Shin Mingru's arm, signaling her to cease. Shin Liyuan admonished sternly, Xiao, you must not speak of your junior brother Li in such a manner. Shin Mingru retorted, I am merely speaking the truth. Zheng Junfeng chimed in. Yes, Master, do not blame junior sister. She is just straightforward. He then turned to Li Qingyun with a smile. Junior brother Li, please do not take offense. She means no harm. Li Qingyun shook his head. It's fine. I am not bothered. What senior sister said is true. After all, who told me to slap someone else's back for no reason? It is only natural that others hold a grudge. Hence, Li Qingyun felt no anger. Shin Liyuan's tone remained serious. Although you, junior brother Li, do not mind. Such words should not be uttered again in the future, understood? Understood, father, Shin Mingru whispered in reply. All right, you all go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the Maple Forest Secret Realm. Chapter 13. Your expenses are on me, yes, master. The group responded and dispersed. As Li Qingyun walked down the mountain path, he contemplated. This expedition to the secret realm will take a month, it is best to inform Yushi. Soon, he arrived at the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering, he spotted the slender, middle-aged man who had brought him medicine when he was injured. Uncle Ning, is Yushi here? The middle-aged man greeted Li Qingyun with a warm smile. The young lady is in the back courtyard. You may go see her. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Li Qingyun promptly made his way to the rear courtyard and soon arrived at a vast garden, featuring a lotus pond in the center, where blooming lotus flowers created a picturesque scene, complete with a pavilion nestled among them. At this moment, Jiang Yushi was in the pavilion, playing the guqin. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, her features exquisite and breathtaking, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her delicate hands were nimble and smooth. Her long, straight legs, partially visible in her dignified seated posture, and her slender waist seemed as if one could grasp it with a single hand, giving her the appearance of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her fingers danced over the strings of the guqin, producing clear and melodious notes that were soft and ethereal, as if immersing one in a tranquil forest, where one could feel the gentle caress of the breeze, the coolness of the mist, the whispers of birds, and the subtle fragrance of the lotus, all of which evoked a sense of serenity and intoxication. Li Qingyun found himself utterly captivated by the enchanting scenery before him, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yushi. As the melody came to a close, Jiang Yushi lifted her head, a look of delight gracing her features. Brotherly, when did you arrive? She inquired. Li Qingyun stepped into the pavilion, responding, not long ago. Why didn't you call for me? You played the piano so beautifully that I was entranced, he admitted. Jiang Yushi smiled sweetly, her heart brimming with joy, yet she teased, Brotherly, when did you become so charming? Li Qingyun chuckled, I speak nothing but the truth. Surely, you are aware of your own beauty? You surpass even that senior sister Shun. With a playful glint in her eyes, Jiang Yushi replied, Oh, is that so? It seems you are testing my feelings. Li Qingyun shook his head vigorously. Senior sister Shun is perpetually fierce. Even ghosts would fear her. She will surely remain unmarried. Jiang Yushi laughed lightly. You exaggerate. I assure you. Rainy Creek, you don't understand. She glares at me as if I owe her a great debt. Perhaps she is experiencing early menopause. She doesn't seem like that kind of person, though. Brotherly, do you have some conflict with her? Li Qingyun's expression faltered. He couldn't very well admit to having slapped her on the backside. Thus, he awkwardly smiled. Perhaps I am simply too handsome, and she's envious of me. Uft. You are quite the joker, Brotherly. Jiang Yushi exclaimed. Did you come here for a specific purpose today? Is it forbidden to visit without a reason? That's not what I meant. I was merely jesting. In truth, I came to inform you that I will be going to the Maple Forest Secret Realm for training tomorrow and shall not return for a month. Jiang Yushi's expression turned serious. Brotherly, you must take great care. Fear not. You are well aware of my skills in evasion. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Recollecting their first meeting, Jiang Yushi couldn't help but chuckle. Brotherly, please enjoy some tea while we dine together shortly. Perhaps it's best if I return to eat, he suggested. Jiang Yushi replied calmly. Today we have prepared bear paw with Ganoderma, steamed whale with ginseng, and snow lotus stew with cranes. Li Qingyun swallowed hard. Very well. With such an abundance of dishes, you certainly cannot consume it all. It would be a shame to waste. I shall stay to help you. With a smile playing on her lips, Jiang Yushi poured him a cup of tea. Brotherly, do take a sip and tell me how it tastes. Li Qingyun took a sip, feeling nothing in particular, only that it was pleasant, and said, To be honest, I know little about tea. I usually drink plain water. Do you not enjoy tea? Jiang Yushi asked, intrigued. I cannot afford it. Li Qingyun replied casually. Jiang Yushi chuckled softly. From now on, I shall cover your tea expenses as well as your other costs. Li Qingyun grinned mischievously. Are you suggesting you wish to sponsor me? A blush crept across Jiang Yushi's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Yet a smile lingered at the corners of her lips, rendering her adorably bashful. Li Qingyun felt an undeniable surge of impulse wanting to embrace her, yet reason cautioned him against such an act, for it might brand him as a lecher, leading her to distance herself from him in the future. Although he indeed possessed such inclinations, he understood the importance of maintaining a respectable image for a lasting connection. He grasped the wisdom that haste does not yield favorable outcomes. I shall not jest with you any longer. As soon as Li Qingyun uttered these words, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued. Caress Jiang Yushi's posterior. Reward. Enhancement of the technique. Wings of ice. What in the world? To merely take a photograph is one matter, but to transform it into a caress. How am I to navigate this predicament? Such an audacious demand is difficult to articulate. Yet, the reward is exceedingly tempting. What should I do? Brotherly, why have you fallen silent? Jiang Yushi's voice was as melodious as a nightingale, gentle and soothing. Yushi, there is something I wish to discuss with you, though it is somewhat challenging to broach. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yushi's face flushed crimson, a hue reminiscent of a setting sun. Please go on. I wish to caress your posterior, if you would permit me. Jiang Yushi's delicate visage turned a deeper shade of scarlet, akin to a blossoming flower, as she remained speechless for a considerable time. Observing her reaction, Li Qingyun said, If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. After all, the request is indeed rather absurd. I merely seek a measure of assurance for our expedition into the secret realm. Jiang Yushi appeared puzzled. What does this have to do with the secret realm? Li Qingyun earnestly replied, It bears significant relevance, I assure you. However, I am unable to disclose the specifics at this moment. Let it go? It seems irrelevant. Li Qingyun decided to abandon the endeavor, realizing that most individuals would decline, especially someone as stunning as Jiang Yushi. In a soft voice, she said, Brotherly, you may proceed. However, you must explain the reason for such a peculiar request afterwards. Li Qingyun's face lit up with excitement. Yushi, you are truly wonderful. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. In my most challenging times, you have been my support without question. From this day forth, your affairs shall be my own, and I will strive to assist you, no matter the difficulty. Jiang Yushi smiled radiantly. Brotherly, I shall remember your words. Li Qingyun patted his chest, declaring, A gentleman's word is his bond. Jiang Yushi chuckled softly, akin to flowers blooming in spring. So I may proceed? Indeed. As he gazed upon the alluring curve of Jiang Yushi's figure, Li Qingyun found himself swallowing hard, gently placing his hand upon her. The softness and elasticity sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him, igniting a fervor within. Jiang Yushi, too, felt a wave of warmth envelop her, her heart racing. And with a delicate tremor, her face blossomed like a rose, exuding allure akin to a water lily, enchanting and breathtaking. Ding! System task completed, reward has been dispatched. Li Qingyun heard the voice of the system, yet his hands remained as if magnetically attracted, unwilling to release their grip as he continued to caress. His gaze roamed over Jiang Yushi's alluring figure, and the desires within him surged like a tempest, threatening to engulf his rationality. He felt akin to an uncontrollable beast, yearning to pounce upon Jiang Yushi. Li Gu, are you ready? Jiang Yushi's voice flowed like a clear spring over the rocks, jolting Li Qingyun back to lucidity. He quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Yes. Yes. Yushi, your posterior is quite resilient. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi's head nearly touched the ground in embarrassment. Realizing his blunder, Li Qingyun hastily corrected himself. I meant to say, the elasticity of this tea leaves is remarkable. After steeping, they expand so much. No wonder it tastes so good. Jiang Yushi lifted her head and shot him a glare. You, always spouting nonsense. Li Qingyun felt a bit awkward. Yet Jiang Yushi burst into laughter. Seeing that she was not angry, he joined her in laughter. After lunch, Li Qingyun hurried back to the mountain. Entering his room and locking the door behind him, he silently recited, I wish to comprehend wings of ice. The system responded, Wings of ice is being comprehended. A torrent of magical knowledge flooded Li Qingyun's mind, with comprehension levels soaring from 10 to 40, then 80, and finally reaching 100. Wings of ice, comprehension successful. The system notified him. Due to the enhancement of the Xianbing Tianyi Ju by the system, it has upgraded from Earth Tier Technique to Heaven Tier Technique. Li Qingyun's face lit up with excitement. Let me give it a try. He began to channel his spiritual energy, and countless shards of Xianbing swiftly enveloped his body like scales, forming a pair of ice wings reminiscent of a phoenix's, vivid and lifelike, shimmering with a crystalline brilliance akin to diamonds. In that moment, Li Qingyun's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as if he were cloaked in a divine radiance. Wow, I look incredibly dashing. With these ice wings, I too can soar through the skies. Ha! With time to spare, he ventured outside to practice further. Why are there so many people? Surprised by the crowd at the training grounds, Li Qingyun quickly sought a corner to continue practicing his evasive footwork. Yang Zixin approached him, saying, Li Shidi, be careful during tomorrow's expedition to the secret realm. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Yang Zixin smiled and walked away. Then, Shi Ruyu sauntered over with a sneer. Li Shitty, don't embarrass us in the ice and snow divine realm during this expedition. Li Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at Shi Ruyu. If you have the ability, then defeat me to participate. If not, then get lost and stop bothering me. Shi Ruyu's expression darkened. You. Before he could finish, Li Qingyun interrupted. If you want to fight, then do it quickly. If not, get far away and don't hinder my training. Curious gazes from his fellow disciples were drawn to the exchange. Shi Ruyu's face grew grim. Fine, you're tough. We shall see. Having spoken, he walked away with gritted teeth. Li Qingyun continued his diligent cultivation. Shen Mingru approached Zheng Junfeng, her tone grave as she said, I specifically investigated Song Tianyang. He is the foremost prodigy among the young disciples of the Kunlun sect. Not only has he mastered the breaking evil sword technique, but he also possesses the formidable cultivation of the mid-golden course stage. Zheng Junfeng furrowed his brow. This individual is exceedingly monstrous. We must certainly avoid his brilliance during our expedition into the secret realm. Shen Mingru nodded in agreement. Indeed. Martial brother, you must procure ample inner Dan and spiritual herbs for me. Song Hongjie shouted while practicing. Make sure to bring me some. Wu Wanzhong chuckled. Fear not. With me around, how could you miss out on the feast? Meanwhile, Sun Chongjing was engrossed in his arduous training, as his defeat by Li Qingyun had left a significant impact on his heart. In the stillness of the night, Li Qingyun stood at the precipice of the mountain, murmuring. Wings of ice. Spirit energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a shimmering ice armor. With a leap, he soared off the cliff, his spirit soaring as he took to the skies, unable to contain his exhilaration. Haha, what a delightful sensation. With a flick of his wings, he propelled himself forward. Faster, Li Qingyun urged, accelerating the rhythm of his wing beats, transforming into a radiant meteor streaking across the heavens, soaring toward the distant horizon. At that moment, Shen Mingru was at the window, admiring the nocturnal landscape. Suddenly, a brilliant meteor blazed across the moonlit sky, trailing a long tail, reminiscent of falling stars, resplendent and ethereal. How splendid this meteor is today, Shen Mingru mused, gazing at the celestial phenomenon. Knock knock. Xiao, are you asleep? Not yet. Shen Liyuan pushed the door open and entered the room. Xiao, I have something to ask you. Please, father, go ahead. What do you think of Li Qingyun? Despicable, shameless, vile and cowardly, a heart of a beast hidden beneath a human facade, Shen Mingru replied with growing fervor. Shen Liyuan's expression faltered. Does he truly possess so many flaws? I have been observing him lately and have not noticed any excessive behavior, though some of his actions elude my understanding. One thing is certain. The character of this young man is not fundamentally flawed. Shen Mingru scoffed. Not flawed. Can one be deemed unflawed if they brazenly slap a girl's behind in public? Can one be unflawed if they stalk women openly? Shen Liyuan frowned slightly. That is also a point of confusion for me. My dear daughter, why do you inquire about Li Qingyun? Shen Liyuan spoke somewhat mysteriously. Do you know why I took Li Qingyun as my disciple that day? I do not know, father. Shen Liyuan produced the sect leader's token on that day. When Qingyun sought me as his master, I perceived his talent to be remarkably lacking and would not have agreed. However, this token suddenly trembled violently. Shen Mingru inquired in confusion. What is the significance of that? Shen Liyuan's eyes were deep as a well. When my master bestowed this token upon me, he mentioned that it would resonate if I encountered someone with a profound connection to our sect. I suspect that Qingyun may indeed be the fated one that my master spoke of. Impossible. Him? Shen Mingru's expression was one of disbelief. Shen Liyuan continued. During this period in the ice and snow divine domain, his cultivation has indeed progressed remarkably. Father, what is the purpose of your words? Shen Liyuan gazed intently at Shen Mingru. I wish to ask you, would you be willing to marry him? What? What did you say, father? I ask you, are you willing to marry Li Qingyun? Absolutely not. Shen Mingru shook her head vigorously. Perhaps you should reconsider? Shen Liyuan said earnestly. This young man is far from ordinary. Marrying him would be a commendable choice. Shen Mingru scoffed. Of course he is extraordinary, particularly shameless. Father, please do not bring this matter up again. Even if I were to marry senior brother, I would not marry him. Shen Liyuan shook his head. Your senior brother, while possessing commendable talent, is merely adequate. His future achievements may not surpass yours. That is still far better than Li Qingyun. Shen Mingru asserted firmly. Shen Liyuan sighed. I had hoped that if you agreed, We could arrange your betrothal upon your return from the secret realm. Since you are unwilling, let that be the end of it." At that moment, Li Qingyun stood outside the window, listening intently to the conversation between Shun Liyuan and Shin Mingru. He had learned to fly and was traversing the skies of the ice and snow divine domain, observing what his fellow disciples were engaged in. Little did he expect to overhear this conversation as he flew by. However, he remained unaffected, understanding that his past behavior had been somewhat excessive, and it was only natural that others would not favor him. Thus, he transformed into a shooting star and departed. The next day, at the martial arts arena in the ice and snow divine domain, Shun Liyuan stood atop a high platform, his demeanor serious as he faced the crowd. Zheng Junfeng, Shin Mingru, Wu Wenzhong, and Li Qingyun stood at the forefront, while the other disciples stood neatly behind them. Shun Liyuan spoke, "The time has come. The 4 of you shall accompany me, while the rest remain to guard the mountain gate." "Yes, master," the crowd responded in unison. The location was several hundred miles from the Foamlin secret realm. Qingyun had yet to master sword flight. "Xiao, would you be willing to carry him part of the way?" Shin Liyuan inquired. "No." Shin Mingru immediately rejected the idea. Zheng Junfeng smiled slightly. "How about I escort Brotherly for a portion of the journey?" A gentle and melodious voice drifted in from afar, soft yet clear enough to reach every ear. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the voice. A strikingly beautiful figure approached on a sword, and as she drew nearer, they recognized her as Jiang Yushi. "Master Shun, I hope I am not intruding." Shun Liyuan, intrigued, asked, "Miss Jiang, do you have any connection with my disciple?" Jiang Yushi smiled. "We are the best of friends." Shin Liyuan nodded, half convinced. Li Qingyun grinned broadly. "Yushi, what brings you here?" "I came to see you off. Is that not permissible?" Chapter 15. I am its mother. Li Qingyun chuckled heartily. "Of course. It's just a bit unexpected." The disciples of the ice and snow divine realm once again beheld Jiang Yushi, utterly captivated by her unparalleled beauty and ethereal demeanor, their hearts swelling with envy. Shin Liyuan nonchalantly flicked his sleeves, proclaiming, "Let us depart." One by one, they mounted their flying swords, soaring into the skies. Jiang Yushi stood atop her sword, turning to Li Qingyun. "Brotherly, hurry up." Li Qingyun, undeterred by any hesitation, swiftly positioned himself behind Jiang Yushi. With a gentle lift of her right hand, the flying sword shot forth like an arrow, propelling the two of them into the clouds. Song Hongjie gazed at the vanishing figure of Li Qingyun in the heavens, sighing, "Junior brother's son, I find myself somewhat envious of Junior Brotherly." Sun Chongjing shot him a glare. "What a revelation. Do you think I am not envious?" Sure Ryu watched the direction in which Li Qingyun had departed, her teeth gritting audibly. The other disciples stared blankly at the sky, their eyes brimming with envy. "Yushi, I feel a bit unsteady." Li Qingyun feigned panic. "If you feel unstable, just hold on to me," Jiang Yushi replied, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's heart leapt with joy as he tightly embraced Jiang Yushi from behind, a smile gracing his lips. "That was close. I nearly fell several times just now." This marked Li Qingyun's first embrace with a woman, let alone one as stunningly beautiful as Jiang Yushi. Her delicate waist was as supple as if it were made of willows, and her flowing black hair cascaded over his face, filling his senses with her intoxicating fragrance, leaving him utterly entranced. For Jiang Yushi, it was also her first experience being embraced by a man, a blend of shyness and sweetness enveloping her. For some reason, she found herself unable to refuse Li Qingyun. Perhaps it was his heroic demeanor when he had rescued her in times of peril that mirrored the hero she envisioned in her heart. All women possess a gentle nature. However, it does not always manifest towards everyone. Yet, there exists that one man who can inspire tenderness in her, and for Jiang Yushi, Li Qingyun was that man. Despite their brief acquaintance and limited interactions, perhaps this was the fateful connection that transcended time. Shin Mingru observed their affectionate exchange, muttering, "How shameless." At the entrance of the Foamlin secret realm, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Members from the Star Gate, Blood Refinement Sect, Iron Fist Sect, and the Seven Absolutes Gang were all present. "Ghost Robe, the disciples you brought this year are impressive. 2 of them are already in the mid-foundation stage," remarked Lu Shiming, the leader of the Star Gate. Ghost Robe was the moniker of the Blood Refinement Sect's leader, whose real name was Hua Tuo. "Hell, old Lu. You are not lacking either. You even brought your son along," Lu Shiming replied with a subtle smile. "It's better for the younger generation to gain experience than to remain cooped up in isolation." the leaders of the Iron Fist sect, Xiaozhongzi, and the Seven Absolutes gang. Lu Xiong remained silent. Behind each sect leader stood several disciples. Just then, the sound of slicing through the air broke the silence as everyone looked up to see Shen Liyuan and his disciples approaching on their swords. Jiang Yuxi and Shen Mengru, both possessing unparalleled beauty and elegant figures, instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Who are these two enchanting maidens, radiating such extraordinary grace? The one on the left, I recognize, is Shen Mengru, the beloved daughter of the sect leader Shen. The other, however, seems unfamiliar to me. Ah, she must be Jiang Yuxi, the vice president of the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. They are truly breathtaking, akin to celestial beings. A group of disciples marveled in awe. Like shooting stars, flying swords descended rapidly, and Shen Liyuan, along with others, suddenly appeared among the throng. Shen Liyuan clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings to all fellow practitioners." The various sect leaders reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds resonated from the sky. The members of the Haisha gang and Li Jue sect arrived in succession. Shueli, the robust leader of the Haisha gang, with thick lips, was followed closely by 6 disciples, one of whom bore a grim expression, having reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. This individual was Zhu Han. Jia Huan, the amiable leader of the Li Jue sect, had small eyes and a face lined with deep creases, accompanied by 6 disciples, among whom was a young man in black. Also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, this was Tan Xiaowen. In a fleeting moment, the members of both sects arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Shui sect leader, Jia gang leader, I am honored, the various sect leaders collectively expressed, clasping their hands. Jia Huan and Shui Li nodded slightly, their expressions revealing an air of superiority. Once again, the air was pierced by several sounds of rushing. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence. A voice resonated like a thunderclap. Before the words faded, a figure appeared in the arena, followed by the rest of the disciples. The speaker was Ren Wanyin, the Grand Elder of the Kunlun sect, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Beside him stood Song Tianyang, the young master of the Kunlun sect, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, whose features were as finely chiseled as a sculpture, exuding an air of elegance, though slightly eclipsed by Li Qingyun in terms of looks. Behind him trailed 7 disciples in the late foundational stage, each brimming with vigor and confidence. Truly, the strongest sect in Ning province. The prowess of their disciples far surpassing that of others, a stark contrast to the once unremarkable Wuchen sect, Li Qingyun mused. Holding a folding fan embroidered with a magnificent landscape, Song Tianyang smiled gracefully at the assembled crowd, exuding charm and poise. Wow, so handsome. I feel I have already fallen for him, one female disciple whispered. He is mine. Do not even think of competing with me. Another chimed in. Why should I yield? I am determined to marry him. Song Tianyang's gaze fell upon Shen Mengru and Jiang Yuxi, his eyes widening with admiration as he secretly sighed. Such flawless and captivating women exist in this world. With my talents and gifts, I shall surely win their hearts. Following Jiang Yuxi's line of sight, he noticed Li Qingyun and could not help but ponder, who is this person? He is even more handsome than I. Why does he seem so close to these enchanting ladies? Never mind, I must focus on the task at hand. I shall inquire about them once our journey in the secret realm concludes. A gathering of leaders each produced a shard of mysterious iron and cast it forth, invoking their mystical powers. Streams of ethereal light surged towards the fragments, which, enveloped in radiance, coalesced into a circular iron plate, emanating a dazzling beam that illuminated the secret realm above. Boom, boom, boom. The previously sealed space of the secret realm gradually unveiled a grand doorway. The venerable elder of Kunlun, Ren Wanyin, declared, "The secret realm is now open. Hasten inside." The disciples of various sects swiftly soared into the realm. Shen Liyuan cautioned the group, "Exercise utmost caution once you enter." The others nodded in agreement before leaping into the secret realm. "Yuxi, you should return." "I will seek you out upon my return," Jiang Yuxi replied. "I shall come for you in a month. Do remember to stay safe," Li Qingyun acknowledged with a nod, then resolutely plunged into the secret realm. Within the realm, a vibrant tapestry of blossoms flourished under the shade of verdant trees, the vegetation abundant, resembling a lively oasis. "Wow, the spiritual energy here is so rich," Li Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected the scenery of this secluded place to be so enchanting, Zheng Junfeng urged. Quickly gather spiritual herbs and hunt any beasts within our capability. This is the purpose of our expedition. We must act swiftly, lest other sects seize the resources. Understood. The others readily responded. Zheng Junfeng then led Li Qingyun, Wenzhong, and Shen Mingru in a search throughout the secret realm. Along the way, numerous individuals from other sects were embroiled in fierce battles with beasts, creating a scene of utter chaos. There are no opportunities here. Let us advance further, Zheng Junfeng urged. Agreed. After a short while, Wenzhong suddenly exclaimed, "Look ahead, so many spiritual herbs." The group dashed forward. 3-leafed ghost orchid, 10 years old. Our luck is splendid. Zheng Junfeng rejoiced. Let us harvest these herbs first. The group swiftly gathered the herbs. Look, there is a cluster of 7 patterned spiders in the qi refinement stage. Shen Mingru pointed out. Watch me, Wenzhong declared, charging forward and soon dispatching all the 7 patterned spiders. In the ensuing days, their endeavors went smoothly. They hunted beasts and sought herbs, encountering primarily low-level beasts, mostly in the foundational and qi refinement stages. One day, while searching for beasts in the forest, they stumbled upon a pack of wolf demons. Charge, let us vanquish them. Wenzhong bellowed, leading the charge into the wolf pack, with Zheng Junfeng, Shen Mingru, and Li Qingyun closely following. Before long, Zheng Junfeng and the others had slain all the wolves before them. Li Qingyun was still engaged in a duel with one of the wolf demons, all the while cursing, "I'll put you down, you wretched beast. I gouge, throat lock. Monkey stealing peaches, huh? How dare you bite me? You clearly do not understand the meaning of death," Shen Mingru remarked. Is it necessary to be so agitated over a mere wolf demon? Li Qingyun tossed the wolf's carcass aside, panting heavily. This wolf was particularly vicious. It nearly bit my backside just now. Suddenly, chilling howls of wolves echoed through the air. Before them stood 4 wolf demons, each spanning over 10 meters in length. Their eyes gleaming with ferocity and their fangs bared, fixating intently on Li Qingyun and his companions. Among them, 2 were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the other 2 had reached the later stage. This is dire. Zheng Junfeng's expression darkened. We must devise a means of escape. One of the mid-stage wolf demons leaped onto the corpse of the wolf Li Qingyun had slain, howling in a heart-wrenching manner, its grief palpable. Moments later, it turned its gaze towards Li Qingyun. Did you slay my offspring? Li Qingyun's lips twitched. Is it truly your child? Then who, pray tell, are you? I am its mother, the Wolf Queen. Chapter 16. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. And who, may I ask, are the others? Li Qingyun inquired, gesturing towards the remaining 3 wolves. I am its father, the Wolf King. I am its grandfather, the Old Wolf King. I am its grandmother, the Old Wolf Queen. Esteemed elders, allow me a moment to speak, Li Qingyun implored, pointing earnestly at the small wolf's lifeless body. I did not slay it. I merely chanced upon this scene. You may observe its grievous wounds. They are the work of those with malicious intent. I previously encountered a youth wielding a fan, who, despite his genteel appearance, harbors a most twisted nature. I surmise it was he who committed this atrocity. Quickly pursue him. You may yet catch him. His fan is adorned with a landscape painting. Do not mistake him for another. Upon hearing Li Qingyun's accusations, Zheng Junfeng, Shen Mingru, and Wenzhong exchanged awkward glances. Do you take me for a fool? Your hands are still stained with my child's blood and scent. The Wolf Queen bellowed in fury. Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. Li Qingyun replied earnestly. I found your son lying in a pool of blood, on the brink of death, and endeavored to save him. Alas, his injuries were too severe, despite my utmost efforts. I was powerless to avert his fate. Please accept my condolences. He was still young. You may yet bear another. You wretched scoundrel. You have slain my beloved child and dare to speak so cunningly. You shall pay for this. The Wolf Queen roared, preparing to charge at Li Qingyun. Wait, are you certain he is your true son? The Wolf Queen retorted angrily. Do you think I would mistake my own flesh and blood? Li Qingyun pondered for a moment. Your argument is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. At a loss for words? Then you shall die. The Wolf Queen shrieked as she lunged at Li Qingyun. Then let us settle this. Realizing conflict was inevitable, Li Qingyun summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a layer of icy armor, and met her charge with his own powerful strikes. With a series of resounding impacts, Li Qingyun was struck heavily in the chest, sent flying several dozen meters. Ouch! That truly hurts. He grimaced as he stood, baring his teeth. The Wolf Queen, taken aback, remarked, "You are still alive." Seeing this, Shen Mingru and Wu Wenzhong prepared to assist. However, the three remaining wolf demons emanated a menacing aura, locking onto them with a threatening tone. "What? Do you wish to meddle in our affairs? Junior sister, do not act impulsively. If both of us engage in battle, the situation will only worsen," Zheng Junfeng said gravely. Shen Mingru was left with no choice but to remain where she was, her gaze piercing as she watched Li Qingyun. Her eyes filled with concern. The Wolf Queen lunged once more, her claws slicing through the air, transforming into multiple streaks of fierce blade intent, attacking Li Qingyun with astonishing speed. "Ice barrier!" Li Qingyun shouted, his voice echoing. The barrier shattered under the relentless assault of the claws, splintering like fragile ice. The blade intent ruthlessly tore into Li Qingyun's chest, leaving deep gashes from which blood gushed forth. "Your time has come," the Wolf Queen sneered as she charged forward. The relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Li Qingyun like a storm, each impact accompanied by his agonized cries. He was thrown about, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. Shen Mingru, frantic with worry, observed the harrowing scene, secretly gathering her spiritual energy, ready to intervene at any moment. With great difficulty, Li Qingyun managed to rise, spitting out blood as he cursed. "Damn it! Do you think I'm some kind of kicking ball? Enough is enough. Prepare to experience my ultimate move." He concentrated the frigid energy upon his fingertips. The Wolf Queen scoffed, pretentious. With a sudden leap, she charged at Li Qingyun. He intoned, "Ice finger." As he thrust his finger forward, a slender line of ice shot forth, causing the Wolf Queen's expression to change abruptly as she sidestepped to evade it. Yet, more icy lines followed in quick succession. The Wolf Queen darted about, desperately avoiding the onslaught. "Ah!" A cry of despair escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. A thick line of ice protruding from her backside, swiftly followed by a second and third, as dozens pierced her flesh in an instant. The Wolf King, witnessing this, roared as he rushed to protect the Wolf Queen. "Despicable!" She spat through clenched teeth. Shen Mingru covered her face, unable to watch. Li Qingyun, with a playful grin, remarked, "It wasn't intentional. Who told you to present your backside to me? Moreover, such behavior lacks decorum, does it not?" The Wolf Queen seethed with rage. "Scoundrel!" Li Qingyun smirked. "You are even more shameless. You have no shame. Bastard!" The Wolf Queen seethed in fury. The Wolf King, heartbroken by the injury to his beloved, glared at Li Qingyun with murderous intent. "You have slain my son and harmed my wife. I shall rend your body to pieces to relieve my hatred." Li Qingyun replied, "It is all a misunderstanding. Why not let us both take a step back and pretend none of this ever happened? Come and face me." Without a moment's hesitation, the Wolf King charged forward. Li Qingyun felt no fear. Both the Wolf Queen and the Wolf King were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, nothing to be feared. He promptly unleashed his ice finger against the Wolf King. True to his status as the head of the family, the Wolf King displayed remarkable agility, deftly dodging the icy projectiles while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Li Qingyun's thighs and backside were raked with deep wounds, blood flowing freely. As the Wolf King reveled in its triumph, a streak of ice shot like lightning between its thighs. "Ah!" The Wolf King emitted a harrowing scream. Clutching its groin with both hands, agony etched upon its face, blood dripping ceaselessly from its fingers. The Wolf Queen gazed at the Wolf King with concern, anxiously calling out, "My lord, are you all right?" The Wolf King struggled to utter two words through clenched teeth. "It's over." Its voice resonated with despair and suffering. Both the old Wolf King and the old Wolf Queen gasped in shock. Li Qingyun observed the writhing Wolf King on the ground, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "Initially, I could have just gone back and birthed another, but now it's completely hopeless." The Wolf King's fury was palpable. "You." With that, it spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Wenzhong watched this dramatic scene unfold with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Meanwhile, Shen Mingru turned away, her head bowed, flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by shyness. The old Wolf King and old Wolf Queen, consumed by rage, lunged at Li Qingyun. "You brat. Prepare to pay with your life. Taking my life won't be so easy." Li Qingyun retaliated with his frosty finger technique. However, against the old Wolf King and old Wolf Queen, who were in the late foundational stage, it proved utterly ineffective, repelled upon mere contact. Left with no choice, Li Qingyun resorted to close combat with his turtle fist technique, but after a few exchanges, he was sent flying, crashing beside Shen Mingru, blood spilling from his mouth. Shen Mingru, cradling Li Qingyun, wore a worried expression. Junior brotherly, are you all right? Despite her lack of fondness for him, the imminent threat united them in their struggle against a common enemy. This is none of your concern. Step aside. The old wolf king hissed coldly. Shen Mingru positioned herself protectively in front of Li Qingyun, channeling her spiritual energy. Not a chance. Zheng Junfeng interjected. Sister, quickly move aside. You are no match for it. Brother, how can you say such a thing? We are of the same sect. Shen Mingru expressed her discontent, then conjured an ice shield to protect Li Qingyun. Sister, your actions will not only fail to save junior brother Li, but will also endanger yourself, Zheng Junfeng warned with concern. Even if I cannot save him, I cannot stand idly by while a fellow disciple is slain, Shen Mingru declared resolutely. Sister Shun is right. Wu Wenzhong charged forward, shouting, I will fight you to the death. The old wolf king laughed heartily. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. A fierce battle erupted between the old wolf king and old wolf queen against Shen Mingru and Wu Wenzhong. Wu Wenzhong, employing the berserk bear body refinement technique, barely managed to withstand the old wolf king's onslaught, yet soon found himself battered and bruised. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure. Shen Mingru was swiftly knocked aside by the old wolf queen, collapsing on the ground, immobilized. Sister Shun, seeing this, Li Qingyun, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged forward. The old wolf queen smirked coldly. You overestimate yourself. With a few swift strikes, she sent Li Qingyun hurtling away. He rose, charged again, only to be struck down. And again, he was sent flying, over and over. Shen Mingru gazed at the scene before her, her heart filled with shock. Is this truly the cowardly Li Qingyun? At this moment, Li Qingyun's icy armor lay in tatters, his body marred with wounds, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Wu Wenzhong also lay incapacitated. Zheng Junfeng stood nearby, shaking his head in lamentation. He longed to intervene and rescue Shen Mingru, yet the disparity in strength rendered any hope futile. The only resolution appeared to be allowing them to finish off Li Qingyun, thereby severing this entangled fate. Moreover, Li Qingyun's death would yield him nothing but benefits. The old wolf slowly approached Li Qingyun, a sinister smile gracing his face. I shall first sever this girl's limbs, then settle the score with you. Zheng Junfeng quickly interjected. Senior, please do not harm my junior sister. I will lead her away immediately and will not impede your affairs. The old wolf king coldly retorted. Do you think this is a place for your words? Do you wish to die alongside him? Zheng Junfeng felt torn, wanting to assist yet fearful of the opposing power. Preserving one's life is paramount. Although not aiding seemed dishonorable, it was certainly preferable to death. Thus, he inhaled deeply and chose silence. What are you waiting for? Go on, senior brother. Wu Wenzhong bellowed. I am no match for them. Zheng Junfeng helplessly shook his head. Witnessing Zheng Junfeng's demeanor, Shen Mingru felt profound disappointment. This was the person who had protected her since childhood, yet in this life and death moment, he exhibited such cowardice. The wolf king, writhing in agony on the ground, roared, Kill them. The old wolf nodded. Fear not, my child. Mother will eliminate them all to avenge you. This is utterly outrageous. Li Qingyun shouted, then turned to Shen Mingru. Sister Shun, forgive me. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Li Qingyun delivered a playful smack to Shen Mingru's resilient posterior. What are you doing? Shen Mingru exclaimed, bewildered. The old wolf stood frozen, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Was this a final jest before death? Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The comprehension card for the technique has been sent. I wish to master the heavenly ice technique. Comprehension progress, 30. 60. 100. Mastery complete. Host information. Name, Li Qingyun age, 20 height, 187 centimeters realm, Qi refinement. 8th level talent. A decade what cannot be carved mastered techniques. Heavenly ice technique, technique level. Celestial, mastery degree. Complete, tortoise fist, technique level. Yellow, mastery degree. Proficient, escape step technique, technique level. Yellow, mastery degree. Proficient, Li Qingyun rose, wiping the blood from his face. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. Chapter 17. Justice lies only in the hands of the strong. The old wolf king scoffed. You overestimate yourself. Li Qingyun's gaze grew cold as he uttered a few words. Ice sword. Around him, the ethereal energy fervently coalesced upon his right palm, and in the blink of an eye, a resplendent ice sword materialized, appearing crystalline and translucent, radiating with a dazzling brilliance. The blade was exceptionally sharp, evoking an unsettling sensation. An abundance of frigid air rapidly restored the tattered ice armor adorning Li Qingyun, transforming it into a magnificent new form resembling a general's battle attire, exuding an overwhelming chill. What is happening? Both the old wolf king and the old wolf queen wore grave expressions, instinctively retreating a few steps. The ice sword, Zheng Junfeng exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Impossible. This is something only my master could achieve after decades of mastering the ice heavenly art. How could Li Qingyun possibly? Zheng Junfeng was utterly astonished. Shen Mengru and Wu Wenzhong were equally struck dumb with shock. With the ice sword in hand, Li Qingyun slowly approached the old wolf king, declaring, "If you wish to kill me, then come forth." The old wolf king roared, "Do not be arrogant. I shall show you my might, netherworld wolf flame." He soared into the air, gathering a sphere of crimson flame in his claws and launching it towards Li Qingyun. The flames crackled ominously as they tore through the air, the immense energy igniting the surrounding atmosphere. Li Qingyun's expression remained icy as he swung his sword. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Li Qingyun staggered back several steps. His ice armor scorched and tattered, yet his body remained largely unharmed. The old wolf king let out a pained howl, his form cleaved in two, leaving the other three wolves in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Zheng Junfeng, Shen Mengru, and Wu Wenzhong were left utterly petrified, with blood-red eyes. The wolf king seethed, "You dare slay my father. I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, drink your blood, and devour your flesh." Li Qingyun's demeanor was unyielding. "I shall send you down to reunite with him." Swiftly, the wolf king and queen met their demise at Li Qingyun's hands. The old wolf queen trembled. "It's all a misunderstanding. Please, do not kill me." Li Qingyun retorted coldly, "A misunderstanding? I have slain your son. That is of no consequence. I can bear more children. I have also killed your husband. That too is of no matter. I can remarry." With a swift stroke, the blade of light severed the old wolf queen's head from her body. Zheng Junfeng sheathed his sword, his expression solemn. "Junior brotherly, words are futile. It is best to act decisively." Observing this, Li Qingyun said nothing further, retracting the ice sword and hastening to Shen Mengru's side. "Senior sister, are you unhurt?" Shen Mengru, emerging from her stupor, blushed with indignation. "You are despicable. Shameless." Li Qingyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I apologize, senior sister Shen. I was left with no choice." "Humph." Shen Mengru turned away, her fists clenched in vexation. Li Qingyun then approached Wu Wenzhong. "Senior brother Wu, are you all right?" "I am fine." Wu Wenzhong, aided by Li Qingyun, sat up. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the scene. It was Zhu Han from the Sea Shark Gang and Tan Xiaowen from the Li Ju sect, both intent on seizing the demon beast cores of the old wolf king and his kin. Li Qingyun's tone suddenly turned cold. "What do you mean?" Zhu Han sneered disdainfully. "Are you blind, unable to see?" Tan Xiaowen forced a smile. "In the secret realm, resources are seized based on one's abilities. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to take action against us." Li Qingyun was enraged. "Hand over the inner core, or I shall not hold back." "Ha ha." Zhu Han laughed heartily. "A mere waste in the chi refinement stage. Dare to speak so boldly? Truly unaware of your own mortality." Zhu Han unleashed the pressure of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. "Let me teach you how to behave. In the face of a stronger opponent, one should possess a fundamental sense of reverence." A tremendous weight bore down upon Li Qingyun, as if a mountain had settled upon him, rendering his breath labored. Li Qingyun gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. However, under the immense pressure, his legs buckled, veins protruding prominently. Witnessing this, Shen Mengru immediately rebuked. "You have gone too far." Zhu Han's gaze fell upon Shen Mengru, a smirk gracing his lips. "Gone too far? You'll soon understand what true excess means." "Ha ha." Zheng Junfeng hastily interjected. "It's a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Take the inner core, just don't make things difficult for my junior sister." Zhu Han turned to Tan Xiaowen, a sinister smile playing upon his face. "I wonder if Brother Tan is interested in this girl?" Tan Xiaowen's lips curled into a lewd grin. "Those who know me, indeed." "Brother Zhu." Zhu Han's eyes turned icy. "Kill the men, and the beauty we shall keep for our enjoyment." Zheng Junfeng gasped in shock. Junior sister Shun is the daughter of the Ice Snow Divine Domain S sect master. Do not act recklessly. Tan Xiaowen scoffed. If you are all dead, who would know? Besides, a mere fourth-tier sect. What can they do, even if they find out? Shin Mingru's heart sank, her face paling in terror. Li Qingyun seethed with fury. Scum, despicable wretches. You're quite resilient. I shall see if your bones are as tough as your words. As he spoke, he released an even more formidable aura. Li Qingyun felt dizzy, the overwhelming pressure causing his bones to creak, as if they might snap. And his consciousness began to blur. Junior brotherly. Junior brotherly. Shin Mingru and Wu Wenzhong called out anxiously. They wished to rush forward to assist. But under Zhu Han's formidable pressure, they found themselves frozen in place. Brother Zhu, allow me to lend you a hand. Tan Xiaowen also directed peak foundation establishment pressure at Li Qingyun. The combined forces bore down upon Li Qingyun. Zheng Junfeng, at the mid-foundation establishment stage, was similarly immobilized. Wu Wenzhong and Shin Mingru, both at the early foundation establishment stage, felt their blood surge, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. You little brat. Die. Zhu Han's grin was ferocious. Li Qingyun's gaze suddenly became vacant, as if he had lost consciousness. Junior brotherly, what has happened to you? Shin Mingru cried out incessantly. Suddenly, a blue radiance erupted from Li Qingyun, dispersing all the pressure, even sending Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen staggering back a few steps. The two were taken aback, exchanging a glance filled with astonishment. At this moment, Li Qingyun's eyes transformed into a striking blue, his aura surging ominously, permeated by a palpable intent to kill. What is happening? Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen exchanged solemn glances. Li Qingyun extended his right hand, conjuring the Xianbing sword once more, remaining silent as he charged towards the two. Kill him. Agreed. Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen drew their blades, launching an assault against Li Qingyun. The clash of swords reverberated through the air. Clang, 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 thud. Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen were sent flying several meters, spitting blood. This person is peculiar. We must retreat. Zhu Han exclaimed in panic. Understood. Tan Xiaowen responded, and together they vanished from the scene. Li Qingyun's expression remained impassive as the blue light in his eyes faded, his aura dissipating as he collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Shin Mingru rushed forward. Junior brotherly. Junior brotherly. A day later, Li Qingyun awoke, finding himself in a cave, the sound of dripping water echoing around him. Junior brotherly. You have finally awakened. Shin Mingru approached him. Where's this? Shin Mingru presented a bowl of water before him. Drink some water first. Gulp, gulp. Li Qingyun finished the water in one breath. Shin Mingru inquired, what happened yesterday? Why did your power suddenly surge? Li Qingyun pondered for a moment. I only remember feeling extremely unwell, and then everything went blank. Shin Mingru looked perplexed. How strange. At that moment, Zheng Junfeng and Wu Wenzhong entered. Junior brotherly. How do you feel? Are you better? Wu Wenzhong asked. Li Qingyun nodded. Much better. Wu Wenzhong declared angrily. Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen are truly outrageous. I must report this to Master and seek justice. Shin Mingru, with a serious expression, added, Indeed. This cannot be left unresolved. Zheng Junfeng shook his head. It's futile. Their sect is more powerful than ours. Informing Master would be of no use and would only add to his troubles. Wu Wenzhong clenched his fists. Is there truly no justice in this world? Zheng Junfeng sighed. Justice resides only with the strong. Chapter 18. Someone seeks to steal my treasure. Li Qingyun tightened his fists, coldly asserting, I will settle this score eventually. Zheng Junfeng produced a selection of spiritual herbs and monster cores. These resources will suffice for our cultivation during this period. We should seclude ourselves here to enhance our strength, as it is the wisest course of action. It must be so. Shin Mingru and Wu Wenzhong nodded in agreement. Senior brother, senior sister, you may cultivate here. I shall venture outside for a while. But it is dangerous for you to go alone. It would be best to remain here and cultivate with us. Shin Mingru urged. Wu Wenzhong concurred. Indeed. Junior brotherly. You are injured and have made enemies with Zhu Han and Tan Xiaowen. It is safer to stay. No worries. I will be fine. Before Shin Mingru could finish her sentence, Li Qingyun turned and exited the cave. After walking for a while, the sounds of a fierce battle caught Li Qingyun's attention. He cautiously approached and discovered that at the entrance of the Beast Cliff, Song Tianyang of the Kunlun sect was engaged in combat with a group of bird demons alongside several junior disciples. Li Qingyun concealed himself within the thicket, observing the confrontation in secret. Before him stood a mid-stage golden core bird demon, having assumed a humanoid form yet retaining avian features, complete with wings and a beak. The bird demon wielded a large blade, striking fiercely in all directions, the glint of the sword flashing like lightning. In contrast, Song Tianyong, armed with a precious sword, executed thrusts and parries, his sword aura cutting through the air. After numerous exchanges, both sides appeared evenly matched. With a thunderous crash, the weapons clashed, and both combatants were forced to retreat several paces. The bird demon, calm in demeanor, remarked, "You are the strongest opponent I have encountered in 30 years. Managing to hold your ground against me. Quite impressive." Song Tianyong, with a serene smile, retorted, "You, a mere beast, dare to compare yourself to me? How laughable." The bird demon, incensed, shot back, "What arrogance! Over the past fortnight, we've battled several times, and you have gained not a single advantage, yet you still speak so boastfully." With unwavering confidence, Song Tianyong declared, "You shall fall by my hand." The bird demon's aura surged, enveloped in a blaze of purple flames, fully unleashing its mid-stage golden core power. Even from a distance, Li Qingyun felt a tightness in his chest. Unperturbed, Song Tianyong smiled. "It seems I must unleash my full power to subdue you." The evil-breaking sword technique. A mark appeared behind Song Tianyong, and hundreds of pale golden swords flew forth at great speed, targeting the bird demon. The bird demon scoffed, "Let me see just how strong you truly are." With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed hundreds of poison orbs that collided with the swords. The ensuing explosions filled the air, a spectacle of magic clashing in a stalemate. Song Tianyong uttered a few words. 100 swords converge. The swords, driven by spiritual energy, merged into a colossal sword, disrupting the equilibrium of the battlefield and aiming directly for the bird demon. "Impressive tactics," the bird demon exclaimed, bringing its hands together. Fierce demon claw. Two massive bird claws gripped the giant sword tightly, sparks flying as they clashed. Now is the moment. Li Qingyun, summoning his frozen armor and ice wings, seized the opportunity amidst the most intense part of the battle and soared into the beast cliff. In the midst of the chaos of flashing blades and swords, his arrival went unnoticed by most, save for the strongest fighters, Song Tianyong and the bird demon, who sensed a slight disturbance but were too focused on their duel to ponder further. "My wings are truly magnificent." "Ha!" Li Qingyun muttered to himself as he flew. So many spiritual herbs, astonishing. The ground was strewn with spiritual plants, likely due to years without any intruders. Li Qingyun plucked one and sniffed it, instantly invigorated. Ding! Detected item. 6-leaf ghost orchid, age, 200 years effect. Consuming it can enhance cultivation and heal internal injuries. Li Qingyun hastily consumed a herb, and in an instant, his wounds healed, and his spiritual power surged. What a marvelous treasure! Li Qingyun rejoiced, exclaiming, "With so many valuable items, I shall not hold back." He then began to harvest frantically. 3, 10, 22, 39, 512, and finally, 1123 herbs. At last, he completed the gathering. After refining a dozen of them, he felt a slight increase in his spiritual energy, yet surmised that to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, he would likely need to refine another 100 or so. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to postpone further refinement and continued soaring towards the summit of the cliff. To his surprise, he discovered a cave. Intrigued, Li Qingyun treaded lightly, stealthily making his way inside. At the deepest part of the cave, a frog-like creature in the early stage of the golden core was soundly asleep, snoring louder than thunder, enough to send its nostrils' hair fluttering a meter high with each breath. It appeared to have recently transformed into human form, possessing a human body but retaining the visage of a frog. The cave was also cluttered with numerous boxes that emanated a dazzling aura, undoubtedly containing extraordinary treasures. Although Li Qingyun yearned for these boxes, he was wary of the creature's formidable power, shaking his head and silently muttering, "Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble." He cautiously began to retreat from the cave when suddenly, the frog creature awoke, bellowing, "Who is there?" Panic surged within Li Qingyun, his heart racing with trepidation. The frog creature advanced step by step, each approach intensifying the rapid thumping of Li Qingyun's heart. The disparity between a golden core beast and a Foundation establishment wolf king was vast. If discovered, he would most likely meet his demise here. Li Qingyun's expression grew increasingly grave. Just then, the frog creature's stomach rumbled loudly. Damn it, why is my stomach hurting so much? I need to relieve myself. Seizing the opportunity as the creature turned to fetch some grass paper, Li Qingyun swiftly exited the cave and concealed himself behind a massive tree trunk, hoping the creature would leave so he could seize the treasures within. Damn it, it must be that wild chicken I ate yesterday that is causing this pain. The frog creature approached the very tree where Li Qingyun was hiding and promptly squatted down. Soon, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Good grief. Li Qingyun covered his nose, thinking to himself, what on earth did it consume? The stench is unbearable. The frog creature took a deep breath and sighed. Ah, how relieving. A daring notion sparked in Li Qingyun's mind. Although his strength was inadequate to confront the frog creature head-on, perhaps he could exploit this moment to launch a surprise attack from behind, utilizing the advantage of his Xianbing sword. While perilous, success could yield immense rewards. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He resolved. In an instant, he summoned the Xianbing sword and turned to thrust it forward. To his dismay, the sword did not strike the frog creature, but instead plunged into its excrement. At this moment, the toad monster's excrement had piled up into a small hill, and it was hovering in the air. The toad turned its head and inquired, "Who are you?" Instantly, it flew down to the lawn, rubbed its rear end against the ground a few times, wiped itself with some grass, and carelessly tossed it aside before charging towards Li Qingyun, exclaiming, "You dare to trespass into the 100 Beasts Cliff? Truly audacious." Li Qingyun immediately spread his icy wings and attempted to flee. However, several Peak Foundation establishment toad monsters blocked his path, unleashing toxic fumes to ensnare him. "You little brat, why don't you run?" The golden core toad sneered. "My lord, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to stab you with my sword. I merely wished to assist you in mixing the excrement. To check if you had an upset stomach," Li Qingyun replied earnestly. "I am a physician of remarkable skill, specializing in treating diarrhea and constipation. It was that bird demon outside, no, the bird king, that sent me to attend to your ailment, and the consultation fee has already been paid. Rest assured, with my medical expertise, just one prescription will cure you completely." What utter nonsense. My stomach was not in pain before, and I never informed my elder brother of such matters. How could he possibly have summoned a doctor for me? Furthermore, there are no physicians in this secret realm. The golden core toad narrowed its eyes. The robe you wear clearly signifies that you are a cultivator, yet you attempt to deceive me. As it spoke, it struck with a powerful palm. The force immense and accompanied by a formidable pressure, rendering it difficult for Li Qingyun to evade. Bang! Li Qingyun was sent flying. The golden core toad commanded, "You lot, beat him to death." As you command. A multitude of toad monsters launched their attacks on Li Qingyun. Bang! 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 Li Qingyun flitted through the air like a kite with its string cut. "This brat can take a beating," the golden core toad remarked, soaring into the void. Die! Heavenly toad poison spike. Thousands of poisonous needles surged towards Li Qingyun. Hiss! Hiss! Ah! Li Qingyun let out a piercing scream as thousands of needles pierced his body. The most unfortunate being that several were lodged in his groin. Thud! Ah! Li Qingyun crashed to the ground, face first, causing all the needles to embed themselves deeper within him. Damn it! This is the end. Li Qingyun begrudgingly closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Haha! You thought you could escape upon encountering me? How naive. The golden core toad chuckled. Roast this brat and deliver him to my cave. As you wish, my lord. Just as several toads approached Li Qingyun, a terrifying shadow erupted from within him. Ah! What is this? Cries of horror echoed. After a while, Li Qingyun awoke, bewildered, gazing around. Why are all these toad monsters dead? He wondered. What on earth is happening? He approached the golden core toad and scrutinized it closely, exclaiming, "How strange. Could it be that the poison needles struck my brother, and out of immense guilt, he chose to end his own life? That shouldn't be the case. This fellow's countenance betrays a fierce and ruthless disposition. It is inconceivable that he would engage in such acts. Could it be that others were responsible for their demise? The likelihood of this is substantial. Why did he not extract their inner cores? Perhaps it was for the sake of the chests within the cave? Goodness! Someone covets my treasures." After extracting the inner cores from these toad-like creatures, Li Qingyun hastened towards the cave. Ouch! What pain! He glanced at the areas of discomfort, where thousands of poisonous needles were still embedded. How cruel! Thus, he was compelled to remove them one by one. Fortunately, they were not thrown with flying daggers. Otherwise, I would have been deprived of descendants. Speaking of which, how did I survive such an onslaught of poison needles? The venom of these toad creatures must be rather subpar. After extracting the needles, Li Qingyun entered the cave, his heart aflame with excitement upon seeing the chests radiating a luminous aura. They are all intact. How splendid. He opened one chest, revealing an array of weapons. Excellent. These will serve the sect well. Opening another chest, he discovered it brimming with gold and silver treasures. With such wealth, I shall feast on meat at every meal from now on. Ha ha ha. Subsequently, he opened several more chests, most of which contained weapons and riches. I have struck it rich. Li Qingyun was beside himself with joy. Finally, he opened the last chest, uncovering a beautifully crafted ancient zither and a sharp sword. He gently caressed the strings. System ding. Item detected: Fushi zither grade, lower grade imperial artifact. An imperial artifact. It sounds remarkably impressive. Just in time to gift it to Yushi. He then picked up the sword. System. Item detected: moonlit sword grade, lower grade imperial artifact. Another splendid item. What a tremendous gain. With a beaming smile, Li Qingyun stowed all the items into his bag and exited the cave. Upon reaching the cliff's peak, he noticed several spiritual herbs emitting a blue luminescence, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. Li Qingyun plucked one, feeling a continuous influx of spiritual energy surging within him. Ding. Item detected: fire spirit mushroom. Age: 1,000 years effect. Consuming it can significantly enhance cultivation. How extraordinary. I must test its efficacy. Li Qingyun placed the spiritual herb into his mouth. The spiritual potency was overwhelming. It must be refined. He immediately sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement process. One day later, a golden radiance enveloped Li Qingyun as his cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, only diminishing once he reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Incredible. Li Qingyun continued to refine, consuming 5 more fire spirit mushrooms, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment. System ding. Host information updated. Name: Li Qingyun. Age: 20. Height: 187 centimeters. Cultivation level: foundation establishment, late stage. Talent: incapable of refinement, mastered techniques. Mystical ice heavenly technique. Perfected, heavenly tier technique. Li Qingyun felt a tremendous transformation within his body. His spiritual power now magnified several times compared to before. With 2 remaining elixirs, one would be gifted to Yushi, while the other would serve as an apology to senior sister Shun. What beast could possibly thwart my path now? Ha ha ha. Li Qingyun commenced a fervent search at the 100-beast cliff, encountering numerous late-stage and peak foundation establishment beasts. At this moment, having attained the late stage of foundation establishment, and aided by the wings of ice, his speed of flight was astonishingly swift, allowing him to launch surprise attacks with unprecedented efficacy. Coupled with the sharpness of the mystical ice sword, he dispatched foundation establishment beasts with ease, akin to slaughtering swine and canines. Within a single day, he had eradicated all beasts within the 100-beast cliff, acquiring over 200 inner cores. Now, the 100-beast cliff lay barren, devoid of any spiritual herb seeds, leaving no further opportunities to be found. How peculiar. Who could be the one to slay those frog-like monsters? Why did they leave the treasures within the cave untouched? Could it be that my striking looks compelled them to intervene, sparing me from demise? Li Qingyun nodded. Such a possibility is quite substantial. Alas, what can be done? After all, my appearance is simply unparalleled. Returning to his senses, Li Qingyun realized that only a few days remained until his departure from the secret realm. It was time to exit. With a flourish of the wings of ice, he soared towards the exit. Chapter 19. Left with nothing at this moment. Song Tianyang and several junior disciples were besieging a golden core bird demon, while all other foundation establishment bird demons lay vanquished. Li Qingyun did not rush to exit. Instead, he concealed himself nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Noticing the fierce clash between both sides, he transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by the glimmer of blades. Darting forth, he did not leave the scene. Rather, he concealed himself atop a distant tree, continuing to observe the unfolding battle. Before long, amidst a cacophony of explosions, the bird demon was felled to the ground. Song Tianyang unfurled his folding fan, waved it twice, and smirked. The golden core bird demon is nothing extraordinary. The bird demon rose, clutching its chest, and retorted, Consider yourself impressive. Subsequently, it vanished in a swirl of azure smoke. Where do you think you're going? Song Tianyong leaped in pursuit, but the bird demon turned and expelled a cloud of purple smoke. Poison. Song Tianyong immediately retreated, watching helplessly as the bird demon escaped. It runs swiftly. I shall return to slay you once I procure the treasure. After uttering a fierce declaration, Song Tianyong led his disciples into the 100-beast cliff. Li Qingyun chased after the direction the bird demon had fled. Thud! The bird demon crashed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Seething with rage, for so many years, I have never been so humiliated. After such an extended battle, it could hardly contain itself. The bird demon approached the edge of the forest. Rustle, rustle. Ah, how delightful. The bird demon appeared utterly enraptured. Just as the bird demon indulged in its relief, an ice sword pierced through its chest. The avian demon turned back, its expression grotesque. How despicable you are. As the words escaped its lips, it succumbed to death. Li Qingyun scoffed. You understand nothing. This is called strategy. With that, he extracted the demon's inner core and soared away. Upon entering the secret realm, Song Tianyong found nothing but the lifeless carcasses of beastly entities scattered across the ground. What transpired? What had happened? Ah! He roared in sheer frustration. The other disciples wore expressions of bewilderment. After battling the avian demon for nearly a month, they had finally emerged victorious. Yet, what was the point of victory when there was nothing to show for it? Ah! Song Tianyong's fury was insatiable, and he could only scream in anguish. Li Qingyun flew to a secluded spot, dispelling his ice wings, and suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement before returning to the cave they had previously occupied. After a period of refining spiritual herbs, Zheng Junfeng had advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, while Xin Mengru and Wu Wansong had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Junior Sister Shun, there may have been a misunderstanding regarding the wolf demon incident. My intention was to strike them unexpectedly when they attempted to harm you. It was never my aim to abandon you in peril. Over time, Xin Mengru's attitude towards him had shifted significantly, prompting Zheng Junfeng to strive to mend his image. Xin Mengru replied with indifference, those matters are in the past. I have no desire to revisit them. Just as Zheng Junfeng prepared to elaborate further, Li Qingyun entered the cave. Xin Mengru's face brightened. Junior brother Li, you have finally returned. Did you encounter any danger? Li Qingyun smiled. None. Zheng Junfeng inquired. Did you obtain anything of value? Li Qingyun paused before responding. Not much. I was surrounded by formidable opponents, and I could not compete with them. Zheng Junfeng, feeling rather smug, remarked, you should have stayed here and trained with us. As you can see, we have all advanced a stage. His intention was to evoke regret in Li Qingyun and to highlight Xin Mengru's folly. Li Qingyun maintained a stoic expression. It is about time. Let us depart. Outside the secret realm, the leaders of various sects awaited the outcome. The disciples within the realm began to emerge gradually, each brimming with vigor. I have finally reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. So have I? I have attained late foundation establishment. Huh? Advancing a stage in a month is simply exhilarating. I gathered several 50-year-old spiritual herbs. I vanquished 7 mid-foundation establishment beasts. The disciples reported their achievements to their respective leaders. Seeing everyone return unscathed, Shen Liyuan's face radiated joy. Jiang Yushi, upon spotting Li Qingyun safe, was overjoyed, rushing into his embrace. Brother Li, you have finally returned. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, blushing as she released him and lowered her gaze. Li Qingyun chuckled. Yushi, fret not. I am well, and I have prepared a gift for you to present upon our return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. Beside them, Xin Mengru cast a disdainful glance at Li Qingyun. How did it go? Shen Liyuan inquired with a smile. Quite well, quite well. Zheng Junfeng, Xin Mengru, and Wu Wansheng all responded in unison. Shen Liyuan then asked, Qingyun, what of your harvest? I have little to show for it. Li Qingyun replied. Shen Liyuan comforted him. It is commendable to return safely from the secret realm on your first venture. Do not dwell too much on the outcome. You shall surely reap rewards upon your next visit. Li Qingyun nodded. I understand, master. Shen Liyuan clasped his fists in salute to the sect leaders, saying, the expedition to the secret realm has concluded. I shall take my leave first. Farewell, esteemed leaders. With that, he departed with the others on their flying swords. At that moment, Song Tianyong emerged, looking dejected. Kunlun elder Ren Wanyan asked. Tianyang, did you manage to defeat that golden core beast? I did, he replied. Were you able to enter the 100 Beasts Cliff? I did enter. Song Tianyang sighed heavily. Ren Wanyan, filled with joy, pressed, what treasures did you obtain? Song Tianyang, visibly distressed, lamented, nothing at all. Ren Wanyan's smile faltered. Surely, there must be some long-aged spiritual herbs. How could you find nothing? Song Tianyang, in utter frustration, explained. Upon entering, I found the ground littered with the corpses of beasts, at least 200 or 300. Their inner cores had been harvested. Later, I encountered the golden core bird beast, but it too had been slain. Ren Wanyan, incredulous, asked, did you encounter anyone else? Song Tianyang shook his head vigorously. No. I was engaged in battle with the golden core bird beast at the entrance. I did not see anyone else enter. If someone managed to evade my notice, their strength must surely surpass that of a golden core. Such a person could not possibly exist within the secret realm. I truly do not comprehend what transpired. All the beasts are gone, and so are the herbs. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Ren Wanyan frowned. This matter is exceedingly strange. We should return and report to the sect leader. Amidst the clouds, Li Qingyun held Jiang Yushi's slender waist, beaming with joy, while Jiang Yushi blushed, maneuvering the flying sword. Shin Mingru shot a glance at Li Qingyun and muttered, what a great deceiver. Shameless. Half an hour later, the group returned to the ice and snow divine realm. Li Qingyun instructed Jiang Yushi to wait outside while he entered the grand hall alone. Master, I have some items to present to you. Shin Liyuan looked puzzled. You have more to give me? Indeed. Li Qingyun produced a majority of the celestial herbs, beast inner cores, and treasures of gold and silver. These are the items. He believed that these possessions would serve little purpose for himself, and since the sect was in need, he decided to contribute them for the development of the ice and snow divine realm, preventing future oppression from other sections. Moreover, he held Shin Liyuan in high regard for his integrity and loyalty, contrasting sharply with the scheming nature of his previous experiences in the Wuchen sect. Thus he was eager to lend his support to the sect. Shin Liyuan's jaw dropped. How could there be so many resources? Did you empty the secret realm of all its treasures? Haha. Li Qingyun chuckled softly. Not really. I finished everything in the Beast Cliff, but the ones outside remain untouched. Damn, Shin Liyuan exclaimed. You truly have no fear of death. Weren't you told not to go? However, I am quite curious about how you managed to return unscathed with so many resources. Li Qingyun recounted how he had gathered spiritual herbs in the secret realm, as well as how he had stealthily ambushed the golden core demon beasts while they were preoccupied. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the mysterious death of the toad monster after his unconsciousness, as it seemed too incredible and he feared Shin Liyuan would not believe him. Shin Liyuan burst into laughter, slapping Li Qingyun on the shoulder. Well done. This is hilarious. After all that effort, that Song Tianyang from the Kunlun sect gained nothing? Haha. The outside world heralds him as a peerless genius. What a joke. He pales in comparison to your sheer luck. Nevertheless, you are indeed clever and audacious. Reminiscent of my youthful days. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Naturally, a master is bound to have an exceptional disciple. Are you truly willing to part with all these resources? Shin Liyuan inquired again. Indeed. Li Qingyun nodded. These items will greatly benefit the development of our ice and snow divine realm. I cannot utilize all of them alone. Shin Liyuan nodded in satisfaction. You are truly impressive. Then I shall accept them. Chapter 20. I want to use it to wash my face outside the Grand Hall. Shin Mingru had endured for quite some time before finally approaching Jiang Yushi, saying, Miss Jiang, I have something to share with you. As we are both women, I do not wish for you to be deceived. Please, speak freely, Miss Shun. Li Qingyun is a notorious fraud, utterly shameless. Jiang Yushi inquired with some surprise. Why do you say that? Shin Mingru leaned closer and shared her views on Li Qingyun, particularly the incident where he had slapped her backside, emphasizing his penchant for following young girls. Jiang Yushi smiled sweetly. He is quite amusing. Seeing Jiang Yushi's indifference, Shin Mingru became more earnest. Li Qingyun is undoubtedly a scoundrel. Miss Jiang, there are plenty of men in this world. It's never too late to cut your losses. So, does that mean you no longer favor brotherly? Jiang Yushi countered. Of course. I am not foolish. I would never be interested in such a lecherous man. Jiang Yushi replied with a grin. That's wonderful. Miss Shun, to be honest, I am quite fond of brotherly. I was worried you might compete with me. But now that I hear you say this, I feel much more at ease. Then it's settled. Brotherly is mine. How does that sound? Shin Mingru nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What is going on? Wasn't I here to advise you to give up on Li Qingyun? Why are you straying from the script? Shin Mingru was at a loss for words, having spoken her mind. She couldn't possibly ask someone else to give up while she pursued him herself. Thus, she stated, rest assured, there are plenty of men like him on the streets. I have no interest in such a man. At that moment, Li Qingyun stepped forward and said, Yushi, let us depart. All right. The two walked towards the mountain gate. Laughing and chatting, Shin Mingru, with a displeased expression, muttered, scoundrel. Xiao, Junfeng, Wenzhong, come inside. The voice of Shun Liyuan echoed from the grand hall. Upon entering, the trio was met with a staggering array of inner elixirs, spiritual herbs, jewels, and weapons. Father, how could there be so many items? Shin Mingru exclaimed in astonishment. Shun Liyuan chuckled. These are all brought back by Qingyun from the secret realm. Shock, petrification, breathlessness. Shin Mingru, Zheng Junfeng, and Wu Wanchong were left dumbfounded. All of these were brought back by junior brother Li? Zheng Junfeng stammered. Shin Mingru, still in disbelief, thought to herself that these treasures were worth a fortune. How could Li Qingyun be willing to part with them? Could it be that he is not the despicable, shameless, cowardly person she had believed him to be? Perhaps she had misunderstood him all along. Moreover, although he had spanked her in the secret realm, he had also saved her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Shin Mingru felt perplexed. What kind of person was he really? She reconsidered her perceptions. Shun Liyuan, beaming with delight, remarked, with these resources, my ice snow divine domain can expand and swiftly enhance the strength of our current disciples, making it a third-rate sect in no time. This junior brother Li, having acquired such treasures, did not even inform me, Wu Wanchong teased. Could it be that he fears I might seize them? Shin Liyuan chuckled. It's because he has obtained all the opportunities from the Beast Cliff. The more people who know, the greater the danger. Which is why he was reluctant to speak before returning. Wu Wanchong nodded in understanding. I see now. I never expected junior brother Li to be so formidable. Truly admirable. Zheng Junfeng, however, remained silent, his expression dark. Shin Liyuan then inquired about the experiences of the three over the past month. Upon hearing about Zhu Han from the Sea Shark Gang and Tan Xiaowen from the Li Jua sect and their actions in the secret realm, Shun Liyuan smashed a nearby chair to splinters. One day, I will reclaim this justice. Simultaneously, he felt deeply disappointed in Zheng Junfeng, having nurtured him since childhood. He never anticipated that he would turn out to be so cowardly, lacking the demeanor of a true senior brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qingyun and Jiang Yushi arrived at the mountain's peak, standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance and reveling in the stunning scenery below. Feeling exceptionally elated. I mentioned I would tell you the reason for spanking you. Do you remember? Li Qingyun inquired. Yes, Jiang Yushi replied, her cheeks flushed. Then listen closely. Spanking you can enhance my cultivation. Jiang Yushi's face was filled with surprise. Really? Absolutely true. Li Qingyun affirmed solemnly. When I spanked you, my cultivation ascended from the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 8th, and by touching you, I learned the ice wings. As Jiang Yushi listened to Li Qingyun's explanation, she found it utterly unbelievable. Sensing her skepticism, Li Qingyun quickly summoned his spiritual energy, and soon his body was enveloped in an icy armor, sprouting a pair of ice wings. At this moment, Li Qingyun radiated with a crystalline brilliance, his handsomely chiseled visage and towering stature rendering him even more magnificent than when he had last rescued her. An air of nobility enveloped him, causing Jiang Yushi's heart to flutter like a startled doe, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. As an unparalleled beauty, she had never felt such a nervous excitement before. Li Qingyun encircled Jiang Yushi's slender waist with his right arm, and with a sweep of his icy wings, they transformed into a dazzling meteor. Soaring through the sky towards the horizon, embraced by his warmth, Jiang Yushi felt a sweetness blossom within her heart. Beneath them, the fleeting beauty of the world unfolded, towering. Snow-capped peaks one moment, and boundless grasslands the next, where the verdant blades swayed in the wind, resembling a vibrant green ocean. Moments later, they beheld a dense forest, where lush trees thrived, vibrant with life, and the sun filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. In the blink of an eye, the tumultuous sea came into view, waves crashing with a grandiosity that evoked the inexhaustible power of nature. Gently, Jiang Yushi inquired, Brotherly, even though you fly so swiftly, why do you pretend not to be able to? One must keep some cards close to the chest to safeguard one's life in times of crisis. You are the first to know of my ability to fly. Jiang Yushi, filled with curiosity, asked, why have you chosen to share your secret with me? Li Qingyun smiled softly, because you have been the kindest person to me over these many years, and I trust you. At his words, warmth flooded Jiang Yushi's heart, and a radiant smile graced her face. In an instant, they arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard of the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. With a gentle tone, Jiang Yushi said, brotherly, allow me to prepare a meal. Please wait for me. All right. A short while later, Jiang Yushi returned with freshly brewed tea. Li Qingyun took out the fushi qin from his bag and placed it on the table. Yushi, I have a gift for you. Jiang Yushi gazed at the ancient zither before her, astonished. Is this truly the legendary fushi qin? Li Qingyun nodded. Indeed. I adore it. Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Brotherly, do you realize how precious this instrument is? Li Qingyun shook his head. I do not. Regardless of its value. It pales in comparison to you. Instantly, Jiang Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a shy demeanor, she replied, brotherly, treasures are categorized as mundane instruments, holy instruments, spirit instruments, imperial instruments, and semi-divine instruments. The semi-divine instruments of extraordinary power have long since vanished. Thus, the imperial instruments are the most formidable treasures of today. Our Yunhai Chamber of Commerce possesses only one, which is my grandfather's sole weapon. My previous zither was merely a spirit instrument. Even so, it was quite precious. Are you truly giving me such a valuable zither, brotherly? Jiang Yushi asked again. It is merely an ancient zither. There is no need for such astonishment. In the future, I will bestow upon you even more valuable gifts. Thank you, brotherly. Jiang Yushi said joyfully. And there is one more gift. Li Qingyun took out a mystical herb. It was a fire spirit mushroom aged a millennium, which could enhance one's cultivation. Jiang Yushi felt a surge of emotion. Her beautiful eyes veiled in a mist. Brotherly, you are too kind to me. Li Qingyun gently caressed Jiang Yushi's flowing hair. Reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. If you treat me well, naturally I shall treat you even better. Tears shimmered in Jiang Yushi's eyes. Brotherly, do you have feelings for me? Without hesitation, Li Qingyun replied, indeed. Who in their right mind wouldn't? The majestic mountains, her delicate waist, the long, fair legs, and that alluring little figure. Each aspect was a fatal temptation for a man. Moreover, Jiang Yushi's amiable nature only added to her charm, making her kindness beyond words. Then, may I become your companion in this journey of life? Jiang Yushi's words bore a hint of shyness. Wonderful, Li Qingyun exclaimed with fervor, immediately enveloping Jiang Yushi in his embrace. The soft sensation, the smooth skin, and the warmth pressing against his chest sent a jolt of exhilaration through him. How delightful! Li Qingyun's hands began to wander, brushing against Jiang Yushi's form. Brotherly, please. Jiang Yushi protested, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Yushi, the fabric of your long dress feels exquisite. What is it made of? I wish to procure some for my own use. Li Qingyun, having momentarily succumbed to youthful exuberance, realized he may have been a touch too forward. He feared being misjudged as a lecher. Thus he sought an excuse to alleviate the tension. Jiang Yushi's expression stiffened. After dinner, Li Qingyun bid farewell to Jiang Yushi and, unfurling his wings of ice, soared into the sky, swiftly returning to the realm of snow and ice. Upon entering the mountain gates, he found himself before Shun Mengru's door. Senior Sister Shun, are you there? The door opened promptly. What is it? Clearly, Shun Mengru was still somewhat irked, her tone towards Li Qingyun less than cordial. Li Qingyun produced the last fire spirit mushroom. Senior Sister, this is for you. What is this? It is a millennium-old fire spirit mushroom, which can enhance one's cultivation. I have wronged you in the past. Consider this my apology. Chapter 21. Li Qingyun, the scoundrel Shun Mengru accepted the fire spirit mushroom, sensing its overwhelming spiritual energy, and was taken aback. Where did you acquire this? I found it in the Maple Forest secret realm. This is the last one. Li Qingyun smiled gently. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, he turned to leave. Shun Mengru stood at the door, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. She eventually closed the door, sat cross-legged on her bed, and gazed at the fire spirit mushroom, murmuring to herself, could it truly possess such miraculous properties? She then consumed the mushroom. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed through her body. Such pure energy. Shun Mengru began to refine it, radiating a soft golden glow. Li Qingyun subsequently visited Sun Chongjing's chamber, presenting him with several exquisite six-leaf ghost orchids, aged 200 years. Given that he had previously injured Sun's younger brother, it was only fitting to offer a gesture of goodwill. Sun Chongjing accepted the gift with a beaming smile. Afterward, Li Qingyun sought out Yang Zixin, bestowing upon her a few six-leaf ghost orchids as a token of gratitude for her care during recent times. However, it was somewhat regrettable that she bore no tasks at the moment. Otherwise, considering Yang Zixin's nature, a few casual strokes would pose no issue, provided a plausible excuse could be fabricated. An hour later, a resounding explosion echoed from Shun Mingru's room as her cultivation realm advanced to the latter stage of foundation establishment. The golden light emanating from her gradually faded. How extraordinary! Feeling the surge of her newfound strength, she was too exhilarated to sleep. Pondering, why not ascend to the mountaintop to test the extent of her enhancement? With a heart brimming with excitement, she swiftly made her way to the summit. To her astonishment, she found someone there. Who could it be? Hiding discreetly, Shin Mingru observed carefully. It was none other than Li Qingyun. At that moment, he was refining 2 inner cores of golden elixir beasts acquired from the secret realm. Seated in a meditative posture, the energy from the inner cores flowed into him ceaselessly, enveloping him in a crimson haze, as his spiritual power swirled like a vortex. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a brilliant blue light erupted from within him, marking his breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Shin Mingru's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he not at the 8th level of Qi refinement? How had he ascended to the peak of foundation establishment? Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? Li Qingyun's aura surged dramatically, icy winds swirling around him, coalescing into crystalline ice swords. This was the second time Shin Mingru had witnessed the ice swords, yet this time they were strikingly different. The blades were sharper, their chill more piercing, and their brilliance more resplendent. With a sweeping motion, Li Qingyun unleashed a blue sword intent, spanning several meters wide, freezing a vast expanse of the mountainside. He dissipated the ice swords and conjured ice-winged armor instead. Shin Mingru was left agape, her mouth capable of accommodating an egg, hastily covering it with her hands to suppress any sound. At that moment, Li Qingyun radiated a dazzling brilliance, shimmering like crystal and coupled with his handsome features. He appeared both divine and noble. Heavens, how could he be so handsome? Shin Mingru's heart raced, fluttering like a startled deer. Li Qingyun stood at the precipice, unfurling his ice wings, transforming into a crystalline meteor that streaked across the sky, vanishing into the distance. Shin Mingru was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the very meteor she had glimpsed from her window before? Oh, Li Qingyun, so powerful, so handsome, and flying at such speed. Yet he pretended to be a fool, a rogue, and claimed he could not fly, practicing clumsy martial arts by day, yet soaring like a meteor by night. Did he fear that if he bumped into me, I would hold him accountable? Truly, you are something else. Shin Mingru gritted her silver teeth, gazing at the starry sky. The following morning, within the kitchen of the ice and snow divine realm, Li Qingyun continued to voraciously consume his meal from a large bowl. At a nearby table, Shin Mingru stole glances at him while eating. Wow, his manner of eating exudes such masculine charm. Wait, why am I thinking this? Shin Mingru shook her head, murmuring to herself, what am I contemplating? Is my mind malfunctioning? Stop daydreaming. She lowered her head, focusing intently on her food. Li Shidi, please regale us with the tale of how you defeated the Wolf King in the late stage of foundation building. Yang Zixin inquired curiously while dining. The other disciples, upon hearing this, gathered around, their expressions filled with anticipation. Li Qingyun chuckled heartily. Oh, it's nothing. To put it simply, once my turtle fist is unleashed, no one can rival me. After saying this, he resumed his ravenous eating. That's incredible. I wish to learn it as well. Teach me, please. Several female disciples implored. Must you really have instruction? The library has the manuals. You can practice them yourselves, Li Qingyun replied, somewhat exasperated. No, Li Shidi, we want to learn directly from you. Please teach us. The girls pleaded playfully. The male disciples, witnessing this scene, could not help but shiver. Ever since Li Qingyun's return from the secret realm, the perception of him among the ice and snow divine realm had drastically changed, with many beginning to idolize him. Li Qingyun smiled. This turtle fist might not be suitable for ladies. Don't you think? Li Shidi, do tell, what inspired you to practice the turtle fist? Before this, we believed this technique to be utterly ineffective. Song Hongjia inquired with a curious expression. Li Qingyun replied with a slight smile. The turtle possesses longevity, Hence, it is enduring. A man may not need to be fierce, but he must be persistent. Do you understand? Several female disciples looked perplexed. Li Qingyun, what do you mean by persistence? Isn't it better for strikes to be swift? At this, the male disciples erupted in laughter. After the meal, everyone resumed their training in the martial arts arena. Li Qingyun continued to practice the turtle fist. Through diligent training, he had mastered the technique, executing the movements with agility and vigor. Is this truly the turtle fist? It feels so formidable. I want to practice too. A group of disciples began to follow Li Qingyun's lead. Why does practicing the turtle fist appear so stylish? Oh no. Could it be that my mind is genuinely troubled? Even my aesthetic sense has become so peculiar. Shin Mingru lightly tapped her forehead. You can't come in, miss. Step aside. Li Qingyun, come out this instant. A commotion erupted outside the mountain gate. Everyone rushed out. There stood a girl in a pink dress, her figure graceful. Skin as white as snow, eyes clear and lively, with features exquisitely sculpted, exuding an air of nobility. Wow, so beautiful. This face. I feel it is the most stunning I have ever encountered. Such grace. I feel as though I have fallen in love. A group of disciples engaged in hushed whispers. Zheng Junfeng approached with an air of dignity, clasping his hands. Miss, may I inquire as to your purpose for visiting my ice and snow divine domain? Please summon Li Qingyun immediately. The girl's tone was sharp, as if she were fueled by gunpowder. What business do you have with my junior brother Li? Zheng Junfeng inquired with a gentle voice. Just do as I say and stop with the unnecessary chatter. Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to set this dilapidated place ablaze? At that moment, Li Qingyun emerged, somewhat astonished. Miss Xia, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Xia Qianer. Her face was flushed with anger. Why have you not sought me out? Li Qingyun, bewildered, responded, Why should I seek you? Are we even acquainted? He wondered if the girl had lost her wits. Miss Xia, I recently returned from a trial in the secret realm just yesterday. May I ask why you were looking for me? Xia Qianer stepped forward, seizing Li Qingyun by the ear. You scoundrel, have you forgotten what you owe me? Are you trying to evade responsibility? Li Qingyun, perplexed, replied, Miss Xia, I fail to comprehend your words. Enough with the idle talk. Come with me, she declared, dragging him along like a stubborn beast. Shin Mingru stepped forward to block Xia Qianer. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon our ice and snow divine domain? Why do you seek to detain my junior brother? Xia Qianer assessed Shin Mingru from head to toe, chuckling lightly. You are rather pleasing to the eye. Yet your strength is woefully inadequate. Step aside. With that, she emanated a powerful aura, revealing her early-stage nascent soul cultivation, forcing the crowd back several steps. How formidable! Shin Mingru felt a surge of trepidation. Zheng Junfeng exclaimed, Everyone be cautious. She is a nascent soul cultivator. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as none could fathom that such a youthful girl could possess such terrifying power. Do not concern yourselves with me. I am unharmed. Li Qingyun shouted as Xia Qianer continued to drag him away. Who is this beauty? Why does she demand that my junior brother take responsibility? What could possibly be the matter? Surely, it cannot be that my junior brother has wronged her in some way. It is too hard to believe. Such a stunning maiden could not possibly have been slighted by Li Qingyun. I dare not ponder further. It is utterly inconceivable. Surely, my junior brother is incredibly fortunate. How I envy him. I too wish to be whisked away by this fairy. And that Jiang Yushi, she too is a celestial being. I wish to apprentice under my junior brother. The faces of the male disciples were all marked with envy. Shin Mingru gazed with a complex expression in the direction Li Qingyun had departed. Zheng Junfeng approached her. See, junior sister? Li Qingyun is nothing but a complete scoundrel. Sure, Ryu echoed. Indeed. He must have done something to wrong someone. She has come to confront him. It tarnishes the reputation of our ice and snow divine domain, especially considering she is such a young nascent soul cultivator. One can only imagine the formidable force behind her. We might very well be implicated. What a menace. Enough. Shin Mingru stormed off in anger. Chapter 22. I cannot agree. Immediately Xia Qianer brought Li Qingyun to a volcano and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Ah, that hurts. Li Qingyun exclaimed as he dusted off his backside. Miss Xia, what have you brought me here for? Xia Qianer gazed into the depths of the volcano, her eyes icy. Typically, I dispose of the untrustworthy by casting them into a volcano. Surely not. Miss Xia, we cannot jest in such a manner. Li Qingyun's face was alight with astonishment. Just wait. Once I throw you in, You can laugh to your heart's content. Xia Qian'er turned her furious gaze upon Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun hastily replied, Miss Xia, when have I ever been untrustworthy? You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Furious, Xia Qian'er retorted, at this point, you still refuse to acknowledge your mistakes. I have afforded you an opportunity, yet you have not cherished it. With that, she conjured a ball of flame in her right hand. I was wrong, I truly was. I acknowledge my faults and repent, Li Qingyun earnestly implored, his eyes brimming with sincerity. One glance was enough to discern that he genuinely recognized his errors and was remorseful. Xia Qian'er nodded in satisfaction. Since you have come to realize your mistakes, you should accept your fate with equanimity, yes? Li Qingyun was bewildered. What situation is this? How could I possibly accept my fate with equanimity? What peculiar reasoning does this woman possess? Could she be mad? He quickly protested, I was merely jesting. I have not recognized any faults. Xia Qian'er shook her head with a sigh. At this juncture, you still fail to acknowledge your mistakes. It seems you truly deserve your fate. How can this be? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow in disbelief. I have acknowledged half of my mistakes. Xia Qian'er wore a look of disappointment. At your age, you cannot even distinguish right from wrong. Living is merely a waste of resources. Li Qingyun was inwardly beset by 1,000 frustrations. He bellowed, wait. Miss Xia, I understand your anger. You blame me for not teaching you how to communicate with animals. Xia Qian'er's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. Li Qingyun took a moment to compose himself and spoke earnestly. Miss Xia, you have misconstrued my intentions. Ever since our last encounter, I have been profoundly captivated by you. In my quest to teach you how to communicate with animals, I ventured into the forest, spending day and night in their company, seeking their wisdom. Alas, my fervor led me to consume undercooked fish, resulting in a severe illness that required urgent medical attention. Noticing that Xia Qian'er was deeply engaged in his tale, he continued, the situation was dire. I nearly succumbed. However, the mere thought of fulfilling my promise to you spurred me on. With unwavering determination and an indomitable spirit, I managed to endure. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I wrestled with death itself and emerged victorious. And then, Xia Qian'er inquired with great curiosity. Eventually, I recovered and prepared to seek you out, but to my dismay, my master cast me into the maple forest's secret realm once more. The urgency and pain I felt were unbearable. Can you comprehend that? Xia Qian'er shook her head. I do not understand. Of course you do not. For I do not fully grasp it myself. Within that realm, I lost my appetite for tea and food, consumed only by the desire to return to you. Alas, I could not escape, forced to confront those ferocious and cunning beasts daily, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Yet, I could not perish. Our promises remain unfulfilled. Fueled by this conviction, I endured countless hardships and overcame numerous obstacles, escaping death time and again. At last, I returned alive. Li Qingyun casually retrieved a 6-leaved ghost orchid from his cosmos pouch and presented it to Xia Qian'er, saying, This is a gift I prepared especially for you. Xia Qian'er accepted the spirit herb, feeling a twinge of guilt, and asked, somewhat touched, Did you truly prepare this for me? Li Qingyun nodded, his tone resolute. From the moment I beheld you, I was struck by your ethereal beauty, which ignited a profound reverence within me. Furthermore, your rational demeanor only adds to my admiration. Thus, amidst the perils of the secret realm, I immediately fixed my gaze upon this spirit herb, to present it to you. I battled fiercely with a wolf demon for over 20 days, nearly losing my life at its hands, with wounds more numerous than the stars in the sky. Xia Qian'er scrutinized Li Qingyun. Why do I not see your wounds? They have healed. Li Qingyun awkwardly replied, his voice thick with emotion, at just 20 years of age. Without a companion, without marriage, and certainly without children, I nearly met my end purely out of admiration for your character. Yet, I never imagined that after enduring so much to prepare this gift for you, I would ultimately face death at your hands. Perhaps this is fate. Li Qingyun took a deep breath, feigning a heart-wrenching sorrow, and pounded his chest, exuding an air of profound grievance. Xia Qian'er's cheeks flushed with guilt. I am sorry. I misjudged you. It matters not. These endeavors were not mandated by you. It was my own infatuation. To perish by your hand would not render my life in vain. He then began to walk towards the volcano's mouth. Xia Qian'er seized his arm. What are you doing? Li Qingyun sighed deeply. I am heartbroken and despondent. Life feels utterly devoid of meaning. Xia Qian'er spoke urgently. Listen to me. Living is wonderful. There are so many delightful foods and enjoyable activities. You must not despair. What do delectable foods and joyous entertainments have to do with me? I possess no wealth. Li Qingyun feigned a demeanor of disillusionment. I have money, plenty of it. Whatever you wish to eat or do, I shall treat you. Li Qingyun, observing Xia Qian'er's anxious expression, inquired, Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely. Xia Qian'er replied earnestly, nodding her head. Li Qingyun, indeed, I did not misjudge you. Not only are you extraordinarily beautiful, but your character is equally delightful. Upon realizing that Li Qingyun had come to terms with his feelings, Xia Qian'er felt a weight lift from her heart and exhaled deeply. Li Qingyun, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, I am quite famished. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. Xia Qian'er readily replied, Very well. However, Miss Xia, my stomach has been rather sensitive lately. I find that ordinary food causes me discomfort. I must indulge in something of superior quality. Not an issue. I will take you to the finest restaurant in this area. Xia Qian'er responded, slightly perplexed. You and I have only met once. What is it that draws you to me so? Li Qingyun, taken aback, replied. When did I express such feelings for you? Is that truly what you believe? Miss Xia, you may have misunderstood. That was not my intention. Xia Qian'er's expression turned icy. So, are you saying that everything you just said was a fabrication? A chill surged through Li Qingyun, causing his hands to tremble. Miss Xia, please allow me to clarify. What I meant to convey was that I am captivated by you, ensnared by my affections, as if my soul is intertwined with yours, steadfast and unwavering in my feelings. Xia Qian'er appeared troubled. While your affections are commendable, I cannot give you an immediate answer. I require some time to evaluate whether I wish to pursue a relationship with you. Li Qingyun nearly choked in disbelief. What on earth is happening? What have I said? What is she thinking? What should I do? Goodness, I feel utterly bewildered. This young lady's thought process is beyond the comprehension of the average person. She must be quite eccentric. Alas, I cannot contend with her. I shall bide my time and explain further once I have strengthened my resolve. Come, let us dine. Xia Qian'er led Li Qingyun into the depths of a transcendent realm. Qianyu Restaurant. What an impressive establishment. As Li Qingyun spoke, he gazed upward in admiration. Esteemed guests, please enter, greeted the respectful attendant at the entrance of Qianyu Restaurant. Chapter 23. I have acquired a turtle. Wow. Look, that young lady is truly stunning. I have never encountered such an exquisite beauty, such ethereal charm, such astonishing grace. Her skin is as smooth as fine jade, her arms delicate as porcelain, glistening with a radiant sheen. Her long, snow-white legs stand tall and straight, and her slender waist could easily be encircled with a single hand. She is the epitome of beauty. Her enchanting presence is certainly not of ordinary lineage. Who is the man beside her? He appears rather unsophisticated and out of place. They do not seem to match at all. Within Qianyu Restaurant, numerous gentlemen whispered among themselves. Both Li Qingyun and Xia Qian'er, being cultivators, possessed keen hearing and could discern every word clearly. Xia Qian'er remained unfazed, accustomed to such flattery, having long since grown numb to it. Li Qingyun, unlike others, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction when labeled as foolish and poor. However, he deemed it beneath him to engage with such ordinary individuals and thus chose to ignore them. They secured a table by the window on the second floor. What can I get for you, esteemed guest? The waiter inquired with a respectful tone. Li Qingyun replied, Is that even a question? Naturally, we shall have the most expensive and exquisite dishes to honor this young lady. One would expect a bit of discernment. Would you like some wine? The waiter asked again. Li Qingyun shook his head, saying, Do you not see that we are all children? What need have we for wine? Do you have milk or goat's milk? Bring me a few bowls. The waiter paused, a look of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly responded, Of course. Please wait a moment. With that, he hastened away. Miss Xia, what are your interests and hobbies? Li Qingyun inquired. Not much, just cultivation. When I'm bored, I wander around, she replied nonchalantly. Do you read, perhaps to enhance your comprehension? Li Qingyun probed tentatively. Not at all. I detest reading. It's all so chaotic that I can hardly make sense of it, she retorted. Li Qingyun couldn't help but smirk inwardly, contemplating her rather peculiar thought process. How do you cultivate? Achieving the nascent soul stage at such a young age is quite remarkable. Xia Qian'er responded casually. I simply practice the family S techniques. Isn't it normal to reach nascent soul at this age? Li Qingyun was at a loss for words. It seemed strange for someone in their teens to be at such a level. Just then, A group of individuals ascended the stairs. Li Qingyun recognized them as Song Tianyang from the Kunlun sect and his few disciples. The moment Song Tianyang stepped onto the floor, he was captivated by Xia Qian'er's extraordinary beauty, his eyes lighting up. He then turned his gaze towards Li Qingyun, a smile gracing his lips. "Fellow cultivator, we have met in the Maple Forest secret realm, have we not?" he said while elegantly fanning himself. Li Qingyun responded with a grin. "Indeed. A pleasure to meet you." Song Tianyang then shifted his attention back to Xia Qian'er, silently contemplating how this young man managed to befriend so many stunning beauties. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator compare to him? Just wait, I shall see how to outmaneuver you. He nearly laughed aloud at the thought. Since fate has brought us together, why not share this meal? Today's feast is on me. Song Tianyang extended a sincere invitation. Sounds good. Xia Qian'er was about to decline, but Li Qingyun interjected first. Song Tianyang gestured for his disciples to take a seat at a nearby table before confidently settling beside Li Qingyun. "My name is Song Tianyang. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "I am Li Qingyun. I have heard much about the Kunlun sect as Song Tianyang, a dragon among men, truly exceptional. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed extraordinary. You flatter me, Li brother. Such accolades are but empty titles and hardly worth mentioning." Song Tianyang replied with a hint of pride, then turned to Xia Qian'er. "Might I ask for your surname, fair maiden?" Xia Qian'er cast a sidelong glance at Song Tianyang before turning back to gaze out the window, maintaining an air of aloofness and ignoring him entirely. Song Tianyang felt a twinge of awkwardness but remained unfazed, engaging in casual conversation with Li Qingyun instead. The dishes arrived. As the waiter ascended the stairs, he spoke while serving the dishes. Before him lay a feast more sumptuous than any delicacy, causing Li Qingyun to swallow hard. "Let us begin our meal," he exclaimed eagerly. "Please," replied Song Tianyang with polite grace. Without hesitation, Li Qingyun grasped his bowl and began to devour the food. "Delicious. Wow. This dish is delightful as well. Oh my. They are all exquisite." His appetite was voracious, his chopsticks dancing with fervor. Xia Qian'er gazed at him in shock. "Have you not eaten in a long time?" Li Qingyun, with a mouthful of rice, managed to respond between chews. "I eat every day, but never anything this delectable." Song Tianyang was taken aback, observing Li Qingyun and then the astonished Xia Qian'er, inwardly lamenting the embarrassing spectacle revealed before such beauty. This fellow had no chance. Yet, he couldn't suppress his amusement. Song Tianyang picked up his chopsticks, savoring each morsel with utmost elegance, chewing slowly while occasionally commenting on each dish's health benefits and culinary techniques, showcasing his refined upbringing. The contrast was stark. Song Tianyang could hardly contain his inner glee. After a while, Li Qingyun patted his round belly and sighed, "Ah, I am truly full." Xia Qian'er had not taken a single bite, her eyes fixed on him as he ate. Song Tianyang had sampled only a bit of each dish, primarily to project an air of sophistication and to capture Xia Qian'er's attention. He turned to her. "Miss, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name and address for a future gathering?" Xia Qian'er replied coldly, "I am not interested." She then looked at Li Qingyun. "Another day, I shall invite you here again." Li Qingyun responded, "We shall see when that time comes." Boom. Song Tianyang was left in a state of bewilderment. Here he was, refined and distinguished, yet she showed no interest in him. Instead, she wished to treat that glutton to a meal, and he hadn't even received an invitation. What was going on? Could it be that this beauty favored the rugged? The thought left Song Tianyang feeling quite vexed. The meal had been quite enjoyable. Li Qingyun clasped his hands together. "Thank you, brother Song, for today. In the future, I shall treat you to rice noodles." Song Tianyang's mouth twitched, thinking, is he truly this frugal? "There's no need to be overly courteous, brotherly," he replied. "Very well, since brother Song insists, let us leave it at that." Song Tianyang thought, what is this absurdity? He could hardly suppress the urge to curse. Li Qingyun departed with Xia Qian'er, while Song Tianyang watched her retreating figure, resolved. Such a celestial being, I must have her. "Sir, sir." The waiter waved his hand in front of Song Tianyang's face, calling out. Coming back to his senses, Song Tianyang grasped his teacup. "What is it?" The waiter grinned. "Your total is 300 taels. Uft. Song Tianyang spat out his tea. "What in the world costs this much? Are you attempting to swindle me?" The waiter said, "Dear guest, here we have a total of 15 dishes, all of which are the most expensive signature dishes of our establishment, particularly the Tianshan Snow Lotus Stewed Flying Spirit Fish. The fish alone cost 50 taels of silver. All right, I will pay. Song Tianyang gritted his teeth and declared. Xia Qiankai and Li Qingyun strolled down the street, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, naturally attracting a great deal of attention. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation. Xia Qiankai curiously observed Li Qingyun, asking, "Why do you eat so exaggeratedly? If you were an orphan like me, you would understand," Li Qingyun replied, glancing at the street vendors. "You are an orphan?" Xia Qiankai looked at him in surprise. "This is a long story. Perhaps I will tell you when the opportunity arises," Li Qingyun said with a slight smile, though tinged with bitterness. Xia Qiankai then asked, "Can you teach me how to communicate with animals now?" Li Qingyun was taken aback, thinking, "What should I do? I was just making things up. How can I explain that? If I spoke the truth, I might be thrown into a volcano." He reminded himself to remain calm, as it was crucial to stay composed in such moments. "Hey, why are you dazed? I am asking you a question." "Ah." Li Qingyun snapped back to reality. "Well, I also learned to communicate with animals on my own, but I am not sure if I can teach you." With confidence, Xia Qiankai replied, "Rest assured. I am quite clever. I will surely learn quickly." To communicate with animals, the first step is to establish a good relationship with them. "Do you have any pets?" Xia Qiankai thought for a moment. "I have a turtle. That makes things easier," Li Qingyun said earnestly. "You can try chatting with your turtle for half an hour every day to foster a bond. This will lead to a better understanding between you, allowing for common topics of conversation, and eventually, you will be able to comprehend its language." Xia Qiankai scratched her head, puzzled. "Is what you say true?" "Of course. Given our relationship, would I deceive you?" Li Qingyun said, though internally he thought, "This is a complete disaster. My boastfulness is becoming increasingly implausible. Even I struggle to believe it. Anyone with a semblance of rationality would certainly not accept this." Xia Qiankai suddenly realized, her face lighting up. "No wonder I cannot communicate with animals. I have never talked to them before." Li Qingyun was stunned, thinking, "Goodness, how could she get by without this knowledge?" "Miss Xia, now that we have eaten and resolved any misunderstandings, we shall part ways. But I have not treated you yet. Who knew a fool would suddenly pay for the meal today? I will treat you next time." Such an opportunity was usually coveted by Li Qingyun. Yet the thought of having deceived Xia Qiankai left him feeling uneasy. "Perhaps it is for the best," Li Qingyun said. "You seem quite busy. There is no need to trouble yourself." Xia Qianer chuckled lightly. "I am not busy at all. In fact, I find myself rather bored lately. Besides, are you not pursuing me? I must afford you the opportunity. After all, how else can you showcase your charm before me? How will you win my affection? How will you court me? Wouldn't you agree?" Li Qingyun was taken aback. "You make a compelling point. Until we meet again." With that, he dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xia Qianer smiled subtly. This person is truly shy, yet rather endearing. In the grand hall of the ice and snow divine realm, Li Qingyun reported his safety to Shun Liyuan. Shun Liyuan furrowed his brow. A mere girl in her teenage years has astonishingly reached the nascent soul stage. It is indeed perplexing. Thankfully, she has not harmed you. For your safety, it would be wise to limit your interactions with her. "Yes, master. I shall take my leave to rest," Li Qingyun replied, bowing respectfully. As he exited the hall, a group of disciples surrounded him, including Zheng Junfeng and Shin Mengru. "Li Shidi, that beauty has entrusted you with her affairs. What exactly transpired between you?" One asked curiously. "Nothing much. I sold her a fish some time ago, and it has since perished, so she sought me out to take responsibility." Li Qingyun fabricated a story. "Really? She came to you over a mere fish? Surely, you must have done something else." The two disciples expressed disbelief. "Believe what you will," Li Qingyun retorted before making his way to his quarters. Shin Mengru bit her lip lightly, huffed, and followed suit. A few days later, Shun Liyuan stood upon the high platform, announcing, "The triannual talent competition will commence next month. The preliminary rounds are open for all who wish to participate. Strive to place in the top 50, and then we shall determine the top 5 of Ningzhou, who will represent us in the finals in Central Divine Continent." Li Qingyun inquired, "Master, are there substantial rewards for winning the competition?" "Naturally. If you represent Ningzhou in the finals on the Yanhuan continent, you may also earn the chance to train in the ancient relics," Shun Liyuan replied. Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled. "Training in ancient relics. Are the benefits considerable?" Shun Liyuan's tone grew animated. "Indeed. Those are the remnants of ancient battlefields, housing the consciousness of formidable beings, martial arts, and treasures. In short, it is an extraordinary opportunity." He then hesitated slightly. "However, We have never entered the top 10 of Ningzhou, nor have we participated in the finals. Li Qingyun's spirits lifted. Fear not, master. My unrivaled skills will prevail. Laughter bubbled forth from Shun Liyuan and the others. Shin Mingru chimed in. And I too. Zheng Junfeng confidently stepped forward, declaring, and I. Shin Liyuan looked upon them with pride. Excellent. This time, we shall astonish everyone. With a shared goal. All the disciples intensified their training. Shin Mingru had mastered the flower rain sword, and with the enhancement of the Xianbing Tianyi technique, her movements flowed like water. Her techniques varied and exquisite, as each strike blossomed into a flurry of icy water lilies. The alluring curves of her figure were fully displayed as she wielded her sword. Her exquisite visage illuminated by the icy blossoms, exuding an otherworldly beauty. How enchanting! The crowd was entranced by Shin Mingru. Li Qingyun, momentarily lost in thought, soon resumed his practice of the Wangba fist. Zheng Junfeng approached Shin Mingru, remarking, Junior sister, your swordsmanship is commendable. Noticing her disregard, he continued, I have heard that a troupe of performers has recently arrived in the city, showcasing remarkable acts. I would like to invite you to attend. I have no desire to go, she replied coolly. Since their last expedition to the Maple Forest secret realm, where Zheng Junfeng displayed a cowardly demeanor. Shin Mingru's attitude toward him had grown increasingly frigid. Zheng Junfeng was taken aback, then addressed his fellow disciples. Everyone has worked hard lately. Tonight, I shall host a gathering. Who wishes to join me for the performance? Li Qingyun instantly appeared before Zheng Junfeng, exclaiming, I wish to go. In his earlier days of begging, he had relished such performances but often found himself sneaking in due to financial constraints, enduring beatings for his efforts. After joining the Wenzhong and experiencing an improved life, he felt compelled to work hard due to his lack of talent, leaving him little time for leisure. Thus, the prospect of attending a performance piqued his interest immensely. Other disciples eagerly expressed their desire to join as well. Zheng Junfeng turned to Shin Mingru. Surely, you cannot refuse now? Very well, she acquiesced with a nod. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the city, Luoqing seemed enveloped in a mystical and resplendent veil. Lanterns hung high along the streets, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that brightened the entire city. The atmosphere was vibrant, teeming with life as throngs of people surged through the streets. The air was thick with the aroma of street food, vendors calling out their wares, enticing passers-by to pause and indulge. Children frolicked amidst the crowd, their laughter echoing joyfully. Young couples strolled hand in hand, basking in the romantic ambience. The distant sound of music wafted through the air, mingling with the gentle breeze. Zheng Junfeng pointed ahead. The performance troupe is over there. Following his lead, the group arrived at the Kunying building, a three-story establishment with a stage at its center where the performers showcased their talents, surrounded by tables and chairs for patrons to dine and sip tea. Li Qingyun and his companions settled at several tables on the second floor. Among them, Li Qingyun, Shin Mingru, Zheng Junfeng, Wu Wenzhong, Yang Zixin, Sun Chongjing, and Song Hongjie gathered together. Waiter, please bring us some pastries and a pot of tea for each table, Zheng Junfeng declared with a flourish. Right away. The waiter responded promptly, ascending with the orders. Dear brothers, let us enjoy the performance while savoring our pastries. Do not hold back, indulge and have fun. Zheng Junfeng encouraged the group. Indeed, our esteemed senior brother is generous. They replied in unison. Bravo, bring forth another. A spectator exclaimed, utterly captivated by the sword-swallowing act. His excitement palpable. Zheng Junfeng, Shin Mingru, and the others turned their gazes toward the stage, enthralled by the spectacle. Senior brother, I have finished my meal. May I request some more pastries? The crowd turned to glance at the table, which was impeccably clean, with only a few empty plates remaining. Hadn't these just been served? How could they have vanished so swiftly? Zheng Junfeng's lips twitched. No problem. He then called out, Waiter, bring us a few more servings of pastries. Quickly, senior brother. May I have some more? Of course. A moment later, senior brother, can I have a bit more? Zheng Junfeng nearly choked, feeling a pang of regret. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. Most people would feel embarrassed after consuming their fill, yet here was someone utterly devoid of such feelings. Though he wished to express his irritation, he refrained, not wanting to appear petty in front of Shin Mingru. Thus he suppressed his discontent. Certainly. A moment later, senior brother. Can I still have some? Yes. Zheng Junfeng was at his wit's end. Are you here to dine or to witness a performance? Li Qingyun chuckled. Seeing them toil so hard in their acts made me feel quite hungry. Huh. Shen Mingru could no longer contain her laughter. Wu Wenzhong and Yang Zixin struggled to hold back their amusement, their expressions revealing the discomfort of their restraint. Bravo! The surrounding audience erupted with excitement as several women, clad in revealing attire, pranced about on stilts, skillfully spinning plates with chopsticks while they walked. Some men even rushed to the edge of the stage, leering at the women, whistling and drooling. How vulgar! Shen Mingru exclaimed. Li Qingyun was taken aback and looked at her. Shen Mingru shot him a glance. I wasn't referring to you. Li Qingyun felt relieved and resumed his meal. Today's performance is truly captivating, especially that little mouse jumping through the fire ring. I found the belly dance to be the most entertaining. As Zheng Junfeng and his companions strolled down the street, his fellow disciples animatedly discussed the day's show. They arrived at a stall selling candied hawthorns. Zheng Junfeng turned to Shen Mingru. Junior sister Shun, would you like some candied hawthorns? Shen Mingru shook her head. Li Qingyun then appeared before Zheng Junfeng. Let me help her with that. Along with my own, senior brother. Could you kindly buy me 2 skewers? Chapter 25. Could it be you? Zheng Junfeng's expression darkened instantly, yet he managed to say, Vendor, please give him 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. Thank you, senior brother. Li Qingyun exclaimed as he began to devour the candied treat. After returning to the mountain, Li Qingyun found himself once again at the summit, swinging gently on a swing. The little red-feathered bird had returned, chirping incessantly before him. Li Qingyun extended his right hand, and the bird promptly alighted upon it. Little one, what brings you here again? He inquired, gently stroking the bird's head. The creature appeared to relish the attention, looking adorably dazed. Shall I give you a name? Li Qingyun mused aloud. The little bird nodded enthusiastically. Li Qingyun was utterly astonished. Can you understand what I am saying? The little bird nodded. Wow, you are remarkably intelligent. I had always believed that birds were rather foolish. Who would have thought you were so clever? The bird pouted, visibly displeased. How astonishing. You can even express anger. Li Qingyun quickly reassured. That is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that ordinary birds tend to be rather dull-witted, while you are exceptional. No, that is not what I meant. I meant that all birds are generally simple-minded, and you are a unique anomaly among them. That is not what I meant. I meant to say that you are far more astute than the other birds. As Li Qingyun spoke, the bird's expression darkened at a noticeable pace. That is not what I meant. I meant you are exceptionally clever, the most intelligent bird I have ever encountered, even more so than the dog I once owned. The bird incessantly pecked at Li Qingyun's hand. All right, I am done with the jesting. I shall give you a name. The bird halted, its eyes sparkling with curiosity as it gazed at Li Qingyun. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Your feathers are so red. How about calling you Little Red? The bird shook its head. What about Fortune? It suggests prosperity. The bird again shook its head. What about Little White? It implies good health. The bird continued to refuse. How about Dog Egg? A rather humble name that ensures survival. The bird's head shook vigorously like a rattle. Then, how about Genu? Your feathers are so exquisite. Truly one of a kind, hence the name Jean. The bird paused for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. So clever, it may even have the potential for cultivation. With this thought, Li Qingyun retrieved a 6-leaf ghost orchid and said, Quick, eat this, it will benefit you greatly. The bird flapped its wings in excitement and began to devour it greedily, clearly enjoying the meal, emitting cheerful chirps as it ate. After consuming the 6-leaf ghost orchid, a faint red glow began to emanate from the bird, and its feathers gradually took on a more vibrant hue. Take your time. There is more, Li Qingyun said, presenting 2 more plants in his palm. Before long, the bird had consumed all 3 6-leaf ghost orchids, its face beaming with exhilaration as it hopped and chirped in Li Qingyun's hand. All right, Genu, you should head home now. It is quite late. The bird hesitated for a moment, pecked Li Qingyun lightly once more, and then took flight. Feeling somewhat full, it decided to practice a few moves to aid digestion. The following day, in the training grounds, Shen Liyuan joyfully announced that the Ice and Snow Divine Realm would undergo expansion, with new housing construction and recruitment of new disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with exuberance. Shen Liyuan continued, the recruitment of disciples will be overseen by Junfeng, Xiaoro, and Qingyun. The expansion of housing will be managed by Chongjing and Hongjia. The teaching of disciples will be entrusted to Wanqiao and Zixin. Yes, master, everyone replied in unison. In the days that followed, a remarkable number of disciples came forth to enroll. Li Qingyun, Shinmingru, and Zheng Junfeng were divided into 3 groups to conduct interviews for the disciples who had come to register. The applicants were first required to undergo an aptitude test, and only those who passed could proceed to the interview. The interview primarily assessed character. Those lacking in integrity, regardless of their capabilities, would not be accepted. A group of male applicants, upon seeing Shinmingru, became quite flustered. Wow, look at that senior sister, she is stunning. Indeed, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. I am utterly smitten by her at first sight. I must pass the test to join the ice and snow divine realm. Meanwhile, a gathering of female applicants gazed at Li Qingyun, their excitement palpable. Wow, that senior brother is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I feel a bit dizzy. Honestly, you act as if you've never seen a handsome man before. Uft, you're the one with a nosebleed. The young girls gossiped like infatuated schoolgirls. After several days of selection, 89 new disciples were ultimately accepted, bringing the total number of disciples in the ice and snow divine realm to 125. The following day, at the martial arts training ground, Zheng Junfeng and other direct disciples were instructing the newly admitted disciples in their training when Jiang Yuxi suddenly arrived. Yuxi, you're here. Li Qingyun smiled faintly. Do you have time for lunch today? My grandfather wishes to invite you, Jiang Yuxi inquired. I have time. Jiang Yuxi joyfully took Li Qingyun's hand, saying, then let us go. Li Qingyun greeted Yang Zixin and Wu Wenzhong, asking them to assist in guiding the disciples under his charge before following Jiang Yuxi. Who is that girl? She is so beautiful. What is her relationship with senior brother Li? Could she be his partner? How fortunate. Having such a beauty by his side makes one envious. Some newly admitted disciples chattered excitedly. Li Qingyun and Jiang Yuxi soon arrived at the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering, they were greeted by an elderly man with graying hair, a round face, and a beard. The old man had a kind expression, though he appeared somewhat frail. His spirit remained vibrant. This is my grandfather, Jiang Zhengbin. Jiang Yuxi introduced them to each other. Hello, grandfather. You may call me Xiao Li, Xiao Yun, Xiao Qing, or Qingyun, Li Qingyun said respectfully. Hearing Li Qingyun refer to him as grandfather, Jiang Yuxi's face turned crimson. Ha, little Qing. No, my young friend Qingyun, come. Please have a seat. Jiang Zhengbin laughed heartily. After you, grandfather, Li Qingyun said with deference. Once seated, Jiang Yuxi poured tea for them. With a beaming smile, Jiang Zhengbin remarked, I have long wanted to meet you since I heard from Xiaoxi that you saved her. I was in seclusion due to an injury for some time, which is why I could not meet you until now to express my gratitude in person. Li Qingyun smiled and replied, there is no need for such formalities, grandfather. You are Yuxi's grandfather, and thus, you are also mine. There is no reason to thank someone for saving their own grandfather. Jiang Zhengbin was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, what is happening? How did I become your grandfather? I have yet to agree to the matter concerning you and Xiaoxi. Jiang Yuxi's face turned crimson, and she sat beside him like a little kitten, her heart brimming with joy. Jiang Zhengbin laughed heartily. Qingyun, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Li Qingyun chuckled and lifted his cup to sip. Oh, Sister Yuxi, it has been quite some time. At that moment, a man and woman entered from outside. The woman had an exquisitely delicate oval face, long legs, and a slender waist, adorned in a slightly translucent gown that subtly revealed her snow-white skin, stirring one's imagination. She walked with a graceful sway, her movements enchanting, her form exuding a hint of flirtation, making her appear exceptionally alluring. Even so, she paled in comparison to Jiang Yuxi. The man, strikingly handsome and tall, entered with an air of arrogance, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuxi. Yueying, you have arrived. Jiang Yuxi called out upon seeing the newcomers. Jiang Zhengbin set down his teacup. Yueying, Zhen, come, take a seat. The beautiful woman approached Jiang Zhengbin's side. I heard grandfather has recovered, so I hurried to see you. Jiang Zhengbin nodded, excellent. Your timing is perfect. Qingyun, allow me to introduce you. This is my other granddaughter, Jiang Yueying, and this is her fiancé, the second young master of the Piao Miao sect, Xiao Zhentian. Li Qingyun thought to himself, how fortuitous to encounter the Piao Miao sect here. Jiang Zhengbin continued. This is Yuxi's close friend, Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun's name seemed somewhat familiar to Xiao Zhentian. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, I recall now. My elder brother's fiancé, the saintess of the Wuchan sect, Ling Yuyo, once had a fiancé named Li Qingyun. Could it be you? Chapter 26, The Flower Thief. Du Liuxiang, all eyes, turned to Li Qingyun. Indeed, I am the abandoned Li Qingyun, he declared with a hearty laugh. So it is truly you. Xiao Zhentian chuckled mockingly. Li Qingyun paid him no heed, as he was content with his current life, receiving recognition from his sect and enjoying the company of the stunning Jiang Yushi, which lightened his heart and broadened his perspective. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi intertwined her arm with Li Qingyun's and looked at Xiao Zhentian. So, it seems my bond with Brother Li is thanks to your brother? I ought to express my gratitude to him. Xiao Zhentian's smile instantly froze, as he realized that this woman, even more stunning than his fiancée Yi, was actually Li Qingyun's partner. A wave of displeasure washed over him, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Yushi, you must think this through. I have heard that Li Qingyun is notorious for being a waste in the Wuchan sect. Jiang Yushi retorted, do not call me Yushi. We are not close. Whether Brother Li is a waste or not, I cherish him. Li Qingyun felt warmth in his heart as he glanced at Jiang Yushi, offering her a gentle smile. Jiang Yueying approached with a smile, saying, Sister Yushi, your brother-in-law merely wishes to remind you. His intentions are for your benefit, so please do not misunderstand him. Jiang Yushi coldly scoffed, I do not require his reminders. Jiang Zhengbin slammed his teacup onto the table, causing tea to spill over, and declared with displeasure, enough of this. Jiang Yueying and Xiao Zhentian exchanged a glance and fell silent. Jiang Zhengbin, with a smile, said, young friend Qingyun, come, let us enjoy some tea. Certainly. Li Qingyun lifted his teacup and took a sip. After the meal, Jiang Yushi and Li Qingyun walked along the path back to the ice and snow divine realm. Li Qingyun remarked, I believe Xiao Zhentian is not a good person. You should advise your sister to be cautious of him. It's futile. My sister has always regarded Xiao Zhentian as an exceptional man, powerful, and from a distinguished family, a perfect match for her. If I were to counsel her, she would only think I am trying to sow discord. She would never heed my words. Li Qingyun nodded. That is true, but do exercise caution around this individual. Yes, I understand. Well, it is getting late. You should head back. Li Qingyun suggested. Here, take this. Jiang Yushi produced a piece of jade and handed it to Li Qingyun. What is this? Li Qingyun inquired. This is a communication stone, a pair. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and speak, your voice can be transmitted to the other stone, Jiang Yushi explained. Li Qingyun examined it closely. It was exquisite and petite, resembling a jade pendant. He had heard of such stones before, but had never seen one. Was it truly so miraculous? Eagerly, Li Qingyun infused the communication stone with spiritual energy and held it to his mouth. Hello, Yushi. Yushi, can you hear me? Jiang Yushi's voice emanated from the stone at her waist. She retrieved an identical communication stone from her side and spoke into it. Brotherly, brotherly. The stone in Li Qingyun's hand flickered, echoing Jiang Yushi's voice. Wonderful. With this communication stone, it will be much easier for us to stay in touch. Li Qingyun remarked, examining the stone closely, and noticed the inscription bond of affection carved upon it. He chuckled heartily. Yushi, I understand your sentiments. Jiang Yushi felt a bit shy, lowering her head with a slight smile. Why is your face so red? Li Qingyun feigned ignorance. Jiang Yushi, feeling a little nervous, replied. It's nothing. Perhaps the sun is simply too bright. Li Qingyun looked up and replied. But it's overcast today. Where's the sun? Jiang Yushi turned and dashed away, exclaiming, it's getting late. I must return. In a flash, she vanished from sight. Li Qingyun stood stunned. Wow. Yushi runs so fast. I feel I might not even be able to keep pace with her. By the time he returned to the ice and snow divine realm, it was already afternoon. Why are there so many people? Li Qingyun wondered as he approached the task reception point. How audacious. This flower thief dares to come to our Luo city, completely disregarding our ice and snow divine realm. It is said that many places in Ningzhou have fallen victim to this notorious flower thief, and to this day, no one knows what he truly looks like. His arrival in our city of Luo undoubtedly instills a sense of invincibility. Li Qingyun approached, curiosity etched upon his face, and inquired, what is this flower thief? A disciple, with a hint of concern, replied, recently, a flower thief named Du Liuxiang has been wreaking havoc upon young women. As he traversed through the 10 cities of Ningzhou, dozens of women have fallen prey to his vile actions. Li Qingyun pondered, which 10 cities comprise Ningzhou? Pingqing, Yiqing, Xuqing, Xingyang City, Lingyang City, Fuqing, Nanling City, Luqing, and Luo City, came the response. Notably, the Kunlun sect maintains its stronghold in Lingyang City, where the flower thief has yet to make an appearance. However, he has already visited all the other cities, and now he has set his sights on Luo City, the realm of our ice and snow divine domain. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, declaring, as a man of integrity, I abhor such shameless scoundrels. Should I capture him? I shall ensure he pays dearly for his trespasses in Luo City. Sure Ryu cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingyun, remarking, I perceive some similarities between you two. Several other disciples nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zheng Junfeng stepped forward, proclaiming, I shall take on the task of apprehending the flower thief. I shall join as well. Count me in. Many disciples expressed their eagerness to undertake this mission. Zheng Junfeng, smiling, said, Very well, those who wish to join, come forth. We shall act together. And upon capturing the flower thief, the rewards will be shared equally. A dozen indignant disciples rallied to join the pursuit of the flower thief. Zheng Junfeng urged, Let us convene and devise a plan to capture this flower thief. Li Qingyun opted not to participate, as the number of those taking on the task was overwhelming, and he had no desire to compete for glory. Instead, he continued to peruse the remaining tasks. Task 1. Capture the flower thief. Du Liuxiang. Reward 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow, this flower thief is quite valuable. Task 2. Capture the river pirate, Zhong Shiba. Reward 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Forget it. The river pirate is surely formidable. I may not stand a chance. Task 3. Venture to Poison Fog Valley to find the resurrection grass. Reward 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Such a high reward indicates great danger. I cannot undertake this. Tasks 4 through 90 and 30 through 80. Alas, it seems there are no suitable tasks. Either they are too challenging or fraught with peril. Here is one that seems agreeable. Task 82. Purchase 80 pounds of lychees in Xiuqing and deliver them to a tavern in Luo City. Reward 10 low-grade spirit stones. A special note emphasizes that the delivery must not exceed 12 hours, or else a negative review will ensue, and the delivery will be refused. Given my current speed, how could I possibly be late? Even if I were to have a meal, take a bath, relieve myself, and catch some sleep, I would still be on time. I'll take this one. Brother Lu, kindly pass me the task token for the lychee delivery. Chapter 27. It was he who rescued me. As Lu Mingfei handed the task token to Li Qingyun, he inquired in confusion, Junior Brother Li, your prowess ranks among the finest within our ice and snow divine realm disciples. Why do you still accept such trifling tasks? I simply have a fondness for lychees. Li Qingyun replied with a smile as he took the token and departed. Lu Mingfei. Meanwhile, Zheng Junfeng and his companions had devised a strategy to deal with the flower-thieving rogue. They planned to use Shen Mingru as bait, for her exquisite beauty would surely entice Du Liuxiang. Yang Zixin expressed her concerns. Senior brother, is this truly wise? What if something goes awry? Shen Junior sister could be in danger. Shen Mingru reassured her, there is no need for worry, Junior sister Yang. With so many of us, how could we possibly fail against a mere flower thief? Zheng Junfeng confidently declared, rest assured, Junior sisters Shun and Yang. With my presence, nothing shall go amiss. Yang Zixin conceded, if you all are so certain, then very well. Wu Wenzhong inquired, what shall we do now? Zheng Junfeng contemplated for a moment before suggesting, we must draw the snake from its lair. Wu Wenzhong asked again, how shall we do that? Zheng Junfeng, with an air of confidence, replied, Junior sister Shun, you shall stroll through the streets to lure Du Liuxiang out. We will disguise ourselves as ordinary citizens and remain nearby to protect you. Once he appears, you will lead him out of the city, and we shall execute our ambush, ensuring his capture. Excellent. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. In the streets of Luocheng, Shen Mingru, adorned in a flowing azure gown, with her graceful figure and exquisite features, became a living embodiment of beauty as she walked, captivating all who beheld her. Wow, look at that girl, she's stunning. A group of young men trailed behind her, drooling and showering her with compliments. Even the older merchants were left awestruck. Husbands, accompanied by their wives, were often met with scorn after staring at Shen Mingru as she passed by. What are you staring at, you old fool? Is there no woman at home? A robust woman scolded her husband, who was fixated on the enchanting figure. I was merely looking. I wasn't doing anything. The middle-aged man protested, tugged by the ear. The woman, becoming increasingly irate, tightened her grip. By your tone, it sounds like you have ulterior motives, don't you? Easy now. Easy. I swear, I have no such thoughts. The man pleaded, attempting to explain. The woman delivered a swift kick to her husband. If you have no thoughts, why do you keep staring at that girl? Do you think I'm a fool? My dear, please do not be angry. I merely had a fleeting thought, nothing more. He replied desperately. Smack, smack. The woman delivered 2 more stinging slaps. You heartless man, you indeed have thoughts. She then dragged him inside their home, where anguished cries echoed forth. Thus, Shin Mingru meandered through the city, drawing attention as she went. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, a portly middle-aged man sipped his drink, admiring the enchanting Shin Mingru as she passed below. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the scene. Her figure was enchanting, graceful, and exquisite. A sly smile graced the corners of his mouth. It seems my little brother is in for a treat tonight. As evening fell, Shin Mingru pondered. Is this Du Liuxiang not in the city? She thought to herself, forget it, time to wrap up. Just as she turned, she spotted a rather suspicious middle-aged man, his face plump and adorned with a cunning smile. A surge of alarm gripped Shin Mingru, yet she quickly regained her composure, turning with an air of seduction and continuing her stride. Occasionally, she cast a furtive glance behind her, confirming that the man was indeed following closely. She signaled to her fellow disciples, and they all trailed behind the man. As darkness enveloped the sky, Shin Mingru led the middle-aged man to a desolate area, stating, Come out. The man chuckled, stepping from the thicket. Little beauty, you've lured me to this forsaken place on purpose. Are you not afraid I might administer justice here? Shin Mingru's tone turned icy. You are the infamous flower thief terrorizing Ningzhou, Du Liuxiang, aren't you? The man laughed heartily. Oh, that is merely the flattery of my acquaintances in the martial world. Bah! Shin Mingru's face contorted with anger. You are shameless. Du Liuxiang leered. I relish when women call me shameless. The more you say it, the more shameless I become. Furious, Shin Mingru retorted. Just wait until I castrate you. Let us see how shameless you can be afterward. Du Liuxiang laughed with delight. Come on, darling. I adore your fiery spirit. And you are so beautiful. Just the thought of you calling me my lord later sends shivers of excitement through me. Ha ha. Heaven has been kind to me. Shin Mingru replied coolly. I hope you can remain so brazen for a little while longer. Senior brother, attack. No response. Senior brother, martial brother, sister Yang. The surroundings remained eerily silent. A sense of unease crept into Shin Mingru's heart as she realized something was amiss. Du Liuxiang advanced slowly, a lewd grin spreading across his face. They have all fallen into the trap I laid. They cannot escape. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Shin Mingru exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. They had come with over a dozen foundational brothers. How could they be ensnared without her knowledge? Boom. Du Liuxiang unleashed a powerful aura, declaring, before me, you are but ants. Were it not for my desire to engage in sweet nothings with you, they would already be cold corpses. Shin Mingru gasped, You are at the late stage of the golden core? You are correct. He replied, Do you think this Grand Master is someone you can trust for a lifetime? The women before you were mere playthings. However, for you, I could reform and turn over a new leaf, as long as you agree to be my woman. I shall treat you like a treasured gem. What do you say? Quite a tempting offer. I assent it. Du Liuxiang inched closer, while Shin Mingru retreated until she found herself against the cliff face. Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. Shin Mingru's expression turned frantic. Faced with such a formidable foe, she was paralyzed with fear, her beauty paling as she was rendered helpless. Du Liuxiang reached out to seize Shin Mingru, exclaiming, Come here, my dear wife. Soon you shall call me your beloved elder brother. Ha ha ha. I shall not relent. Shin Mingru brandished her sword, thrusting it towards Du Liuxiang. However, his response was astonishingly swift, as he appeared behind her in an instant, gently pressing a finger against her, unleashing a formidable force that sealed her cultivation. Shin Mingru's face turned pale. What do you intend to do? Du Liuxiang licked his lips, his gaze ablaze with desire. I am a notorious libertine. What do you think I wish to do? Surely, that is a redundant question. Naturally, I intend to have my way with you, ha ha ha. Scoundrel, if you dare lay a finger on me, my father will never let you go. Shin Mingru exclaimed, a tempest of fear and fury swirling within her. Du Liuxiang smirked dismissively. Once we are united, your father shall become my father as well. We shall all be one family. What can he possibly do to me? Shall he make you a widow? Ha ha ha. Please, do not act recklessly, Shin Mingru pleaded, fear gripping her heart as tears streamed down her cheeks. My beauty, Your brother has arrived. To be honest, I have never been with a woman as exquisite as you, Du Liuxiang said, his throat constricting as he lunged forward, eyes glinting with insatiable greed. Shin Mingru, confronted by this revolting man, closed her eyes, her body trembling, engulfed in despair. Who will save me? At that moment, a radiant light appeared before her. She opened her beautiful eyes to behold a man clad in icy armor, a pair of frosty wings unfurling from his back, wielding an ice sword as he descended from above, shimmering with starlight. His strikingly handsome face bore a gentle yet familiar expression. Li Qingyun. A flicker of hope ignited within Shin Mingru. This was the very man she had often berated as a rogue, a scoundrel. Yet, it was he who came to her aid in her moment of peril. You dare touch my senior sister. Li Qingyun, brandishing his mysterious ice sword, charged at Du Liuxiang with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Du Liuxiang also drew his sharp blade to counter, the clash of their swords generating a colossal shockwave that sent boulders flying, dust swirling in the air. A deafening roar echoed as Du Liuxiang staggered back several steps. Li Qingyun was hurled away, crashing against the mountainside and spitting blood. The flicker of hope in Shin Mingru's heart extinguished with Li Qingyun's injury. Li Qingyun, you are no match for him. Flee at once. Return and inform my father to avenge me. Du Liuxiang chuckled. Who would have thought that a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you could withstand my blade without perishing? Truly remarkable. Chapter 28. The Crowpex at me. Li Qingyun rose, swallowing the blood pooling in his throat, and remarked coolly, the Golden Core realm is nothing extraordinary. Shin Mingru, her tone urgent, implored, Li Qingyun, we must escape. Du Liuxiang continued with a grin, young man, your cultivation is commendable. With a few more years of growth, you would surely rival me. However, at present, you are no match for me. I shall grant you an opportunity. Depart. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingru simultaneously felt relief for Li Qingyun and a profound sense of despair. Realizing that she was ensnared in an inescapable predicament, Li Qingyun's gaze turned icy. Do not even think of harming my senior sister. With that, he grasped the Xianbing sword, channeled all his spiritual energy, and charged forward. You seek death. Du Liuxiang unleashed the aura of a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, striking with full force. In an instant, Li Qingyun was sent flying, but during his flight, he tightly embraced Shin Mingru, leveraging the rebound force to sweep his ice wings, transforming into a shooting star. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Du Liuxiang was taken aback. What on earth is this? How can it fly so fast? The Xianbing Tianiju was originally an Earth-tier technique, yet through the system-upgraded ice wings, its grade was forcibly elevated to a Celestial-tier technique, showcasing the formidable nature of the ice wings. In the void, Li Qingyun held the sealed Shin Mingru. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being trembling from the pain. Shin Mingru, gazing at Li Qingyun's injured state, was filled with concern. Junior brotherly, are you all right? Li Qingyun looked at Shin Mingru. I'm fine. Let us escape a bit further. Moments later, Li Qingyun landed in a mountain gorge. He coughed out another mouthful of blood and weakly said, Senior Sister Shun, I'm so tired. I need to sleep for a while. With that, he fell into unconsciousness. Shin Mingru held Li Qingyun tightly. Junior brotherly, don't sleep. Please wake up. Grasping his wrist, she noticed his pulse slowing, his breath weakening. In a state of panic, she quickly retrieved a healing pill and urged him, Junior brotherly, eat this. You will feel better. Li Qingyun remained unresponsive. In desperation, Shin Mingru took a sip of water and fed the medicine to him with her mouth. After consuming the pill, Li Qingyun still did not awaken. Shin Mingru wept, her tears flowing like rain. Junior brotherly, please don't sleep. I beg you to wake up. I promise I won't scold you anymore. What should I do? What should I do? Right, artificial respiration. A quarter of an hour later. Cough. Li Qingyun opened his eyes. Shin Mingru, overjoyed, embraced him and cried, Junior brotherly, you are finally awake. Li Qingyun, upon seeing Shin Mingru weeping like a sorrowful figure, mistakenly thought she had been bullied by Du Liuxiang. In a feeble tone, he reassured her, Senior Sister Shun, do not worry. Once I am stronger, I will definitely help you capture and deal with that Du Liuxiang. Shin Mingru, hearing this, was even more moved, holding Li Qingyun and sobbing uncontrollably. Li Qingyun, at a loss, comforted her. Do not cry anymore, Senior Sister Shun. If you keep crying like a little kitten, you won't be pretty. Cough, cough. Shin Mingru hurriedly interjected. Do not speak. Just rest well. Oh no. Ah, it hurts. Li Qingyun, enduring excruciating pain, forced himself to sit up. What is the matter? Shen Mingru inquired. I accepted a task to deliver lychees, and while rescuing you, I lost the lychees. This is disastrous. It's just delivering lychees, Shen Mingru sighed in relief. If they are lost, then so be it. Li Qingyun urged. If I exceed the time limit, I will receive a poor review, which will tarnish my reputation. Shen Mingru shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, at this moment, you're still concerned about such trivial matters? Do you realize you were on the brink of death? Li Qingyun responded solemnly, this is not trivial. It is a matter of integrity. Shen Mingru paused, thinking to herself, it appears that I truly know nothing about him. Li Qingyun, slightly agitated, insisted, hurry, senior sister. Fly with your sword and take me to buy lychees. Shen Mingru gasped in disbelief. Are you serious? You're injured like this, and you still want to buy lychees? The round trip is several hundred miles. Can your body handle it? I must go, or else I will receive a poor review tomorrow. Very well, Shen Mingru reluctantly agreed. Li Qingyun retrieved 2 6-leaf ghost orchids from his storage bag and consumed them, feeling significantly better. Let's go, senior sister Shen. Shen Mingru soared into the sky on her sword, carrying Li Qingyun toward Chu City. Along the way, she curiously inquired, Junior brother Li, how did you suddenly appear to save me? Li Qingyun recalled the events. I had just bought lychees in Chu City and was on my way back, singing to myself. Suddenly, I sensed your presence and remembered your encounter with the flower thief, so I came to check. Shen Mingru breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely arrival, and then remarked, wait a moment. Why do I feel like the little girl picking mushrooms has now turned into a little boy delivering lychees? Li Qingyun chuckled. Every place has its variations in song. Sometimes we sing about mushrooms, other times tomatoes, or even cantaloupes and durians. None of that matters. What matters is that the one delivering lychees is indeed a little boy. Shen Mingru giggled. At 20 years old, you still call yourself a little boy? How shameless. Suddenly, Li Qingyun exclaimed, oh, I just remembered something. What did you recall? While I was unconscious, I dreamt of a crow pecking at me. It was terrifying. Even more so than the old hens from our ice and snow divine realm. Shen sister, please check if my mouth is swollen. Shen Mingru's cheeks flushed crimson. You idiot. Li Qingyun looked bewildered. I was dreaming. Why are you scolding me? After all, I did save you. And this is how you repay me? Shen Mingru huffed and turned her flushed face away. Li Qingyun sighed. You are quite beautiful, yet your temperament is so fierce and unpredictable. Upon hearing him praise her beauty, Shen Mingru's heart swelled with joy as she asked, am I really that beautiful? Li Qingyun rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? I'm not blind. Shen Mingru beamed with delight, but then recalled something else. Why did you pretend not to be able to fly? Li Qingyun replied nonchalantly, I didn't pretend. I simply did not wish to show off, just as I wouldn't boast about my good looks. Should I announce to everyone that I am handsome? Shen Mingru countered. I am nearly recovered. Let me fly now. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. After Li Qingyun summoned his ice wings, he took Shen Mingru's hand and, with a sweep of his wings, transformed into a shooting star. Wow, so beautiful. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, resembling exquisite jewels embedded in the dark expanse, while the bright moon hung overhead like a silver platter. Shen Mingru felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. The nightscape she had witnessed before paled in comparison to this moment, prompting her to glance at Li Qingyun. Wow, so handsome. In that instant, Li Qingyun sparkled like crystal, complemented by his strikingly handsome visage. Thump, thump. Oh no, my heart is racing. Shen Mingru shifted her gaze to the breathtaking scenery around them. How magnificent! As she beheld the mountains, rivers, and starry sky at night, and felt the warmth of Li Qingyun's palm, a sweetness surged within her. She couldn't help but think, if only every day could be like this. With Li Qingyun's ice wings soaring at full speed, they soon returned to Luoqing. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qingyun tapped on the door. A beautiful woman opened the door to the small tavern. Hello, here are your lychees. Li Qingyun beamed, showcasing his professionalism as a delivery person. The woman reached out, gently touching the hand that held the basket, and said softly, oh, what a charming young man. Come in and chat with your sister for a while. Li Qingyun was taken aback. Perhaps not. I still need to hurry home for dinner. Haven't had dinner yet? What a coincidence. Come in and join me for a meal. As she spoke, the beautiful woman pulled Li Qingyun inside. Shen Mingru, witnessing this, rushed forward to block the woman, exclaiming, what are you doing? Let go of my junior brother. The woman smiled and replied, I'm just inviting your junior brother to dinner. What business is it of yours? Shen Mingru tightly grasped Li Qingyun's hand and declared loudly, besides being my junior brother, he is also my man. Chapter 29. Call me Qian or Li Qingyun. When did I become her man? Senior sister Shun. Li Qingyun attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Mingru. Let us go home. On the way back to the mountain. Senior sister, be quiet. I just want to say, be quiet. But be quiet. Upon returning to the sect, Shen Mingru, blushing, dashed straight to her room. Li Qingyun was utterly bewildered. What just happened? Why wouldn't she let me speak? Could it be that senior sister was frightened by Du Liuxiang? How unfortunate for someone so young to lose her mind. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine. Shen Mingru opened the door. Father. Shen Liyuan's tone was urgent. You're not hurt, are you? Wenzhong and Zixin told me about your situation. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm really fine. Shen Liyuan pressed further. Quickly, tell me what happened. Shen Mingru, recalling Du Liuxiang, still felt a lingering fear. That flower thief is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Shen Liyuan was taken aback. Late stage of the Golden Core? How did you manage to escape? It was Li Shidi who saved me. Qingyun, he was able to rescue you from the hands of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator? Shen Mingru nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he nearly lost his life to the infamous flower thief. Shen Liyuan let out a sigh of relief. You must express your gratitude to Qingyun. Do you understand? Yes. Remember, do not engage in such foolish actions again. With your meager abilities, becoming bait is akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. I understand. Father, now, you have been frightened. It is best to rest well. As Shen Liyuan walked towards the door, he murmured to himself, this disciple is truly worth it. He is indeed a fated individual. Ha ha ha. Shen Mingru tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her mind filled with the image of Li Qingyun rescuing her. Tall and handsome, exuding an aura of magnificence, brave and unwavering, and so responsible. He is simply too charming, too exceptional. Shen Mingru approached the window, gazing at the multitude of stars, reminiscing about the moment she held Li Qingyun's hand and soared through the sky, a sweet smile gracing her face. Then, the memory of feeding him medicine with her mouth surfaced, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and she quickly covered her face, leaping onto the bed. How embarrassing. The following morning. I am so hungry. Let us see what delicious food is available today. Excellent. Li Qingyun exclaimed, serving himself a generous bowl of rice. After only a few bites, he looked up and was met with an exquisite face before him. Li Qingyun was taken aback. Shinshiji, usually, you scold me from the next table. Today, you want to come closer to reprimand me, will you? Shen Mingru pursed her lips. When have I said I would scold you? I merely came to check on your injuries. Li Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Much better. Though my right hand still hurts a bit. Shen Mingru, with genuine concern, asked, should I call father to take a look? No need to trouble him. It will heal in a few days. How about this? I will feed you, Shen Mingru said, her cheeks flushed, so you don't accidentally jolt your wound. Li Qingyun was taken aback. This, isn't that necessary. Remembering how fierce Shen Mingru usually was, he suspected she had ulterior motives in feeding him. Ignoring his protests, Shen Mingru lifted the bowl. Open your mouth. Li Qingyun obediently began to eat. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. The other disciples were wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Look, Shinshiji is feeding Li Shidi. What on earth is happening? Isn't Shinshiji the one who dislikes Li Shidi the most? My dreams are shattered. Everyone was left speechless in shock. Zheng Junfeng approached. Shinshimi, we inadvertently fell victim to that flower thief's scheme yesterday. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Wu Wenzhong and the others walked over, their expressions filled with shame. I am sorry, Shinshiji, I did not protect you well. Shen Mingru addressed the crowd. I am fine, there is no need for concern. At that moment, Yang Zixin also approached. Shinshiji, what is going on? Why are you feeding Li Shidi? Shen Mingru, with a hint of shyness, remarked, Li Shidi has injured his hand. Yang Zixin smiled and continued her meal. Suddenly, a system task was issued. Steal a piece of Shen Mingru's undergarment, and the reward would be a card for elevating one's lunar realm. Li Qingyun was taken aback. Steal an undergarment? How utterly shameless. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. If caught, he would find it impossible to explain himself, and would be branded a pervert, losing all dignity in the eyes of others. Speak up. Why are you dazed? Shen Mingru inquired. Li Qingyun snapped back to reality, stammering. And no, it's nothing. After dinner, he took a stroll outside the mountain gate. In the distance, he spotted the furious Xia Qianer. Oh no, here she comes again. I must flee. Li Qingyun swiftly turned to run. Upon seeing him turn tail, Xia Qianer was infuriated and swiftly intercepted him. Why are you running? Xia Qianer demanded. Li Qingyun forced a sheepish grin. Miss Xia, it's you. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice. Xia Qianer retorted coldly. Stop pretending. You clearly saw me and ran away. Do you think I wouldn't notice? With genuine sincerity, Li Qingyun replied, I truly did not deceive you. Xia Qianer exclaimed in anger. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I even agreed to let you pursue me. And yet, before you have even made your move, you begin to lie. You have truly disappointed me. Li Qingyun felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this was an opportunity to clarify their relationship and avoid future troubles. Thus, he began, Miss Xia, but Xia Qianer interrupted, I despise liars above all else. Fortunately, I never agreed to date you. Even if I were to kill you, I wouldn't feel a twinge of sadness. Are you really going to kill me? Surely, it can't be that violent. Li Qingyun was taken aback and hastily admitted, I confess, I indeed saw you, and I was deliberately avoiding you. Xia Qianer's expression turned icy. Why would you do that? Do you not wish to see me? Li Qingyun resolved not to fall for her trap this time. He thought to himself that merely saying he didn't want to see her would surely summon her neighbors to feast. So he clutched his chest, feigning severe injury, and pinched his backside vigorously several times, grimacing as his lips turned purple. The reason I didn't want you to see me is that I sustained grave injuries while trying to capture the flower thief, Du Liuxian. I feared that seeing me in such a state would sadden you. Your sorrow would trouble me even more. Xia Qianer looked perplexed. You were injured? Li Qingyun nodded and extended his arm, revealing various swollen bruises, indeed proof of his injuries. Why did you attempt to capture the flower thief? Xia Qianer pressed on. I sought to protect you, Li Qingyun declared with conviction. Protect me? What do you mean? He feigned profound emotion. He is known as the flower thief. The very name reveals his profession. You, possessing an unparalleled beauty, embody the essence of the most exquisite flower, captivating all who gaze upon you. It is evident that you are her ultimate target, indeed her primary focus. Therefore, to safeguard you, the most prudent course of action would be to apprehend him, addressing the crisis at its source. However, I never anticipated that he would be a late-stage golden core cultivator. I proved utterly incapable of standing against him and nearly met my demise. Xia Qianer suddenly realized. So, you have done so much for me? Yet, I have wronged you. Why did you not speak of it? Are your injuries severe? Li Qingyun's gaze was sincere. Love is about selfless devotion, devoid of expectation for reciprocity. If I were to enumerate every act done for you, could it still be deemed true love? Xia Qianer, with tears glistening in her eyes, remarked, I never imagined your feelings for me were so genuine. I truly wish to promise you now that I will become your companion, yet I must observe longer. This is better for both of us. Alas, the situation is spiraling beyond control. What shall we do? Cold sweat beaded on Li Qingyun's forehead. Xia Qianer produced a handkerchief, gently wiping his brow as she said, Your injuries are significant. You are sweating profusely. Fear not. I shall certainly avenge you by vanquishing that scoundrel. Hearing this, Li Qingyun felt a surge of emotion mingled with guilt. Very well, Miss Xia, let us confront him together. Do not call me Miss Xia. Refer to me as Qianer. Chapter 30. The eccentric heroine Qianer. Indeed, Xia Qianer readily agreed and continued. The reason for my visit today is to inquire why. Despite conversing daily with that turtle at home, I still cannot comprehend its speech. Li Qingyun hesitated for a moment before responding. It appears that you have successfully completed the first phase of your training. You may now proceed to the second phase. Xia Qianer was taken aback. There is a second phase? Of course. Li Qingyun stated earnestly. Look into my eyes. Yes, just like that. You must gaze at the turtle for half an hour each day. This is known as eye contact. Only through this can you enter the realm of mental communication. With persistence, you should soon understand its words. Xia Qianer was elated. How wonderful. It seems I am on the verge of mastery. Li Qingyun, astonished, thought to himself, is this truly so easy to deceive? Perhaps Xia Qianer suffered a fever in her childhood that impaired her mind? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Let her be foolish, for it bore no consequence to him. He then said, It is nearly time for you to return, I senti it? Xia Qianer replied, No, I invite you to dine with me. Li Qingyun pondered for a moment. Very well. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they swiftly made their way to Luo City. Along the way, Li Qingyun noticed a stall selling masks by the roadside. Qianer, let us go and see if there is any amusement, said Li Qingyun. All right. Summer, Qianer readily agreed. Li Qingyun stood before a stall, playfully examining various masks. After a while, he picked up a mask adorned with peonies and placed it on his face. Qianer, do I look good? He asked. Ha, you look ridiculous. A grown man wearing a flower on his face. It's hilarious. Li Qingyun tilted his head slightly. I think it looks quite splendid. I shall buy this one. Summer Qianer was puzzled. What do you intend to do with that mask? Li Qingyun whispered in her ear. The flower thief has seen my face. Wearing a mask will help me catch him. That sounds like fun. I want one too. Summer Qianer exclaimed excitedly. Both donned their masks and gazed at each other, bursting into laughter. Shall we come up with a nickname? Summer Qianer inquired. Yes. What shall it be? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us be called the peculiar hero with a flower, he declared. Summer Qianer leapt with joy. Wonderful. We shall be known as the peculiar hero with a flower. How much for the masks? Li Qingyun asked the vendor. The vendor, beaming with a smile, replied, These masks are 5 won each, 10 won for 2. Qianer, do you have any money? I seem to have forgotten mine. Li Qingyun fabricated an excuse to avoid paying. I do. Summer Qianer handed the money to the vendor. Let us go for a meal, Li Qingyun suggested. All right. Summer Qianer, mask in hand, played with it as they walked. Esteemed guests, please come inside. The cheerful waiter beckoned. They found a table by the window on the 2nd floor. Li Qingyun glanced at the menu. As per our usual, let us order one of everything from the signature dishes. Certainly. What would you like to drink? The waiter inquired. A few bowls of milk, please, Li Qingyun replied. Very well, esteemed guest, but you may need to wait a moment as I must go milk the cows, the waiter informed him. Not a problem, go ahead, Li Qingyun said, then turned to Summer Qianer. Let us discuss our strategy. Summer Qianer, brimming with excitement, asked, Do you have a plan? Indeed. Li Qingyun spoke mysteriously. This idea came after considerable investment. I convened a think tank of over 100 people and spent 3 sleepless days devising this strategy. Come closer so no one overhears. Summer Qianer leaned in to hear his whispers. You will walk about the streets, using your beauty to attract the flower thief, leading him to a secluded spot where we can capture him. Excellent idea. Summer Qianer nodded in agreement. After their meal, Summer Qianer suppressed her cultivation to the foundational level and strolled through the streets, with Li Qingyun trailing behind her. As night fell, the flower thief had yet to appear. Summer Qianer approached Li Qingyun. What is happening? Why hasn't the flower thief shown up? Perhaps he is on holiday today. We shall return tomorrow. I refuse to believe he will remain idle, Li Qingyun stated earnestly. All right. After exchanging a few more words, they each returned home. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Qingyun retrieved the communication stone and infused it with spiritual power. Yushi, for heaven's sake, do not wander about during this period, especially at night. You mustn't venture outside. There is a notorious flower thief on the loose, possessing formidable skills at the late Golden Core stage. I am devising a plan to capture him. Remember, do not leave the house. Moments later, the communication stone illuminated, resonating with Jiang Yushi's voice. I understand, brotherly. Please take care of yourself. After replying with an assurance, Li Qingyun succumbed to a deep slumber. For 2 consecutive days, the flower thief did not make an appearance. Xia Qianer and Li Qingyun found themselves seated by a tranquil stream. Xia Qianer remarked, I believe the flower thief has departed. Li Qingyun pondered for a moment. Tomorrow, I shall take on the role of bait and test the waters. Xia Qianer appeared astonished. Is that really feasible? Let's give it a try. After deliberation, the two commenced their plan. Li Qingyun ambled through the streets, indulging in snacks, enjoying performances, and engaging in games, much to Xia Qianer's envy as she trailed behind. You're thwarting my efforts. Just wait and see how I deal with you, muttered a burly middle-aged man lurking behind Li Qingyun. As they reached a deserted area, Li Qingyun intended to signal Xia Qianer to conclude their endeavor when suddenly, a figure materialized before him. You're doomed today, kid. Du Liuxiang. Li Qingyun felt an exhilarating thrill. Why was this fellow so exuberant upon spotting me? Shouldn't he be afraid? Du Liuxiang chuckled sinisterly. Where do you think you're running to? Kid, why should I run? I owe you nothing, retorted Li Qingyun. Du Liuxiang's expression darkened. To be so audacious at this moment. Let us see how I shatter your insolent mouth. Li Qingyun shouted. Qianer, Come to my rescue. As Xia Qian'er emerged from behind Du Liuxiang, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Wow, where did this little beauty come from? You've stirred my interest immensely. Absolutely stunning. What incredible luck. You've walked straight into the trap. Xia Qian'er shot him a disdainful glance. You're quite ugly. Du Liuxiang's smile froze instantly. My dear, you shall soon learn the price of insulting my looks. But first, let me deal with this brat before I entertain you. He turned to Li Qingyun, a devious grin spreading across his face. Last time, you escaped. Today, fortune is not on your side. He then unleashed his golden core pressure, locking onto Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun made no attempt to resist. Du Liuxiang, intrigued, inquired, why do you not fight back? Do you realize you cannot escape, thus opting for surrender? Li Qingyun remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Ah, still in good spirits. Are we? Allow me to knock out your front teeth first. Let's see if you can keep smiling. With that, Du Liuxiang unleashed a flurry of punches, shadowy fists surging toward Li Qingyun. Suddenly, a gust of energy swept through, obliterating the phantom fists. What is happening? Why can't I move? Du Liuxiang was astounded. And upon glancing at Xia Qian'er, his expression transformed dramatically. How is this possible? How could you possibly be a practitioner in the nascent soul stage? Xia Qian'er scoffed, remaining silent thereafter. Misunderstanding, my lady. I assure you, I am a good person. I was merely jesting. Du Liuxiang hastily clarified. Li Qingyun approached with a smile, remarking, the notorious flower thief Du Liuxiang has wreaked havoc across 10 cities in Ningzhou, harming countless young women, and you still dare to claim you are a good person. Du Liuxiang forced a smile. Brother, you are mistaken. Those young women were all willing participants, enamored with me for quite some time. It was out of compassion for their unrequited love that I acted in such a manner. These deeds were never my true desire. However, being a kind-hearted individual, I cannot bear to see others in sorrow, which compelled me to reluctantly assume the role of a flower thief. You must believe me. I am merely a well-intentioned person who has committed wrongful acts. Huh. Li Qingyun scoffed with disdain. How utterly shameless. You dare utter such words. Truly brazen. Qian'er, render his cultivation useless. Without hesitation, Xia Qian'er struck Du Liuxiang's back with a heavy palm, shattering his dantian. Du Liuxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground and crying out in agony. My father will not let you go. Li Qingyun, intrigued, inquired, who is your father? Li Jumin, Jiahuan. Du Liuxiang gritted his teeth as he uttered those 5 words. Li Qingyun chuckled. Jiahuan bears the surname Jia, while you are a Du if you are impersonating someone. At least put in some effort. I am a bastard. I take my mother's surname. Silence. Li Qingyun interrupted, using his shoe to block Du Liuxiang's mouth. Xia Qian'er asked, what shall we do with him? Li Qingyun smirked. This scoundrel has committed countless heinous acts. Today, I shall seek justice for the victims. With that, he concentrated his spiritual energy, and dozens of icy threads, as thick as chopsticks, shot towards Du Liuxiang's thighs. Ah! Du Liuxiang let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling on the ground, clutching his groin, writhing in unbearable pain. Xia Qian'er turned away in embarrassment. Li Qingyun smiled lightly at Du Liuxiang. Remember, in your next life, do not commit such vile acts. Let us go, Qian'er. Li Qingyun secured Du Liuxiang and clapped his hands. Where to? Xia Qian'er inquired. To the authorities. To claim the bounty. The magistrate's office in Luo City. This is the notorious flower thief Du Liuxiang. Hurry and provide the reward. I must return home for dinner. Li Qingyun tossed Du Liuxiang to the ground. The officials, upon seeing the two adorned in peony masks and glancing at the blood-soaked, rolling figure on the ground, were utterly astonished. Is it true? The scourge of Ningzhou's cities, the elusive Du Liuxiang, has been captured? And just upon arriving in Luo City, no less. This is astonishing. We must verify the situation. Please wait here. The officials stated before escorting Du Liuxiang away. Not long after, the constable returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in official garb. With a warm smile, the man approached and courteously introduced himself. I am Zhong Xingbang, the Lord of Luoqing. We have verified the identity of the flower thief and confirmed it without doubt. On behalf of the citizens of Luoqing, I extend my gratitude to both of you. Li Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Lord Zhong, there's no need for such formality. Now that the identity of the flower thief has been established, may I receive the bounty? Naturally, Zhong Xingbang replied with a slight smile. signaling for a constable who emerged carrying a chest. Here are 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. Zhong Xingbang then inquired. May I ask how to address you two? As Li Qingyun accepted the chest, he replied, We are the eccentric duo. The Flower of Quirks. Zhong Xingbang chuckled. What a delightful name. Now that the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. With that, Li Qingyun and his companion vanished in an instant. Outside Fengyu residence, Li Qingyun remarked, Qin'er, we should split these spirit stones evenly. However, since they came as a result of the despicable actions of Du Liuxiang, I shall forego my share to spare you any discomfort. Xia Qin'er smiled sweetly. Your consideration is truly commendable. Li Qingyun nodded, of course. Observing Xia Qin'er's naive demeanor, he found her a fittingly powerful ally. He then coughed a few times, pressing his hand against his chest. Damn, my injury still hasn't healed after all this time. With a look of concern, Xia Qin'er asked, Do you have an old ailment? Alas, Li Qingyun sighed. During our last expedition to the secret realm, I was targeted by Zhu Han of the Sea Shark Gang and Tan Xiaowen of the Li Ju sect while I was gathering the 6-leaf ghost orchid for you. They gave me a thorough beating, nearly to the brink of death. Xia Qin'er frowned immediately. How dare they harm you? Indeed, Li Qingyun feigned helplessness. They are disciples of a third-tier sect, strong and dismissive of me as a fourth-tier disciple. It's only natural for them to bully me. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I shall endure. No, this grievance must be avenged. I will go and teach them a lesson, she declared. All right, Li Qingyun blurted out. Then reconsidered. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. Xia Qin'er replied confidently. Li Qingyun nodded. Fine. Then we shall confront them tomorrow. Agreed. After settling their plans, they each returned home. Upon returning to the snowy divine domain, Li Qingyun encountered Shen Mengru. With a serious expression, she asked, Where have you been these past few days? Is there something on your mind, senior sister Shen? No, I just hadn't seen you in a while and thought to inquire. Leaning closer with a hint of mystery, Li Qingyun revealed, The flower thief has been captured. Shen Mengru gasped in surprise. What? The flower thief has been apprehended? Who captured him? That's not for you to worry about. The thief is indeed caught. Was it you? Shen Mengru questioned, then reconsidered, but it couldn't possibly be you. So, was it or wasn't it? Oh, senior sister Shen, I just remembered. I have a sword to give you. As he spoke, he retrieved the moonlit sword from his bag. The moment Shen Mengru grasped the sword, she felt the immense power it harbored. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and the sword's body shimmered with a faint yellow-green glow. This is a rare and extraordinary sword. Are you truly giving it to me? Shen Mengru's expression was one of disbelief. Li Qingyun replied calmly. It is merely a sword. I have no use for it. You can wield it to enhance your strength and better protect yourself in times of peril. Shen Mengru smiled slightly. Thank you, junior brotherly. All right, senior sister Shen. If there's nothing else, I shall return to rest. There's nothing more. You may go back. Upon returning to his room, Li Qingyun took out a communication stone. Yushi, the flower thief, has been captured. The stone quickly lit up. Are you unharmed? I am fine. That is good. Meanwhile, Shen Mengru stood by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the moonlit sword. Junior brother Li, hasn't he been on the mountain these past few days? It turns out he went to apprehend the flower thief. Could it be that he sought vengeance on my behalf? And now, he gifts me such a precious sword. Does he perhaps harbor feelings for me? With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed on Shen Mengru's face. The next day, news of the capture of the flower thief, Du Liuxiang, spread throughout Ningzhou, and the authorities issued a notice for his immediate execution. The moniker of Strange Hero, a flower, also circulated widely. Within the ice and snow divine realm, discussions about Du Liuxiang ensued. The flower thief has been caught. What a relief. He dared to act arrogantly in our ice and snow divine realm, essentially courting death. I heard he was captured by 2 individuals, both donning peony masks. Could they be women? I believe it was a man and a woman. Perhaps they are a pair of chivalrous partners. When I find my lady, I too shall embark on noble deeds. I shall call myself the Strange Hero, a tree. I shall be the Strange Hero, a cigarette. I am the Strange Hero. A jug of wine. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zheng Junfeng remarked, It is indeed strange. Du Liuxiang is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Who possesses the ability to capture him? Could it be her? Yang Zixin asked, her face full of skepticism. Senior brother, who exactly are you referring to? Zheng Junfeng paused. Consider the woman in the pink dress who captured junior brother Li that day. She is at the nascent soul stage, and as far as I know, She is the strongest among the people of Luoqing, aside from our master. The crowd suddenly understood. Wu Wenzhong inquired, who is that man? Could it be junior brother Li? The group fell into deep contemplation. Just then, Li Qingyun strolled over leisurely. Brothers, what is the matter? Why are you all gathered here? Yang Zixin scrutinized Li Qingyun from head to toe, making him feel somewhat uneasy. What are you looking at? Sister Yang, you're not falling for me, are you? Nonsense. Quickly tell me, are you the strange hero, a flower? Li Qingyun chuckled, it's not me. Are you truly not the one? Yang Zixin pressed further. Li Qingyun shrugged his shoulders and said, it truly isn't me. Shen Mingru, overhearing their conversation, pondered to herself that the enigmatic hero must undoubtedly be Li Qingyun, and that the woman in question was certainly Xia Qiu'er. What could possibly unite them in their pursuit of the flower-thieving scoundrel? What was their true relationship? Well, I shan't engage further in your chatter. I have matters to attend to, Li Qingyun declared as he made his exit. You're out and about every day. You haven't been up to any mischief, have you? Yang Zixin remarked. Li Qingyun turned back with a smile. I am a paragon of virtue, engaging in no wrongdoing. Once Li Qingyun had departed, Yang Zixin, with a look of skepticism, queried, do you think he might actually be the enigmatic hero? Shen Mingru asserted resolutely. Is there any doubt? It must be him. Zheng Junfeng chuckled, with Jiang Yushi preceding and Xia Qiu'er following. Li Shidi is indeed fortunate. His intention was to subtly insinuate that Li Qingyun was a scoundrel. Indeed, when Li Shidi returns, I must inquire how he manages it. Why would such admirable young women take an interest in him? Song Hongjie's tone brimmed with envy. Sun Chongjing, with utmost seriousness, remarked, that fellow trails young ladies about the streets. Could there be some secret to his success? Perhaps we should try it ourselves? Wu Wenzhong, seemingly having discovered the secret to finding companions, spoke with excitement. Shen Mingru retorted angrily, do you wish to be expelled from the sect? We are merely jesting. I would never dare. The sight of a lady leaves me weak in the knees. Unlike Li Shidi, who brazenly slaps others on the back. That sort of audacity I could never emulate. Indeed, I too could never mimic that. She huffed, storming off in anger. Wu Wenzhong, baffled, asked, what has got Xin Shiji so riled up? She seems quite irate. Yang Zixin chuckled. You, a brutish fellow, would naturally be oblivious to a woman's sentiments. Chapter 32. A case of capture and confrontation after their meeting at the foot of the ice and snow divine domain. Li Qingyun and Xia Qiu'er hastened towards Lu City to seek out Tan Xiaowen of the Li Ju sect. Xia Qiu'er remarked, the master of the Li Ju sect possesses cultivation in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. I cannot defeat him. Thus we must wait for their departure from the sect to take action. Li Qingyun replied, that is easily managed. We shall employ a strategy of waiting for the heir to come to us. Xia Qiu'er, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what if he does not emerge? If he does not appear today, we shall return tomorrow. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden indefinitely. Ah, is it true, Qiu'er, that your fervent vow yesterday to avenge me was but a fabrication? No, that is not what I meant. As long as that is clarified, we must exercise patience and remain vigilant. We shall certainly await their emergence. The two swiftly reached the vicinity of the Li Ju sect and found a concealed spot to closely observe the disciples entering and leaving. Time passed slowly until noon approached. Xia Qiu'er, growing somewhat impatient, said, Qingyun, let us go eat. Li Qingyun glanced at her and replied, let us attend to the matter at hand first. After sitting here for so long, I am utterly fatigued. I wish to take a brief respite for a meal. Li Qingyun retrieved a bag from his cosmic pouch and produced 2 steamed buns, offering one to Xia Qiu'er. I took these from the kitchen this morning. Please enjoy. Xia Qiu'er hesitated, her gaze lingering on the bun, murmuring, I want a proper meal. Li Qingyun, with a grave expression, responded, do you not aspire to become an unparalleled talent, a figure of great significance in the world? Xia Qiu'er nodded affirmatively. Then are you aware of the path to attain such a status? She shook her head. Li Qingyun, with utmost seriousness, declared, throughout history, every great talent has endured hardship to temper their spirit. To become a person of stature, one must learn to embrace suffering. This is a test of your will. Therefore, obey and do not be picky, understand? Reluctantly, Xia Qiu'er began to eat the bun. What if we let him off for now and deal with him later? Qiu'er, one must see matters through to the end. It is akin to the act of relieving oneself. Can one simply stop midway? Xia Qiu'er grimaced in disdain. What are you even saying? That's revolting. Li Qingyun continued, for instance, During a meal, if one is still hungry after eating partway, can one simply cease eating? After mentioning the act of relieving oneself, and then discussing meals, I find my appetite waning. Li Qingyun, while gazing at the imposing entrance of the Li sect, devoured his bun heartily. All right, Chinner, make do for now. Once we conclude our business, I shall treat you to rice noodles. Xia Chinner reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. 2 hours later, Li Qingyun exclaimed with excitement. Chinner, look, they are emerging. Several disciples of the Li sect exited the mountain gate, descending. Xia Chinner was elated. Which one is it? Li Qingyun pointed, the one in black attire. Tan Xiaowen was surrounded by a group, chatting amiably as they walked. Senior Tan, do take good care of your junior. I may not excel in many areas, but in the pursuit of ladies, I am quite adept. Tan Xiaowen chuckled. Fear not. Sticking with me will surely bring you benefits. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, 2 masked figures obstructed their path. Tan Xiaowen, unfazed, inquired, Who are you? Why block our way? Xia Chinner replied nonchalantly, We are the strange heroes, a blooming flower. Tan Xiaowen, perplexed, remarked, What an odd name. I have never heard of such a thing. Li Qingyun stated, We have followed you all the way. You have expectorated over 30 times, causing significant pollution to the air and irreparable damage, which has adversely affected the local image. Thus, we represent the Environmental Department of Lu City to impose penalties in accordance with the law. Tan Xiaowen was bewildered. What nonsense is this? If I wish to spit, I shall do so. What business is it of yours? Others have spat as well. Why single me out? Li Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. You possess a certain awareness. You have provided us with evidence of your accomplice's transgressions. Very well. In light of your cooperation, I shall refrain from striking you too hard. Tan Xiaowen, with a scornful expression, retorted, I have navigated Lu City for many years and have never encountered such audacity. Strike me if you dare. Li Qingyun's tone was calm. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. With that, he signaled to Xia Chinner. Like a flash of lightning, she swiftly incapacitated Tan Xiaowen and the others before they could even react. It was not merely that they were caught off guard. Even had they been prepared, it would have been futile. Xia Chinner was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Tan Xiaowen and his companions were merely at the foundation establishment stage. A disparity of 2 significant levels, akin to an adult easily overpowering a child. Tan Xiaowen, astonished, stammered, You. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Qingyun charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The sounds of impact echoed as the group cried out in distress. This continued for a full 3 hours, leaving Tan Xiaowen and his companions battered and bruised. Finally, Li Qingyun ceased his onslaught, wiping the blood from his hands. Time to call it a day. Night is falling. Indeed, Xia Chinner agreed, also coming to a halt. Hand over your storage bags, or face dire consequences. Never, Tan Xiaowen retorted. But scarcely had his words left his lips when a blade from Li Qingyun struck his thigh, narrowly missing his companion. He screamed in terror, I will. After seizing their storage bags, Li Qingyun and Xia Chinner vanished from the scene. Demonstrating unexpected generosity, Li Qingyun treated Xia Chinner to a meal of rice noodles, costing a mere 4 coins, and they arranged to confront Zhu Han of the Sea Shark Gang the following day. Upon returning to the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, while on his way to his room, Li Qingyun noticed several garments hanging in the backyard outside Shin Mingru's quarters, one of which was a belly band. His eyes brightened. Could this be Sister Shin's belly band? Truly, I have stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he cautiously approached. The belly band was a lovely shade of blue, adorned with delicate embroidery. After confirming the coast was clear, he seized it and hurried back to his room. Sitting on his bed with the belly band in hand, he wondered, what is happening? Why hasn't the system issued any rewards? Half a stick of incense later, still no response. Frustration mounted within him. Could it be that the system has malfunctioned? Never mind, I shall return the belly band. It serves no purpose. As he walked with the belly band, he noticed someone approaching ahead. A nearby room's door stood ajar, yet it was empty, so he casually tossed the belly band into a corner of the room, dusted off his hands, and continued on his way with an air of tranquility. Li Shidi out so late. Wenzhong had just finished his training and returned, drenched in sweat. Li Qingyun maintained his calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. I couldn't sleep, just taking a stroll. After walking a short distance, he abruptly turned and rushed back to his own room. How peculiar! What is wrong with the system today? But thankfully, there are no losses. he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke to a commotion outside and stepped out to find a crowd gathered not far away. As the crowd gathered, they found Song Hongjie encircled in the midst. "Brother Song, how could you commit such a shameless act?" Yang Zixin exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if blood could drip from her cheeks. Song Hongjie, filled with shame, wished desperately to vanish into the ground. "Sister Yang, I swear I did not steal it," he protested. Yang Zixin, visibly irate, retorted, "You are holding it right now. The evidence is undeniable, yet you still refuse to confess." Upon hearing this, Song Hongjie immediately cast a piece of green fabric to the ground. Li Qingyun recognized it as the very item he had stolen the previous night. Understanding the situation, he cautiously stepped back, seeking refuge behind his fellow disciples. Initially intending to leave, he found himself concerned for Song Hongjie and chose to remain and observe. Shen Mingru glanced at the discarded fabric, disappointment etched across her face. "Brother Song, how could you engage in such behavior?" Chapter 33. You may embrace it, brotherly. Zheng Junfeng echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, Brother Song, you have always been so principled. How could you act so foolishly this time?" Wu Wenzhong, exasperated, urged, "Brother Song, be honest with us. I believe everyone will forgive you this once." Others chimed in, offering their counsel. "It's truly not me," Song Hongjie protested, his expression one of deep grievance. "I only discovered it under my desk this morning. I do not know who is attempting to frame me. I panicked, fearing I would be unable to explain myself, so I thought to dispose of it. I had no idea you would catch me." "Such a fabricated tale," Yang Zixin scoffed, her disbelief evident. "You claim someone is framing you. But why would anyone wish to do so? Who would have the motive to do this?" Song Hongjie pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I don't believe anyone has a vendetta against me. There should be no one who would frame me." Yang Zixin pressed. "If you believe no one is framing you, then it must indeed be you who took it. That is the only explanation. If someone did steal it, why would they not hide it for themselves, but instead bring it to your room? What purpose would that serve? Are they merely toying for amusement?" Desperation overtook Song Hongjie, his brow glistening with sweat. "I swear it's not me. After all these years, you should know I am not that kind of person." Wu Wenzhong lamented. "To know a person's face, but not their heart, Brother Song. Who would have thought that after all this time, your true colors would finally be revealed?" The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, understanding all too well. Faced with their scornful gazes, Song Hongjie drew a knife. "What are you doing?" Zheng Junfeng shouted, "Calm down. Put the knife down. Brother Song, please, remain composed. Do not act rashly." Shen Mingru and Yang Zixin urged, their voices laced with urgency. With the blade pressed against his neck, anguish and defiance marred his features. "It's truly not me. You may disdain me, but do not degrade my character." With that, he resolved to take his own life in protest. For a mere piece of fabric, must it escalate to such extremes? Li Qingyun could scarcely believe that a simple garment could ignite such a deadly crisis. He hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "It was not Brother Song who stole the pouch." The crowd turned their attention to Li Qingyun. Zheng Junfeng inquired, "Junior brotherly, since you claim it was not Brother Song, do you happen to know who the culprit is?" The onlookers began to regard Li Qingyun with an unusual gaze. Shen Mingru, her expression one of disbelief, stammered, "Could it be?" After a long pause, she struggled to voice her thoughts. She did not wish to suspect Li Qingyun. Yet if it were not Song Hongjie, he was the most likely candidate. Li Qingyun quickly explained, "Last night, while I was out for a stroll, I saw a little cat carrying a piece of green cloth in its mouth, which ran into Brother Song's room. At the time, I did not think the cloth was of any significance, so I paid it no mind. Now I realize that the piece of cloth the cat carried was indeed this pouch. Is that the truth?" Yang Zixin asked. His explanation was still quite reasonable, and the crowd largely believed him. "Absolutely true." Upon finishing, Li Qingyun stepped forward and snatched the knife from Song Hongjie's hand, declaring, "It is all a misunderstanding. I knew Brother Song was not that kind of person. It aligns perfectly with my conjecture." Others chimed in. "Brother Song appears to be a truly honorable man. He could never commit such an act." Song Hongjie, nearly moved to tears, gazed at Li Qingyun with immense gratitude and said, "Thank you, Junior brotherly, for clearing my name." Li Qingyun smiled awkwardly. "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for thanks." Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the crowd dispersed, and Li Qingyun continued his walk toward the mountain gate. Shen Mingru quickly asked, "Junior brotherly, Why have you been going out so often? The Tianjiao competition is only 10 days away. Aren't you training? Li Qingyun turned back with a smile. I have some matters to attend to, after which I shall return to my training. With that, he ran off. Humph. You haven't spoken to me in days. Shen Mingru huffed as she walked away. Li Qingyun and Xia Qianer then concealed themselves near the entrance of the Haisha gang. Qingyun, shall we continue to wait for him to emerge? Indeed. Time passed. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. Qingyun, it's nearly dark. What shall we do? Li Qingyun stated. He is fortunate. We shall return tomorrow. Ah, we are coming back tomorrow? Xia Qianer asked, her face filled with resignation. Of course. How else can we take our revenge? Xia Qianer replied. Perhaps we should wait a while before confronting him. Li Qingyun's gaze deepened. Throughout history, those who achieve great things possess great resolve. One cannot easily concede. Tell me, do you not desire to make a name for yourself across the world? Xia Qianer perked up. I do. Then will you give up? Li Qingyun asked once more. Xia Qianer resolved firmly. We cannot give up. We shall return tomorrow. After 3 days of waiting, they finally spotted him. Zhu Han ambled down the mountain, shaking his head. And as he reached the halfway point, he was blocked by 2 individuals wearing peony masks. Are you the renowned strange hero, a flower? Zhu Han exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qingyun, intrigued, inquired, do you know us? It is said in the martial world that the strange hero, a flower, has apprehended the notorious flower thief, donning peony masks. After Zhu Han spoke, he shuddered. I have not offended either of you. May I inquire why you obstruct my path? Li Qingyun replied indifferently. We have received reports alleging that you, oblivious to your surroundings, have trampled numerous flowers and ants. Thus, we have come to seek justice for those innocent flora and fauna. What? You cannot be serious. Zhu Han questioned, doubting his own hearing. Just as he was about to ask again, Li Qingyun and Xia Qianer charged forward simultaneously, delivering a thorough beating before swiftly seizing his storage bag and fleeing the scene. Having learned from their previous encounter, the duo now worked in perfect harmony, strike, snatch, escape, executing their plans seamlessly without the need for words, leaving Zhu Han, battered and bruised, writhing in agony on the ground. In the void above, Xia Qianer asked, what shall we do next? We haven't made any moves lately. I must train diligently in preparation for the talents competition. Pouting, Xia Qianer added, very well. I shall also return to practice my skills in communicating with animals and seek you out later. Li Qingyun's expression shifted. There's no rush on the animal communication front. Take your time. Qianer, would you care for a meal? I invite you to have rice noodles. Yes, please. After dinner, Xia Qianer departed. Longing for the long-lost Rain Creek, Li Qingyun unfurled his ice wings and vanished in an instant. At the Cloud Sea Merchant Association's pavilion, Jiang Yushi leaned against the railing, watching the fish frolic in the lotus pond. Brotherly, it's been so long. Have you missed me? Jiang Yushi mused aloud. Suddenly, a male figure's reflection appeared in the pond. Brotherly, Jiang Yushi exclaimed joyfully. Li Qingyun smiled gently. How have you been? Jiang Yushi frowned slightly. You haven't visited me in ages. Do I not occupy a place in your heart? Li Qingyun tenderly caressed Jiang Yushi's cheek. I have missed you dearly. I've just been extraordinarily busy. A smile illuminated Jiang Yushi's face. Brotherly, I too have registered for the talents competition. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Excellent. We shall participate together and advance side by side. I doubt I will make it to the top 5, Jiang Yushi said, her expression tinged with disappointment. As Li Qingyun contemplated comforting her, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Embrace Jiang Yushi. Reward. 1 card for elevating realm to moon level. A new task had emerged. Embracing Yushi seemed quite appealing. He thus asked, Yushi, would you like to enhance your strength? Brotherly, do you have a method? Jiang Yushi's heart brimmed with anticipation. Li Qingyun chuckled. Allow me to embrace you for a moment, and your realm shall elevate. Jiang Yushi, with a face full of skepticism, replied, Is it truly that miraculous? Go ahead, brotherly. Chapter 34. Who is this person, so formidable? System, you truly excel. I am utterly enamored. Li Qingyun embraced Jiang Yushi tightly, allowing her exquisite figure to press against him. The sensation of her soft, fragrant warmth was simply sublime, sending electric shivers throughout his body, his veins swelling with exhilaration. Jiang Yushi's sensitive areas brushed against Li Qingyun's chest, causing her to tremble slightly, her breath quickening, and her cheeks flushed. Ding. Task completed. Rewards dispatched. Ding. A new task has been issued. Kiss Jiang Yushi. Reward. a card for enhancing solar realm. The two, enveloped in each other's warmth, found themselves enraptured, and gazing at the stunning beauty before him, Li Qingyun lost himself in a kiss. Jiang Yushi, not shying away, simply closed her eyes, her expression a vision of exquisite charm that could render any man utterly irrational. Thus, their lips met, breaths quickening. Ding. System task completed, rewards dispatched. Yet, Li Qingyun did not cease his advances upon completing the task. He was already contemplating the next step. At that moment, Jiang Yushi regained a flicker of clarity, gently freeing herself from his embrace. Brotherly, not yet. We must wait until we are wed. Though Li Qingyun felt a sense of longing, he feigned a serious demeanor. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Jiang Yushi blushed and smiled sweetly, her smile exquisite, pure, and enchanting, akin to the pinnacle of beauty. Li Qingyun found himself entranced, and after a moment, declared, I shall elevate your cultivation. He then placed his finger on Jiang Yushi's forehead, silently invoking, use the Moon Realm Enhancement card. System, Moon Realm Enhancement card activated, completion 30. 60. A golden light emanated from Li Qingyun's finger, flooding into Jiang Yushi's brow, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged into her body. Boom. Jiang Yushi's realm broke through to the peak of foundation establishment, the brilliance yet to fade. Boom. Her realm ascended to the initial stage of golden core. Li Qingyun was astonished, having unexpectedly elevated 2 realms, completion 85. 100. The realm enhancement card usage completed. Jiang Yushi opened her beautiful eyes, a mixture of shock and joy illuminating her face. How incredible! I've reached the initial stage of golden core, she exclaimed in wonder. Li Qingyun replied, just by kissing you, I too can elevate. Then elevate quickly, Jiang Yushi urged. Li Qingyun concentrated and thought, use the solar realm enhancement card. System, realm enhancement card activated, 45. 70. Once more, spiritual energy surged wildly into Li Qingyun's body. Breaking through to the initial stage of golden core, the spiritual energy continued to flow ceaselessly. Boom. Realm breakthrough to the mid-stage of golden core. Realm enhancement card usage completed. Jiang Yushi, both astonished and delighted, exclaimed, brotherly. You've reached the mid-stage of golden core. It's truly unbelievable. Li Qingyun was equally thrilled. Ha! Who would have thought I could elevate so much? Brotherly, shall we embrace for a little longer? Perhaps it could enhance our bond. Li Qingyun felt a surge of joy. All right, with that, the two of them embraced tightly once more. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyun inquired, brotherly, has there been any progress? Not yet. There is still no response. Let us hold on a bit longer. An hour passed. Brotherly, is it better now? Still nothing. Perhaps we haven't embraced long enough. Oh, 3 hours later. Is it not better yet, brotherly? The dawn is breaking. It seems we are still short of something. Brotherly, is it not better yet? My grandfather is about to come out. Then I shall take my leave. If your grandfather sees us, I might be in for a beating. Let's embrace again next time. Jiang Yushi smiled sweetly. Very well, I shall return. Be careful on your way. After Li Qingyun departed, Jiang Zhengbin walked out just in time. Yushi, did I hear the voice of that rascal Li Qingyun? You two haven't been up to anything behind my back, have you? Jiang Zhengbin's face was filled with concern, as if the little cabbage he had painstakingly nurtured had been pushed by a pig. Jiang Yushi felt a bit shy. It's nothing, we were just chatting. Chatting? Jiang Zhengbin asked. You've talked for an entire evening. You really can chat. You don't actually like that boy, do you? Jiang Yushi nodded yes. You, of all people, have so many noble sons vying for your attention, yet you choose to like him? Jiang Zhengbin was somewhat speechless. Jiang Yushi's lips curled into a smile. Brotherly is truly exceptional. He will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Jiang Zhengbin scoffed him. His character is passable, but his talent is lacking. He will never become a strong warrior. Moreover, by the looks of it, he seems to be quite the lecher. Jiang Yushi spoke with unwavering confidence. Brotherly is not that kind of person. Alas, it seems I should invite him over for a meal again sometime. Jiang Zhengbin sighed as he shook his head and walked outside the courtyard. In the following days, Li Qingyun refrained from going out and instead diligently practiced the Wangba fist and the escape technique in the ice and snow divine realm. With only 3 days remaining until the talented youth competition, he felt a swell of excitement. There is no need to be overly excited. One must learn to remain composed. Look at me. I have participated several times, and I remain unperturbed. Senior brother, you are truly steady. He gets knocked out every time he competes. How can he not be steady? A group of disciples animatedly discussed the talented youth competition. Shi Ryu approached Zheng Junfeng, saying, "Senior brother, this time, do not let that kid Li Qingyun steal the limelight." After a period of cultivation, Zheng Junfeng had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and confidently declared, "Rest assured, I will not lose to him this time." 3 days later, at the training grounds of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, Jiang Yuxi arrived early to await Li Qingyun. Upon seeing this unexpected guest, Shen Mingru felt a twinge of jealousy. Once everyone had gathered, Shen Liyuan led the dozen or so disciples participating in the talented youth competition to the competition venue. Li Qingyun embraced Jiang Yuxi's slender waist as they soared on her sword, drawing the envious gazes of many. Atop Kunlun Mountain, all the sects from Ningzhou had gathered. The disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm followed Shen Liyuan into the arena. "Look, 2 stunning beauties have arrived. Truly a delight to behold." Countless male disciples were captivated by the enchanting presence of Shen Mingru and Jiang Yuxi. Both women were breathtakingly beautiful, their features and figures beyond reproach, leaving the crowd in awe. Between the 2 women stood a handsome young man. "Wow, I like him so much," remarked a female disciple. Shen Liyuan, accompanied by his disciples, took his seat under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Li Qingyun settled behind Shen Liyuan, while Shen Mingru and Jiang Yuxi occupied either side of him. After a moment's pause, an elderly man, somewhat frail with graying hair and beard, ascended the stage. It was Song Qingfeng, the leader of the Kunlun sect and Ningzhou's foremost expert, a figure of immense prowess in the out-of-body realm. A disciple below introduced him to a friend. With a solemn tone, Song Qingfeng declared, "The triannual talents competition officially commences. There is but one rule: strike to the point, but do not harm lives." As a copper gong reverberated, 6 judges positioned themselves at 6 different arenas, each unrolling a scroll to announce the names of the combatants. Li Qingyun faced Liao Tianhua. Shen Mingru was pitted against Du Wanhua. Jiang Yuxi went up against Yuan Kuahai. Zheng Junfeng contended with Wu Yulong. The names of over 10 pairings were read aloud. Liao Tianhua eyed Li Qingyun with a smirk. "Li Qingyun, I've participated in several talent competitions and have yet to hear of you. Shall I grant you 3 moves to start?" Li Qingyun smiled slightly. "Very well." The first form of the turtle fist, turtle dance. Hearing the name of Li Qingyun's technique, Liao Tianhua's expression turned disdainful. Suddenly, Li Qingyun clenched his fists and charged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. His fists shimmered with golden light, causing Liao Tianhua's expression to shift as he hastily dodged. However, Li Qingyun's turtle fist was executed with astonishing speed, landing a powerful blow directly upon Liao Tianhua's chest, sending him crashing off the stage amidst a surge of verdant spiritual energy. The judges were left dumbfounded. As the competition commenced, one contestant was already down. "Hush!" Li Qingyun whistled at the judges. Regaining their composure, the judges announced loudly, "The winner is Li Qingyun." The audience erupted in astonishment. Who is this person? So formidable. Is this the meteor fist? How can it be so swift? Murmurs swept through the crowd. Song Qingfeng, the Kunlun leader, inquired, "What sect does this individual belong to?" Song Tianyong promptly replied, "Father, I recognize him. He is a disciple of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, named Li Qingyun. I have dined with him before." Song Qingfeng's tone turned serious. "If you encounter this individual, exercise utmost caution." Song Tianyong smiled confidently, declaring, "Among the youth of Ningzhou, I am invincible." Song Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Just as Shen Mingru was about to make her move, she heard that Li Qingyun had won, leaving her greatly astonished. Was it that Li Qingyun was exceptionally strong, or was his opponent merely weak? Shen Liyuan felt both surprised and delighted, sipping tea with a smile. Internally reflecting, this young man has grown considerably stronger. If only he could be with Xiao Rou. He sighed at the thought, wondering what Xiao Rou truly felt. Such a fine match, yet she seemed uninterested. Li Shidi is remarkable. Li Shixiang is extraordinary. The disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm were ecstatic. Jiang Yuxi gazed calmly at her opponent, her eyes as tranquil as water. "Make your move." Yuan Kuahai, faced with the stunning beauty before him, felt parched and involuntarily swallowed hard, ingratiatingly saying, "Fair maiden, if you would spend the night with me, I shall concede immediately." Jiang Yuxi's expression darkened, retorting, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat." With a graceful lift of her jade hand, an ancient zither appeared in her grasp. She then suspended it in midair with her spiritual energy, her delicate fingers gliding over the strings. Chains of spiritual energy surged forth from all directions towards Yuan Kuai. Alarmed, Yuan Kuai quickly brandished his sword in defense, but soon found himself in a passive position. As time progressed, the chains of spiritual energy grew increasingly formidable, and within a few exchanges, they ensnared Yuan Kuai into a large character formation. With a flurry, the chains of spiritual energy rained down upon Yuan Kuai, causing him to wail in agony. "Ah, I concede. Please spare me, fair maiden," Yuan Kuai shouted. Song Qingfeng remarked, "This woman's strength is formidable indeed. How come I have never witnessed it before?" Song Tianyang, brimming with excitement, replied, "Father, this lady is Jiang Yushi, the vice president of the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce." Song Qingfeng shot a glance at Song Tianyang. "How do you know so much? Are you smitten?" Song Tianyang chuckled, evading a direct answer. Jiang Yushi put away her zither, and the chains of spiritual energy vanished in an instant, causing Yuan Kuai to thud to the ground. "This beauty's prowess is astounding. If I could marry her, I would gladly break my bones for her soup." Many onlookers exclaimed, their voices laced with excitement. The referee ascended the stage, announcing, "The victor is Jiang Yushi." Jiang Yushi gracefully flew to Li Qingyun's side, her smile radiant. Li Qingyun gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive. You are even more formidable. I haven't even started. And you've already won." Jiang Yushi replied with delight, and the two returned to their seats to observe the other competitors. Zheng Junfeng faced off against his opponent, Wu Failong, who was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. From the outset, Zheng Junfeng dominated the battle, and after 20 exchanges, Wu Failong was defeated. Shin Mingru and Du Wanhua, both at the late stage of Foundation establishment, were evenly matched. One wielded the Flower Rain sword, while the other employed the Dream Wandering sword. Their swordplay nearly indistinguishable. After several intense exchanges, Shin Mingru emerged victorious by a narrow margin over Du Wanhua. The first day of the competition has concluded, with the participants whittled down from 620 to a mere 50. Among those who have advanced into the top 50 of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm are Zheng Junfeng, Li Qingyun, and Shin Mingru. Shin Liyuan addressed his disciples, saying, "Winners must remain humble and diligent. Losers should not despair, for there will be another chance in 3 years." Wu Wansheng clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, "Next time, I will surely triumph." The other disciples also tightened their fists, resolutely vowing to train diligently upon their return. Shin Liyuan continued, "Tomorrow marks the qualifying rounds for the top 20, and tonight we shall stay at Kunlun sect. Due to the large number of participants, several individuals will share a room. Xiao, Zixin, and Miss Jiang, you shall room together. The rest may arrange accommodations as they see fit." In the end, Li Qingyun, Wu Wansheng, Song Renjia, and Sun Chongjing found themselves together. Yang Zixin, Jiang Yushi, and Shun Mingru returned to their room. Yang Zixin exclaimed, "Miss Jiang, you were incredible. Your opponent, who was at the mid-foundation stage, stood no chance against you." Jiang Yushi smiled gently. "Li Gu is the truly formidable one. Indeed, Li Shidi has made remarkable progress. At this rate, his future accomplishments are boundless. One wonders how he trains. He doesn't seem to put in much effort in the usual sense. It's truly puzzling." Yang Zixin expressed her astonishment. Jiang Yushi smiled softly. "Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent. That must be it." Yang Zixin suddenly shifted the topic. "Miss Jiang, what is your relationship with Li Shidi? You aren't already together, are you?" Jiang Yushi nodded. "How far have you both gone?" Yang Zixin asked curiously. Jiang Yushi smiled faintly. "Li Gu is my Dao partner." Shin Mingru was taken aback and quickly interjected. "Miss Jiang, you are Li Qingyun's Dao partner? Really? How long have you known each other to reach this stage? As the saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not their heart. I think you should observe him more closely." Jiang Yushi replied, "I believe Li Gu is a wonderful person." Yang Zixin agreed. "I think so too." Shin Mingru spoke earnestly. "You are both still young and easily deceived. It would be wise for you to reflect. If he is a good person, would he so casually touch a woman's backside? I myself have fallen victim to his misdeeds. Who knows how many others he has harmed? I dare say he is not much better than that infamous scoundrel, Du Liuxiang." Jiang Yushi countered, "Regardless, I like Li Gu." Yang Zixin, visibly surprised, remarked, "Senior Sister Shun, do you harbor some misunderstanding about Li Shidi? Did he not rescue you from Du Liuxiang last time?" I feel you have been quite kind to him lately. Why suddenly speak of him in such a disparaging manner? Jiang Yushi cast a peculiar glance at Shen Mingru. Shen Mingru felt somewhat frustrated, thinking that Yang Zixin was too good at undermining her points. She retorted, his act of saving me is one matter, but his character is another. I merely wish to speak out of concern for you, Miss Jiang, to ensure you do not fall victim to Li Qingyun's treachery. Jiang Yushi smiled and said, thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Shun, but please refrain from speaking of Brother Li in that manner. It is not to my liking. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong man. I urge you, Miss Jiang, to guard against deception. I know Li Qingyun well, and he is a master of deceit, adept at beguiling young ladies. Recently, a girl named Xia Qin'er was misled by him and even came to our ice and snow divine realm to demand an explanation. He is a quintessential philanderer, and for your own happiness, it would be wise to distance yourself from him. Shen Mingru spoke earnestly. Jiang Yushi shook her head. I do not believe it. Shen Mingru, filled with anxiety, was about to press further when a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ladies, please come out for dinner, called a voice from outside. Upon opening the door, a handsome disciple of Kunlun stood waiting. Miss Jiang, Miss Shun, we meet again. The speaker was none other than Song Tianyang. Both women nodded in acknowledgement. Song Tianyang gestured courteously, ladies, please follow me. At that moment, Li Qingyun and his companions emerged from the adjacent room. Brother Song, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. Upon seeing Li Qingyun, Song Tianyang greeted him with a warm smile. Brother Li, I was just about to invite you. How fortuitous that you have come out on your own. Let us proceed together. Excellent. The group made their way to the banquet. Song Tianyang, Li Qingyun, Shen Mingru, and Jiang Yushi found themselves seated at the same table. The array of dishes was truly lavish. Indeed, the Kunlun sect was affluent. Li Qingyun surveyed the offerings with a discerning eye. Not bad, he remarked. Song Tianyang humbly responded, ladies, there is no need for formality. Please enjoy your meal. Very well, Li Qingyun replied, promptly devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Zheng Junfeng shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be seated beside Li Qingyun. Song Tianyang smirked, thinking, with such a gluttonous display, these two beauties are certain to be unimpressed by him. However, his amusement was short-lived. As he observed Jiang Yushi relentlessly serving Li Qingyun food, her face alight with happiness. What is happening? This piggish manner of eating not only fails to diminish his appeal, it seems to have garnered the favor of the beauty. Chapter 36. Women only affect the speed of your moves. What on earth is going wrong? Last time it was Xia Qin'er, and now this Jiang Yushi as well. Could it be that I have misjudged Li Qingyun? Is his manner of eating the most fashionable and sought-after style of the moment? Song Tianyang's thoughts spiraled into confusion. He could no longer discern what was good or bad. Perhaps I should try imitating him to see the results? With that thought, Song Tianyang began to eat voraciously. Shen Mingru looked at him with disdain. Is this how you Kunlun disciples dine? Jiang Yushi also regarded him with a look of disapproval. Song Tianyang was completely taken aback. He was utterly bewildered, as the entire table regarded him with peculiar glances. What on earth is amiss? What the heck? If Li Qingyun eats this way, then so shall I. Why does no one seem to disdain him? Not only that, but a beautiful woman even serves him food. Yet here I am, met with disdain. Is it possible that my dining rhythm is amiss? Or perhaps the sounds I make are out of sync? Could it be that their observations are so astutely minute? Song Tianyang truly could not fathom the reasons behind this, and could only smile to ease the awkwardness. I observed Brother Li eating with such grandeur, and thus wished to partake in that experience. Li Qingyun inquired, how does it feel? Quite pleasant. Song Tianyang's lips twitched. What nonsense. The image I have painstakingly cultivated over the years has been utterly shattered. Unable to express this sentiment openly, he could only force a smile. Brother Li is indeed extraordinary. Even dining is a distinctive affair. Truly remarkable. Li Qingyun chuckled softly and continued to eat. Jiang Yushi, having finished serving him, offered a cup of tea, gently blowing on it. Big Brother Li, have a sip. We wouldn't want you to choke. Zheng Junfeng and the others observed this scene with envious hearts. Song Tianyang, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Li, may I inquire about your relationship with Miss Jiang? Everyone perked up, eager for the answer. Li Qingyun glanced at Jiang Yushi with a slight smile. She is my Dao partner. Jiang Yushi felt a surge of joy and took a silk handkerchief to wipe the grease and remnants from Li Qingyun's mouth. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingru felt an unpleasant twist in her heart, casting a fierce glare at Li Qingyun, her teeth grinding audibly. Song Tianyong sighed inwardly. It seemed Miss Jiang was out of reach for him, but on the bright side, it indicated that Miss Shun had no ties to him. He then remarked, Brother Li is truly fortunate to have captured Miss Jiang's heart. Indeed, my Yushi is beautiful and understanding. Li Qingyun responded before resuming his meal. Song Tianyong turned his attention to Shin Mingru. Miss Shun, after we finish dining, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit the scenic views of Kunlun Mountain. Might you consider it? Shin Mingru replied coolly. No, thank you. I am tired and wish to rest. Maintaining his composure, Song Tianyong smiled gently. No matter, I shall invite you another time. Having satiated his hunger, Li Qingyun patted his belly. Brother Song, I have eaten rather well and wish to digest. Would you accompany me for a brief tour? Though somewhat reluctant, Song Tianyong acquiesced. After the meal, Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi returned to their room. Song Tianyong took Li Qingyun for a casual stroll, but soon excused himself. Leaving Li Qingyun alone on the observation deck, he found a spot in the pavilion, reclined, and quietly admired the surrounding scenery. Gazing at the starry sky and feeling the cold breeze, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. After an unknown duration, he felt someone tapping his shoulder. Li Qingyun opened his eyes. Senior Sister Shun, what brings you here? What are you doing sleeping here? For reasons unknown, I simply fell asleep. Shin Mingru settled beside Li Qingyun. Is Jiang Yushi truly your Dao partner? Indeed. Shin Mingru spoke earnestly. Li Shidi, it is not that I underestimate you. But look at that Miss Jiang. She possesses talent, beauty, and a prestigious background. What do you have? Nothing at all. You merely eat more than others. How could she genuinely harbor feelings for you? She has encountered too many extraordinary individuals and has grown weary. Your rustic charm offers her a fleeting novelty. However, once that novelty fades, she will naturally lose interest in you. At that point, you will face abandonment, and your confidence will be shattered, potentially affecting your path in life. Hence, when it comes to seeking a partner, one must ponder deeply. It would be best to find someone within our ice and snow divine realm, where everyone is of the same sect and no one would deceive your affections. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Shun. But you do not understand Yushi. She truly loves me. Li Qingyun responded. Shin Mingru, slightly agitated, retorted, You currently have no career. How can you attract a woman? Do you not realize that women only hinder your speed in cultivation? I believe that career and love do not conflict, Li Qingyun replied. Shin Mingru huffed heavily. Once you have a woman, your time for cultivation diminishes, and your progress will naturally slow. Do you not see the impact? Li Qingyun thought to himself. I am not an ordinary person. I thrive on the support of women. How could it possibly hinder me? It should be quite beneficial. So he replied, Senior Sister, there is no need for concern. I will manage my time wisely. How can you be so unambitious? You have not achieved anything yet you are already thinking of women. Shin Mingru exclaimed, her chest heaving in frustration, a sight to behold. Li Qingyun, with utmost seriousness, stated, Senior Sister Shun, have you not heard the saying, when husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can cut through gold? In the future, Yushi and I will support each other, progress together, and carve out a successful path. Humph. Shin Mingru turned her back, choosing to remain silent. Noticing this, Li Qingyun suggested, Senior Sister, it is quite late. Why not return to your room and rest? Shin Mingru sat there, unmoving, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Qingyun was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Why does it seem like she is on the verge of tears? Is she truly worried that having a woman would diminish my strength? Senior Sister, you need not fret. It will not affect my cultivation speed, he assured her. Suddenly, Shin Mingru burst into tears, her exquisite visage resembling a delicate pear blossom drenched in rain, evoking sympathy. What troubles you, Senior Sister? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. It is you who has wronged me. She sobbed. Me? Surely not. Li Qingyun replied, bewildered. It is you. It is you. Shin Mingru cried. Li Qingyun scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Senior Sister, why are you crying? Please clarify. Shin Mingru lifted her face, tear-streaked, and gazed at Li Qingyun. You slapped my backside and then acted irresponsibly. How am I to face others after this? Li Qingyun was stunned for a few seconds. But that incident has already passed, has it not? Exclaimed with indignation. Who says it's in the past? Do you have any idea how deeply such matters wound a woman's soul? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyun resolved to speak the truth, Senior Sister Shun. I shall confide a secret to you, but you must indeed disclose it to anyone else. Shen Mingru nodded. What secret? You must promise first before I reveal it. He insisted. Shen Mingru, placing her hand on her chest, assured him, I vow to keep it secret. Now you may speak. It pertains to the reason I spank you. Li Qingyun stated. Upon probing with his spiritual awareness, he continued, I do not do so without cause. It enhances my cultivation. Shen Mingru, slightly vexed, retorted. Are you attempting to deceive me again? I speak only the truth. He insisted. I refuse to believe you. You are undoubtedly lying. Shen Mingru shook her head vehemently. Li Qingyun inquired, what would it take for you to believe me? Prove it to me. She challenged. With a sigh, he replied, very well, hand me your undergarment. What? Shen Mingru gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Your undergarment? Please, he reiterated. Frowning, she replied, that is shameless. Li Qingyun maintained a serious demeanor. If you give me your undergarment, I shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation and prove my words are true. Had this been a previous time, Shen Mingru would have unhesitatingly struck Li Qingyun and departed. However, now that he held her affections, she felt compelled to ascertain the truth of his words through verification. Despite the matter being exceedingly private, Shen Mingru bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, turn your head away. Li Qingyun complied. Hearing the faint rustle of fabric, take it. Shen Mingru's cheeks flushed crimson. To discern the truth of Li Qingyun's character, she resolved to take a risk and see whether his words bore truth. Trembling, Li Qingyun accepted the undergarment, still imbued with Shen Mingru's warmth and fragrance. They remained silent for a moment. Why hasn't the task been completed yet? Li Qingyun pondered, bemused. You are indeed deceiving me, Shen Mingru asserted, her tone displeased. Wait. Li Qingyun reread the task description, realizing the key was to steal Shen Mingru's undergarment. Senior Sister Shun, you must hang the undergarment on a tree. Then pretend you have not seen me. I shall steal it. Only then can we complete the task. Though skeptical, Shen Mingru chose to proceed in pursuit of the truth. Hanging the undergarment on the tree. Done, she announced, turning her face away. Li Qingyun stealthily approached and retrieved the undergarment. Ding. Task completed, rewards dispatched. He received a card for enhancing his lunar realm. Goodness, this task is quite absurd. Li Qingyun sighed. Shen Mingru, her face flushed, urged, now prove it. Li Qingyun placed his finger on her forehead, instructing, do not move. Chapter 37. You are bound by this responsibility. Li Qingyun silently invoked, use the lunar realm enhancement card. As the moon realm enhancement card was in use, a formidable surge of energy, comprising 15 to 50%, continuously flowed into Shen Mingru's body, while the surrounding spiritual energy frantically infused her. Shen Mingru felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through her, with a breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The spiritual energy still surged into her like a stampede of wild horses. Boom! The barrier of her realm shattered, propelling her into the early stage of golden core. The golden light surrounding her gradually dissipated. Shen Mingru opened her eyes, gazing at herself in disbelief. Am I truly in the early stage of golden core? This cannot be a dream, can it? My father said that with my aptitude, it would take at least 2 more years to reach golden core. And now, in the blink of an eye, I have achieved it. I am not deceiving you, am I? Li Qingyun replied, when we first met, I was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. The first time I patted your backside, my cultivation soared to the 8th level of qi refinement. The second time I did so, I mastered the Xianbing Tianyi technique. Shen Mingru reflected for a moment. So it was true. How did you accomplish this? Li Qingyun shrugged. Fabricating an explanation, this is a divine power passed down through my family. As for why it happened, I am uncertain. That is truly astonishing. Shen Mingru couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing that Shen Mingru had accepted his words, Li Qingyun continued, Sister Shun, now you understand I did not intentionally pat your backside. I merely assisted you in enhancing your cultivation. Can we consider this settled? Shen Mingru's expression suddenly shifted. Settled? You make it sound so simple. You patted my backside and even touched my bodice. How can this be settled? I assure you, you bear the responsibility for this. Ah, Li Qingyun was taken aback. Sister Shun, can we discuss this rationally? Shen Mingru replied with some pride. If you do not take responsibility, I shall reveal your secret. Then you will be regarded as a monster, and who knows how many people would want to study you. Li Qingyun frowned. Sister Shun, regardless of the circumstances, I did save your life. Threatening me like this is somewhat unreasonable, don't you think? Moreover, my patting your backside to enhance your cultivation may not even be my fault. Perhaps they would choose to study your backside instead. You scoundrel. You are being frivolous with me again. Regardless, you must take responsibility for me. And how do you expect me to take responsibility? Li Qingyun inquired. Become my Dao partner. Li Qingyun pondered in his heart. Yushi was gentle and understanding, while Shen Mingru was fierce and intimidating. Naturally, he would choose Yushi. Thus, he said, no, I cannot betray Yushi. Shen Mingru countered, are you not afraid I will disclose your secret to others? Li Qingyun responded firmly, even if you tell others, I will not betray Yushi. Seeing that a hard approach was ineffective, Shen Mingru's tone softened. I only wish for you to be my Dao partner. I do not intend for you to abandon Jiang Yushi. Besides, do you think I want you as my Dao partner? If it weren't for you patting my backside and touching my bodice, would I even consider you? After saying this, she began to cry again. Li Qingyun noticed her distress and felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, it was I who first made the inappropriate gesture, and in both reason and sentiment, I bear the blame. I immediately squatted beside Shen Mingru and softly uttered an apology. I am truly sorry, senior sister Shun. It is entirely my fault. Shen Mingru, with a face full of grievance, retorted, will you not take responsibility? Li Qingyun fell silent, momentarily stunned. Shen Mingru, tears streaming down her face like a weeping willow, lamented, that day, you were nearly beaten to death by Du Liuxiang. Had I not fed you medicine with my mouth, you would be a mere memory now. Li Qingyun, bewildered, exclaimed, wasn't I pecked by a crow that day? Shen Mingru, in a huff, responded, you scoundrel. Senior sister, I too was nearly killed while trying to save you. Why not consider feeding me medicine as a way to repay my kindness? Shen Mingru shed 2 streams of hot tears. I never asked you to save me. It was your meddling that caused this. If I had known, I would have let you be. Li Qingyun shot back in frustration. You scoundrel. You touched my backside, took my pouch, and stole my first kiss. You have ruined my life. Shen Mingru cried out in despair. It was not a touch, it was a tap. Li Qingyun corrected her. Shen Mingru, irked, replied, is there truly a difference? There is a distinction. Touching is a vulgar act, whereas tapping is somewhat more acceptable, Li Qingyun patiently explained. Shen Mingru ignored his words, continuing to weep bitterly. Li Qingyun, feeling helpless, said, but I already have Yushi, do you not mind? Let us compete fairly. Shen Mingru's tear-streaked face suddenly brightened with joy. When did I become so popular? Have I become handsome again? After pondering, Li Qingyun remarked, senior sister Shun, did you not say you would marry the senior brother, but not me? Shen Mingru paused. How do you know this? I happened to overhear while passing by your window. He replied. Shen Mingru's cheeks flushed. Because you saved me and changed my life. You are my hero. Is that satisfactory? How am I to explain this to you, Shi? Li Qingyun sighed, acknowledging his own flaws, yet unwilling to be fickle. All right, let us rest for now, Shen Mingru said with a smile. Noticing her sudden cheerfulness, Li Qingyun's eyelids twitched. Senior sister Shun, your sorrow could not possibly be feigned, could it? Shen Mingru's expression turned cold. Silence. Following this, the two returned to their respective quarters to rest. The next morning, everyone gathered at the arena, preparing for the top 20 advancement competition. The list of first-round matchups had been announced. Today, 5 arenas would compete simultaneously. Li Qingyun faced off against Xiang Chong, Shen Mingru against Su Ping, Jiang Yushi against Tang Yu, and Zheng Junfeng against Jiang Chao. The referee bellowed, let the contest begin. Xiang Chong and Li Qingyun exchanged respectful bows. Having observed Li Qingyun's swift martial arts from the previous day's competition, Xiang Chong resolved to strike first for safety, unleashing his ultimate move, the deadly 13 swords. With a swift thrust of his sword, 13 shimmering sword shadows emerged, and coupled with his agile movements, he instantly appeared before Li Qingyun. How astonishingly fast. Were it me in this situation, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a strike. Xiang Chong, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, possessed formidable strength. Combined with the family's secret technique, the 13 deadly swords, he could even contend with opponents in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. It seemed Li Qingyun was destined to lose. The disciples in the audience speculated on the battle between the two. To their astonishment, Li Qingyun maintained a stoic expression and deftly evaded the strike with a swift sidestep. Gasps rippled through the spectators. What kind of movement technique is this? How extraordinarily swift. Wu Wanchao and the disciples from the Ice and Snow Divine realm were filled with delight. Who would have thought that the escape technique would yield such remarkable results? It appears that junior brother Li truly knows how to select his techniques. Seeing his initial attempt thwarted, Xiangcheng pressed on with relentless ferocity. His sword intent slicing through the air like a tempest, unleashing a barrage of strikes that shattered the void. Li Qingyun dodged left and right, leaping and ducking. Though his postures were not particularly graceful, he navigated the onslaught with apparent ease. Now in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Li Qingyun had mastered the escape technique, his evasion skills reaching the level of an average late-stage Golden Core cultivator. The attack speed of a Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivator posed no threat to him. Xiangcheng unleashed the full repertoire of the 13 deadly swords, yet still found himself unable to contend with Li Qingyun, his anxiety growing by the moment. Li Qingyun executed a swift retreat, creating distance between himself and Xiangcheng, and smiled slightly. Now, it is my turn. The mysterious ice finger. As he spoke, he concentrated his spiritual energy, sending forth an ice line as thick as a chopstick. Xiangcheng's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly sidestepped to avoid the ice line, only to be met with successive strikes. The Zizhuang barrier. Xiangcheng channeled his spiritual energy to manifest a defensive barrier around him. Clang, clang, clang. The ice lines from Li Qingyun's fingertips poured forth like a relentless storm. Moments later, Xiangcheng's protective barrier shattered with a crack, forcing him to retreat hastily to evade further attacks. What kind of technique is this? How extraordinary! Chapter 38. Good sisters, the disciples below erupted in exclamations. It is the ice and snow divine realm's ultimate technique, the mysterious ice heaven's art, one disciple remarked. After 2 breaths, it became evident that Xiangcheng could no longer withstand the onslaught. Several ice lines embedded themselves in his legs and backside, prompting him to shout, "I concede." Li Qingyun dispersed his spiritual energy and descended to the sidelines to observe the other matches. Shen Liyuan smiled broadly, stroking his beard, feeling quite pleased. This young man's growth is truly astonishing. At this moment, Shen Mingru was still engaged in combat with Su Ping. Su Ping wielded a large blade that appeared exceedingly heavy, yet he wielded it with remarkable grace, moving as swiftly as the wind, his blade intent filling the air. Shen Mingru's movements were light and agile. No matter how rapid Su Ping's swordplay, he found it difficult to close the distance. Suddenly, Shen Mingru soared into the air, chanting, "Flower Rain Sword." Thousands of ice flowers surged towards Su Ping like a raging storm. Su Ping's expression grew serious. He immediately spun the blade's hilt, forming a circular energy shield to defend against the ice blossoms. Taking advantage of Su Ping's momentary distraction, Shen Mingru swiftly positioned herself behind him, her sword aimed at his back. Su Ping, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, "I concede defeat." Shen Liyuan was taken aback, wondering when Xiao Rou had become so formidable. Yang Zixin, oblivious to the nuances, joyfully exclaimed, "Shen Senior Sister is truly impressive." The other disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain echoed her enthusiasm, cheering, "Shen Senior Sister is exceptional." Shen Mingru, filled with pride, fluttered to Li Qingyun's side, saying, "I never expected to be this strong." Li Qingyun smiled and replied, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the battle between Jiang Yushi and Tang Yu reached a fever pitch. Jiang Yushi unleashed the 9 heavens mystic sound, summoning dozens of spiritual chains to assault Tang Yu. However, he evaded them with astonishing agility, dodging the chains effortlessly. Tang Yu chuckled, "Miss Jiang, it appears neither of us can overcome the other. Shall we call it a draw?" Jiang Yushi, with a sly smile, retorted, "Is that so?" She then quickened the tempo of her qin, releasing an even more potent surge of spiritual energy that manifested as several sword-wielding figures, surrounding and pursuing Tang Yu. With his escape routes blocked, the spiritual chains swiftly ensnared him. "I concede defeat." Tang Yu sighed. Jiang Yushi retracted her qin and glided back to Li Qingyun's side, who gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Before long, Zheng Junfeng also triumphed over his opponent and returned. Noticing Li Qingyun and the others already seated, he mused. Could it be that their adversaries were all rather weak? It must be so. I am well aware of Shun Junior Sister's prowess. Her swift advancement must certainly be due to her opponent's lack of strength. They are indeed fortunate. After a brief interval, all contestants concluded their matches and began the draw to select 10 individuals for the next round, eliminating 5 excess participants. Shortly thereafter, The judge ascended the stage and announced loudly, "The first match will feature Li Qingyun of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain against Tan Xiaowen of the Li Ju sect." Both ascended the stage simultaneously. Li Qingyun grinned broadly. "Brother Tan, why do you appear so battered? Have you been in a scuffle?" Tan Xiaowen instinctively touched his face, a hint of anxiety crossing his features. "I accidentally bumped into something while going to the restroom at night." Li Qingyun burst into laughter. "Impressive. Who would have thought a trip to the restroom could result in such injuries? How many times did you go last night? I hope it wasn't due to frequent urges." The audience erupted in laughter. "You speak nonsense," Tan Xiaowen retorted angrily. "I've had my eye on you since the last secret realm, and today is the perfect opportunity to teach you a lesson." With that, he unleashed the pressure of his peak foundation establishment cultivation, locking his gaze onto Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun felt the weight of this power, but found it to be no threat to him at present. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he said, "Brother Tan, make your move. How could this be? Why is he disregarding my pressure? In the secret realm, he could barely withstand my might. How could he have grown so strong in just a month's time? What is happening? Could it be that he possesses some treasure capable of withstanding the oppressive force?" Setting aside such thoughts, Tan Xiaowen gathered his resolve and charged forward with his sword. Li Qingyun, with his left hand, summoned an ice shield to stand before him, impervious to Tan Xiaowen's relentless assaults, which failed to breach its defense. Clang, clang, clang. Tan Xiaowen struck dozens of times, each blow merely rebounding from the ice shield, leaving his arm numb and fatigued. The stern leader of the Li Ju sect, Jiao Huan, frowned and admonished, "Xiaowen, cease this frivolity and exert your utmost strength." The audience, upon hearing Jiao Huan's words, suddenly realized that it was not the might of Li Qingyun's ice shield that was formidable, but rather that he had not been earnest in his efforts. Tan Xiaowen's face turned ashen, inwardly cursing, "I am already giving it my all. What more do you wish from me?" Bound by his master's command, he gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful strike, unleashing an exceptionally sharp beam of white sword light. Yet Li Qingyun remained unfazed, lazily lifting the ice shield and observing Tan Xiaowen with a languid expression. "Little Tan, have you forgotten to eat? You seem devoid of strength." Tan Xiaowen, consumed by rage, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant. Watch as I overturn you." Clang, clang, clang. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Tan Xiaowen relentlessly attacked the ice shield from all directions. After a stick of incense had burned, he found himself utterly exhausted, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. "This ice shield is astonishing. I desperately wish to learn it." The Ice and Snow Divine Domain is merely a fourth-tier sect, yet their techniques are unexpectedly powerful. How astonishing! The audience erupted in murmurs of surprise. Shen Liyuan wore a broad smile, pleased with the successful display. Conversely, Jiao Huan's expression darkened with anger. Li Qingyun yawned, retracting the ice shield. "Have you had your fun? Now it is my turn." With that, he delivered a swift kick to Tan Xiaowen's groin. Ah! Tan Xiaowen was sent flying, plummeting off the stage and into unconsciousness. Jiao Huan's face twisted with malice as he muttered, "Li Qingyun, I shall remember you." This Li Qingyun is indeed formidable. Yet, I wonder how he would fare against the prodigies of the Kunlun sect. The time will come when we shall find out. Whispers circulated among the spectators. 2 hours later, the other matches concluded. Song Qingfeng ascended the stage slowly, announcing, "Today's contests have come to an end. The remaining 20 contestants will proceed to the final round tomorrow." The crowd dispersed, each returning to their quarters to rest. Shen Mingru devised a pretext to send Yang Zixin away, then approached Jiang Yushi. "Miss Jiang, I wish to speak with you." "What is it, Miss Shen?" Jiang Yushi inquired. "I must apologize. I have gone back on my word. I, too, have developed feelings for Li Qingyun," Shen Mingru revealed candidly. Jiang Yushi furrowed her brow. "Did you not vow never to compete with me?" Shen Mingru hesitated before confiding. "That was indeed my intention, but later, I was captured by a flower thief, and nearly." Shen Mingru recounted her encounter with Li Qingyun and how he heroically rescued her. "So you have fallen for Brother Li?" Jiang Yushi questioned. Shen Mingru nodded, acknowledging her wrongdoing. "I understand that my actions are unjustifiable. I should not be untrustworthy. However, my affection for junior Brother Li is overwhelming, and I find myself unable to restrain my emotions. Thus, I must sincerely apologize." The two women fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Jiang Yushi sighed deeply. It's all right. I can empathize with your feelings. For brotherly has saved my life as well. Shin Mingru expressed her surprise. You too? Jiang Yushi nodded. Our situations are quite similar, so I comprehend your sentiments. We cannot afford to lose brotherly. Why not join forces and become his confidants together? Shin Mingru gasped in astonishment. Is Miss Jiang truly this magnanimous? Jiang Yushi replied slowly. It is customary for men to have multiple wives. As long as you are willing to coexist harmoniously with me, I would gladly accept you as a sister, and together we can support brotherly. Jiang Yushi's response left Shin Mingru somewhat bewildered. She had previously only considered how to compete for Li Qingyun's affection, never contemplating such an arrangement. Recalling Li Qingyun's resolute answer from the previous day, she realized that should he be forced to choose, she might very well lose. Although she could not entirely possess Li Qingyun, accepting him partially was still palatable. After pondering briefly, Shin Mingru said, Very well, I hold great affection for Sister Jiang, and I am willing to be your sister. Splendid, Jiang Yushi exclaimed. Then I shall call you Sister Shun from now on. Sister Jiang, we must keep a close watch on Li Qingyun. Otherwise, there is no telling if he might stray. Jiang Yushi wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, once the two women had reached a consensus, they made their way to Li Qingyun's room. Knock, knock, knock. Shin Mingru rapped on the door. When Li Qingyun opened it, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru standing before him, both with troubled expressions. His heart sank. What brings you both here? Jiang Yushi feigned a sorrowful demeanor, while Shun Mingru appeared as if she had just emerged from a fierce argument. Li Qingyun swallowed hard, sensing that trouble was brewing. Come with us, Shin Mingru commanded, and without further ado, she and Jiang Yushi departed. Li Qingyun, feeling a surge of anxiety, followed closely behind. The trio made their way to a secluded spot atop the mountain, where silence enveloped them. Yushi, Sister Shun, why must we discuss matters here? Li Qingyun inquired. Jiang Yushi spoke first. Brotherly, do you no longer want me? Li Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically. Yushi, that's not true. How could I possibly not want you? Shin Mingru immediately pressed. Are you not taking responsibility for me then? Li Qingyun's lips twitched. No, that's not it. Jiang Yushi feigned deep sorrow. Then what do you mean, brotherly? I assure you, I want you, he insisted earnestly. I have always stated that I would never let you down and will continue to treat you well. Shin Mingru, her voice tinged with tears, lamented. So you are indeed neglecting your responsibilities towards me, aren't you? Ah, how heartless men can be. Li Qingyun hastily exclaimed, I have been at a loss for words for quite a while, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, Jiang Yushi burst into laughter. Li Qingyun was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't she just been upset? How could she laugh so suddenly? Could it be that her mind had been affected by her frustration? Li Qingyun inquired. Yushi, what's wrong? Shin Mingru giggled as well, leaving Li Qingyun utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Yushi asked, Brotherly, will you always treat me well? Li Qingyun responded with unwavering certainty. I will cherish you for a lifetime. Shin Mingru interjected. If I told you that Jiang Jie and I have become good sisters, and we wish to share the honor of being your women, would you treat me well? Boom. Li Qingyun's body trembled. No way. Is there such a delightful prospect? Am I dreaming? He pinched his arm. Ouch. This was no dream. Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru exchanged knowing smiles. Li Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Yushi, senior Sister Shun, you're not playing a trick on me, are you? Shin Mingru shot him a glance. Who has the time to toy with you? Just answer. Are you willing to have us as your women? Li Qingyun, filled with excitement, replied, I am willing. More than willing. He had never dared to imagine such a scenario before, fearing that Jiang Yushi might find it unacceptable, call him a scoundrel, and part ways. Now, this outcome was simply perfect. Who wouldn't want to embrace two enchanting women? The mere thought filled him with bliss. Hee. Jiang Yushi, seeing Li Qingyun's thrilled expression, couldn't he help but laugh aloud. Shin Mingru added, However, now that you have us both, if you dare to waver in your affections, be warned, we might just castrate you. Li Qingyun quickly covered his groin, chuckling nervously. I wouldn't dare. From now on, don't call me Senior Sister Shun, call me Xiao. Isn't that a bit inappropriate, Senior Sister? Silence, call me Xiao. All right then, Xiao. Jiang Yushi, overhearing their exchange, stifled a laugh. It was nearly mealtime. Yushi, Xiao, shall we go eat together? The three of them, hand in hand, descended the mountain, all wearing smiles, especially Li Qingyun, who nearly laughed himself into stitches. Song Tianyong had been waiting there for a while, and upon spotting Shen Mingru and Li Qingyun's arrival, he called out, "Brotherly, Miss Shun, Miss Jiang, come, sit here." Li Qingyun approached with a smile, and the two women took their seats, one on each side. Song Tianyong remarked, "I went to fetch you for dinner, but didn't find you, so I came to reserve a spot for you." Li Qingyun fabricated a story. "I saw a wild boar and was curious, so I chased after it." Just as he finished speaking, he felt someone step heavily on his feet. Li Qingyun cast a fleeting glance, and there stood Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, each balancing on one foot while gracefully spinning, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Song Tianyong, puzzled, inquired, "Is it possible that wild boars have wandered onto my Kunlun mountain? This is quite unusual. I have never encountered such a situation in all these years." Li Qingyun cleared his throat a few times and replied, "No, I misspoke. What I truly saw were two celestial beauties, each possessing a stunning figure and exceptional grace, wandering through the mountain gorge, so I pursued them." "And what transpired thereafter?" Song Tianyong asked. Later on, I beheld their beauty, which was indeed mesmerizing." Li Qingyun responded with a chuckle. "Do continue," Song Tianyong pressed. "Then I returned to have my meal," Li Qingyun concluded with a grin. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru simultaneously withdrew their feet. Song Tianyong queried again, "You claim those two women are as beautiful as celestial beings. Could they possibly surpass Miss Shen and Miss Jiang?" Li Qingyun flashed a grin. "They are equally enchanting." "Since everyone is present, let us commence our meal," Song Tianyong declared. Li Qingyun lifted his bowl and devoured the food with gusto. Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi were diligently serving him dishes. Song Tianyong was bewildered. Zheng Junfeng was baffled. Yang Zixin was perplexed. Others were equally astonished. "What is happening? Is it not usually Jiang Yushi alone who serves Li Qingyun? How curious that today Shen Mingru is also helping him." Song Tianyong expressed with envy. "Brotherly is indeed fortunate. Two beauties are serving you." Li Qingyun chuckled. "Perhaps they fear I might not be satiated." Song Tianyong's lips twitched, thinking to himself, "You've nearly devoured half the table's offerings. Can you truly claim hunger?" Reflecting on this, he turned to Shen Mingru. "Miss Shun is exceedingly kind to her junior." Shen Mingru casually remarked, "He is my Dao companion." The group was once again struck with astonishment. Song Tianyong, incredulous, exclaimed, "Isn't Miss Jiang also Brotherly's Dao companion? Why do you assert the same?" Shen Mingru replied calmly, "Indeed, both Yushi and I are his Dao companions." Boom. Everyone was utterly stupefied. Song Tianyong, in disbelief, queried, "Do you not feel jealous?" Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru exchanged knowing smiles. Not at all. Song Tianyong felt as though his head might explode. What was it about Li Qingyun that drew the affections of Xia Qiu'er, Shen Mingru, and Jiang Yushi? What distinguished him from himself? Why, despite being handsome, elegant, refined, and possessing exceptional prowess, did he lack even a single admirer? What more did he possess? Aside from being slightly more attractive, where had the issue arisen? In a state of utmost frustration, Song Tianyong sat there, lost in contemplation. Yang Zixin, equally intrigued, inquired, "Sister Shen, are you truly Brotherly's Dao companion?" Shen Mingru nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Yang Zixin's heart was in turmoil, recalling how just a few days prior, Shen Mingru had spoken ill of Li Shidi in front of Jiang Yushi. How had it come to pass that she now became Li Shidi's partner? "Li Shidi, pray tell, how did you achieve this?" "My happiness for the latter half of my life depends on you," inquired Wenzhong, brimming with curiosity. "Indeed. Share with us the secret of how you captured our senior sister Shen's heart," echoed Song Hongjia. Li Qingyun feigned a serious demeanor, exuding an air of confidence, and slowly began. 5 words. "No, be bold, slap, pursue, be lazy." Wenzhong interjected, "What do those words mean?" The group of men leaned in, eager to absorb every morsel of wisdom. Li Qingyun cleared his throat and continued, "Do not bathe casually. That is true masculinity. Eat heartily. That is what makes a real man. When you see a girl you fancy, do not hesitate to be bold. If you wish to win her over, you must pursue her relentlessly. Being a bit lazy makes one seem clever. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. But why must it fly early? Because it is foolish. Do women fancy fools? The answer is evident. No one prefers foolishness." Wenzhong's eyes widened in understanding. "No wonder you used to follow young girls around. It wasn't aimless after all, but rather profound. I previously thought you were lacking in virtue. It seems my perspective was quite narrow. Sun Chongjing exclaimed. No wonder you always eat in such a terrifying manner. It was to showcase your robust side to women. Truly remarkable. Your unconventional thinking, fierce tactics, and astonishing results. Impressive. Song Hongjie genuinely praised. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Song Tianyong was equally astounded. Incredible. It seems I must learn well from you. Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru could not help but stifle their laughter at Li Qingyun's absurdity. Zheng Junfeng cast a cold glance at Shen Mingru. After finishing his words, Li Qingyun resumed his enthusiastic eating. Wu Wenzhong, Sun Chongjing, Song Hongjie, and Song Tianyong followed suit. Jiang Yushi brought a cup of water to Li Qingyun's lips. Big brotherly, drink some water, lest you choke. Li Qingyun took a hearty gulp, and Shun Mingru offered him a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The onlookers gazed on with envy. This scene also drew the attention of those around them. How infuriating. Why should the most beautiful woman in the room belong to this fellow? Li Qingyun sensed the collective gaze upon him. What is happening? Why are so many people staring while I eat? Could it be that my eating style is particularly enchanting? That can't be right. Xiao Rou said I eat like a pig. It shouldn't be that appealing, should it? Li Qingyun smiled at the crowd. The food here is truly delicious. However, with too much food in his mouth, he accidentally sprayed some while speaking. Damn, what on earth is this? The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of disdain. Shen Mingru spoke gently. Qingyun, focus on your meal and refrain from looking around. It may disrupt your digestion. Jiang Yushi brought a glass of water to Li Qingyun's lips, saying, Li, have some more water. In the past, when Jiang Yushi cared for Li Qingyun alone, she was more mindful of the surroundings and less at ease. However, with Shun Mingru now present, both women felt emboldened, disregarding the opinions of others. One must acknowledge the remarkable prowess of the man in such a situation. The loss of the goddess left many with expressions of profound sorrow. My heart aches. Li Qingyun patted his belly, declaring, I am full. Let us depart. Chapter 40. The games of adults. Li Qingyun led Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru away, leaving behind a group of astonished onlookers. The trio arrived at the mountain summit. Shen Mingru struck a playful pose, saying, Qingyun, I wish for you to take me flying. Li Qingyun chuckled, very well, with a sweep of his icy wings. He embraced Shen Mingru with one arm and Jiang Yushi with the other, transforming into a shooting star as they soared into the sky. What beauty! Shen Mingru exclaimed, captivated by the surrounding scenery. As the three of them floated beneath the starry sky, they exchanged glances, each face radiating sweetness. Eventually, they reached the edge of a cliff. Li Qingyun settled on the grass, pulling the two women into his embrace, while they nestled their heads on his shoulder, quietly admiring the night view. Xiao, Yushi, the scenery here is delightful. It is perfect for some adult games. Shen Mingru shook her head, replying, We are not yet married. We cannot. Jiang Yushi echoed, Indeed. That is not permissible. Li Qingyun deftly shifted the conversation, saying, How could you perceive me in such a manner? The game I speak of is rock, paper, scissors. The loser must allow the winner a kiss. That seems reasonable. Shen Mingru agreed. Jiang Yushi added, All right then. Haha, I won. Come here, Yushi, let me have a kiss. Haha, I lost. Xiao, it is your turn to kiss me. The following morning, Song Qingfeng stood on the stage, announcing, Today marks the final round of the Ningzhou Talents competition. Contestants, prepare yourselves as I unveil the list of competitors. 20 participants were divided into 10 groups. Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm faced off against Wu Changhan from the Iron Fist sect. Shun Mingru from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm squared off against Ding Rongjuan from the Blood Refinement sect. Jiang Yushi from the Cloud Sea Commerce Association battled against Chen Wenbin from the Seven Absolute Gang. Song Tianyong from the Kunlun sect took on Zhou Tai from the Fierce Absolute sect. Zheng Junfeng from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm contended with Kai Tianshan from the Stargate. Li Qingyun and Wu Changhan bowed in greeting simultaneously. Wu Changhan initiated the attack, unleashing the aura of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator as he swung a fist, sending a massive fist-shaped phantom hurtling toward Li Qingyun with great speed and formidable force. Li Qingyun executed an evasive maneuver, effortlessly sidestepping as the phantom struck the arena, creating a crater several meters wide. Undeterred, Wu Changhan pressed on with a flurry of rapid, powerful punches, while Li Qingyun continued to respond with ease, employing his escape techniques. What manner of footwork is this? It appears rather awkward, yet possesses an extraordinary evasion capability. A disciple in the audience could not help but exclaim. Wu Qinghan frowned slightly. It seems that without employing my ultimate move, I cannot contend with you. Fiery fist. Wu Qinghan's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a crimson glow. His iron fists ignited with flames, and he swung his fiery fists once more, launching an assault towards Li Qingyun. The power of the fiery fists was formidable, accompanied by searing flames, sealing off all of Li Qingyun's escape routes. How will you evade? Wu Qinghan felt a sense of pride. This technique rarely met with opposition among those of equal standing. Li Qingyun smiled faintly. Xinbing armor. As the words fell, his aura erupted. A chill surrounding him as countless shards of ice coalesced, significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. The flames on Wu Qinghan's fists dimmed under the onslaught of the icy air. Clad in the Xinbing armor, Li Qingyun resembled a crystal war god, gazing down upon the world with pride. His ice armor looks magnificent. I wish to learn it. It is simply astounding. Other male disciples from different sects remarked with envy. He is so handsome. I have utterly fallen for him. He is mine. Do not compete with me. Everyone relies on their own prowess. Whoever claims him shall have him. The crowd chattered excitedly. Li Qingyun unleashed a powerful punch, enhanced by the Xinbing Tianyi technique, the force carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Wu Qinghan maximized his spiritual energy, causing the flames on his fists to blaze furiously. And then he roared, charging at Li Qingyun. Confident in his martial arts, he chose to meet force with force. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Wu Qinghan staggered back a dozen steps, his fists encased in ice, rendered numb. Li Qingyun offered no respite, swiftly pursuing the attack. Wu Qinghan could only respond with punches. But as their fists collided, the flames were extinguished by the frost, and after several exchanges, he was unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately being knocked off the stage. The victor is Li Qingyun, the referee declared. Li Qingyun is astonishingly strong. It feels as though he toyed with someone at the peak of foundational cultivation. Why have I never heard of such a figure before? Many in the audience were taken aback. Li Qingyun soared back to his seat. Wu Wenzhong, filled with admiration, remarked, Junior brother Li, you are truly remarkable. Shun Liyuan smiled and nodded at Li Qingyun, who returned the gesture with a smile. Meanwhile, on another side, Ding Rongjuan from the Blood Refinement sect and Shin Mingru had engaged in numerous rounds of combat. Shin Mingru's swordplay was graceful and agile, her offensive strikes sharp and incisive. Ding Rongjuan wielded his blade with the ferocity of a tempest, thunderous and powerful. The two battled fiercely, the sounds of clashing blades ringing out in succession. After several exchanges, Ding Rongjuan was kicked off the stage. The victor is Shun Mingru, the referee announced. Shin Mingru, beaming with joy, flew back to sit beside Li Qingyun. Yang Zixin immediately leaned in. Senior Sister Shun, when did you become so formidable? Shin Mingru, of course, could not speak the truth. Instead, she feigned profundity, declaring, I have merely been concealing my true prowess, all in preparation for the grand tournament. Oh, Yang Zixin exclaimed with an expression of instant understanding. Impressive. Cheers erupted from the audience. Jiang Yushi floated gracefully in the air, her delicate fingers deftly plucking the strings of her guqing. Ethereal energy transformed into four sword-wielding apparitions, ensnaring Chun Wenbin within their midst. Yet, he remained unperturbed, drawing forth a long spear to engage with the spectral swordsman in fierce combat. The ethereal swordsman displayed exceptional skill, launching a coordinated assault from various angles, strikes, thrusts, slashes, and sweeps, all executed with remarkable synergy. Chun Wenbin, wielding his spear with finesse, held his ground against four adversaries without faltering. Furthermore, while countering the spectral swordsman, he unleashed several ethereal flying daggers toward Jiang Yushi. But the daggers were deflected by a chain of spiritual energy when they came within 10 paces of her. Jiang Yushi's fingers flew across the strings, producing a stirring melody that transformed into countless flying daggers, hurtling toward Chun Wenbin from all directions. Instantly, Chun Wenbin summoned his protective aura to defend against the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers struck against his aura, producing a crisp sound. The ethereal swordsman then launched a ferocious attack from behind. Boom. The protective aura shattered. Chun Wenbin cried out, I concede. Jiang Yushi ceased playing, and just as the daggers and swordsmen were about to strike Chun Wenbin, they dissipated into azure smoke. The victor is Jiang Yushi, the judge announced. So impressive, beautiful and ethereal, with unparalleled strength. Absolutely perfect. A man marveled. Jiang Yushi then returned to Li Qingyun's side to observe the ongoing competition. Meanwhile, Kunlun Song Tianyang and Li Jue's Zhou Tai were locked in an intense battle. Zhou Tai remarked, "Brother Song, why do you not employ the breaking evil sword technique?" Song Tianyang replied calmly, "Your strength does not yet compel me to exert my full power." Zhou Tai, slightly angered, unleashed his ultimate technique, the three styles of Li Jue. A formidable sword intent erupted from Zhou Tai's blade, its might astonishing. Song Tianyang did not evade. Instead, he lifted his sword to deflect the incoming sword intent, which then cleaved into the ground, instantly creating a long fissure on the arena floor. Seizing the opportunity, Song Tianyang lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Tai's chest. Zhou Tai countered with his own punch, and the two fists collided with a resounding boom. The tremendous shockwave sent many onlooking disciples' hair flying. Zhou Tai was also forced back several steps, and as he steadied himself, Song Tianyang struck with his sword, which Zhou Tai attempted to block, only to have his blade sent flying with a clang. Just as Zhou Tai regained his footing, Song Tianyang's sword was already poised at his chest. "I concede," Zhou Tai said, somewhat unwillingly. With a flourish, Song Tianyang twirled his sword in an elegant display before sheathing it in his Qingyun bag, then nonchalantly tossed his hair back, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Thank you for the match. Brother Song is truly remarkable. Brother Song is incredible. Brother Song is so handsome." Disciples of the Kunlun sect, both male and female, exclaimed with admiration. Zheng Junfeng faced an opponent of equal caliber, and after enduring countless rounds of combat, he ultimately triumphed with the aid of the profound ice heavenly technique. Following a brief respite, the competitors proceeded to the final round. The championship featured a single arena, where 5 matches would be held consecutively. After a brief interval, the referee announced the lineup for the first match. Kunlun Song Tianyang would contest against Zheng Junfeng of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm. Zheng Junfeng's heart sank, his brows furrowing in concern. How could it be him? Wu Wenzhong remarked anxiously, "Master brother, your luck seems to be lacking." Yang Zixin offered words of comfort, "Master brother, just do your best." Shen Liyuan spoke in a calm tone, "Junfeng, do not bear any psychological burden. Making it to the top 10 is already a remarkable achievement." Zheng Junfeng nodded solemnly, his expression grave as he ascended the stage. Song Tianyang's demeanor was unruffled. "Make your move." Recognizing the vast disparity between himself and Song Tianyang, Zheng Junfeng understood that a direct confrontation held no promise of victory. He resolved to catch him off guard. In an instant, he surged forward, thrusting his sword towards Song Tianyang's brow with astonishing speed. Unfazed, Song Tianyang cleaved downward with his sword. The immense force sent Zheng Junfeng staggering back several paces, his form wavering as he nearly lost his footing, his sword hand trembling slightly. Chapter 41. I will not lose. Yang Zixin, Wu Wenzhong, and others clenched their fists, silently cheering for Zheng Junfeng, hoping for a miracle. "I cannot afford to lose." With both Shen Shimi and Li Qingyun advancing, as the master brother, how could I face my junior disciples if I were to be defeated? Moreover, Shen Shimi has already developed feelings for Li Qingyun. I must not falter. With this determination, Zheng Junfeng's gaze hardened as he channeled the profound ice heavenly technique, a chilling aura enveloping him. The sword in his hand radiated a piercing cold light as he leapt forward, unleashing a powerful strike that released a wave of icy sword intent aimed directly at Song Tianyang's forehead. Song Tianyang gathered his strength, his sword glowing with a faint golden hue, and with a casual flick, he sent forth a golden beam of light. Bang! The two sword intents collided in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion that generated a gust of wind, ruffling the hair of the spectators below. Zheng Junfeng was pushed back several steps, but quickly rebounded, using the momentum to thrust his sword once more at Song Tianyang's brow. In response, Song Tianyang utilized his finger as a sword, deftly deflecting Zheng Junfeng's blade. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Junfeng swiftly maneuvered behind Song Tianyang. A beam of sword light aimed for Song Tianyang's back, but he pivoted and delivered a kick toward Zheng Junfeng. The kick unleashed a massive shadow of a foot, stretching several dozen yards. Zheng Junfeng's pupils dilated in alarm, and he immediately summoned the ice shield for defense. Bang! The shield suffered numerous cracks, yet it successfully blocked Song Tianyang's formidable strike. The overwhelming force, however, still forced Zheng Junfeng to retreat repeatedly. carving 2 grooves into the ground beneath his feet. Breathing heavily, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. Song Tianyang shook his head. You are not my match. Concede. I will not lose. Zheng Junfeng shouted defiantly. Song Tianyang gestured. In that case, I shall not hold back. A mark appeared behind him, and hundreds of golden spiritual swords surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden swords possessed formidable power and astonishing speed. Zheng Junfeng's expression grew solemn as he summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring an ice shield to defend against the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The ice shield began to crack under the relentless assault of the golden swords, and the immense force compelled Zheng Junfeng to retreat step by step. The Kunlun sword technique truly lived up to its reputation. It was indeed formidable. How remarkable it was that Song Tianyang, at such a tender age, had already attained such mastery in the art of swordsmanship. This was no surprise. He was the foremost prodigy of Kunlun and ranked among the elite across the entire Yanhuan continent, a true representative of Ningzhou ready to compete with the world's finest. Voices from the crowd echoed. Crack! The ice shield shattered. Several sharp swords hovered before Zheng Junfeng. You have lost, Song Tianyang stated calmly. Zheng Junfeng, unwilling to accept the reality, swung his sword at the golden blade before him. I have not lost. With a flick of his right hand, Song Tianyang commanded the golden sword to attack once more, instantly piercing Zheng Junfeng with multiple wounds. Zheng Junfeng collapsed onto the stage, his face a mask of unwillingness. How audacious this man was. Despite Song Tianyang's mercy, he attempted a sneak attack, truly despicable. How could he claim to be the senior brother of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm with such lacking character and strength? He seemed inferior even to that Li Qingyun. Indeed, what a disgrace. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. The judge took to the stage. The first contestant to advance is Song Tianyang. Brother Song is truly impressive. Brother Song is amazing. Cheers erupted from the audience. Song Qingfeng stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Yang Zixin and Wu Wenzhong hurriedly ascended the stage to assist Zheng Junfeng back to his seat, tending to his injuries. Shen Liyuan spoke earnestly. Junfeng, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Do not dwell too heavily on it. The members of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm chimed in to offer their consolation. I understand. Zheng Junfeng responded, then closed his eyes, his expression darkening. The judge announced. The second match will feature Jiang Yushi from the Cloud Sea Chamber of Commerce against Luo Chao from Kunlun sect. Jiang Yushi, clad in a gown of snow white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed an ethereal beauty with a flawless complexion. As she gracefully ascended the stage, she resembled a celestial being, leaving the audience in awe. How beautiful! With such power and unparalleled beauty, she is simply perfect. If only I could find a wife like her. I would trade the lives of all my friends for that chance. To even brush against her, I would consider it worth dying for. Some whispered amongst themselves. Luo Chao, somewhat taken aback, remarked, I did not expect that a delicate girl like you could reach the finals. Jiang Yushi produced an ancient zither and replied coolly. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. Luo Chao grinned confidently. Typically, when facing a woman, I allow her to make the first move. Jiang Yushi paid no heed and deftly plucked the strings of her guqin, a melodious tune resonating through the air. In an instant, dozens of ethereal chains of spiritual energy surged towards Luo Chao from all directions. A smirk crept across Luo Chao's lips as he bellowed, his aura swelling dramatically, releasing the formidable pressure of an early golden core cultivator. It appeared that this enchanting beauty would be thwarted here. Gasps erupted from the audience. Luo Chao wielded his sword, slicing through the air, and in a flash, a wave of sword energy enveloped him, shattering all the ethereal chains. With a swift motion, he countered by launching a strike towards Jiang Yushi. Yet, Jiang Yushi remained composed, continuing to play her instrument, while several chains of spiritual energy effortlessly interposed themselves before her, neutralizing the sword energy with ease. Luo Chao charged forward, intent on launching a fierce assault. Just as he approached within 10 paces, an ethereal swordsman descended from the heavens, standing protectively in front of Jiang Yushi. Cloaked in a verdant aura, this swordsman exuded the aura of an early golden core cultivator and swiftly engaged Luo Chao in combat. Luo Chao reacted with alacrity, meeting the attack with his own sword intent. The swordsman followed up with a sweeping leg strike. Luo Chao leaned back, narrowly evading the sweep, and retaliated with a thrust aimed at the swordsman's throat. However, the swordsman did not defend, instead launching a lethal strike towards Luo Chao's forehead. Opting for a mutually destructive approach, a flicker of concern crossed Luo Chao's face as he hastily retreated. The swordsman advanced with another thrust, targeting Luo Chao once more. Luo Chao raised his sword in defense, the tips of their blades clashing in an explosive encounter. The force of their collision created a vast crater in the arena, scattering dust and debris in every direction. Both combatants surged forward again. The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly as their battle intensified, their auras rising steadily. This beauty is truly formidable. At such a tender age, she has already attained the early stages of the golden core, and her beauty is simply mesmerizing. Truly, a goddess in her own right. The male disciples in the audience gazed at her with adoration. Song Qingfeng, the leader of Kunlun, remarked in awe, "This woman's power rivals that of Tianyang." The elders were equally astonished, as were the leaders and elders of other sections. Luo Chao and the ethereal swordsman engaged in a fierce exchange, evenly matched for dozens of rounds. Jiang Yushi pondered silently, realizing that without revealing her hidden cards, victory might be elusive. She then stowed her guqin and produced the fushi qin, commencing a new melody. What instrument is this? It possesses such overwhelming might. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena. Song Qingfeng was equally taken aback. It is indeed an imperial artifact. An imperial artifact? This is one of the most powerful treasures in the current realm of cultivation. How could she possess such a thing? Artifacts of this caliber are rarely seen, even among second-rate sects like Kunlun, yet this young girl has one. Truly astonishing. A wave of incredulity swept through the crowd as Jiang Yushi unleashed her spiritual energy. Yet another ethereal swordsman descended from the heavens, joining the fray to besiege Luo Chao. Luo Chao found himself at a disadvantage, possessing only the ability to parry, yet lacking the strength to counterattack. However, his fervent desire for victory propelled his combat prowess to new heights, albeit with a predominance of defense over offense, and an immense drain on his spiritual energy. Suddenly, another spirit swordsman descended from the heavens, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Song Tianyang, enraptured, mused to himself about the beauty and strength of Jiang Yushi, wishing for nothing more than to have her as his bride. Yet, thoughts of Li Qingyun plunged his spirits into despair. With the arrival of the third spirit swordsman, Luo Chao was completely on the defensive, sustaining wounds that marred his body in mere moments. He cried out in surrender, "I concede." Jiang Yushi gracefully withdrew her fushi qin, standing like a celestial being. The judge ascended the stage, announcing, "The second competitor to advance is Jiang Yushi." She soared back to Li Qingyun's side, where he embraced her slender waist, exclaiming, "Yushi, you were magnificent." Jiang Yushi, resembling a bashful young girl, rested her head on his shoulder. How could such a powerful goddess display such shyness before another? Why was the man she leaned upon not him? Countless male disciples in the audience glared at Li Qingyun with jealousy. Had gazes been lethal, he would have been torn asunder. The judge proclaimed loudly, "The third match, Shin Mingru from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm versus Huang Zipping from the Kunlun sect." Elder Ren Wanyin of Kunlun turned to Song Qingfeng, remarking, "I had anticipated that this year's talents competition would see us sweep the top 5, yet unexpectedly. A dark horse has emerged, one who is but a delicate girl." He sighed deeply after his words. Song Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite unexpected." Shin Mingru ascended the stage, clad in a flowing azure gown that danced with the wind, revealing her enchanting figure. She then opened her palm, summoning a sharp sword into her grasp. Huang Zipping, a diminutive young man, also leaped onto the stage. As Shin Mingru lunged forward with her sword, a formidable sword intent surged toward Huang Zipping. Yet, he exhibited no reaction. Just when the audience believed the sword intent would strike him, he abruptly vanished from sight. Chapter 42. At least others have shone brightly, sensing the sword intent approaching from behind. Shin Mingru deftly evaded the strike, and, seizing the opportunity while Huang Zipping was off balance, unleashed a powerful sword attack, a Tinjong arc of sword intent crashing forth with the ferocity of thunder. Huang Zipping soared into the air, evading the assault while simultaneously delivering a vertical counterattack. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched. With a resounding boom, Huang Zipping's aura surged, his sword energy intertwining around him. Shin Mingru activated the Xianbing Tianyi technique, snowflakes swirling around her. Wow, how could this enchanting beauty possess such formidable prowess? Her figure is exquisite, her swordplay sublime. I am utterly captivated. But what use is your admiration? Such a beauty is beyond your reach. The audience was electrified with excitement. Song Tianyong gazed in rapture, exclaiming, truly graceful. So ethereal. So beautiful. If only I could marry you. The two engaged in a fierce duel for several dozen rounds. Clang. A sharp sound resonated as Shin Mingru's exquisite sword shattered into two pieces. Ha ha. My dear girl, it is time for you to concede. Huang Zipping proclaimed with a sense of pride. This peak-scaled sword of mine is an exceptional spiritual artifact. Without your weapon, your chances of victory have vanished. Shin Mingru smiled lightly. Do you truly believe you are the only one with treasures? With that, she unveiled the Inues sword. Its icy brilliance sweeping across the arena in an instant. By the heavens, another imperial weapon. Since when did such unparalleled divine arms become so commonplace? The audience erupted in a flurry of whispers. Master, when did you bestow the imperial weapon to Sister Shen? I've never seen her wield it before, Wu Wanchong inquired. Shen Liyuan appeared bewildered. How would I know? That sword is not a gift from me. How curious. Yang Zixin remarked, her brow furrowed in thought. If Miss Jiang possesses an imperial weapon, could it be that junior brother Li gifted one to Sister Shen as well? The crowd from the ice and snow divine domain seemed to arrive at a collective epiphany, as Shin Mingru clashed with Huang Zipping once more. It wasn't long before his long sword was cleaved in two. Ah, my wind-scaled sword. Huang Zipping grimaced in pain, but Shin Mingru's onslaught was relentless. He had no time for sorrow. He discarded the hilt of his sword, evaded, and summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring several ethereal swords that darted towards Shin Mingru with lightning speed. Shin Mingru remained impassive, her Inues sword slicing through the air, unleashing waves of sharp sword intent that shattered his attacks. Who would have thought that Shin Liyuan's daughter would be so formidable? With the support of an imperial weapon, Zipping's situation has become dire. Song Qingfeng observed in astonishment. Moments later, Huang Zipping was sent tumbling off the stage by a fierce sword aura. Shin Mingru descended gracefully, her figure as enchanting as snow, her long gown swirling, and her hair flowing like silk, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The disciples below were enraptured. So beautiful, such elegance. Her strength is awe-inspiring. The referee stepped onto the stage to announce, the third contestant to advance is Shin Mingru. Sister Shun is amazing. How impressive. The disciples of the ice and snow divine domain erupted with excitement. Shin Liyuan could no longer contain his joy, letting out a hearty laugh. Shin Mingru flew back to Li Qingyun's side, gently resting her head on his shoulder, exuding warmth. Alas, my goddess is lost once more. What manner of man is he? How has he claimed the two most beautiful women I have ever seen? The disciples below emitted frustrated roars. A few, overwhelmed with sorrow, even coughed up blood. Shin Liyuan, equally perplexed, pondered, has Xiao collapsed against Qingyun? What is the nature of their relationship with Miss Jiang? I must clarify this later. The referee called out. The fourth match will feature Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain against Zhu Wen from the Kunlun sect. Upon the stage, Zhu Wen stood with an air of distinction, his handsome visage commanding attention as he appeared to possess the world beneath his feet. He was Zhu Wen, the second pride of the Kunlun sect, albeit slightly eclipsed by Song Tianyong. From the audience, voices rang out in support. Brother Zhu, give it your all. Brother Zhu, how dashing, exclaimed several disciples of the Kunlun sect. Li Qingyun, however, regarded the display with disdain. What a show-off. Anyone can do that, he scoffed. Subsequently, he ascended the stage with a flourish, executing a rapid spin mid-flight to enhance his presentation. Upon reaching the arena, he scattered petals while continuing his graceful rotation until he landed with poise. His striking good looks, accentuated by a cascade of blossoms, elevated his allure to unprecedented heights. Wow, so handsome. Many female disciples below erupted in adulation, while the male disciples appeared somewhat abashed. Suddenly, Li Qingyun swayed unsteadily. Ugh, he expelled an unusual substance, doubling over and retching. Ha ha, this is too funny. You foolish braggart. The crowd jeered. No one has ever been injured before the match even began. You are the first in a millennium. The taunts flowed incessantly from the male disciples, likely fueled by a shared sense of envy as they seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Yet, some female disciples defended Li Qingyun. What right do you ugly brutes have to laugh? Despite a minor blunder, he has shone brightly before. Can any of you match his grace and flight? Wow. The way he vomited was so charming. Hearing such comments, a few male disciples, shaken in their resolve, spat blood in outrage. How infuriating. How can this be forgiven? Why? They shouted, creating a brief chaos in the arena. Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi could not suppress their laughter. Joined by disciples like Yang Zixin and Wu Wenzhong from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain, Li Qingyun staggered a few steps forward, feeling lightheaded. With a dull thud, his head struck the ground. In a daze, he murmured, "Goodness! Why is the ground spinning so quickly?" Laughter echoed throughout the arena. Concern flickered across Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi's faces. The referee called out once more, "The match begins." Has it started? Has it really begun? Li Qingyun wobbled to his feet and called out to a man standing in the audience, "How did you end up down there? Come up." Shen Mengru interjected, "Qingyun, you're facing the wrong way. He is behind you." Laughter erupted again from the crowd. Li Qingyun turned around, his gaze unfocused. "You schemer. Sneaking up behind me. What? Do you intend to launch a surprise attack?" Jiang Yushi remarked. "Brotherly, he hasn't moved since he entered the arena." Li Qingyun, filled with rage, responded, "Impressive. You managed to sneak behind me without making a sound. It appears your agility is quite remarkable." Zhu Wen interjected with a smirk, "What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve, leaving you speechless? Ha! Are you pondering how I could be so astute? I deciphered your thoughts without a single word from you. Allow me to elucidate. During my days of begging, I stumbled upon a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. I read it thoroughly and even memorized it. Surprising, isn't it? Ha! Now you understand the source of my intelligence." The members of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain displayed expressions of embarrassment, while Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi exchanged glances. The audience below looked utterly bewildered, with a few female disciples exclaiming, "Wow, in addition to being handsome, he is quite humorous and witty." Wu Wenzhong turned to Yang Zixin and asked, "Has Junior Brotherly been drinking?" "No, he merely had a plate of rice," came the reply. Wu Wenzhong, puzzled, wondered aloud, "Can one get drunk off rice?" Zhu Wen coolly asked, "Have you finished speaking?" Li Qingyun smirked. "Are you angered because I've uncovered your thoughts?" Ha ha. Suddenly, a chorus of male voices erupted from the crowd. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Li Qingyun, taken aback, thought, "What is happening? I exposed his scheme. Shouldn't they be praising me? Why do they seem so hostile?" Realization dawned on him. They were urging him to strike Zhu Wen down. Li Qingyun raised his hand in a gesture of calm, saying, "Everyone, please remain composed. I will teach Zhu Wen a lesson, but let us refrain from killing him. He hasn't committed a grave offense. While attempting to ambush me was inappropriate, he failed, and thus, his sin is not worthy of death." Suddenly, disciples below began to spit blood in exaggerated quantities, flooding the arena with crimson chaos. Li Qingyun, astonished, turned to Zhu Wen and inquired, "What heinous act have you committed? I merely stated that I wouldn't kill you. Look at them. They are on the brink of madness." Chapter 43. Undoubtedly superior Song Qingfeng, feeling somewhat perturbed, impatiently declared, "Will you fight or not? If you delay any longer, your qualification will be revoked." Li Qingyun gazed enviously at him, saying, "So many of us wish to challenge you, and yet your master still protects you so fiercely. You are indeed a fortunate child." "Ah!" Zhu Wen, utterly distraught, let out a furious roar and charged at Li Qingyun with his sword. The aura of a mid-stage golden Dan erupted, and the blade gathered terrifying energy, tearing through the very fabric of space. "You think you can ambush me? It won't be that simple." Li Qingyun's lips curled into a slight smile as he employed his evasion technique to escape, while Zhu Wen relentlessly pursued him, sealing off his retreat with a flurry of sword intent. Li Qingyun summoned a shield of profound ice to withstand the onslaught. With each series of sword strikes, Zhu Wen would vanish, only to reappear in another location to launch his attack, shifting positions in the blink of an eye, his sword intent crashing down on Li Qingyun like a tempest. Li Qingyun murmured to himself, skillfully maneuvering with his evasion technique, augmented by the protection of the ice shield against the assaults. "Their movements are astonishingly swift," remarked an observer from the crowd. "You possess some skill," Zhu Wen remarked coolly. "It seems that to defeat you, I must resort to the breaking evil sword technique." Upon saying this, he gestured with his hands, conjuring hundreds of flying swords that surged towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun continued to defend with his ice shield. Clang, clang, clang. The flying swords clashed incessantly against the ice shield. Zhu Wen altered his gestures. Giant spirit sword. Hundreds of flying swords swiftly coalesced into a colossal sword. Engaging fiercely with the ice shield, sparks flying as the sword's tip scraped against the icy barrier. With a resounding crash, the ice shield shattered, and the great sword advanced menacingly towards Li Qingyun. The breaking evil sword technique was indeed extraordinary. It rightfully deserved its reputation as the hallmark technique of the Kunlun sect. It appeared that Li Qingyun was destined for defeat. However, to have exchanged so many blows with Zhu Wen was, in itself, a form of honor. As the spectators murmured among themselves, as Li Qingyun retreated, he concentrated and conjured an ice sword. In an instant, a blade emanating a chilling radiance appeared in his hand. Infused with spiritual energy, the ice sword grew to an immense size and shot forth with astonishing force, colliding with Zhu Wen's colossal sword. Clang, clang, clang. The two massive swords clashed violently, creating a dazzling display of sparks. With a crack, Zhu Wen's giant sword splintered, and the ice sword surged towards him. Bronze door. Zhu Wen produced a mid-grade spiritual artifact for defense. A large, thick, azure bronze door slammed down before him, absorbing the impact of the approaching ice sword. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Wen ascended into the void, celestial spirit, sword rain. Countless blades of spiritual energy descended upon Li Qingyun like a torrential downpour. Li Qingyun remained impassive. Gesturing, profound ice true qi. A myriad of ice shards erupted forth, colliding with the storm of swords. Clang, clang, clang. After an intense exchange, the prowess of both combatants proved evenly matched. Li Qingyun extended his right hand, instantaneously conjuring an ice sword that charged forward. Zhu Wen, too, drew forth a sharp sword to meet him, and thus they engaged in close combat. Clang, clang, clang. The battle raged fiercely. Is this truly happening? Li Qingyun's strength is remarkably formidable, rivaling that of Zhu Wen. Some in the crowd exclaimed, I have never heard of this person before. How did he suddenly emerge? Could it be that the ice and snow divine domain has been concealing him all along, waiting for a moment to shine in the talent tournament? It had always been assumed that the ice and snow divine domain was merely an ordinary fourth-tier sect. Yet today it became evident that they had been hiding their brilliance all along. It seems that Shun Liyuan, the leader of the ice and snow divine realm, is quite remarkable. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing their astonishment, Shun Liyuan's confidence surged, and the demeanor of a master emerged within him, his gaze growing profoundly intense, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Yet, despite his outwardly calm faade, he was inwardly astounded. This young man had actually reached the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. Truly unbelievable. How did he achieve such a feat? Could there be a connection with Xiao Rou, who had also attained the initial stage of golden core? Back in my day, it took me over 30 years to progress from the third layer of Qi refinement to golden core, and this lad accomplished it in merely 2 months. Has he somehow found a cheat? Sun Chongjing, brimming with envy, inquired, Master, how has junior brotherly progressed so rapidly? Did you teach him some extraordinary technique? Indeed, the speed of his advancement is astonishing. Wu Wenzhong, Song Hongjia, and Yang Zixin chimed in. Shun Liyuan, bewildered, thought to himself, I haven't even taught him anything. How could I know how he cultivated? However, he could not express this openly, as it would tarnish his illustrious image. Thus, he shook his head and sighed. This is indeed true. I have imparted some methods to Qingyun to expedite his cultivation. At this revelation, Wu Wenzhong and the others were elated, clamoring for Shun Liyuan to share his secrets. Alas, Shun Liyuan replied, it is not favoritism on my part. Teaching is a combination of imparting knowledge and the student's understanding. Although I possess considerable skills, your comprehension is rather limited. Even if I were to teach you day and night, it would bear little fruit and might even hinder your progress. The expressions of Wu Wenzhong and the others stiffened in confusion. Shun Liyuan reassured them, do not lose heart. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If you remain diligent and perseverant, once your foundation is solid, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Yang Zixin and the others nodded in agreement. Master speaks the truth. Clang, clang, clang. The intensity of the duel between the two escalated, with sword energy crisscrossing the arena. Suddenly, Li Qingyun plunged the Xianbing sword into the ground, and simultaneously unleashed the Xianbing fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lines of ice shot towards Zhu Wen like a fierce tempest. Zhu Wen, caught off guard, struggled to defend himself. As Li Qingyun's fingers moved with increasing speed, the ice lines multiplied exponentially. Zhu Wen's expression shifted dramatically, and he summoned the bronze door once more for defense. Clang, clang, clang. The ice lines still failed to penetrate the bronze door's protection. Li Qingyun then concentrated the ice lines on a single point for a focused attack. Moments later, the ice lines pierced through the bronze door, striking Zhu Wen's toe. Ah! Zhu Wen cried out in pain, his spiritual energy dissipating, causing the bronze door to shrink instantly. Seizing the opportunity, hundreds of ice lines shot forth. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Wen resembled a porcupine, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy. It's merely some superficial wounds. You'll be fine in 2 months. No need to be so dramatic. Get up quickly, Li Qingyun remarked casually. Ah, soon. Zhu Wen was carried away amidst the gazes of the crowd. How could Brother Zhu be defeated? It seemed inconceivable. He was indeed the second pride of our Kunlun sect. The members of Kunlun were utterly astonished, and the arena was filled with a cacophony of disbelief. Li Qingyun is remarkably formidable. One wonders how he compares to Song Tianyong in terms of strength. For decades, the top spots on the Ningzhou talents list have been monopolized by the Kunlun sect. Yet this year, the Ice and Snow Divine Domain managed to secure 2 positions, leaving only 2 for Kunlun, which is simply unfathomable. After a considerable pause, the judge finally regained his composure. The 4th contestant to advance is Li Qingyun. The arena fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Li Qingyun gracefully returned to his seat. After his earlier flamboyant display, this time he soared back with poise and simplicity, devoid of any ostentatious maneuvers. In the final contest, both contestants were disciples of Kunlun, and after some sparring, the final advancing contestant was Zhou Jigang, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core, ranking just behind Song Tianyong and Zhu Wen among the younger disciples of Kunlun. Song Qingfeng slowly took the stage, his expression lacking some of its previous brilliance. The competition in the Ningzhou division of the Talents Tournament has concluded, and the final 5 contestants who will advance are Kunlun's Song Tianyong, Zhou Jigang, Ice and Snow Divine Domain's Shen Mingru, Li Qingyun, and the Zhang family's Jiang Yushi from the Cloud Sea Merchant Association. You 5 will represent Ningzhou in the upcoming Yanhuang Talents Tournament next month. I hope you can secure an admirable position for Ningzhou and bring glory. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Song Qingfeng continued, Tonight, we shall hold a banquet to celebrate the triumph of our talented individuals, and I invite you all to attend. The applause resounded once more. With the competition concluded, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. In the grand hall of the Kunlun sect, the sect leader Song Qingfeng sighed softly. This year's results are indeed the worst we have seen. The grand elder Song Wanyan consoled him. It is unavoidable. We did not expect such a surge of rising talents this year. Song Tianyong sighed. I too did not anticipate that Li Qingyun's strength would be so formidable. Even Brother Zhu is no match for him. And then there are Miss Shun and Miss Jiang, both of whom are quite surprising. I have an idea. Song Wanyan smiled slightly. Song Qingfeng inquired, What idea? Song Wanyan grinned. A union. Tianyong is a fine young man, and as the heir of our Kunlun sect, he holds a distinguished status and has reached marriageable age. We could discuss with Master Shen the possibility of betrothing his daughter, Shen Mingru, to Tianyong. Upon hearing this, Song Tianyong's eyes brightened. The grand elder speaks wisely. Song Qingfeng looked puzzled. I perceive that the young lady from the Shen family seems to have an affection for Li Qingyun. Song Wanyan stroked his beard. The man is unmarried. The woman is unwed. Anything is possible. Compared to the unremarkable Li Qingyun, our Tianyong is handsome, exceptionally talented, and comes from a powerful background. Surely he cannot be outmatched. Song Tianyong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Indeed, indeed, I am certain I can surpass him. Song Wanyan smiled gently and remarked, We have numerous elders and many children. It could be said that if both Li Qingyun and Jiang Yushi were to succeed, it would indeed be a remarkable gain for us. Song Qingfeng, perplexed, inquired, Is this truly feasible? It is indeed. Song Tianyong fervently nodded. At this moment, Song Tianyong's mind had ceased to ponder sensibly, consumed solely by thoughts of leveraging familial connections. During the banquet, Li Qingyun sat at a table with Shen Mingru, Jiang Yushi, and Song Tianyong. while Song Qingfeng, Song Wanyin, and Shun Liyuan occupied another table with several other sect leaders. Throughout the evening, numerous male disciples approached Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi, only to be met with stern refusals from the two ladies. Likewise, many female disciples approached Li Qingyun to express their admiration, to which he responded with a beaming smile, brimming with pride. However, after being playfully reprimanded by Jiang Yushi and Shin Mingru on several occasions, he subdued his exuberance, muttering, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Song Qingfeng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Master Shun teaches his disciples exceptionally well, as both Li and Shun are exemplary individuals. Shun Liyuan, radiating warmth, responded, "Master Song, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate." Song Qingfeng laughed heartily. Such humility. Their prowess is evident, and your ability to guide your disciples is remarkable. Shun Liyuan, grinning, replied, "I am unworthy of such praise." Meanwhile, the leaders of the Sea Shark Alliance, the Li Ju sect, and the Blood Refinement sect wore somber expressions, remaining silent. Song Qingfeng then asked, "What is Master Shin's impression of my son Tianyang? A fine young man, possessing exceptional looks and strength. He is indeed a paragon of youth. I wish to discuss a matter with Master Shun. Please, speak freely." With a smile, Song Qingfeng continued, "I would like to seek your daughter's hand for Tianyang. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 44. You are my elder brother. Initially taken aback, Shin Liyuan mused to himself that Song Tianyang, being the future leader of Kunlun, was indeed an admirable match, both in character and strength, ranking among the elite of Ningzhou. This marriage proposal seemed promising. However, he recalled that Mingru and Qingyun appeared to be in a relationship. With this in mind, Shin Liyuan replied with a smile, "To be honest, I have no objections to your proposal, but this matter ultimately concerns the young ones. They should decide for themselves." Of course, Song Qingfeng chuckled. Shin Liyuan then called out, "Mingru, come here for a moment." Song Qingfeng also summoned Song Tianyang. "What is it, father?" Shin Mingru approached, followed closely by the eager Song Tianyang. Shin Liyuan stated, "Your uncle Song wishes for his son, Song Tianyang, to be betrothed to you. Would you be amenable to this?" "I would not." Shin Mingru shook her head resolutely. Shin Liyuan asked, "Why not?" Shin Mingru replied, "The person I like is Li Shidi." Shin Liyuan, intrigued, responded, "Did you not previously express disinterest in him?" Shin Mingru pursed her lips and declared, "I only like him now." Before Shin Liyuan could continue, Song Tianyang interjected, "Miss Shun, Li Qingyun is already with Miss Jiang. Why must you constrain yourself? I assure you, should you marry me, my heart shall belong solely to you for all eternity." Song Tianyang's demeanor was profoundly sincere, nearly moving him to tears. Shin Mingru spoke with resolute conviction. "I apologize, brother Song, but my heart belongs solely to Li Qingyun." Boom. In an instant, Song Tianyang's fervent heart cooled, leaving him speechless and frozen in place. Song Wanyin interjected, "Miss Shun, might you consider this matter once more?" Shin Mingru shook her head. Song Qingfeng sighed, "What a pity. Father, Uncle Song, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Shin Mingru stated. Shin Liyuan waved his hand. "Go ahead." Upon her return, Li Qingyun inquired, "What did your master want?" Shin Mingru lowered her voice. "He asked if I would consider marrying Song Tianyang." Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. "What was your response?" Shin Mingru shot him a glance. "Of course I rejected him." "Was there any doubt?" A satisfied smile crept onto Li Qingyun's lips. Shin Mingru chuckled. "Look at how anxious you are." Li Qingyun sighed. "I once had a fiancée, but I was abandoned in favor of a powerful alliance." Jiang Yushi, overhearing, leaned in with curiosity. Shin Mingru, her face filled with intrigue, urged, "Do tell, what happened?" At that moment, Song Tianyang approached, his spirits notably low. "We shall discuss this later. Let us eat first," Li Qingyun whispered, then called out, "Brother Song, come join us. The dishes are ready." Song Tianyang, his eyes vacant, remained silent. "Brother Song has acquiesced. Let us begin," Li Qingyun declared, lifting his bowl and starting to serve himself. His chopsticks danced as if casting illusions. Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi smiled as they served Li Qingyun, regaining his composure. Song Tianyang also picked up his bowl and began to eat voraciously, his chopsticks mirroring the same ethereal movements. The manner in which he ate, the size of his mouth, the rhythm of his sounds, the cadence of his chewing, were strikingly in sync with Li Qingyun. Wu Wenzhong astonished. Yang Zixin stunned. Shin Mingru shocked. Jiang Yushi, flabbergasted. Li Qingyun, my goodness. Why does he eat so similarly to me? Could it be that he too has a penchant for dining? He is the heir of the Kunlun sect. Surely he cannot be so impoverished. How can he exhibit the demeanor of one who hasn't eaten in days? Truly perplexing. I must say, he possesses quite the aptitude for begging. After his shock, Li Qingyun buried his head and continued to eat. Song Tianyang, feeling the astonished gazes of those around him, sensed no disdain, only wonder. Could it be that I have succeeded? Have I mastered Li Qingyun's most endearing trait? Ha ha. With this thought, Song Tianyang beamed once more. Indeed, every time Li Qingyun dined, Miss Shun and Miss Jiang would beam with joy as they served him, clearly captivated by his manner of eating. With a little effort, I can surely learn to mimic his style perfectly. In time, unparalleled beauties shall surely flock to me. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain himself, Song Tianyang burst into laughter. Shin Mengru, Jiang Yushi, Li Qingyun, everyone. After dinner, Song Tianyang invited Li Qingyun to the mountaintop to admire the night view of Kunlun. Li Qingyun brought along 2 ladies. Upon reaching the summit, Song Tianyang approached Li Qingyun and whispered, "Brotherly, I have something I wish to discuss privately." Understanding the cue, Li Qingyun gestured to Shin Mengru and Jiang Yushi, prompting the 2 ladies to sit aside and engage in conversation. Song Tianyang then led Li Qingyun to a more secluded spot and suddenly knelt down. "Brother Song, what are you doing?" Li Qingyun inquired, perplexed. With a serious expression, Song Tianyang declared, "Brotherly, I wish to ask you to take me as your disciple." Li Qingyun was taken aback. "Surely you jest, Brother Song. My strength pales in comparison to yours. How could I accept you as a disciple? I seek your guidance in the art of wooing women," Song Tianyang stated earnestly. Li Qingyun frowned, thinking, "What do I know about wooing women? This is sheer folly." However, recognizing Song Tianyang's admirable qualities, his strength, poise, and formidable background, Li Qingyun contemplated the potential honor of having him as a subordinate. "Do you truly wish to learn the art of wooing women?" Li Qingyun asked. "It is a profound and intricate path, filled with allure. Mastery of it would surely captivate the hearts of women across the land." Song Tianyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I implore you, brotherly, bestow upon me your wisdom. I am eager to call you my elder brother, pledging my loyalty henceforth." Li Qingyun smiled slightly. "Considering we are both dashing gentlemen, I shall concede." Overjoyed, Song Tianyang immediately knelt on one knee. "Elder brother, please accept my humble bow." Li Qingyun, with hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of pride. "Young Tian, there is no need for such formality among brothers. Please rise." "Thank you, elder brother." Song Tianyang stood, curiosity etched on his face. "Elder brother, during our meal, you exhibited a fierce demeanor. Beyond showcasing your masculine vigor, was there another intention?" Li Qingyun pondered, what purpose could there be in a meal? However, he refrained from expressing this skepticism, recognizing the need to establish authority before this young man. With a slight smirk, he replied, "Astute. As for any ulterior motives, you must discern them for yourself. If you grasp this, it will become your secret weapon in navigating the realm of women." "Secret weapon? That sounds impressive." Song Tianyang's eyes widened with excitement. "Are there any other techniques?" Feigning profundity, Li Qingyun responded, "I possess many techniques, but they cannot be imparted too swiftly, lest we risk stunting your growth. Your understanding of women is still rudimentary. Frankly, you are but a novice, yet to emerge from the beginner's village. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. Take your time and proceed step by step." Song Tianyang immediately displayed a look of comprehension. "If only I had met you sooner, elder brother. I would surely have had a beauty in my embrace by now." Li Qingyun nodded. "Very well, it is getting late. You should return to rest. We shall continue our discussion another time." "Understood, elder brother." After Song Tianyang agreed, he turned back and casually called out sisters-in-law to Jiang Yushi and Shin Mengru, leaving both women utterly bewildered. Once Song Tianyang departed, Li Qingyun approached. Shin Mengru inquired, "Qingyun, why did Song Tianyang address us as sisters-in-law? Has he lost his mind?" Li Qingyun responded nonchalantly, "He is now my little brother." Chapter 45. Not as good as a dog. Shin Mengru was taken aback. Jiang Yushi exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! He is the heir of the most powerful force in Ningzhou, yet he acknowledges you as his elder brother." Li Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing of significance." Shin Mengru nodded in agreement, appreciating Li Qingyun's modest demeanor. Li Qingyun continued, He merely sees my handsome features and charismatic presence, perceiving me as a person of great potential, and seeks to forge a closer relationship. In the future, when I rise to prominence, he wishes to bask in my glory." Jiang Yushi chuckled, wearing a skeptical expression. Shin Mingru playfully seized Li Qingyun's ear, saying, "You're not being truthful. Ouch, that hurts, be gentler." After releasing her grip, she gently massaged his ear. "Humph. Serves you right for your tall tales." Jiang Yushi, with curiosity, asked, "Brotherly, was that woman who abandoned you Ling Yuyo?" Li Qingyun's expression turned solemn. "Indeed." Shin Mingru leaned closer. "Do tell, how did you come to know her? Why did she forsake you?" Li Qingyun replied calmly, "When I was 16, I was bitten by a dog. In a panic, I ran frantically, only to be inexplicably struck by someone and ended up bedridden for 3 months." Jiang Yushi asked, "Who struck you?" "I have no idea. They weren't targeting me. They were aiming for Ling Yuyo, and I inadvertently got caught in the crossfire." Shin Mingru couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha." Li Qingyun, visibly annoyed, remarked, "You find my misfortune amusing?" Shin Mingru giggled. "Not at all. I didn't mean it that way. I just think you've had a streak of bad luck." Jiang Yushi also burst into laughter. Li Qingyun turned to Jiang Yushi. "Is my suffering so hilarious?" Jiang Yushi explained, "I merely imagined the dog chasing you, and you ended up getting hurt so badly. So what became of that dog?" Li Qingyun suddenly realized, "Now that you mention it, I had always blamed that dog for my misfortune. But hearing you say this makes me feel as if I might have harmed it instead. I was cared for while I lay incapacitated for 3 months. It must have perished." Shin Mingru, with a hint of sadness, said, "How pitiful." Jiang Yushi nodded sympathetically. Li Qingyun, dissatisfied, remarked, "You both laugh at my predicament, but feel sorrow for the dog. Am I truly inferior to that dog?" Shin Mingru immediately retorted, "I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Observing Shin Mingru's resolute response, Li Qingyun felt a sense of comfort within. Shin Mingru then inquired, "Do you possess the keen instincts of a dog?" "No," came the reply. Jiang Yushi added, "What about the acute hearing of a dog?" "No," was the answer once more. Shin Mingru pressed on, "Are you as obedient as a dog?" "No," Li Qingyun responded. Jiang Yushi asked, "Can a dog be consumed by you?" "No," he replied again. Shin Mingru teased, "Dogs are unashamed enough to eat excrement. Would you dare to do the same?" Li Qingyun felt dejected, lamenting, "After all this, I am worse off than a dog." Laughter erupted from both Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi. "All right, I shall entertain you," Li Qingyun declared, playfully smacking the two girls while exclaiming, "Dare you compare me to a dog again?" The girls evaded his playful assault, running away while pleading for mercy. Li Qingyun pursued them, calling out, "No running." After a merry bout, the trio settled down once more to continue their conversation. Jiang Yushi asked, "You still haven't explained why he chose to abandon you?" Li Qingyun replied, "They believed I lacked the aptitude for cultivation." Jiang Yushi shook her head in disbelief. "Brotherly, such a remarkable talent as yourself, and they still think you lack potential? Truly absurd." Li Qingyun sighed, "Such is the plight of geniuses. They often face unwarranted criticism." Shin Mingru expressed her relief, saying, "Fortunately, she lacks discernment. Otherwise, we may not have come together." The following day, Shen Liyuan returned to the ice and snow divine realm with the others. The disciples, ecstatic upon learning the results of the competition, celebrated for 3 days and nights. The only one in a somber mood was Zheng Junfeng, who remained perpetually glum. Later, Jiang Yushi returned to the Cloud Sea Commerce Association. One day, Shen Liyuan summoned Shin Mingru to the Grand Hall. "My dear, do enlighten me about the nature of your relationship with Qingyun." Shin Mingru replied, "We are already in love." Shen Liyuan asked, "What of his bond with that Jiang girl? Does it not trouble you?" "Father, you do not understand. Sister Jiang and Qingyun are inseparable, and I must accept this. Moreover, after spending time together, I find Sister Jiang to be a wonderful person, so I harbor no resentment." Shen Liyuan expressed a hint of envy, saying, "That lad is truly fortunate. If only I had he caught himself, clearing his throat. Well, since you can accept it, I shall say no more." While descending the mountain, Li Qingyun fortuitously encountered Xia Qianer, who was ascending. Upon seeing him, Xia Qianer approached with exuberance. "I heard that you made it into the finals of the Yanhuang Tianjiao competition. Quite impressive. Truly befitting of a man bold enough to pursue me." Li Qingyun's expression grew complex. It had been some time since he last saw Xia Qianer, and her concern for him brought him joy. Yet thoughts of the misunderstanding weighed heavily on his mind. "Long time no see, Qianer. How have you been? Xia Qian'er pouted, not well. I've been using the method you taught me, staring at the turtle every day, yet I still see no progress. Li Qingyun's eyelids twitched. A wave of guilt washing over him. Was it truly wise to lead her on like this? The mere thought of revealing the truth to Xia Qian'er is too dreadful to contemplate. Thus, I must steel my heart. No need to rush. Take your time. I understand. Suddenly, Xia Qian'er's expression brightened. Qingyun, accompany me for a shopping spree. Li Qingyun hesitated for a moment. Very well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yuxi returned to the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce to inform Jiang Zhengbin of her participation in the Tianjiao competition. Jiang Zhengbin was both astonished and elated, never having imagined that Jiang Yuxi would represent Ningzhou in the Yanhuang Tianjiao Grand Finals. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yueying and Xiao Zhentian also arrived to extend their congratulations. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi was playing the guqin in the Lotus Pavilion when Xiao Zhentian approached, a smile playing on his lips. Sister Yuxi, you truly play exquisitely. Jiang Yuxi remained unresponsive, continuing her performance. Suddenly, Xiao Zhentian reached out to grasp Jiang Yuxi's delicate hand, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she withdrew her hand. What are you doing? Xiao Zhentian flashed a lewd grin. Sister Yuxi, do you not understand my intentions? Jiang Yuxi's tone turned frigid. What do you mean? I love you. Can you not see that? As he spoke, Xiao Zhentian attempted to embrace Jiang Yuxi. She immediately unleashed her aura to deter him. Your fiancé is Sister Yueying. Do not act recklessly. Xiao Zhentian chuckled with amusement. If you agree to be with me, I shall promptly annul my engagement to her and make you my wife. Jiang Yuxi scoffed. Scoundrel. Ha. Quite the fiery spirit. I relish taming fierce steeds. One day, you shall willingly marry this scoundrel. Jiang Yuxi retorted angrily. Leave. At that moment, Jiang Yueying, adorned in a fitted gown that accentuated her figure, approached gracefully. Her legs partially visible and her bosom strikingly fair, exuding allure. Yuxi, why are you so rude to Zhentian? Jiang Yuxi suppressed her anger. Ask him yourself. Jiang Yueying turned her gaze to Xiao Zhentian. What do you say? Xiao Zhentian smiled. I just informed Yuxi that our wedding is in 2 months, and for some reason, she suddenly became furious. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxi's expression darkened. He is lying. I did not. Jiang Yueying assumed Jiang Yuxi envied her good fortune in finding a worthy husband, pride illuminating her features. Yuxi, this is where you are mistaken. Shouldn't you be happy for me as I prepare to marry? Jiang Yuxi, disinterested in further discourse, replied coolly. As long as you are happy. Now, please allow me to continue playing. I wish to be undisturbed. You, forget it. I shall not argue with you. Zhentian, let us depart. Very well. After taking a few steps, Xiao Zhentian turned back to glance at Jiang Yuxi, leaving behind an unusual smile. Chapter 46. Surely, I am too hard to pursue. On the streets of Luocheng, Xia Qian'er, accompanied by Li Qingyun, indulged in numerous local delicacies and acquired a variety of quirky trinkets. Her pair of sparkling, watery eyes curved into crescent shapes as she gazed at the innocent and carefree demeanor of Xia Qian'er. Li Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt, torn between revealing the truth and fearing it might hurt her. Yet, he realized that remaining silent could lead to greater harm in the future, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. After a day filled with play, Xia Qian'er returned home, thoroughly satisfied. The following day, Xia Qian'er arrived at the ice and snow divine realm. Shen Mingru, taken aback, inquired, Miss Xia, what brings you here? Xia Qian'er replied haughtily. I am here to find Li Qingyun. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Mingru retorted coldly. He is my Dao partner. How could it not concern me? Xia Qian'er, with an incredulous expression, responded, he is pursuing me. How could he possibly be your Dao partner? Shen Mingru insisted, absolutely impossible. Do not speak nonsense. A bystander interjected, look, senior sister Shun is arguing with another stunning beauty. You are new here, so you may not know, but this girl is Xia Qian'er, who has sought out junior brotherly before. How could they be quarreling? Could it be over junior brotherly? Speculation swirled among the crowd. As the two women engaged in a heated exchange, Li Qingyun rushed over, saying, Xiao Ro, Qian'er, let us discuss this calmly. Shen Mingru, filled with fury, demanded, Qingyun, tell me, are you pursuing her? Xia Qian'er, with an air of superiority, pressed, Qingyun, you must clarify. Are you her Dao partner? Li Qingyun's expression turned grave, sensing the impending disaster. Please, tell us whose Dao partner you are. Shen Mingru pressed further. Li Qingyun stammered, I am Xiao Ro's Dao partner. Xia Qian'er's face turned ashen, momentarily at a loss for words due to her overwhelming anger. Reflecting on how Xia Qian'er had helped him seek vengeance and had always treated him kindly, Li Qingyun felt a deep sense of remorse. Qian'er, I am truly sorry. My previous thoughtlessness has led to your misunderstanding. Seeing this, Shen Mengru's expression softened considerably. Was the beauty truly pursuing Junior Brotherly? It was almost unbelievable. How had he managed to attract such attention? Envy filled the hearts of the onlookers. Xia Qian'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Qingyun, how could you do this? You were clearly pursuing me, and your behavior had been quite commendable. I was nearly ready to accept you. Yet you faltered at the last moment and settled for someone else as your Dao partner. Shen Mengru stood perplexed. What do you mean? If you agree to him, he succeeds? His pursuit of me is merely casual? Is this how it ends? Shen Mengru, indignant, protested. We are both equally beautiful. On what grounds do you believe you are superior to me? Xia Qian'er glared furiously at Shen Mengru. Can you match my vivacity? Though both their faces were flawless, Xia Qian'er seemed to possess an additional spark of liveliness. One disciple ventured his opinion. Shen Mengru is indeed slightly taller. Another disciple chimed in. Xia Qian'er, can you boast larger eyes than hers? Shen Mengru shot back. But do you have a more shapely figure than mine? The pent-up frustration between the two individuals erupted, igniting a full-scale conflict. Xia Qian'er provocatively asked, do you possess a bosom as ample as mine? Shen Mengru retorted, do you have legs as long as mine? Xia Qian'er continued, are you as adorable as I am? Shen Mengru shot back, can you match my graceful figure? With that, she swayed her hips enticingly. Xia Qian'er, not one to back down, began to mimic her movements. The onlookers were left speechless, witnessing two enchanting beauties, radiating charm and allure, competing in an unexpected contest at the entrance of the ice and snow divine realm. How captivating! One disciple exclaimed, drooling in admiration. Li Qingyun, feeling quite awkward, interjected. Xiaoro, Qian'er, can we not sit down for a civil conversation instead of escalating things? Xia Qian'er, in a fit of rage, declared, you bastard. I never want to see you again. With that, she turned and fled. Qian'er, Qian'er, Li Qingyun called after her, but she did not look back. Shen Mengru, her eyes glinting with intensity, demanded, tell me, what is her issue? Li Qingyun led Shen Mengru aside and recounted the entire situation regarding Xia Qian'er. Shen Mengru sighed. That Xia girl is rather pitiable. It's all your fault for being so flirtatious. As she spoke, she pinched Li Qingyun's ear. Ouch! Be gentle. Xiaoro, that hurts. Shen Mengru released her grip, warning, let us see if you dare to flirt again. Li Qingyun, feeling resigned, replied, I didn't intend for any of this. If I hadn't spoken as I did, I would have been dead by now. Shen Mengru sighed again. Xia Qian'er is truly a peculiar case, with such formidable strength. She must be the daughter of a prestigious family, yet she is so desperate for male attention. Other noble women are a challenge to pursue, but she acts as if she has never encountered a man. Her level of comprehension is astonishingly low. It leaves one utterly speechless. Li Qingyun shook his head in exasperation. I genuinely need to encourage her to read more and become a bit wiser. Do you wish to see her again? Shen Mengru grasped Li Qingyun's ear once more. Ouch! I wouldn't dare. The following day, Li Qingyun found himself daydreaming by a stream. This was the spot where he had previously conspired with Xia Qian'er to deal with the notorious flower thief, Du Liuxiang. Should I apologize to Qian'er? After all, she has helped me immensely, Li Qingyun pondered. Just then, a figure of exquisite grace, adorned in a flowing pink gown, appeared reflected in the water. Qian'er, what brings you here? He exclaimed, turning around with excitement. Xia Qian'er had resumed her proud demeanor, declaring, Qingyun, I pondered all night and finally came to a realization. Li Qingyun, puzzled, asked, what have you come to understand? Xia Qian'er settled beside him, her tone softening. Qingyun, I now realize that I must be exceedingly difficult to pursue. Thus, you deliberately pursued other girls to provoke me. Li Qingyun's mouth twitched at her reasoning. Was this really the conclusion she arrived at after an entire night of contemplation? He quickly interjected, Qian'er, you may have misunderstood. Xia Qian'er pressed her 2 fingers against Li Qingyun's lips, saying, you need not say much. I understand everything. It is all unspoken. A cough escaped Li Qingyun, nearly causing him to spit blood. Unspoken? I am about to exhaust my words, yet you remain oblivious. If I do not speak, how could you possibly comprehend? Contemplating this, Li Qingyun prepared to elucidate further, but Xia Qian'er cut him off. I haven't slept a wink all night." Suddenly, Li Qingyun felt a pang of sympathy for her. "Hearing you claim to be Shen Mengru's partner causes me such distress. Never have I felt such heartache over the years. I concede, your tactics of feigned indifference have been remarkably effective. You have thoroughly stirred my jealousy, and I solemnly declare that I accept your proposal." Seeing Li Qingyun's reaction, Xia Qian'er assumed his joy was overwhelming, breaking into a satisfied smile. For a long moment, Li Qingyun remained in a daze. Xia Qian'er patted his arm, teasing, "Look at how happy you are." Li Qingyun, bewildered, replied, "Qian'er, what did you just say?" Xia Qian'er rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "You are incorrigible. Wanting me to repeat myself? Very well, I shall say it once more. I agree to be your partner." A thunderclap. Li Qingyun was utterly petrified, leaning back to collapse onto the ground, staring blankly at the sky above the trees. Xia Qian'er fell beside him, cautioning, "Do not celebrate too soon. I have merely agreed to be your partner. Whether we marry in the future will depend on your future conduct. Moreover, our clan has decreed that our first child must bear my surname, with yours following only for the second. This is beyond my control. It is an ancestral rule. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? I favor girls, for they are more delightful. However, if you wish for a boy, I can accommodate that." Chapter 47. Aspiring to be a hero of the fish clan, Li Qingyun finally regained his composure and urgently interjected, "Qian'er, but I already have a partner." Xia Qian'er pursed her lips, seemingly pondering something, and after a moment declared, "I have already devised a plan for you. I am now your partner. So you should break up with Shen Mengru. However, remember she is a young lady. You must choose your words carefully and be gentle to avoid hurting her, understand?" Li Qingyun was both amused and exasperated. "Furthermore, I have numerous cousins, each more formidable than you. Just tell her I will introduce her to someone better. That way, she will find a good match and avoid a life of despair." Li Qingyun's mind struggled to keep pace with Xia Qian'er's thoughts. What is happening? Any one of them would be better than me. To follow me is to lead a life of gloom, and yet you wish to be my partner? As he followed Xia Qian'er's reasoning, his thoughts became increasingly tangled, leaving him utterly confused about his next course of action. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, it was time to see your performance. With that, Xia Qian'er vanished into the void. Li Qingyun hurriedly called out, "Qian'er, Qian'er," but there was no trace of her. Li Qingyun stood there, bewildered. What on earth is happening? The next day, Li Qingyun, accompanied by Shen Mengru and Jiang Yuxi, enjoyed a picnic by the riverbank. Li Qingyun took on the task of fishing, while Jiang Yuxi and Shen Mengru busily prepared the ingredients for a barbecue, creating a delightful scene of harmony. Li Qingyun, at ease, fished while savoring the refreshing breeze and watching the tranquil river surface ripple gently, feeling an immense sense of contentment. Jiang Yuxi and Shen Mengru were playfully constructing a grill with wooden sticks, their figures alluring, their beauty captivating, and their smiles radiant, causing Li Qingyun to steal glances at them repeatedly. Gazing at the two ethereal beauties, now his companions on the path, he felt a fortune he had never dared to dream of. Once the two ladies were ready, they approached Li Qingyun and sat beside him, one on each side. "Qingyun, have you caught any fish?" Shen Mengru asked first. Jiang Yuxi glanced at the empty bucket and laughed. "Sister Shen, no need to ask, the bucket is still empty." Shen Mengru looked at him with a hint of skepticism. "Do you even know how to fish? If not, just catch them by hand." Li Qingyun shook his head and replied with a mock seriousness, "We must respect the fish's wishes. We cannot force them." Shen Mengru was somewhat speechless. Is this about consent? Can they even consent? This is just showboating, utterly devoid of challenge. Li Qingyun feigned gravity and declared, "Listen closely, fish of the river. You are surrounded by me. From this moment forth, your every movement will dictate your fate. Pay heed, for I shall say this only once. My fishing here is entirely out of respect for life, affirmation of fish rights, and love for the ecosystem. You must deliberate carefully. I only require 3 fish, each weighing over 5 pounds. You may negotiate amongst yourselves to send 3 to their demise. Otherwise, I shall find myself without lunch. A lack of sustenance will lead to my hunger, and hunger may incite my wrath. My fury could unleash indiscriminate attacks upon all the fish in the river. At that point, it will not only be you facing death. Your families, relatives, friends, and neighbors will perish because of your selfishness." Shen Mengru and Jiang Yuxi stared at Li Qingyun in utter disbelief. He continued, "If you willingly sacrifice yourselves now to save the lives of your fellow beings, you will become heroes of the fish tribe, immortalized in legend, revered by all fish." Jiang Yushi, feeling embarrassed, said, "Brotherly, perhaps we should just give up?" At that moment, thousands of fish surfaced, all gazing at Li Qingyun with wide eyes. Li Qingyun was also taken aback. His casual words had unexpectedly borne fruit. Hidden in the distance, Xia Qian'er witnessed this scene and was left utterly astonished. Since her separation from Li Qingyun yesterday, Xia Qian'er had been covertly observing him. Upon witnessing Li Qingyun accompanied by Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, she speculated that he intended to sever ties with them, prompting her to hide and watch, planning to reveal herself once he had resolved his affairs. Xia Qian'er was utterly exhilarated, astonished that she could command them. Truly impressive. He is indeed my destined partner. Li Qingyun feigned calmness, signaling to the two women not to overreact, as this was merely routine. He then inquired, "Do you all aspire to be heroes of the fish tribe?" The fish responded in unison with eager nods. Li Qingyun rested his chin thoughtfully, meticulously observing the fish in the river. After a considerable pause, he pointed, "You, and you, come here, the rest may disperse." The three fish called forth leapt eagerly onto the shore, resembling students who had just aced their exams. Jiang Yushi, seeing the fish brimming with vitality, felt a twinge of compassion and suggested, "Perhaps we should refrain from eating them." Li Qingyun nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shan't eat you. You may return." Upon hearing this, the fish panicked, scrambling towards the fire. Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru were taken aback, while Li Qingyun appeared bewildered. Questioning, "Are you so eager for death?" Xia Qian'er gaped in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, Qingyun is truly remarkable. You all have quite the taste." A sudden male voice interrupted their moment. "You three certainly have an exquisite taste." They turned to see Xiao Zhentian. Jiang Yushi frowned slightly. "What brings you here?" With a mischievous grin, Xiao Zhentian replied, "I am here to show you who truly deserves your attention." Jiang Yushi's tone turned icy. "You must be ill." Xiao Zhentian then approached Li Qingyun with an air of confidence. "Li Qingyun, we meet again." Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes. "What do you want?" Xiao Zhentian's gaze flickered to Shen Mingru beside him. "Ah, I did not expect to find another beauty here." He then smirked at Li Qingyun. "You lad are rather fortunate." "Alas, you are unworthy of such fortune." Li Qingyun's demeanor turned cold. "State your business, or leave." Xiao Zhentian, with a hint of arrogance, declared, "Forsake Jiang Yushi, and I shall spare your life." Li Qingyun scoffed, "What are you? Why spout nonsense here?" Xiao Zhentian's tone soured. "Do not test my patience." Li Qingyun retorted, "Respect is earned, not given. Let us see if you remain so defiant in a moment." Xiao Zhentian clapped his hands, and several men in black emerged from the woods. "I offer you one last chance. Will you abandon Jiang Yushi?" Li Qingyun resolutely declared, "No. Attack." Xiao Zhentian gestured, and the black-clad men rushed forward. Li Qingyun unleashed his combat prowess, swiftly bringing the assailants to the ground. "Xiao Heir, is this the best you can muster? A handful of weaklings to flaunt your power? Useless." Xiao Zhentian kicked one of the fallen men away. Then he said, "Initially, I had no intention of taking matters into my own hands. But now I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us." Xiao Zhentian unleashed the formidable aura of the mid-stage golden core, striking towards Li Qingyun with a fist imbued with intense flames. In response, Li Qingyun also emanated the aura of the mid-stage golden core, countering with his own technique. Bang! The fists collided, creating a shockwave that sent leaves spiraling from the surrounding trees. Both combatants staggered back a few steps, only to charge at each other once more. Bang! Bang bang! Xiao Zhentian engaged fiercely with his floating spirit fist against Li Qingyun's technique, and after 10 exchanges, Li Qingyun landed a punch squarely on Xiao Zhentian's chest, sending him hurtling back several dozen meters. "Young Master Xiao, is this the disparity between us?" "Impressive, Qingyun. Brotherly, strike him," exclaimed Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi in unison. Furious, Xiao Zhentian retorted, "Do not celebrate too soon. I have yet to unleash my full power." Fire Feather Sword. Instantly, hundreds of flaming swords materialized in the air, launching towards Li Qingyun. Profound Ice True Qi. Li Qingyun countered with a barrage of ice blocks against the fire swords. Clang, clang, clang. The two techniques intertwined, producing a dazzling display of light. As the battle wore on, Xiao Zhentian found himself increasingly beleaguered, astonished internally by the strength of the so-called waste who defied his expectations. It is time to conclude this. Li Qingyun's aura surged once more, an increasing number of ice blocks levitating around him, shattering the fire swords before advancing toward Xiao Zhentian. Just then, a figure appeared before Xiao Zhentian, effortlessly blocking all the ice blocks with a mere outstretched hand. Li Qingyun, Jiang Yushi, and Shen Mingru were taken aback. Sensing the overwhelming strength of this individual, whose cold, piercing eyes were all that could be discerned beneath the cloak, Li Qingyun asked gravely, "Who are you?" The man in black replied, "Guardian." Xiao Zhentian seethed, "Kill him." The black-clad figure transformed his finger into a sword, charging towards Li Qingyun with incredible speed. Appearing before him in the blink of an eye, thrusting a finger that possessed terrifying penetrating power. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Li Qingyun remained composed, quickly conjuring the profound ice shield for defense. Crack! The shield developed cracks, and Li Qingyun was forced back 100 steps. The black-clad man pressed forward, launching another finger strike. Li Qingyun summoned both a profound ice sword and armor to counter, but the vast disparity in strength left him retreating in defeat. "Qingyun, be cautious. Brother Li, watch out." Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi warned anxiously. "Li Qingyun, you are doomed." Xiao Zhentian laughed menacingly. Shen Mingru interjected, "Do not act recklessly. Qingyun is a disciple of the snowy ice divine realm. If he is harmed, my father will undoubtedly seek retribution." Xiao Zhentian scoffed, "A worthless sect. I have no regard for it." Seeing Li Qingyun struggle, Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru rushed to assist, only to be blocked by Xiao Zhentian. The black-clad figure moved with astonishing speed, his attacks overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Li Qingyun utterly unable to defend himself. Bang! Li Qingyun was struck to the ground by a fist from a cloaked figure, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dark-clad assailant descended from above, unleashing a full-force blow, his fingers transforming into sharp blades. The overwhelming pressure caused Li Qingyun's blood to surge, rendering him unable to rise. "Qingyun, brotherly," Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi exclaimed anxiously. At this critical moment, Xia Qian'er waved her right hand, releasing a blaze of crimson flames toward the cloaked figure. Chapter 48. Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment, the cloaked figure's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly channeled his spiritual energy, conjuring a barrier of force to shield himself. Boom! The barrier shattered under the impact of the flames, forcing the dark figure to stagger back several paces. "Who are you?" he inquired. Xia Qian'er flew to Li Qingyun's side, helping him to his feet, then turned to face the cloaked figure. "You are not worthy to know." Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi joined them by Li Qingyun's side. Xiao Zhentian, upon witnessing Xia Qian'er's stunning beauty, inwardly marveled, "Another woman of extraordinary grace. Miss, this is a matter between Li Qingyun and me. I implore you not to interfere." Xia Qian'er cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Zhentian. "But what if I choose to meddle?" Xiao Zhentian chuckled. "Miss, I advise you to think carefully. My father is Xiao Kuan, the sect master of the Misty Sect." Xia Qian'er replied with an air of indifference. "Is the Misty Sect truly formidable? It is merely a worthless sect. What is there to boast about?" Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that she dismissed the Misty Sect, a prestigious organization of great significance in the Yanhuan continent. Did she genuinely possess such strength, or was she simply ignorant and fearless? Xiao Zhentian's anger turned to mockery. "Such audacity! I shall see what you are capable of. If you dare harm Qingyun, I will obliterate you." Xia Qian'er gestured with her hands, sending forth dozens of blazing fireballs hurtling toward him. What formidable fire magic! The cloaked figure's expression shifted, and he produced an ancient bronze token, channeling spiritual energy into it. The token enlarged instantly, emanating a faint glow to counter the incoming fireballs. Boom! The fireballs collided with the token, generating shockwaves that sent debris flying. Xia Qian'er then unleashed a feather, transforming it into a fiery dagger that pierced a hole through the token, aimed at the cloaked figure's chest. The dark figure reacted swiftly, dodging just in time, though his arm was still grazed, leaving a wound. Xiao Zhentian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this young girl could be so formidable, easily overpowering even his protector. As Xia Qian'er launched another volley of fireballs, the cloaked figure, along with Xiao Zhentian, vanished from sight. "Don't run. I haven't finished with you yet." Xia Qian'er shouted toward the direction in which they had fled. "Thank you, Qian'er." Li Qingyun stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Qian'er, are you all right?" she asked with concern. "I am fine." Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi stood awkwardly by, unsure of what to say. The matters concerning Xia Qian'er and Li Qingyun have already been conveyed by Shen Mingru to Jiang Yushi. Thus, when the two women confronted Xia Qian'er, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Speaking felt inappropriate, yet remaining silent was equally uncomfortable. After appraising Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, Xia Qian'er remarked, "You both possess exceptional beauty, merely a shade less than my own. Allow me to introduce you to two extraordinary individuals. You ought to distance yourselves from Li Qingyun." Shen Mingru, harboring a sense of indignation, thought to herself, "Who is inferior to you? Confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance borders on arrogance." Jiang Yushi shook her head, declaring, "I do not wish for that. Keep them for yourself." Xia Qian'er, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this truly happening? How could you refuse? What merits does Li Qingyun possess? In terms of appearance, he is passable, yet his dining manners are unattractive, his demeanor insincere, his skin thick, and he has a proclivity for deceit and vengeance. With your captivating looks, why pursue him? Why insist on clinging to this crooked tree?" Li Qingyun interjected, "I believe I am not that undesirable." Xia Qian'er retorted sharply, "Silence." Jiang Yushi stated firmly, "I desire only brotherly. I want no one else." Shen Mingru affirmed, "I too desire him." A sudden, drastic change swept over Xia Qian'er's countenance. "Do not refuse a toast, and instead opt for a punishment drink." Li Qingyun interjected, "Qian'er, let us converse civilly." A murderous intent flickered in Xia Qian'er's gaze. "If they insist on clinging to you, they must die." Instantly, she conjured a blazing inferno, its intensity overwhelming, the aura of her nascent soul fully unleashed. "No." Li Qingyun immediately positioned himself protectively before the two women, asserting, "You cannot kill them." Xia Qian'er, her tone frigid, replied, "If they cling to you, they deserve death." Li Qingyun hastily retorted, "It is not they who cling to me. It is I who pursue them. You cannot harm them." Xia Qian'er, her aura growing more tumultuous, her hair swirling, declared, "They entice you. Their punishment is just." In that moment, Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi comprehended the necessity of Li Qingyun's earlier deceit. He was indeed coerced. Xia Qian'er coldly commanded, "Step aside, lest you be inadvertently harmed." Li Qingyun stood resolute, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. If you wish to kill, then strike me instead and spare them." Shen Mingru, unwavering, declared, "If death is to come, let it come to us all. I fear not." Jiang Yushi echoed, "I too am unafraid. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my merciless hand." Xia Qian'er intoned, forming a spell, blazing divine fire technique. Li Qingyun could only summon all his spiritual energy to create an ice armor and an ice shield to withstand the assault. Hissing sounds arose as the ice armor and shield gradually melted under the inferno. Boom! Li Qingyun was hurled back several paces. Xia Qian'er, her voice brimming with fury, exclaimed, "You two vixens, perish." The flames surged toward the two women. Observing this, Li Qingyun unfurled his ice wings and again shielded the women. Boom! Once more, Li Qingyun was sent flying. "Due to the inability to recondense the frost armor in time, I was gravely wounded under the onslaught of the flames." When Xia Qian'er accidentally harmed Li Qingyun, her heart jolted. Her intention was to knock Li Qingyun away and then seize the opportunity to eliminate Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, never anticipating Li Qingyun's astounding speed. Enraged, Xia Qian'er once again summoned the flames in her hands. Observing this, Li Qingyun immediately exclaimed, "Qian'er, I feel terrible. I am dying." Upon hearing this, Xia Qian'er halted her actions and rushed toward him. Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi also hurried toward Li Qingyun, but found themselves immobilized by Xia Qian'er's overwhelming pressure. As Xia Qian'er reached Li Qingyun's side, her voice softened with concern, "I am sorry, Qingyun, it was not my intention." Li Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "It's all right, Qian'er. It is my fault. Please let them go." Xia Qian'er shook her head defiantly. "They have harmed you so severely. I cannot release them." Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Xia Qian'er's logic. Li Qingyun, noticing Xia Qian'er's resolute demeanor, said, "Qian'er, support me." Xia Qian'er helped him to his feet. Just then, a familiar sound echoed, a resounding slap. Li Qingyun had playfully smacked Xia Qian'er's backside. She shivered at the unexpected touch. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a card for enhancing your solar realm. The reward has been sent." Li Qingyun silently invoked the card. "Use the solar realm enhancement card." The system responded, "Enhancement card in use, 30%, 65%. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Li Qingyun's body. Boom! His realm ascended to the late golden core stage, Yet the energy continued to flow within him. Boom. He broke through to the pinnacle of the golden course stage. The enhancement card's effects concluded. Xia Qianer, her face a canvas of confusion, asked, "How did you break through?" Li Qingyun felt too shy to explain the reason. Xia Qianer's expression brightened. "Did you just confess to me by slapping my backside?" Uffed. Li Qingyun, already injured, coughed up blood upon hearing her words. Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi voiced their concern. "Qingyun, what is wrong?" Xia Qianer suddenly blushed. "A confession is one thing. But why must you spout such a large mouthful of blood to prove your sincerity? Really, I would agree to you know." Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi were on the brink of despair, utterly curious about what thoughts occupied Xia Qianer's mind. Communication seemed utterly impossible. Li Qingyun released the aura of the pinnacle golden course stage, dispelling the pressure that bound Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi. "You must leave quickly," he shouted. Shen Mingru responded urgently. "What about you?" Li Qingyun urged. "She will not harm me. You must go now." Although the two women believed that Xia Qianer was somewhat mentally unbalanced, they harbored genuine feelings for Li Qingyun and thus did not linger on the matter, swiftly departing. However, leaving was not so simple. Xia Qianer immediately unleashed her oppressive aura towards the two women. In a flash, Li Qingyun positioned himself in front of them, releasing the energy of his peak golden course stage, which enhanced his Xianbing armor once more, neutralizing the pressure emanating from Xia Qianer. Chapter 49. I wish to take her as my wife. Xia Qianer charged towards Li Qingyun, intent on forcing him back to pursue the two women. Presently, Li Qingyun was merely one realm below Xia Qianer, and with the aid of his Xianbing armor and shield, he could barely withstand her onslaught. As he observed Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi moving further away, Xia Qianer suddenly collapsed to the ground in tears, her face soon drenched with sorrow. Her sobs were imbued with profound grievance, evoking sympathy in all who heard her plight. Seeing Xia Qianer weep uncontrollably, Li Qingyun could not bear to watch, and promptly knelt beside her to offer comfort. "Qianer, Qianer, I am so sorry, it is all my fault. You scoundrel, you rogue. Woe is me," she cried. "Qianer, I truly do not know how things have come to this. You are such a wonderful girl, undoubtedly the best. Why do you not want me despite my goodness?" She sobbed. "I do not want you. I already have a partner. One must not grow weary of old affections. Do you not agree? You truly do not want me. You are bullying me," she lamented, her cries growing increasingly incoherent. Li Qingyun reminisced about the tender moments he had shared with Xia Qianer, recognizing her genuine kindness towards him. Witnessing her profound sorrow pierced his heart. "I am so sorry. Qianer, how could you? I never wish to see you again." With those words, Xia Qianer spun around and soared into the void. Li Qingyun, feeling utterly helpless, muttered to himself, "How could this have happened?" As he gazed towards the direction in which Xia Qianer had vanished, he sighed, "Qianer, I am truly sorry." Moments later, Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi saw Li Qingyun return safely and immediately rushed to greet him. In unison, they inquired, "Qingyun, are you unharmed?" Li Qingyun sighed once more and recounted the events involving Xia Qianer. Jiang Yushi remarked, "It seems that Miss Xia is quite pitiable. However, this cannot be blamed on brotherly." Shen Mingru pinched Li Qingyun's ear, scolding, "It is your fault for carelessly picking up shells. If you had not, none of this would have occurred. Be gentle." The following day, Li Qingyun arrived at the entrance of Fenyu residence. "Please inform Miss Xia Qianer that Li Qingyun is here to see her." "The young lady has already departed," the servant replied. Li Qingyun was taken aback. "Where has she gone?" "I do not know. When will she return?" he pressed. "I do not know." With a heart heavy with disappointment and melancholy, Li Qingyun left Fenyu residence. In the ensuing days, both Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi entered seclusion in their respective quarters. Li Qingyun continued to visit Xia Qianer intermittently, only to receive the same response each time. She was not home. One day, Jiang Yushi arrived at the ice and snow divine domain. "Jiang's sister, it has been a long time." "Indeed, Shen's sister," Yushi replied. "You have come." Li Qingyun approached them. Jiang Yushi took out 2 stones from her Qinquan pouch, saying, "Take these, one for each of you." Li Qingyun examined them curiously and inquired, "What are these stones?" With a smile, Jiang Yushi explained, "These are the latest communication stones developed by our Yunhai Merchant Association. Besides enabling us to communicate with one another, they also allow us to know each other's precise locations." Shen Mingru exclaimed with excitement, "How wonderful! With this, we can always know where each other is." Suddenly, Li Qingyun was taken aback. Have you both reached the mid-stage of the golden core so soon? Shin Mingru beamed with pride. Of course. Jiang Yushi chuckled. We just broke through yesterday. Li Qingyun felt a pang of frustration. His talent was lacking. After 4 years of training at the Wenzhong, he had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, while now he was at the pinnacle of the golden core. Without decades of effort, he knew he could hardly make any significant progress on his own. Qingyun, come to the main hall, called Shen Liyuan. Li Qingyun entered the hall. Master, what do you need from me? Shen Liyuan inquired. Do you and Xiao Rou have any plans? If Master does not oppose, I wish to take her as my wife, Li Qingyun replied earnestly. With a sigh, Shen Liyuan stated, I only wish to confirm one thing. Please, Master, go ahead. Shen Liyuan's expression turned solemn. I ask you this. Can you promise to treat Xiao Rou well for a lifetime? Li Qingyun responded with unwavering conviction. I can. Shen Liyuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Very well, I trust you. Tomorrow, I shall announce your engagement to Xiao Rou for the future leadership of our ice and snow divine domain. Li Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. Master, so soon? I have only been here for a few months. It may be difficult to gain everyone's approval. Shen Liyuan smiled gently. Just tell me, do you wish to proceed? I do. Good. Then you may return to rest. Yes. Master. That night, there was a knock at Shen Mingru's door. Shen Junior sister, is there something you need? Shen Ryu asked, looking quite anxious. Senior brother is drunk and refuses to come back, no matter how much we call him, she explained. Shen Mingru frowned. What does that have to do with me? Senior brother was heartbroken to hear Master say he would betroth you to Li Junior brother, and in his sorrow, he turned to drink. Shen Ryu replied. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Let him be. Shen Mingru stated. Senior sister, you and senior brother grew up together. Can you bear to see him in such distress? Shen Ryu pressed. Shen Mingru slowly began to close the door. If there is nothing else, I need to rest. Shen Ryu knelt on the ground. Senior sister, I beg you, please go see senior brother. Do it for the sake of the bond you've shared all these years. Feeling a twinge of compassion, Shen Mingru inquired, where is he? At Xinyu Tower. Shen Mingru swiftly arrived at Xinyu Tower on her sword. Spotting Jing Junfeng in a corner of the 1st floor, his hair disheveled and face flushed, absent-mindedly sipping from a wine glass amidst a chaotic scene of scattered empty bottles. She approached him with urgency. Senior brother, let us return. Zhang Junfeng lifted his head, his gaze hazy with intoxication. Ah, it is junior sister Shun. Come, join me for a drink. You must stop, you are already intoxicated. Zhang Junfeng poured another glass. I still wish to drink. Senior brother, could you not act this way? What does it matter? You are to wed Li Qingyun, so why concern yourself with me? Shen Mingru turned away. If that is the case, then drink at your leisure. Zhang Junfeng grasped her wrist. Junior sister, do not leave. After all these years, do you truly remain unaware of my feelings for you? Shen Mingru forcefully shook off his hand, her tone grave. Senior brother, my feelings for you are solely those of a sibling, nothing more. Humph. Zhang Junfeng scoffed. Li Qingyun is entangled with Jiang Yushi and has dubious ties with that Xiaqianer. He is nothing but a scoundrel. What is there to admire? For so long, I have cherished you. Should you choose to be with me, I would treat you well for eternity, promising that you would be the only woman in my life. Senior brother, we will forever be siblings. I hope you can understand that. Do you truly hold no regard for me? Shen Mingru replied calmly. If this is the answer you seek, then I shall respond in the affirmative. With that, she turned to leave. Junior sister, since your heart belongs solely to junior brother Li, I shall no longer impose. Zhang Junfeng poured a glass of wine and placed it on the table. This glass is my blessing for you. Shen Mingru turned to gaze at the glass. Zhang Junfeng inquired, what is this? Are you unwilling to accept even my blessing? Shen Mingru lifted the glass and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, senior brother. What is happening? My heart races so fast. Li Qingyun suddenly awakened from his dream. What are you doing? Shen Mingru weakly collapsed onto a stone bed within a cave. Ever since she consumed that glass of wine, she felt utterly drained, her body aflame, brought here by Zhang Junfeng. Zhang Junfeng sneered. I aim to change junior sister's mind. A sudden panic gripped Shen Mingru. What do you mean? What have you done to me? Chapter 50. How to cure your poison hee. Zhang Junfeng's smile was sinister. I added ecstasy harmony powder to your wine. What do you think my intentions are? You shameless scoundrel. Shen Mingru retorted angrily. Are you not afraid my father will kill you? I was raised by the master. Regardless of the circumstances, he harbors some affection for me. If you and I were to consummate our union, do you think the master would overlook it and force you to marry me? I never imagined you could be this kind of person. Have you forgotten the kindness my father has shown you? Kindness. Zheng Juanfeng's eyes darkened with resentment. Not only does the master intend to marry you off to Li Qingyun, but he also plans to pass the position of sect leader to him. I am the eldest disciple. Do you think the master has considered my feelings? After all these years of devotedly managing the sect for him, if he shows such ingratitude, I cannot be blamed for my actions. Rest assured, junior sister, I will treat you well. Shin Mingru retorted angrily. Get away from me. Zheng Junfeng chuckled. You may not comprehend the potency of this medicine. If no one engages with you in marital relations, you will perish. Get lost. Shin Mingru felt her consciousness begin to fade, her body burning with heat. Zheng Junfeng settled beside her, his hands beginning to roam. Junior sister, I am here to save you. Do not disregard my sincere intentions. Besides, it's my first time. You will not suffer. Shin Mingru struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. Qingyun, where are you? Please, come save me. Zheng Junfeng laughed heartily. Li Qingyun doesn't even know you're here. How can he rescue you? Just then, a man's voice echoed. Shin Mingru's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Qingyun. Zheng Junfeng shivered. How did you find this place? Li Qingyun, seeing Shin Mingru's pallid complexion, was filled with rage. In a flash, he seized Zheng Junfeng by the throat. How dare you call yourself the eldest disciple while committing such shameless acts? Zheng Junfeng struggled in vain and pleaded, Li Shidi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never do it again. Li Qingyun tightened his grip. You scoundrel dare to beg for mercy? Junior sister, I was momentarily foolish. For the sake of our shared childhood, please let me off. His tone was earnestly pleading. At this moment, the effects of the drug fully manifested in Shin Mingru. Her expression dazed. Qingyun, I feel so unwell. Please help me. Considering Zheng Junfeng's status as the eldest disciple of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, she thought it best for the master to deal with him. Thus, she cast him to the ground and summoned her Xianbing sword. What are you planning, Li Shidi? Zheng Juanfeng's face turned pale with fear. I shall take your arm as compensation. The rest, go seek the master for retribution. With that, he swung his sword, severing Zheng Juanfeng's left arm. Ah! Zheng Junfeng screamed. Li Qingyun coldly commanded, get out. Zheng Junfeng shot a venomous glare at Li Qingyun before fleeing the cave. Li Qingyun hurried to support Shin Mingru. Xiaoro, are you all right? Shin Mingru tightly embraced Li Qingyun. Qingyun, save me. Then, with a passionate kiss, Li Qingyun felt the warmth of her lips, and his blood surged. The scene faded to black. Moments later, the cave resonated with soft gasps and the sound of gentle collisions. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate task. You have received a grand reward. The following morning, Shin Mingru lay peacefully asleep in Li Qingyun's embrace. Li Qingyun awoke to find Shin Mingru before him, a figure of exquisite beauty with curves that captivated, skin as delicate as jade, and striking features akin to a painting. A long, snow-white leg rested atop him, causing Li Qingyun to swallow hard, his face radiating satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had received a grand gift. He was eager to discover its contents. System, open the grand gift. The system responded, opening grand gift. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Sun Realm Enhancement card, 1 Moon Realm Enhancement card, 1 Turtle Fist Enhancement card, 1 Flower Rain Sword Enhancement card, and 6 Cultivation Enhancement cards. Wow. Such a bounty. Is this destiny favoring me? Li Qingyun could not suppress his laughter. At that moment, Shin Mingru stirred awake, her cheeks flushed like a blooming peony, radiant and alluring. Qingyun, what are you laughing about? Her voice was exceptionally gentle, evoking a sensation of warmth that threatened to melt one's heart. With palpable excitement, Li Qingyun replied, I have acquired numerous treasures. Curiosity sparkled in Shin Mingru's eyes. What treasures? Enhancements for both cultivation and realms. We can elevate ourselves together. How did you obtain them? Shin Mingru casually inquired, only to suddenly blush as she remembered her position atop him. You rogue. Li Qingyun was taken aback. I won't allow you to speak of yourself that way. In my eyes, you are no rogue. Even though you may have sullied me yesterday, I hold no grudge. Ah, don't pull. That hurts. Ah. After a brief moment, both donned their garments. Shin Mingru's cheeks retained a hint of crimson. I am already yours. You must never betray me. Li Qingyun embraced her reassuringly. Fear not, for I am a gentleman. Do you think I am a mere scoundrel? Shin Mingru smiled radiantly. nestling against him. Well then, it's time to utilize the grand gift. Li Qingyun mentally commanded, use the Sun Realm Enhancement card. The system replied, Realm Enhancement card in use. Progress, 30-55. Breakthrough to the initial stage of the nascent soul at 80-100. Boom. Realm elevated to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Li Qingyun released his aura and slowly opened his eyes. You've reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul? This is astounding. Shin Mingru exclaimed with delight. Li Qingyun placed a finger upon Shin Mingru's forehead. Now it's your turn. She nodded in agreement. Li Qingyun chanted silently. Use the Moon Realm Enhancement card. The system announced, Realm Enhancement card in use. Progress, 30-50. Boom. Realm elevated to the late stage of the Golden Core, continuing enhancement at 80-100. Boom. Realm elevated to the pinnacle of the Golden Core. Boom. Realm elevated to the initial stage of the nascent soul. Li Qingyun then declared, use the Flower and Sword Enhancement card. The Flower and Sword Mysterious Tier Technique, upgraded to the 10,000 Flowers Goddess Sword, Celestial Tier Technique. He then used 3 Cultivation Comprehension cards. The Wanhua Divine Maiden Sword has been mastered to Entry Level, Proficient, and Expert. Character Information Update. Name, Shun Mingru. Age, 17. Height, 170 centimeters. Attractiveness, 98. Stunningly beautiful. Figure, 96. Graceful. Realm, Nascent Soul. Early Stage. Talent, Extraordinarily Gifted. Techniques Mastered. Xianbing Tianiju. Proficient. Earth Rank Technique. Wanhua Divine Maiden Sword. Proficient. Heaven Rank Technique. Shin Mingru opened her eyes, jubilantly leaping up to embrace Li Qingyun. I have reached the nascent soul stage. I can hardly believe that in just over a month, I have progressed from foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage. Truly astonishing. Thank you, Qingyun. With that, she kissed Li Qingyun on the cheek. Li Qingyun's face was equally radiant with excitement. I still have enhancement cards left. Shin Mingru jumped down from him. Then you should use them quickly. Li Qingyun continued, using the Turtle Fist Enhancement card. The Turtle Fist Enhancement card elevated the Turtle Fist, Mortal Rank Technique, to the Divine Turtle Fist, Heaven Rank Technique. Turtle? ISNT, that just a more refined name for a tortoise? The level had surged significantly with just a change in nomenclature. He still possessed 3 technique enhancement cards. Using 1 enhancement card, he sought to improve the Xianbing Tianiju system enhancement card in use. 50-100. Xianbing Tianiju proficiency elevated to extraordinary, highest proficiency level. The final move of Xianbing Tianiju, Ice Domain, has been unlocked. That seems rather impressive. Using 2 enhancement cards, he endeavored to elevate the Divine Turtle Fist. Technique Comprehension in progress. Divine Turtle Fist mastered to Entry Level, then further to Proficient. Host Information Update. Name, Li Qingyun. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Realm, Nascent Soul. Mid-Stage. Talent, Mediocre Aptitude. Techniques Mastered. Xianbing Tianiju Upgraded Version. Technique Level, Heaven Rank Technique. Proficiency Level, Extraordinary, Highest Level. Divine Turtle Fist Technique Level, Heaven Rank Technique. Proficiency Level, Proficient. My talent has actually upgraded. How astonishing. I am no longer a piece of wood that cannot be carved. Could it be due to Mingru's influence? Li Qingyun released his aura and opened his eyes. Shin Mingru hurriedly approached with a question. Have you learned any new techniques? Li Qingyun replied, I have learned the Divine Turtle Fist and Ice Domain. Wonderful. I have also learned the Wanhua Divine Maiden Sword. I feel that this sword technique is profoundly deep. The two were overjoyed, engaging in a discussion about their techniques. After a short while, Li Qingyun and Shin Mingru returned to the Ice and Snow Divine Realm, only to discover that Zheng Junfeng had not returned, and neither had Shi Ryu. They proceeded to inform Shen Liyuan of the events from the previous night. Bang! Shen Liyuan shattered the table before him, exclaiming, What treachery! How ungrateful! Worse than a beast. After all these years of entrusting him with significant responsibilities, he has committed such an act. What disappoints me most is his utter lack of courage to return and confess his wrongdoings. Qingyun, you have done well. Severing one of his hands shall serve as his punishment. Shen Liyuan's heart was tumultuous, grappling with the realization that this beloved disciple he had nurtured was indeed such a person. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. Xiao, how did you cure the poison? Shin Mingru's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Li Qingyun awkwardly interjected, I was the one who cured it. Shin Liyuan pressed, how did you do it? Li Qingyun replied in a hushed tone, I used my body. Shen Liyuan's expression darkened. Well, since the rice has already been cooked, let us proceed with the marriage. Chapter 51. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Shun Mingru gazed at Li Qingyun with eager anticipation. I agree, Li Qingyun chuckled, realizing that such a splendid opportunity was impossible to refuse. Shin Mingru's heart leapt with joy. It is all up to father. Summon all disciples to the Grand Hall. I have an important announcement to make, Shin Liyuan commanded. Moments later, the disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm gathered. Shin Liyuan revealed Zheng Juanfeng's misdeeds to the assembly, shocking everyone. It was hard to believe that this senior brother, who had always taught them, was such a person. After some discussion, all present accepted this grim truth. Yang Zixin, Wu Wenzhong, Song Hongjia, and Sun Chongjing felt both regret and disdain for Zheng Junfeng. Shen Liyuan declared, I have 2 announcements to make. The first is that Qingyun and Xiaoro shall wed in 3 days. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yang Zixin was the first to speak. Congratulations, senior sister Shun and junior brother Li. Lovebirds finally unite. Wu Wenzhong, brimming with envy, added, Well done, junior brother Li. You've captured senior sister Shun so swiftly. Congratulations, echoed Sun Chongjing and Song Hongjia. The other disciples offered their heartfelt congratulations in turn. Shen Liyuan gestured for silence. The second announcement is that, effective immediately, Li Qingyun shall be the future leader of our Ice and Snow Divine Realm. The hall buzzed once more with excitement. Shen Liyuan smiled. Qingyun, present your waist token. Li Qingyun removed the token and handed it to Shen Liyuan. The latter gazed at the name Li Qingyun inscribed upon the token, then skillfully etched the words future leader beneath it, presenting it back to Li Qingyun with a solemn expression. The future of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm rests upon your shoulders. Li Qingyun accepted the token and turned to the assembly, declaring, I shall ensure that the name of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm resonates throughout the heavens. Many may doubt my words now, but I assure you, this day shall come. The audience fell into a brief silence. Yang Zixin broke the stillness, proclaiming, Junior brother Li, I believe in you. Wu Wenzhong echoed, I believe too. I believe. I believe. A chorus of disciples from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain erupted in cheers. Observing this, Shen Liyuan revealed a smile of satisfaction. Shin Mingru, brimming with pride, gazed at Li Qingyun. After the meeting adjourned, Shin Mingru approached Li Qingyun's room, settling beside him on the bed. Qingyun, I forgot to ask, how did you find me? Li Qingyun produced a communication stone. Did you forget this? Shin Mingru's eyes widened in realization. So it was the communication stone given by Sister Jiang. I'm fortunate to have it. But how did you know I was in danger? Li Qingyun gently wrapped his arm around Shun Mingru's slender waist. Last night, while I was asleep, I suddenly felt anxious and breathless, an overwhelming discomfort. I took out the communication stone to check, only to find you missing from the sect. What could have compelled you to venture outside at this hour? There must be a reason, so I hurried over. Shun Mingru nestled into Li Qingyun's embrace. If it weren't for Sister Jiang's communication stone, I would have been doomed. Why don't we invite Sister Jiang to join us in matrimony? Li Qingyun's face lit up. That sounds splendid, but I wonder if her grandfather would consent. Shin Mingru smiled. Tomorrow, we shall visit Sister Jiang together. But now, it's getting late. I should return to rest. Li Qingyun firmly grasped Shin Mingru's hand. Stay here and sleep. We are to be wed soon. Shin Mingru softly protested. We are not yet married. We cannot share a bed. Li Qingyun chuckled heartily. Such pretenses. Last night, you were fiercer than anyone. Don't pull, ah? That hurts. You provoked me. Ah, no, you rogue. Don't be so hasty. If I don't show my strength, you'll think me a sickly cat. Prepare yourself. Rip. My undergarment is torn. If it's damaged, so be it. I'll buy you a new one. Rogue. Just wait until I show you what a rogue truly is. The following day, Li Qingyun and Shin Mingru arrived at the Cloud Sea Chamber of Commerce. Qingyun, Sister Shun, what brings you here? Jiang Yushi emerged from behind the counter. Shin Mingru replied mysteriously, let us find a secluded spot. I have something to discuss with you. The trio made their way to the Lotus Pavilion, where Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi began to whisper clandestinely, while Li Qingyun observed the fish swimming in the lotus pond. Jiang Yushi gasped, no way. You two are so quick. Shin Mingru released her cultivation aura. Jiang Yushi's mouth fell open in disbelief. You have reached the nascent soul stage. What happened? After a brief moment, the two women joined Li Qingyun. Shin Mingru announced, Qingyun, Sister Jiang has agreed. Let us go meet her grandfather. The three made their way to Jiang Jingbin's study. Grandfather. Jiang Yushi called from the doorway. Li Qingyun followed suit. Grandfather. Shen Mingru echoed. Grandfather. Jiang Zhengbin looked bewildered, wondering where all these people calling him grandfather had come from. Upon looking up, he recognized Li Qingyun and noticed an unfamiliar girl. Curiously, Jiang Zhengbin asked, "What brings you all here?" Li Qingyun stepped forward eagerly. Grandfather. I am here to offer my congratulations. Congratulations to me? Jiang Zhengbin wore a bewildered expression. What am I being congratulated for? Li Qingyun chuckled heartily. Congratulations, grandfather, on gaining a dashing and charismatic grandson. Jiang Zhengbin appeared utterly perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Qingyun clarified. I am marrying Yu Shi, which makes me your grandson, does it not? Jiang Zhengbin erupted in laughter. Oh, I see. What? You are to wed Yu Shi? His expression became rigid. Li Qingyun nodded. Indeed, grandfather. Everything is prepared. We merely await your consent. No, I cannot agree to this. Jiang Zhengbin vehemently shook his head. I have only met you twice. You think you can whisk away my precious granddaughter? Not a chance. Li Qingyun approached Jiang Zhengbin with a playful grin. Grandfather, if necessary, I can offer a greater betrothal gift, perhaps a few more spirit stones? Bah! My Yunhai Chamber of Commerce is overflowing with wealth. Those few paltry spirit stones would not even catch my eye if tossed on the ground. Ha ha! Li Qingyun laughed. I knew you were wealthy, grandfather, and would not care for mere betrothal gifts, so I shall express my gratitude in a more sincere manner. Jiang Zhengbin, intrigued, inquired, what manner is that? Li Qingyun grew earnest. By providing a modest betrothal gift, thus demonstrating that the sentiment is what truly matters. Uft! Jiang Zhengbin spat out his tea. How shameless. Shen Mingru quickly pulled Li Qingyun behind her. Grandfather, he bumped his head yesterday and hasn't recovered yet. Don't mind him. Jiang Zhengbin asked, and who might you be? I am Li Qingyun's fiancée, Shen Mingru. We are to be wed in a few days. Uft! Jiang Zhengbin spat out another mouthful of tea. You wish to marry this scoundrel? What brings you here? Shen Mingru grasped Jiang Yushi's hand. I wish to marry alongside sister Yushi to Li Qingyun. Uft! Jiang Zhengbin ejected yet another spray of tea. Good heavens! What is this chaos? What do you all intend to do? Jiang Yushi stepped forward. Grandfather, I wish to marry brotherly. Jiang Zhengbin was astounded. He already has a woman, yet you still wish to marry him? Jiang Yushi's gaze was resolute. It is not unusual for men to have multiple wives. Jiang Zhengbin's emotions surged. Those with multiple wives are from distinguished families and high society. What does Li Qingyun possess? Are you both out of your minds? With your looks, you could attract any outstanding suitor. Why choose him? Seeing that the old man was impervious to reason, Li Qingyun resorted to his trump card. Grandfather, have you heard of the flower thief Du Liuxiang who emerged recently? And if I have, Jiang Zhengbin retorted. Li Qingyun's demeanor turned grave. To be honest, one day, Du Liuxiang captured Yu Shi and administered the ecstasy harmony powder to her. You understand the implications of such a poison. Although I arrived in time to drive Du Liuxiang away, Yu Shi had already been poisoned and was in dire peril. I acted to save Yu Shi, and now, what is done is done. Chapter 52. The magnitude of the world, the primacy of the prince. I must marry Yu Shi. Otherwise, the world will say that I, Li Qingyun, am one to shirk my responsibilities. Upon uttering these words, he clasped his hands behind his back, resembling a poet in contemplation. Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru were both taken aback, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Zhengbin turned to Jiang Yushi, inquiring, is what he said true? Blushing deeply, Jiang Yushi nodded. This was her first foray into deception, and her demeanor was rather unnatural. Yet, to Jiang Zhengbin, it appeared quite genuine. He sighed. Given the circumstances, what more can I say? Young man, remember this. Should you ever mistreat Yu Shi, I shall ensure your legs are broken. Li Qingyun promptly vowed, I will cherish Yu Shi for a lifetime. Rest assured, grandfather. Shen Mingru interjected, grandfather. Shall we hold the wedding banquet in 2 days at the Ice and Snow Divine Realm? With a resigned tone, Jiang Zhengbin replied, you may decide as you wish. 2 days later, the Ice and Snow Divine Realm was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Li Qingyun, clad in a resplendent red robe, stood at the entrance alongside Shen Liyuan to greet the guests. Visitors from various esteemed sects of Ningzhou arrived in droves. The Kunlun sect, led by Master Song, came to offer their congratulations. One disciple shouted exuberantly. Shen Liyuan hurried forward. clasping his hands in greeting. Master Song, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Master Song Qing Feng, returning the gesture, smiled. You are too modest, Master Shun. Please, let us proceed inside. Shen Liyuan personally escorted Master Song and his party into the hall. At this moment, Song Tianyang approached Li Qingyun, exclaiming, Brother, you truly excel. To marry so swiftly and with double joy is enviable. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Little Tian, your day will surely come. With a cheeky grin, Song Tianyang replied, Brother, remember to teach me a few tricks. Li Qingyun patted Song Tianyang on the shoulder. Of course. With all guests assembled, Shen Liyuan and Jiang Zhengbin took their seats at the head of the hall, while the guests settled on either side. Wu Wenzhong called out, Let the newlyweds enter. A dozen musicians began to play jubilant melodies. Li Qingyun, with his left hand holding Shen Mingru and his right hand grasping Jiang Yushi, gracefully entered the grand hall. Both Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi were adorned in flowing red gowns, resembling blooming flowers, vibrant and alluring. They wore exquisite phoenix crowns, their stunning visages graced with gentle smiles, captivating all present. Their alabaster skin bore a hint of rosy hue, and their curvaceous figures subtly revealed themselves with each step, exuding an ethereal grace as if they were celestial beings gracing the mortal realm, leaving onlookers spellbound. Many guests gazed enviously, even feeling a fleeting urge to step forward and usurp Li Qingyun's place. Seated below, Jiang Yueying wore a cold smirk, murmuring to herself, Is this the man you chose? His identity and status pale in comparison to Jin Tian's, and to share him with others is truly blind folly. Our disparities will only widen from here on. With a sister like you, it truly brings disgrace upon my face, Wu Wenzhong exclaimed. First, we bow to heaven and earth. The three of them bowed outward simultaneously. Next, we bow to our parents. They offered their respects to Shen Liyuan and Jiang Zhengbin. The couple exchanged bows, and the three of them continued to pay their respects to one another. Wu Wenzhong announced, Let us serve tea to our elders. They each presented a cup of tea to Shen Liyuan and Jiang Zhengbin. Both elders were overwhelmed with joy, tears glistening as they gently wiped their eyes with their sleeves after sipping the tea. Wu Wenzhong declared, The ceremony is complete. Let us escort you to the bridal chamber. Li Qingyun led the two ladies away, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The disciples from other sects looked on with envy, their eyes tinged with red, their teeth grinding audibly. Shen Liyuan rose and said, Esteemed friends, there is no need for formality. Please enjoy your meal. The wedding had been rather hasty. Thus, Shen Mingru's room was temporarily designated as the bridal chamber. However, the ice and snow divine domain had already prepared to select a mountain peak to build a residence for Li Qingyun after the wedding. Seated in the center, Li Qingyun embraced both women. Xiao, Yushi, from this day forth, you shall be my wives. Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru replied in unison. Li Qingyun asked, How shall you address me? Husband. Jiang Yushi responded. Husband. Shen Mingru echoed. Li Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now let me impart to you how to be exemplary wives. You must heed your husband's words, cherish him, and always uphold his dignity, not only outside but at home as well. Furthermore, you ought to serve him meals, wash his clothes, and take turns giving him massages. Remember, in this vast world, your husband is the most important. Is that clear? Shen Mingru's tone turned icy. Yushi, we shall teach him how to be a good husband. All right. No, don't pull, it hurts. Yushi, when did you learn to tug ears? Jiang Yushi replied softly. Sister Shen taught me. Xiao, how could you teach such mischief? You've gone astray yourself and led Yushi astray as well. Look at how she used to be so well-behaved, and now see what you've turned her into. Shen Mingru applied a slight pressure with her fingers. Was my teaching not good? Very good. You are both wonderful. Enough with the teasing. It's time to attend to serious matters. Jiang Yushi inquired, What serious matters? Li Qingyun grinned mischievously. Let us play a game, which Xiao loves. Shen Mingru retorted, Ha, you rogue. Li Qingyun laughed. The rogue is here. Ha ha. Don't come over. Husband, I was wrong. Ouch. The scene faded to black. Ding. The system detected that the host has completed a final task, rewarding a grand gift package. The next morning, Li Qingyun awoke, still drowsy. Two delicate hands and two long, snowy legs lay on either side of him. He looked down to find the two ladies sleeping soundly. Li Qingyun thought to himself, Open the grand gift package. The grand package is being opened, revealing one Sun Realm Enhancement card, one Moon Realm Enhancement card, one Nine Heavens Mystic Sound Enhancement card, one Skill Duplication card, and 6 Enlightenment cards. Haha, I'm going to prosper, Li Qingyun exclaimed with excitement, planting a kiss on the cheeks of Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi respectively. The two ladies slowly opened their beautiful eyes, their expressions filled with shyness. Yushi, allow me to assist you in elevating your cultivation, Li Qingyun declared. Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi immediately perked up with enthusiasm. Li Qingyun placed his finger on Jiang Yushi's forehead, utilizing the Moon Realm Enhancement card. System, the Moon Realm Enhancement card is in use. 30. 50. Boom. The realm ascends to the late Golden Core stage, continuing to rise to 70, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage at 100. Boom. The realm advances to the initial stage of the nascent soul, employing the Nine Heavens Mystic Sound Enhancement card. System, the Nine Heavens Mystic Sound Enhancement card is in use. Nine Heavens Mystic Sound, Earth Grade Technique, introduces a new auditory range, capable of inducing illusions in all within the sound's reach. The technique level elevates to Heaven Grade Technique, utilizing 3 Enlightenment cards to comprehend Nine Heavens Mystic Sound. System, Enlightenment cards are in use. Mastery of the auditory realm of Nine Heavens Mystic Sound rises to perfection. Continuing to comprehend, mastery elevates to Transcendent, the highest level. Host information updated. Name, Jiang Yushi. Age, 18. Height, 171 centimeters. Appearance, 98. Stunning beauty. Figure, 97. Graceful. Realm, nascent soul. Initial stage. Talent, exceptional gift. Mastered technique. Nine Heavens Mystic Sound upgraded version. Heaven Grade Technique. Mastery level. Transcendent, the highest level. Now it's my turn, Li Qingyun thought to himself, using the skill duplication card to replicate Nine Heavens Mystic Sound. System, the duplication card is in use. A continuous stream of musical theory knowledge flows into Li Qingyun's mind, achieving mastery of Nine Heavens Mystic Sound at the transcendent level, employing the Sun Realm Enhancement card. System, the Sun Realm Enhancement card is in use. 50. Boom. The realm breaks through to the late nascent soul stage at 80. 100. Boom. The realm ascends to the pinnacle of the nascent soul, utilizing the Enlightenment card to comprehend the Divine Turtle Fist. Enlightenment card in use. Mastery of the Divine Turtle rises to proficient. Enlightenment card in use. Mastery of the Divine Turtle Fist elevates to perfection. Enlightenment card in use. Mastery increases to transcendent. Host information updated. Name, Li Qingyun. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Realm, nascent soul pinnacle. Talent, average aptitude. Mastered techniques. Xianbing Tianyi decision, upgraded version. Technique level, Heaven Grade Technique. Mastery level, Transcendent, highest level. Divine Turtle Fist, technique level, Heaven Grade Technique. Mastery level, Transcendent. Nine Heavens Mystic Sound upgraded version, Heaven Grade Technique. Mastery level, Transcendent. Jiang Yushi opened her eyes, her expression one of astonishment. I have also reached the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the mastery of the Nine Heavens mystical sound has reached an extraordinary level, which is quite remarkable. After speaking, she embraced Li Qingyun and planted a kiss on his lips. Shin Mingru exclaimed, "Husband, you have reached the peak of the nascent soul." Chapter 53. Two prodigal women. Li Qingyun chuckled, "Indeed. And my proficiency in the Divine Turtle Fist has also attained an extraordinary level." The three of them embraced, filled with joy. Li Qingyun's heart brimmed with elation. Not only had his realm significantly improved, but his aptitude had also been further enhanced. This took him by surprise. He had inquired with the system, yet received no response. Thus, he chose to disregard it. As long as he was not becoming foolish, the reason behind it mattered little. A few days later, at the Ice and Snow Divine Domain's training ground, Shen Liyuan's expression was solemn. "Qingyun, Xiaorou, and Miss Jiang, I cannot escort you to the Central Divine Continent, as there are no elders stationed in our sect. You must be extra cautious. If anything arises, use the sound transmission talisman to contact me." Li Qingyun reassured him, "Fear not, master. I will take good care of them." Shen Liyuan nodded. "It is getting late. You should set off." "All right." Li Qingyun addressed the gathered brethren and sisters. "We are departing now. We shall meet again after the competition." Yang Zixin added, "Li Shidi." Shen Shiji, And Miss Jiang, please be careful on your journey. I will treat you to a meal upon your return. Li Shidi, remember that while competing is important, safety comes first. Do not act recklessly, Wu Wenzhong remarked. The other disciples also bid their farewells. Very well. Li Qingyun smiled faintly and then soared into the sky with Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru on his sword. He utilized the Xianbing Tianyi technique to conjure a massive sword, allowing Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi to take turns controlling it while he reclined and rested. After meeting with Song Tianyang and others at Kunlun, they set off together towards the central divine continent. Song Tianyang and Zhou Jigang were escorted by the Grand Elder, Song Wanyin. Brother, I have heard that there are many beauties in the central divine continent. Song Tianyang exclaimed with excitement. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. Is that so? Shen Mingru pinched his ear. Are you quite interested? Song Tianyang chuckled inwardly, realizing that being married had its downsides. Li Qingyun cleared his throat. Xiao Rou, how did you know that my ear itches a bit? Give it a good squeeze. Though his ear could bear pain, he could not afford to lose face. And he shot Shen Mingru a knowing glance. Shen Mingru rolled her eyes at him, but then gently massaged his ear. Li Qingyun, with a proud tone, requested, now blow on it for me. Shen Mingru exhaled softly against his ear, like a fragrant orchid. Li Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Later, your husband shall reward you with a kiss. Shen Mingru replied nonchalantly. Thank you, husband. Li Qingyun waved his hand. All right, you may go play. But do not disturb our conversation. Song Tianyang looked at him with admiration. Brother, you are truly impressive. You have trained your sister-in-law so obediently. It's astounding. Li Qingyun raised his head proudly, casting a sidelong glance at Song Tianyang. Little Tian, these are lessons I shall impart to you in due time. Song Tianyang spoke with fervor, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Subsequently, Song Wanyin began to elaborate on the details of the upcoming Tianjiao competition. The territory of our human race is collectively referred to as the Yanhuang continent, which comprises 32 states. Our Ningzhou is situated in the southwestern region, while the central Shenzhou, as its name suggests, lies at the very heart of the continent. This area boasts a flourishing economy, a dense population, and a multitude of sects, numbering in the hundreds combined. Among these, the Danyang sect and the Piao Miao sect, both of which are among the 5 major sects, are located here. The leaders of these sects, Mo Wuji of the Danyang sect and Xiao Kuan of the Piao Miao sect, are both formidable beings of the divine spirit realm. This time, the grand finale of the Yanhuang Tianjiao competition will feature 160 contestants, held within the confines of the Danyang sect. It is imperative to exercise utmost caution during our journey to central Shenzhou, for we must not provoke the 5 major sects, as they are beyond our means to challenge. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. 2 days later, in the capital city of central Shenzhou, the streets were bustling with activity, far surpassing those of Ningzhou, filled with shops selling an array of curious wares. Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi, visiting the most prosperous place on the Yanhuang continent for the first time, wore expressions of exhilaration as they embarked on a shopping spree. Song Wanyin, disinterested in shopping, led Zhou Jigang to seek out an inn for rest. Boss, how much for this rouge? Shen Mingru inquired, examining a box of blush with keen interest. The shopkeeper, taken aback by the beauty of Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru, found himself momentarily entranced. Excuse me, I'm asking you a question, Shen Mingru said, noticing the shopkeeper's dazed expression. How much for your rouge? The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed, and replied, 10 taels of silver. All right, Sister Jiang, what color do you prefer? I will take this lighter pink one. Jiang Yushi compared the options and said, I will choose this lighter shade. Shen Mingru placed 20 taels of silver on the counter. Let us go, Sister Yushi, and continue our exploration. The rouge vendor watched as Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi departed, exclaiming, such beauty. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such enchanting ladies, let alone 2 at once. Today, as sales are truly worth it. The 2 ladies then entered a fabric shop. Boss, where can I find your finest fabrics? Jiang Yushi asked. Upon seeing Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru, the fabric vendor was momentarily dumbfounded, but quickly regained his composure and greeted them with a smile. Ladies, please come in. Here you will find the finest brocade. He led them to a selection of fabrics. The 2 women held the brocade against themselves, assessing their appearances. Husband, do I look good in this color? Li Qingyun approached slowly, affirming, you look splendid. The fabric vendor realized that these two exquisite women were the wives of the young man before him and felt a pang of envy. Jiang Yushi then picked up a piece of white and a piece of blue brocade, draping them over Li Qingyun to see how they appeared. These two fabrics are quite nice as well. After purchasing the fabrics, the ladies continued to meander, acquiring items they fancied until dusk. Husband, I am so tired. I wish to rest, Shin Mingru said with a delicate voice. Shall we return to the inn for some rest? Song Tianyang suggested. My master has already reserved a room at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. We can head there directly. Very well. The group swiftly made their way to the Drunken Dream Pavilion and began their meal. Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi, having purchased an abundance of delicacies, retreated to their room after just a few bites to indulge in their treasures. Song Tianyang and Song Wanyan also retired early to their quarters to conserve their energy, leaving Li Qingyun to eat alone, grumbling as he did so. Those two spendthrifts. Just look at all this leftover food. They have no sense of frugality whatsoever. Since Li Qingyun had started associating with Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi, his standard of living had skyrocketed, with daily feasts of exquisite delicacies. Consequently, his appetite had diminished significantly, leading to his complaints. Had this been in the past, he would have devoured every last morsel in no time. Who might that be? He mused. It turned out to be his senior, Li. At the sound of the voice, Li Qingyun turned to see several familiar figures approaching. Ling Tiannan, the leader of the Wuchan sect, along with his daughter Ling Yuyao, as well as Zhang Yongfu and another disciple. Ling Yuyao, adorned in an elegant purple gown that flowed like a butterfly in flight, had her hair cascading down her shoulders like a silken waterfall, accentuating her petite and exquisite features. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, and as she walked, her alluring legs were tantalizingly revealed. Ling Tiannan, however, did not spare Li Qingyun a glance, choosing instead to ignore him as he ascended to the second floor. Ling Yuyao paused momentarily and remarked, I trust you have been well? Li Qingyun replied with calm composure. Quite well indeed. That is good to hear, she responded before continuing up the stairs. Seems like you've been living rather comfortably these past few months, Zhang Yongfu sneered. Li Qingyun, with an impassive expression, merely acknowledged him with a grunt as he resumed his meal. Zhang Yongfu, eager to flaunt his accomplishments before Li Qingyun, took a seat nearby and cheerfully inquired, Can you guess why I have come to Central Divine Continent? Li Qingyun shook his head, I cannot. Ha. Zhang Yongfu beamed with pride. I am here representing Xianzhou to compete in the Yanhuang Tianjiao Grand Finals. Surprised, are you? I have now reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and have become a true disciple, receiving immense attention from my sect. The resources available to me now are tenfold what they once were. How have you been faring during this time? He asked, laced with a hint of mockery. What can I say? Just passing the days aimlessly, scavenging leftover food from others. Li Qingyun replied nonchalantly, gesturing to the table. This spread is merely what others have left behind. You know, I've been a beggar before, I one tea starve. Zhang Yongfu's hearty laughter filled the air. I knew you must have come into some fortune, so it's all from leftover food. Would you like me to treat you to a proper meal? In consideration of our past acquaintance, I'll treat you to a signature dish here, provided you're willing to polish my shoes first. How does that sound? Quite a deal, wouldn't you agree? Li Qingyun let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond. Unappreciative. Zhang Yongfu's gaze turned icy. A smirk graced the corners of Li Qingyun's mouth as he remarked, Zhang Shidi, not only are you inherently unattractive, but your frequent grimaces only exacerbate your appearance. Are you not concerned that you may become even less appealing and struggle to find a partner in the future? Zhang Yongfu, incensed, slammed his hand on the table. Say that again if you dare. Li Qingyun articulated each word deliberately. I said you are ugly. Zhang Yongfu's expression darkened instantaneously as he gathered his spiritual energy in his palm. I see you are courting death. Just as he was about to act, Jiang Yushi descended from the upper floor. Dressed in a gown as white as snow, she appeared like a celestial being emerging from a fairyland, exuding a delicate fragrance. Darling. Chapter 54. She is Ling Yuyao. Upon seeing Jiang Yushi, Zhang Yongfu's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, so beautiful. Her beauty rivals that of Ling Shimi. He couldn't help but be entranced. The exquisite beauty walked directly to Li Qingyun's side, bending her knee and leaning close to his face as he dined. Darling, do not overeat tonight. It may disrupt your digestion. Zhang Yongfu was taken aback. Did this stunning beauty just call Li Qingyun darling? Surely, I must have misheard. Li Qingyun set down his utensils. Very well. Zhang Yongfu exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qingyun, who is this young lady to you? Li Qingyun smiled faintly. Zhang Yongfu. You're not that old, yet you seem hard of hearing. Did you not hear her call me darling? Zhang Yongfu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly have such a wife? Li Qingyun casually fabricated. After leaving the Wenzhong, I reverted to my former profession, begging. As you know, I possess no significant talents. And once deprived of protection, begging became my sole recourse. This lady is the result of my endeavors. Jiang Yushi, curious about Li Qingyun's words, inquired, Darling, is this your friend? Li Qingyun chuckled. I do not deserve to be his friend. With that, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Yushi's slender waist and ascended the stairs. Zhang Yongfu stood rooted in place, utterly dumbfounded, shock resonating deep within his soul. He felt an overwhelming discomfort, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Why should a trifling cultivator of the third level of qi refinement possess such a beautiful wife? Shouldn't his life be filled with hardship? I am the favored child of heaven. He should remain beneath my feet. How could such a dramatic change occur during a mere outing? What went awry? Zhang Yongfu simmered with rage, feeling the heavens had dealt him an unjust hand. The pride he had nurtured over the years lay shattered by Li Qingyun's enchanting wife, igniting a profound frustration within him. Li Qingyun, Shen Mengru, and Jiang Yushi shared a spacious room furnished with 2 beds. Upon entering, Shen Mengru produced 2 satin-long robes, one white and one azure, urging Li Qingyun to try them on. Li Qingyun held the garments with a puzzled expression. You are not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi exchanged exasperated glances, rendered speechless by his remark. Li Qingyun embraced the 2 ladies, chuckling. I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Shen Mengru remarked. This white garment was crafted by Sister Jiang, while this azure one is of my making. You must try them on. Donning the white robe, Li Qingyun found it exceedingly fitting. The opulent attire accentuated his handsome visage, rendering him incredibly dashing. After moving about a bit, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, It fits perfectly and feels quite comfortable. Shen Mengru urged, Now, do try on mine. Li Qingyun then slipped into the azure tunic, exclaiming, It suits me well. Though why is one sleeve longer than the other? Shen Mengru replied, Quickly take it off. I shall make some adjustments. Li Qingyun twirled a few times. No need for alterations. I quite like it. There once was a one-armed hero who wore a garment with one long sleeve, and he looked remarkably handsome. Shen Mengru inquired with curiosity, Is that true? Li Qingyun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he was often accompanied by a hawk, known in the martial world as the Hawk Hero. The following morning, after Li Qingyun and the 2 ladies had freshened up, they descended to partake in breakfast. Song Tianyang was already engaged in his meal, devouring it with a ferocity that could only be likened to a tempest sweeping away remnants, as if he were consuming mountains. Beside him, Song Wanyan wore an expression of disdain, silently pondering, what has become of Tianyang? As Li Qingyun took his seat and began to eat leisurely, Song Tianyang inquired, Elder brother, why has your manner of dining changed so drastically? Li Qingyun chuckled softly. I have taken a wife. Some allure is best left undisclosed. Song Tianyang understood immediately and resumed his meal. At that moment, Ling Yuyao and her companions descended the stairs, instantly captivated by the beauty of Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi. Upon noticing Li Qingyun seated amidst the 2 ladies, their confusion deepened. Even Zhang Yongfu, who had seen Jiang Yushi the previous day, was now rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? How has another stunning beauty appeared? Ling Yuyao's expressive eyes flickered, and a hint of surprise graced her features. As she approached Li Qingyun, she paused momentarily. Addressing him, Li, realizing this was inappropriate, she corrected herself. Li Qingyun, may I inquire about the identities of these 2 young ladies? Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi turned to look at Ling Yuyao, their expressions curious as their gazes met. Song Tianyang noticed the spark in Ling Yuyao's eyes. Li Qingyun replied nonchalantly, They are my wives. A thunderclap of astonishment ensued. Ling Yuyao was taken aback, as was Zhang Yongfu. Within a mere few months, Li Qingyun had wed 2 extraordinary beauties, leaving everyone incredulous. Though Ling Yuyao maintained a composed exterior, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. Shen Mengru turned to Li Qingyun, asking, Who is she? She is Ling Yuyao, Li Qingyun answered calmly. Shen Mengru's expression shifted slightly. So you are Ling Yuyao? She scrutinized her for a moment, coldly remarking, You appear to be merely average, aside from wearing less than I do. What else do you possess? Ling Yuyao felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet her dignified demeanor kept her composed. I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. Farewell. Wait a moment, Miss Ling. I have something to convey to you. Shin Mingru's charming face was adorned with a smile. I truly appreciate your decision to abandon my husband. Otherwise, we would be eternally fated to remain apart. Thank you. Her tone was gentle, and her smile radiant as a blossom. Ling Yuyao frowned slightly. Li Qingyun interjected, Xiao Rou, those matters are in the past. There is no need to revisit them. Jiang Yushi tugged at Shun Mingru. Sister Shun, come, have some porridge, it's quite fragrant. Only then did Shin Mingru begin to sip the porridge. Li Qingyun remarked, Miss Ling, I apologize, my wife has indulged in too many spicy dishes, resulting in her heightened temper. Shin Mingru shot Li Qingyun a glare, but continued to consume her porridge. Ling Yuyao nodded, I shall not stoop to her level. With that, she turned and departed. Shin Mingru wished to speak further, but was halted by Li Qingyun. Zhang Yongfu followed suit, harboring feelings of resentment and jealousy. Shin Mingru turned to Li Qingyun, whispering, Do you still harbor feelings for her? Li Qingyun shook his head. What nonsense fills your mind? Is it stone? We are now like strangers, devoid of both affection and animosity. It is best to have no entanglements. Shin Mingru felt a tinge of grievance. How could you say I have a stone for a brain? Have you grown to dislike me? Li Qingyun playfully patted Shin Mingru's backside. If you continue with such nonsense, I shall deal with you tonight. Shin Mingru's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, obediently drinking her porridge. Song Tianyong cautiously approached Li Qingyun, elder brother. That young lady, Li Qingyun interrupted, do not dwell on it. She is the fiancée of Xiao Jinyu, the heir of the Piao Miao sect. Song Tianyong sighed. Not worth the trouble. After a brief while, everyone had finished their meal, and it was time to depart. Song Wanyan announced. At that moment, the Danyang sect had gathered thousands of individuals. Besides the competitors, there were disciples from various sects across the central divine continent who had come to spectate. In the arena stood a colossal platform, adorned with 5 chairs crafted from the legendary Wan Yin spirit wood, intricately carved with azure dragons, where the leaders of the 5 major sects took their seats. They were the Piao Miao sect's leader, Xiao Kuan, the Danyang sect's leader, Mo Wuji, the Beast Spirit sect's leader, Lei Heng, the Tianyin sect's leader, Ding Ying, and the Yu sect's leader, Bai Hongmei. Surrounding the platform were thousands of chairs, with one area designated specifically for the competitors. Above the arena, several Xiantian mirrors were installed to broadcast the contest live. As long as there were Xiantian mirrors, even those 1,000 miles away could witness the battles on the platform. Upon Li Qingyun's arrival, Ling Yuyao and the others soon followed. As Shin Mingru, Jiang Yushi, and Ling Yuyao made their entrance, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. So beautiful, a sight to behold. Their skin is exquisite, so fair and delicate. How I wish to touch it. Such a slender waist, ample bosom, and a perky rear. It is simply too alluring. Those legs are long and straight, absolutely stunning. The trio had long grown accustomed to such praises, displaying no signs of emotional fluctuation. Li Qingyun and his companions settled into the contestant area of Ningzhou, while Ling Yuyao found herself seated adjacent in the contestant section of Xiangzhou. Upon noticing Li Qingyun's presence, Ling Yuyao was taken aback. Pondering internally, what brings someone of his cultivation level to this competition? Zhang Yongfu approached Li Qingyun with curiosity, inquiring, Li Qingyun, what are you doing here? With a languid yawn, Li Qingyun replied nonchalantly, I'm here to participate in the contest. Zhang Yongfu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, with your mere 3rd level of qi refinement, you think you can compete? How weak is Ningzhou really? Li Qingyun chose to ignore him, closing his eyes in contemplation. Zhang Yongfu, growing irate, shouted, Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. At that moment, Song Tianyong rose, indignantly addressing Zhang Yongfu. Who do you think you are, speaking to my brother like that? Furious, Zhang Yongfu retorted, What are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I am Song Tianyong, the young master of the Kunlun sect. Who are you to challenge me? Zhang Yongfu's eyes widened in realization. My apologies, young master Song. It was a misunderstanding. I spoke out of turn. He hurried back to his seat. What has transpired in just a few months? Li Qingyun not only married 2 stunningly beautiful wives, but also gained a young master from a 2nd-tier sect as his subordinate. What extraordinary fate has he encountered? Zhang Yongfu began to question his own existence. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man with an extraordinary presence entered the venue. followed by several distinguished figures. Look, it's Xiao Jinyu, the young master of the Misty Sect. Wow, truly deserving of being my man. He's so handsome. His aura is incredibly powerful. With his remarkable demeanor and charm, he was indeed one of the 5 foremost young talents. In recent years, his strength had surged, putting him on the cusp of overshadowing the other 4. Who are the other 4 young talents, you ask? Surely you jest. They are Mo Yang of the Danyang sect, Ding Junlin of the Tianyin sect, Li Qingyun of the Beast Spirit sect, and Bai Yishuang of the Jade Maiden sect. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Xiao Jinyu bowed respectfully to Xiao Koan and then smiled as he sat beside Ling Yuyao. Yuyao, how have you been? Quite well, Ling Yuyao replied with a faint smile. Xiao Jinyu suddenly noticed Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi beside her, his heart skipping a beat at the sight of 2 such exquisite beauties. Even more intriguing was the exceptionally handsome man sitting between the 2, whose appearance made even him, the self-proclaimed paragon of charm among young masters, feel somewhat inadequate. Yet, he maintained his confidence, thinking to himself that in this upcoming Yinhuang Young Talent competition, he would surely trample everyone beneath his feet and emerge as the king of the younger generation, winning the hearts of all women, including these 2 beauties. At that moment, capturing Ling Yuyao first before welcoming these 2 beauties into the harem seemed entirely reasonable. After all, such exquisite beauty would be a grave misfortune to overlook. Master, isn't this arena rather expansive? Wu Wanchong expressed his astonishment. Yang Zixin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, junior brother Li and junior sister Shun are over there. Shun Liyuan craned his neck to search. Where? I can't see them. Song Hongjia adjusted the Xiantian mirror, saying, let me zoom in a bit. As the figures magnified, he exclaimed, I see them. Shen Liyuan's excitement grew. Why is Qingyun spitting? This lad is tarnishing our ice and snow divine domain's reputation again. Sun Chongjing burst into laughter. Just basic maneuvers. Yang Zixin, as if discovering treasure, exclaimed, look, junior brother Li is wiping his nose on his pants. Shen Liyuan furrowed his brow. What is this nonsense? I'm starting to regret marrying Xiao Rou to him. The master of Danyang sect, Mo Wuji. Rose, the 378th Yinhuang Tianjiao Grand Finals officially commence. A judge clad in a white long robe, embroidered with the characters Yinhuang, stepped onto the stage. The first match features Li Qingyun from Beast Spirit sect versus Tang Tingyin from Qingxian Fist sect. An exciting spectacle awaited as Tang Tingyin, the young master of Qingxian Fist sect, had grasped the essence of Qingxian Fist techniques and had reached the mid-stage of Golden Core, his power rivaling the 5 great prodigies. Li Qingyun, one of the 5 great prodigies, was renowned for his prowess. It would be enlightening to discern who among them was superior. Li Qingyun ascended the stage. His expression impassive, a monkey lazily perched upon his shoulder. That is a spirit beast, someone remarked. Tang Tingyin clasped his fists together. Brother Li, I have long heard of your formidable strength. Today, I seek to learn from you. Li Qingyun replied calmly. Brother Tang, feel free to make your move. Tang Tingyin clenched his right fist, a radiant aura enveloping his arm, and then unleashed a powerful punch. A massive fist-shaped phantom surged towards Li Qingyun. Unfazed, Li Qingyun swiftly formed hand seals. The monkey on his shoulder leaped gracefully, transforming into a giant monkey towering 20 zhong, its gray fur instantly shifting to red. Its body enveloped in a halo of spiritual light. Tang Tingyian's punch collided with the giant monkey, creating an impact akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, completely undisturbed. The giant monkey stood firm, as if the powerful blow had inflicted no harm whatsoever. What an impressive spirit monkey! Gasps arose from the crowd. Li Qingyun remarked nonchalantly. Is this truly your strength? Tang Tingyin smirked. Do not rush. This is merely the beginning. He then crossed his fists, fist of the earth. Tang Tingyian's aura surged, his spiritual energy igniting like a raging fire, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Qingyun pointed with his right hand, prompting the giant monkey to launch an attack. A massive fist hurtling towards Tang Tingyin, its thunderous sound slicing through the air, igniting the surrounding atmosphere and forming a fiery fist. Unperturbed, Tang Tingyin responded with a punch of his own. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, as dust and debris swirled across the arena. The shockwave generated by the collision caused the audience to lean back, with several individuals having their wigs dislodged. Would anyone perish from this? Many felt a surge of anxiety for Tang Tingyin, fearing that he might be gravely injured or worse from such a fierce assault. As the smoke dissipated, Tang Tingyan was seen standing proudly. His fist had collided with that of the colossal ape, enduring the blow with sheer physical strength. "What an impressive physique!" exclaimed someone in the crowd. In the moment of astonishment, Tang Tingyan launched a counterattack, each punch landing with greater force, driving the giant ape back repeatedly. After a flurry of dozens of strikes, a thunderous sound erupted as the giant ape was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Tang Tingyan bent over, breathing heavily. How formidable! He managed to defeat a spirit monkey several times larger than himself using nothing but his physical prowess. Truly deserving of the title Fist of the Earth, someone in the audience remarked excitedly. Tang Tingyan rose, a smile gracing his face. "I suppose there is no need for further competition, is there?" Li Qingyun replied coolly. "You are correct. It should be concluded." He then formed a seal with his hands, releasing the aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator, infusing a torrent of spiritual energy into the giant ape. The ape suddenly sprang to its feet, growing even larger, its gaze icy and menacing. Tang Tingyan furrowed his brow, charging at the giant ape once more. In a single encounter, he was sent flying 100 meters, landing on the ground, spewing blood. The giant ape stomped its legs and leaped into the air, ferociously pouncing on Tang Tingyan. With alarm, Tang Tingyan hastily conceded. With a gesture of his right hand, Li Qingyun commanded the giant ape to shrink back to his shoulder, adopting a lazy demeanor that belied its earlier ferocity. Incredible! The crowd erupted in cheers. Among the spectators, the leaders of the 5 major sects maintained their calm. As if all of this was anticipated, Ling Yuyao remarked, "The beast spirit sect indeed lives up to its reputation among the 5 sections. I wonder how he measures up against you?" Xiao Jinyu replied confidently with a smile. "I shall defeat him within 50 moves." Ling Yuyao sighed. "If only I possessed your strength." Xiao Jinyu laughed heartily. "In 3 months, we shall be wed, when you join my Piamiao sect. I will help you elevate your cultivation." Ling Yuyao nodded. "Thank you, Brother Xiao. We will soon be family. There is no need for thanks." The referee ascended the stage to announce, "The victor is Li Qingyun of the Beast Spirit Sect. The next match will feature Ling Yuyao of the Wuchan Sect against Wu Hong of the True Spirit Temple." Wu Hong, clad in a robe, joined his palms in prayer and slowly made his way to the stage. Ling Yuyao soared onto the platform, her cool demeanor and striking figure eliciting screams from the audience. With a flourish of her right hand, a sharp sword materialized, and channeling her spiritual energy, she thrust the blade forward, unleashing a powerful sword intent that surged toward Wu Hong's chest. Wu Hong removed the Buddhist beads from around his neck and hurled them with force. The beads emitted a faint golden glow, colliding with the sword. A resounding explosion followed as the sword and beads were repelled. Ling Yuyao seized the sword and drew arcs in the air, sending several streams of sword energy racing toward Wu Hong. With both hands forming a seal, Wu Hong murmured, "The light of Buddha converges." Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power erupted from his body, manifesting as a golden defensive barrier that thwarted the oncoming sword energy. Ling Yuyao, light on her feet, launched her attacks from all directions, while Wu Hong met her with the Buddha's palm, leading to a stalemate. After nearly 100 exchanges, Ling Yuyao seized a fleeting opportunity and kicked Wu Hong off the stage. The referee ascended the platform, declaring, "The victor is Ling Yuyao of the Wuchan sect." Ling Tian nodded approvingly at Ling Yuyao. She gracefully returned to her seat, a glimmer of pride shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Jinyu applauded, exclaiming, "Yuyao? It has been some time, yet your strength has significantly increased. Truly impressive." Ling Yuyao smiled modestly, replying, "You flatter me, senior brother Xiao." She then turned her gaze towards Li Qingyun, curious about his reaction. To her dismay, she found him engaged in quiet conversation with Jiang Yushi and Shin Mengru, seemingly oblivious to her match. Chapter 56. Hollow Strength. A flicker of discontent crossed Ling Yuyao's heart, a sensation of being overlooked. She had showcased her formidable prowess. Logically, Li Qingyun should have recognized the vast chasm between them and been taken aback. Yet he remained so composed, clearly prioritizing his fragile pride. Ling Yuyao's eyes revealed a hint of disdain before she refocused on the arena. The referee announced, "The next match features Jiang Yushi of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm against Lu Buoguang of the Windblade sect." Having married Li Qingyun, Jiang Yushi had adopted the name of her husband's sect. Lu Buoguang leaped onto the stage. He was of average build, with a scraggly beard and small, beady eyes, exuding a somewhat lecherous demeanor. Jiang Yushi lightly tapped her jade foot, soaring into the air, her graceful figure captivating as her flowing hair exuded a delicate fragrance. And within moments, she stood atop the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lu Buoguang swallowed hard, declaring, "My lady, I fell in love with you at first sight and wish to be your partner." Jiang Yushi's beautiful eyes turned as cold as ice. "You seek death." In an instant, her delicate fingers danced over the fushi zither, transforming the music into a colossal spiritual pillar that surged toward Lu Buoguang. His face paled as he summoned all his spiritual energy, striking out with a sharp blade of light. Yet, upon contact with the spiritual pillar, it disintegrated in an instant. Alarmed, Lu Buoguang attempted to evade, but the spiritual pillar relentlessly pursued him. Caught off guard, he was struck in the back, sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. Spitting blood. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What transpired? Lu Buoguang, in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, was utterly defenseless. What level of cultivation did she possess? Was she at the late Golden Core stage, or even at its peak? Ling Yuyao, equally astonished, could hardly believe that this seemingly younger woman held such immense power. Xiao Jinyu furrowed his brow, and the 5 sect leaders in the stands shared their astonishment. The referee announced, "The victor is Jiang Yushi of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm. This beauty is formidable, truly extraordinary." Amidst the crowd, a fervent applause erupted. Jiang Yushi soared back to Li Qingyun's side, drawing the attention of onlookers who began to speculate. Who is he? What is his connection to this enchanting beauty? The referee announced loudly, "The next match features Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm against Zhang Yongfu from the Wenzhong." "Look, it's Li Shidi," Wu Wenzhong exclaimed excitedly before the Xiantian mirror. Yang Zixin's face sparkled with excitement. Just now, Miss Jiang displayed prowess far exceeding that of her peers. I wonder how formidable Li Shidi will be now. Zhang Yongfu swiftly took his position on the stage, casting a disdainful glance at Li Qingyun, a smirk playing on his lips. In the finals of the Yanhuang Tianjiao, where prodigies abound, Zhang Yongfu considered himself merely a stepping stone, expecting to be eliminated in the first round. Little did he know that his opponent would be Li Qingyun, making progression seem effortless. At that moment, Zhang Yongfu's heart brimmed with elation. He could advance while relishing the opportunity to pummel Li Qingyun, achieving 2 goals in one fell swoop. Perfect. Li Qingyun initially intended to leap onto the stage, but, recalling the embarrassing incident of his previous uncontrollable retching, opted for a more measured approach instead. The referee called out again, "Where's Li Qingyun?" Everyone began searching for his figure. "I'm here." Li Qingyun raised his hand and hurried toward the stage. "Why isn't he flying?" Many pondered. Xiao Jinyu turned to Ling Yuyao. "It seems your former fiancé is also named Li Qingyun." Ling Yuyao replied coolly, "Indeed. That is him." Xiao Jinyu, curious, remarked, "I've heard he is just a useless fellow. How did he end up here?" Ling Yuyao shook her head. "I do not know." As Li Qingyun made his way to the stage, he accidentally stepped on a banana peel, tumbling forward and striking his head against the ground with a resounding thud. Bang! Laughter erupted from the crowd. "He can't even fly. And now he can't walk without falling. Are you sure you're here to compete and not to entertain?" The audience's laughter cascaded in waves. Shen Liyuan, shielding his eyes while watching the Xiantian mirror, exclaimed, "I can't bear to watch." Wu Wenzhong added, chuckling, "Li Shidi is always so full of surprises." Zhang Yongfu laughed heartily. "After some time apart, I thought you had transformed, but it seems you've only become more of a failure." Li Qingyun brushed the dust from his face. "Enough chatter, let us get on with it. Let us finish this quickly." Zhang Yongfu replied coldly, "Since you're so eager to be beaten, I shall oblige you. Don't say I'm bullying you. This water break sword technique took me a year to master, and I shall only use half my strength against you." Li Qingyun, uninterested, simply lay down on the ground and began to rest. Zhang Yongfu's expression darkened. "How infuriating. Do you dare to disregard me?" Li Qingyun did not even flutter his eyelids, remaining in tranquil repose. Enraged, Zhang Yongfu soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, a dozen beams of light aimed directly at Li Qingyun, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Upon witnessing Li Qingyun lying motionless on the ground, Ling Yuyao felt a surge of bewilderment. What could he possibly be doing? Is he contemplating death? Surely this young man cannot have perished so easily. The competitors from Ningzhou's division appear rather feeble. Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Just as the blade of light was about to strike Li Qingyun, he opened his eyes and gently threw a punch towards Zhang Yongfu. A silent yet potent gust of force extinguishing all sword intent and crashing into Zhang Yongfu. Bang! Before he could utter a sound, Zhang Yongfu was sent flying several hundred meters, plummeting off the stage, spewing foam and blood, and succumbing to unconsciousness. A hush fell over the arena. Li Qingyun whistled at the dazed referee, inquiring, "Brother, how long must I remain here on the ground?" The referee regained his composure and announced, "The victor is Li Qingyun of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm." Rising from the ground, Li Qingyun dusted himself off as he walked, muttering to himself, "Damn it, who spat on the ground? Such a lack of civic virtue. How infuriating. Look what they did to my new clothes." He then spat on the ground in response. It was at this moment that the audience finally realized the prowess of this seemingly grounded contestant. Could it be a deliberate act of feigning weakness to ensnare the unwary? Ling Yuyao was filled with astonishment. When had he become so formidable? Ling Tianan was equally astonished, acutely aware of Li Qingyun's previously low aptitude. How could he have transformed so drastically in just a few months? Yang Zixin called out excitedly to the Xiantian mirror, "Junior brother Li, how impressive. My goodness, junior brother's progress is astonishingly swift." Wu Wenzhong, Song Hongjia, Sun Chongjing, and Yang Zixin all exhibited fervent excitement. Shen Liyuan smiled with satisfaction. This lad truly impresses. During the subsequent matches, Shen Mingru, Xiao Jinyu, and Song Tianyang faced opponents who were all of lesser caliber, securing victories with a single move. After a full day of competition, the 80 advancing contestants were to engage in 2 rounds of matches the following day to determine the final 20. The sect leader of Danyang's sect, Mo Wuji, stood and declared, "Rooms have been prepared for everyone. You may return to rest. A disciple will notify you when it is time for dinner." Gradually, the thousands in the arena dispersed. Shen Mingru shared a room with Jiang Yushi, while Li Qingyun occupied the adjacent space. However, feeling rather idle, he wandered into Shen Mingru's room, reclining lazily on the bed and engaging in conversation with the 2 women. When suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Li Qingyun inquired. "I have come to invite you all to dinner." Li Qingyun opened the door to find a rotund man with thick, arched eyebrows and a radiant smile, whose exaggerated expressions imparted a somewhat unsavory impression. Upon seeing Li Qingyun and glancing at Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi in the room, the man raised an eyebrow and crooked his mouth, saying, "Good sir, I observe you possess a rosy complexion and robust physique, yet it appears you might be superficially strong, but lacking vitality. Would you care to try my newly developed elixir? I assure you, it will restore your vigor." He rummaged in his trousers for a while before producing a dark, peculiar-looking pill that emitted a strange odor. "Good sir, partake. This is a remarkable concoction." Chapter 57. Frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete emptying with a rosy complexion and a robust physique. Could one be merely a fade of strength? I am in excellent health. Yet, here I am, retrieving medicine from my trousers. Surely, this cannot be toxic, can it? With this thought, Li Qingyun couldn't help but grimace. Unlike the refined elixirs stored in bottles, how is it that yours emerges from your trousers? It must be a questionable, unverified product. The portly man chuckled. "My dear friend, you jest. I am Mo Yang, a true disciple of the alchemist sect. Mo Wujing is my father. Consider the esteemed reputation of my sect. How could we possibly sell an unverified product? Since you appear to be a straightforward individual, how about I offer you a friendly price? 1 medicinal pill for a medium-grade spirit stone." Li Qingyun, intrigued, inquired, "What are the effects of this medicine?" Mo Yang glanced around to ensure they were unobserved and whispered, "This is my latest concoction, specifically designed to treat frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete emptying." "Huh. You are the one with incomplete emptying," Li Qingyun couldn't help but retort. Mo Yang chuckled. "We are both men. I understand your reluctance to speak openly about such matters. However, I must advise you, this condition can be serious or trivial, and it is best treated early." Li Qingyun countered, "I have no issues with urination." Mo Yang, with a serious tone, replied, "Do not be hasty, my friend. I possess numerous remedies for kidney deficiency, gallstones, and cystitis, among others. What do you require?" Li Qingyun, growing irritated, stated, "Enough. Seek out someone else. I shall purchase nothing." Mo Yang shook his head. "Friend, you cannot ignore your ailments. There was once a Duke Kai Huan, much like yourself, who disregarded the advice of BNK and perished within a month. Li Qingyun, impatient, retorted, his demise was due to his illness. I am not afflicted. His fate is of no concern to me. Mo Yang, with a grave expression, insisted, thus, prevention is better than cure. Once you are truly ill, it will be too late. We must learn to be vigilant. I possess over 700 types of medicine, encompassing treatments for nearly all ailments. If you were to consume them all, I assure you, you would not only survive, but thrive. Li Qingyun, perplexed, remarked, with so many medicines, would they not interact adversely? Suddenly, Mo Yang slapped his forehead. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered that. Consuming all those medicines simultaneously would likely result in poisoning, with a possibility exceeding 90%, and you may find yourself beyond remedy. Li Qingyun, at a loss for words, asked, honestly, how many people have died from your medicines? Mo Yang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, not many, but they sacrificed themselves for the advancement of alchemical pursuits. They are heroes. Li Qingyun grimaced, good grief. At that moment, Shin Mingru emerged. My dear husband, what have you been discussing with this man? Li Qingyun smiled. Nothing of consequence. Shall we dine? With that, Li Qingyun led Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi towards the dining hall, while Mo Yang followed behind, calling out, friend, do consider purchasing a few pills. We are currently running a promotion. Buy one, get one free. There are still opportunities to purchase a membership at a more affordable price. Li Qingyun raised his fist and exclaimed, if you keep talking, do you believe I will hit you? Let us not be quarrelsome, my friend. Allow me to treat you to a meal, where I shall elucidate the efficacy of my medicines. I am certain one will suit you. Upon arriving at the banquet, they found the place filled to capacity, save for a table occupied by Ling Yuyao and Xiao Jinyu, which still had room. Song Tianyang was also seated there, and upon seeing Li Qingyun, he enthusiastically called out, boss. Li Qingyun joined the two ladies at the table, with Mo Yang following suit. Mo Yang then remarked, my friend, observe this dish. It is stir-fried chives with quail penis. After consuming it, you shall undoubtedly regain your confidence as a man. Li Qingyun could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, does anyone actually eat this? The chef's skills are indeed remarkable. As the group began their meal, Shin Mingru and Jiang Yushi attended to Li Qingyun, feeding him water, peeling shrimp, and serving him dishes, which left Xiao Jinyu and the others feeling envious. Ling Yuyao could not help but inquire, Li Qingyun, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Casually, Li Qingyun replied, my master taught me. Who is your master? Ling Yuyao pressed. Shin Mingru then fed Li Qingyun a piece of meat and turned to Ling Yuyao, saying, his master is my father, the leader of the ice and snow divine domain. Shin Liyuan. Ling Yuyao was well aware of Li Qingyun's aptitude and was astonished that he could be elevated to such a level in such a brief period, internally reflecting. This Shin Liyuan is indeed extraordinary. Yet, why is the ice and snow divine domain not widely recognized? Could it be that they are reclusive, disinterested in fame and fortune? Ling Yuyao pondered. Xiao Jinyu smiled casually. Brotherly, I have long heard of you. I did not expect to meet you here. What a pleasure. Li Qingyun smiled back and complimented. Indeed, I have heard of your esteemed name, a paragon of the younger generation. Meeting you today, it is clear that your reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Jinyu waved dismissively. Such trivial fame is hardly worth mentioning. Though he spoke thus, he felt a swell of pride within. Shin Mingru then placed a piece of meat near Li Qingyun's mouth, saying, husband, open wide. Li Qingyun complied, while Jiang Yushi took a napkin to wipe his mouth, asking, husband, are you thirsty? Li Qingyun shook his head. No, you two eat. Do not disturb my conversation. Understood, husband. The two ladies obediently settled beside him. Refraining from further conversation, Li Qingyun recognized that the two wished to showcase their devotion in front of Ling Yuyao, demonstrating how content he was in his current circumstances. Thus, he deliberately feigned a position of high standing within his household. Xiao Jinyu felt somewhat vexed, as a prominent heir of a first-rate sect. He had never been treated with such attentiveness by Ling Yuyao, while Li Qingyun, seemingly of no consequence, possessed two remarkable wives who were so understanding and obedient. This comparison stirred feelings of imbalance within him. After the meal, Xiao Jinyu instructed a figure clad in black, investigate the circumstances of the ice and snow divine domain and gather detailed information on Li Qingyun. Yes, the figure in black vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Yang continued to promote his elixirs in Li Qingyun's room. Since their meal, he had persistently followed Li Qingyun, attempting to sell his wares. Realizing that Li Qingyun remained impervious to his pitches, he shifted his focus to marketing depilatory creams, facial masks, and other topical products. Li Qingyun lay on his bed, feeling as if millions of flies were buzzing around his ears, and impatiently remarked, "Surely I can buy at least one bottle." Seeing Li Qingyun finally relent, Mo Yang could hardly conceal his joy, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Li Qingyun, taken aback, exclaimed, "I've merely agreed to purchase one bottle of your elixir. Why are you crying?" Mo Yang's voice trembled as he replied, "Ever since a junior disciple perished after consuming my elixir last year, I have not sold a single pill. You are the first person in a year willing to buy from me." Li Qingyun inquired, "Your Danyang sect is a prestigious one. You shouldn't be lacking in funds, right?" Mo Yang's expression turned grave. "This is not merely a matter of money. It is about significance. The absence of buyers for my goods signifies my lack of value." Li Qingyun understood. "All right then. I will also purchase a bottle of your vitality elixir. Are there any side effects?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Mo Yang laughed heartily. "Rest assured, there are no side effects. I have used it myself." Curiosity piqued, Li Qingyun asked, "What are its effects?" "Remarkable." Mo Yang gestured with his hand, indicating a number. "1 hour?" Li Qingyun scoffed. Mo Yang shook his head. "No, it's 1 month." Li Qingyun's expression turned exaggerated. "A month? That's quite alarming." Mo Yang, with a serious demeanor, explained, "If you merely wish to enhance your abilities slightly, just inhaling it will suffice. If you intend to maintain the effect for several days, a few licks will be adequate." The two continued their light-hearted banter, and Mo Yang left, exhilarated with over 100 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, even referring to Li Qingyun as a brother before departing. In truth, the cost of producing these elixirs was over 200 mid-grade spirit stones. His elation stemmed not from profit, but from realizing that Li Qingyun understood him. This marked his first business transaction in a year and a promising beginning, filling him with optimism for the future. Li Qingyun, filled with anticipation, stored the elixirs in his bag, awaiting an opportune moment to use them. Chapter 58. A powerful blow. The following day, the competition commenced. The first match featured Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain against Li Qinwu from the Beast Spirit Sect. Li Qinwu remained expressionless. His small monkey perched lazily on his shoulder. The audience was abuzz with excitement, eager to see if Li Qingyun, who had defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch the previous day, could stand against one of the 5 great prodigies, Li Qinwu. Standing on the stage, Li Qingyun flashed a peace sign to Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, who each blew him a kiss. In such a serious setting, amidst palpable tension, they brazenly displayed their affection, eliciting murmurs of astonishment from the audience. Ling Yuyao's eyes reflected disdain. What a ploy for attention. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu wore a mischievous smile. "Let us see how long you can bask in this." With a calm demeanor, Li Qinwu urged, "Make your move." Li Qingyun unleashed a punch, devoid of radiance, power, or even the slightest hint of spiritual energy. It was an utterly ordinary strike. Some spectators chuckled, questioning the efficacy of such a feeble blow, even against an average person. How could he possibly use it to confront Li Qinwu? Yet, Li Qinwu's expression remained impassive as he formed a seal with his hands, transforming his little monkey into a colossal beast towering 10 zhong, standing resolutely before him. Faced with Li Qingyun's punch, the giant monkey regarded it with complete disdain, remaining motionless. The punch landed silently upon the giant monkey, producing minimal sound. Yet it forced the creature back several steps, its expression betraying astonishment. Li Qinwu, too, was taken aback. How could such an ordinary punch repel his spiritual beast? The giant monkey, now slightly irate, opened its mouth and let out a series of thunderous roars, its crimson fur shimmering with brilliance, emanating an overwhelming aura. It retaliated with a punch directed at Li Qingyun, imbued with tremendous force, the sheer intensity causing those below the golden core realm to feel their blood surge. Such terrifying power. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Ling Yuyao's expression shifted. If that punch were aimed at her, she would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. Meanwhile, Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi observed the clash with unwavering calm. As the colossal fist approached Li Qingyun, it was halted by an immense ice shield. The explosive energy triggered a violent blast, creating numerous fissures in the ground, leaving many spectators trembling from the residual shockwaves. Yet, Li Qingyun remained composed, casually holding the shield with one hand, his body unyielding. Remarkable. What kind of technique is this? It is astonishingly powerful. Some voiced their admiration. Li Qingyun nonchalantly took an apple from his other hand and began to eat. Little monkey, you keep smashing for a while. I'll enjoy some fruit first. Enraged, the giant monkey roared mightily, its size increasing dramatically. It then unleashed a heavy punch towards Li Qingyun, the strike imbued with raging flames, distorting the very fabric of space. As if intent on reducing Li Qingyun to mere pulp. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, yet the punch, infused with colossal energy, failed to breach the defenses of the ice shield. Li Qingyun continued to savor his apple with nonchalance, seemingly unaffected. How is this possible? Such formidable defense. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Song Tianyang shouted, "Big brother, you're incredible." Ling Yuyao was profoundly astonished. How could he possess such prowess? Given his talents, this should be impossible. Could it be that he encountered some extraordinary fortune? Mo Yang nodded in approval from the sidelines. Brother Li's valor must be attributed to the rejuvenating heroic pill I sold him. The giant monkey, now utterly frantic, launched a relentless barrage of punches at Li Qingyun. Boom, boom. After finishing his apple, Li Qingyun addressed the onlookers. Friends before the Xiantian mirror, take heed. The ice shield I hold is a supreme technique of our ice and snow divine domain. The second form of the Xianbing Tianyi technique, the Xianbing shield. Isn't it impressive? If you wish to learn, come to our Ningzhou ice and snow divine domain to register, provided you possess good character. So this technique is known as the Su Nbeing Tny Ju, quite formidable indeed. Are there any other techniques? The audience, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired. The other competitors appeared utterly bewildered, as the contest had seemingly transformed into a promotional event. Mo Yao nodded in acknowledgement. My brotherly must have been influenced by me. Observing the growing interest from the crowd, Li Qingyun remarked, there are several techniques. However, this monkey is too feeble for me to showcase them all. Some in the audience began to murmur, what a boast. Li Qingyun dissipated the Su Nbeing shield. Allow me to demonstrate another technique. The Su Nbeing armor. Lei Xinwu secretly rejoiced. This ice shield is rather troublesome. It would be challenging to breach without revealing my trump card. Now, Li Qingyun has voluntarily dispelled it. Truly a stroke of fortune for me. The giant monkey, already seething with rage, saw Li Qingyun withdraw the ice shield and, disregarding its threat, unleashed a thunderous punch, aiming to obliterate him. Li Qingyun channeled his spiritual energy and met the blow with a punch of his own. As countless ice shards converged around him, swiftly forming an icy armor that enveloped him entirely, shimmering under the sunlight, exuding an air of grandeur. With a resounding crash, the giant monkey staggered back, rubbing its fist with its other hand while emitting strange cries, evidently in considerable pain. What is happening? He actually inflicted pain upon the giant monkey? What sort of astonishing strength does this ice armor possess? How magnificent! I wish I could possess it. Some audience members stared in envy, their eyes gleaming. Then, Li Qingyun struck again with another punch. The giant monkey gritted its teeth and attempted to block with its other hand. The fists collided. Bang! Oh whoa! The giant monkey grimaced in agony. Before it could catch its breath, Li Qingyun's fist came crashing down again, and the giant monkey, displaying a look of sheer terror, turned to flee. This left everyone dumbfounded. After just 2 exchanges, it was too frightened to continue the fight. Lei Xinwu's expression shifted dramatically. It was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon with his spirit beast. Subsequently, he unleashed his late-stage golden core aura, employing the beast spirit sect's ultimate skill, the beast heart technique. Waves of spiritual light surged into the giant monkey, causing its body to swell to 30 feet, radiating an overwhelming aura, filled with newfound confidence. Its eyes glinted with ferocity as it hurled a punch at Li Qingyun, a blow of monumental proportions, akin to a small mountain, infused with the essence of heaven and earth. And the might of the late-stage golden core, exuding terror, with a sound reminiscent of shattering space. Ling Yueying felt a jolt of alarm. That punch is incredibly strong. Li Qingyun stood firm, delivering what appeared to be an ordinary punch, yet it harbored immense energy and astonishing icy chill. When their fists met, the once confident expression on the giant monkey's face swiftly morphed into one of sheer savagery. With a mournful cry, the giant monkey wailed, its voice tinged with agony. Li Qingyun intoned, "The first style of the divine turtle fist, divine turtle's wild dance." In an instant, the surroundings were filled with spectral images of turtles, launching an assault upon the giant monkey. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal monkey, unable to withstand the pressure, clutched its head with both hands and collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Ultimately, it knelt on both knees, raising its hands in a gesture of surrender. No matter how Li Qingyun formed his seals, the giant beast remained unmoved. This time, it was genuinely terrified. Any further resistance could lead to its demise. The mountain-like giant monkey trembled beneath Li Qingyun's feet. Such overwhelming strength. It was terrifying beyond belief. Truly astonishing. Even one of the 5 great prodigies, Li Qingyun, had been defeated. The audience was profoundly shaken. Ling Tianan and his daughter Ling Yuyao exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Shen Liyuan gazed at the Shintian mirror with an excited tone. "You have truly brought honor to our ice and snow divine realm." Huh? Wenzhong and the other disciples were equally exhilarated. On the arena, the 5 sect leaders also displayed signs of surprise. This young man's strength is unfathomable. Had Li Qingyun truly been defeated? The pride of the 5 great prodigies dictated that he would not be easily vanquished. He was the foremost among the younger generation of the beast spirit sect, destined for brilliance. How could he possibly lose to an unknown contender who had seemingly appeared from nowhere? "You are formidable. And while I do not know what method you employed to instill such fear in my spirit beast, do not think that this means you have won," Li Qingyun coldly remarked. Chapter 59. Only victory allowed. No defeat permitted. Li Qingyun beckoned with his finger towards Li Qingyun. "Come, let me see what other techniques you possess." So arrogant. Li Qingyun slashed his palm, blood gushing forth instantly. What was he doing? Why inflict harm upon himself? The crowd was bewildered by his actions. With an enigmatic smile, Li Qingyun declared, "Soul imprint." A crimson radiance emanated from him, linking him with the giant monkey. Drops of his blood soared into the beast's body. And as the allure of the red glow intensified, Li Qingyun was drawn onto the giant monkey's shoulder. Their energies melded into one, exuding the oppressive aura of a peak golden core practitioner, and the expression of the giant monkey transformed to mirror Li Qingyun's demeanor. Standing atop the giant monkey, Li Qingyun looked down upon Li Qingyun with an air of superiority. "Now I have fused with my spirit beast. In other words, it is under my control. Its power will be at my disposal, combined with my own cultivation, allowing me to match any opponent at the pinnacle of the golden core stage." What a terrifying technique! Someone in the audience exclaimed. Lei Hung nodded in acknowledgement. To force Xinwu to this extent, Li Qingyun is truly remarkable. However, this is where it ends. Xiao Jinyu smiled faintly. It seems Li Qingyun is taking this seriously now. Ling Yuyao felt a tremor in her heart. He had not been serious until now. No wonder Li Qingyun was able to gain the upper hand. Yet, even at this moment, Ling Yuyao found it hard to believe that Li Qingyun's strength had grown so formidable. Li Qingyun stretched lazily. "Are you finished? If so, let us begin." Li Qingyun furrowed his brows, gathering energy in his right hand. Fire ape fist. With a single punch, a massive conflagration surged forth, propelled by immeasurable force towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun spoke softly. "The second form of the divine turtle fist, the divine turtle, emerges from the sea." Suddenly, Li Qingyun's aura surged. His right hand enveloped in azure spirit energy, radiating a brilliant halo. With a powerful punch, a colossal phantom of a turtle materialized, its shell adorned with mystical inscriptions and seals. The leader of the beast spirit sect, Lei Hung, furrowed his brow. This was ominous. In an instant, Li Qingyun and the giant monkey were engulfed by the turtle's illusion. They were hurled several hundred meters away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the arena. "My husband is incredible," exclaimed Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi in unison. This was Li Qingyun's inaugural demonstration of the divine turtle fist, exhibiting astonishing might. How impressive! Absolutely magnificent. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Ling Yuyao wore a look of terror. This punch transcended her comprehension. In other words, even her father, Ling Tianan, had never bestowed upon her such a shock. It was simply overwhelming. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu's expression was grave. He realized that the strongest adversary of his life had emerged. The leaders of the 5 major sects and the 8 prominent factions were equally astonished. struggling to fathom how this obscure minor sect could produce such a formidable disciple. Song Tianyong beamed with excitement. Truly, my elder brother is remarkable. At that moment, all disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain were left speechless. Was this truly the King Turtle Fist? How could it be this powerful? It must be the King Turtle Fist. Did you not see the Turtle Phantom emerge? Shun Liyuan also wore a perplexed expression. Why does this King Turtle Fist differ from what is described in the manual? How did this lad train? Could he possess hidden skills? Li Qingyun was somewhat astonished himself. Using this move for the first time and exerting merely a third of his strength, he achieved such tremendous power. The heavenly tier technique was indeed deserving of its renown. Lei Xinwu and the giant monkey were carried away for treatment as the referee announced the result. The victor, Li Qingyun of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain. Li Qingyun leaped back to his seat. Ling Yuyao cast a complex glance at Li Qingyun before shifting her gaze to the arena. The next match was between Song Tianyong of the Kunlun sect and Ma Yiming of the Tianshan Blade sect. After exchanging formalities, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. Song Tianyong wielded the evil-breaking sword technique with masterful prowess, while Ma Yiming displayed his knife techniques with unmatched skill, leaving no openings. The clash of blades echoed incessantly, their energies colliding, generating countless shockwaves that enveloped the arena. Their combat styles mirrored each other, a fierce contest of willpower, strength, cultivation, and determination. The one who faltered would surely lose. Both fought with all their might, refusing to yield an inch, igniting the fervor of the onlookers. After an intense exchange, neither could gain the upper hand. As both the Kunlun sect and the Tianshan Blade sect were among the 8 major factions, their strengths were naturally comparable. In the final moments, Song Tianyong seized Ma Yiming's long knife, while Ma Yiming grasped Song Tianyong's sharp sword, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Li Qingyun shouted, "Create a diversion and strike at their weakness." Song Tianyong understood the situation, his gaze lifting towards the heavens, and Ma Yiming followed suit, looking skyward. In that moment of distraction, Song Tianyong seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Ma Yiming's groin. A howl escaped Ma Yiming as he staggered back. His expression contorted in agony. How despicable! Song Tianyong retorted with righteous indignation. A brain is a valuable asset, but sadly, you lack one. The two clashed once more. Yet Ma Yiming, hindered by his injury, found himself at a disadvantage. After a series of 10 exchanges, he was ultimately sent tumbling off the stage by a decisive kick. Returning to his seat, Song Tianyong, brimming with excitement, flashed a triumphant gesture at Li Qingyun, who nodded in acknowledgement. The referee continued. The next duel features Shen Mingru from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm against Chao Zishuan of the Yushu Palace. Both contenders ascended the stage, and soon found themselves entangled in a fierce confrontation. Chao Zishuan's swordsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, blending elegance, charm, spontaneity, and subtlety, appearing restrained yet harboring a formidable offensive power. Each strike aimed to sever the opponent's retreat. Such remarkable swordplay truly befits a direct descendant of the 8 great sects. Despite Chao Zishuan's extraordinary technique, he was unable to best Shen Mingru. As he unleashed his full assault, Shen Mingru refrained from drawing her sword, effortlessly evading all attacks with an air of ease. Chao Zishuan paused, querying, "Why do you not draw your sword?" Shen Mingru replied with a smile, "I wish to first observe your technique." Enraged, Chao Zishuan retorted, "This is outrageous. Prepare yourself." Shen Mingru, still smiling, declared, "I have comprehended your swordsmanship. Now it is time for you to witness mine." 10,000 Flower Goddess Sword. With a sharp utterance, Shen Mingru twirled gracefully in the air, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that transformed into blooming sword flowers, radiating dazzling brilliance and sharpness. Astonished, Chao Zishuan hurriedly raised his sword in defense. With each shattered sword flower, he was forced to retreat several steps, after fracturing over a dozen. His arms grew weak and weary. As the remaining sword flowers approached, he realized he could no longer withstand them and voluntarily leapt off the stage, exclaiming, "I concede." Once again, the crowd was left in awe of Shen Mingru's unparalleled beauty and formidable prowess. Subsequently, Ling Yuyao faced off against Ding Junlin from the Tianyin sect. Given her status as a early-stage golden core practitioner and Ding Junlin's advanced position, she was swiftly defeated after several exchanges. Jiang Yushi, Xiao Jinyu, and Mo Yang encountered relatively weak opponents and emerged victorious with ease. Mo Wujing rose to announce, "Today's competition concludes here. The final showdown among the top 20 competitors will take place tomorrow." In Xiao Jinyu's quarters, Xiao Kuan inquired, "What is your assessment of Li Qingyun's strength?" Xiao Jinyu, with a grave expression, replied, "I fear he may match my own." This marked the first time in 25 years that he felt uncertain of his ability to overcome a peer. Xiao Kuan retrieved a long sword radiating a crimson glow from his Qinkuan pouch and proclaimed, "In tomorrow's battle, victory is the only acceptable outcome." Chapter 60. What a strange creature this is, your fated weapon, is it not, father? Xiao Kuan's expression was solemn. "This is the Burning Sun Sword, which has absorbed a considerable amount of my spiritual energy over the years. In addition to its astonishing power, it also enables the wielder to temporarily elevate their cultivation level. You are currently at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Wielding this sword will allow you to attain the strength of the nascent soul peak in a short time. The battle tomorrow concerns not only the honor and future of our mysterious sect, but also your position as the foremost among the younger generation, as well as the opportunity for training at the ancient ruins. Therefore, I shall lend you this precious sword." Xiao Jinyu was overjoyed. With this sword, Li Qingyun shall pose no threat. The following morning, the martial arts arena of the Danyang sect was filled with tens of thousands of spectators, including many wandering cultivators who had come from afar to witness the event. 20 contestants were divided into 10 groups for the first round of combat. The first match featured Mo Yang of the Danyang sect facing off against Lu Yulin of the Shushan sect. From the outset, Lu Yulin employed the Shushan sword technique, gesturing with both hands to manipulate 8 flying swords toward Mo Yang. Mo Yang dodged left and right, weaving through the barrage of swords. However, after several rounds, his heavy frame began to tire, and he exclaimed, "I shan't continue this game." With that, he produced a vial of elixir and consumed one. "This is my latest concoction, the copper skin iron bone pill." Upon ingestion, a faint golden glow enveloped him, transforming his body into a bronze hue. "Wow, he has become a bronze man." Someone gasped in astonishment. As Mo Yang transformed into this antiqued color, the flying swords attacked once more. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he struck out with his hand, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes as all 8 swords were sent flying. "Let us try this," Mo Yang declared, taking out another vial and consuming 2 pills. "This is my latest formulation, the enlargement pill." Immediately after consumption, his body surged, growing into a towering golden giant that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. "This drug is quite fearsome," someone exclaimed. "What is happening?" His upper body has grown so large, yet his feet remain unchanged. Mo Yang glanced at his physique. "There seems to be a flaw. I shall refine it later." With such small feet supporting such a massive frame, even walking became a challenge, let alone fighting, a middle-aged man commented. Mo Yang focused his spiritual energy, concentrating most of his strength in his legs, gradually regaining mobility. At that moment, Lu Yulin's flying swords lunged at him again. With a powerful strike, Mo Yang sent the swords deep into the ground. Lu Yulin furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. Mo Yang advanced slowly, each step causing the arena to tremble. "Do not come closer." Lu Yulin, now in a panic, hastily retrieved dozens of sharp swords from his bag and launched them at Mo Yang. With a series of sharp sounds, all the incoming swords were effortlessly swatted into the earth. Lu Yulin found himself retreating repeatedly until he reached the edge of the platform. Still unable to devise a strategy, ultimately left with no choice but to concede defeat. "This pill is remarkable. I wish to purchase some." Upon hearing someone express interest in his elixir, Mo Yang immediately shouted, "This is my exclusive formula. If you wish to buy, follow me." After uttering a few words, he dashed off the arena with several bottles in hand. The next match featured Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Domain against Ding Junlin from the Hidden Sky sect. As announced by the referee, Ding Junlin, clad in a black robe, with a piercing gaze and arms crossed over his chest, exuded an air of coldness. "Your skills are commendable, but alas, you have encountered me." Expecting a retort from Li Qingyun, he was taken aback when Li Qingyun ignored him entirely, surveying the surroundings from the edge of the stage. "Are you unable to hear me while I speak?" Li Qingyun yawned. "Why do you people from the Central Divine Continent always take so long to fight? Can we not expedite this? I am in need of rest." Ding Junlin's expression darkened with rage, and in an instant, he vanished from Li Qingyun's sight. The next moment, he materialized behind him, wielding a blade aimed at Li Qingyun's nape. Let me show you just how vast our disparity is. With a disdainful snort, Li Qingyun swiftly dodged the strike and countered with a punch aimed at Ding Junlin, who once again disappeared in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a flash of the blade targeted Li Qingyun's back. After evading, he retaliated with a punch, but each time he struck, Ding Junlin would elude him. This is the Hidden Sky sect's ultimate technique, dark concealment kill. No matter how formidable your strength, it cannot touch me. When your spiritual energy is exhausted, that will be your moment of defeat, Ding Junlin declared, his tone laced with arrogance. What an impressive assassination technique. Truly elusive, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Someone remarked. Ling Yuyao thought to herself, with Ding Junlin's astonishing agility, how will Li Qingyun respond? Just as the audience marveled at Ding Junlin's display of skill, Shen Mingru suddenly called out, "My dear husband, are you done playing? Hurry back to eat grapes. I've already peeled a bowl for you." The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by her discordant voice. How audacious! The spectators cast incredulous glances at Shen Mingru. Were it not for her breathtaking beauty, at least half of them would have berated her. Li Qingyun responded, "All right, my lady, just a moment, I shall return shortly." His arrogance was palpable, disregarding Ding Junlin entirely. Such ostentation could prove fatal. Many spectators felt discontent with Li Qingyun's presumptuous demeanor. Ding Junlin, enraged to the point of laughter, taunted, "I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me." Li Qingyun declared loudly, "Attention, all spectators present and friends before the Xiantian mirror. I shall now demonstrate a signature move from the ice and snow domain, ice domain." With arms outstretched and standing tall, he called out, "Ice domain, commence." Instantly, a heavy snowfall enveloped the area surrounding Li Qingyun, extending for hundreds of meters. The ground and air began to freeze, the temperature plummeting to a chilling -300 degrees. Even the audience outside the arena shivered, resorting to channeling their spiritual energy for warmth. Ding Junlin, who had previously moved with lightning speed, now found his movements encumbered by the chilling snowflakes, which rendered him slower and less agile than before. How is this possible? How could he possess domain power? Ding Junlin was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. "Now it is my turn." Li Qingyun initiated an assault using the divine turtle fist. After a brief skirmish, Ding Junlin was struck down from the arena by Li Qingyun's powerful punch. As he lay on the ground, his eyes brimmed with resentment. His original ambition had been to secure victory in the Yanhuang Tianjiao competition, yet he found himself halted at this unexpected juncture, a scenario he had never envisioned. What stunned him even more was the sheer might of Li Qingyun, which surpassed all his expectations. The ice domain, such a fearsome technique. How could someone so young wield such extraordinary powers? Truly remarkable. Li Qingyun was indeed exceptional. The prowess of the ice and snow divine domain was astonishing. Why had he never heard of it before? An increasing number of people began to discuss the ice and snow divine domain. What the hell? Shen Liyuan exclaimed in front of the Xuantianjing, somewhat losing his composure. "I haven't even mastered the ice domain yet, and this kid has already figured it out. What kind of anomaly is he?" Reflecting on his own decades of practice to reach perfection, while Li Qingyun had achieved the extraordinary at merely 20 years of age, Shen Liyuan began to question his own intellect. Ling Yuyao felt a tumult in her heart at this moment. She wondered if her decision to abandon Li Qingyun might have been a grave error. Chapter 61. I yield, I surrender. Ling Tianan was equally astonished. During Li Qingyun's time at the Wenzhong, he had always been perceived as a blockhead. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Was his prior weakness merely an act? Ling Tianan was convinced that Li Qingyun had intentionally suppressed his abilities, as the rapid growth over mere months was inexplicable otherwise. In the subsequent matches, Xiao Jinyu, Shen Mingru, Jiang Yushi, and Song Tianyang faced opponents from 3rd and 4th tier sects, and without a doubt, they emerged victorious with ease. The final list of the top 10 contenders included Xiao Jinyu from the Piao Miao sect, Mo Yang from the Danyang sect, Bai Yishuang from the Jade Maiden sect, Song Tianyang from the Kunlun sect, Chu Pingwei from the Holy Spirit sect, Su Yuan Song from the Wuchenzong, Han Xiaoshan from the Lingjian Mountain Manor, Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain, Shen Mingru, and Jiang Yushi. At that moment, the Ice and Snow Divine Domain erupted in jubilation. For many years, they had never participated in the Yanhuang Tianjiao finals, and this year, not only did they compete, but 3 of their disciples also made it into the top 10. a feat that Shun Liyuan could scarcely have imagined. After this tournament of prodigies, the reputation of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain experienced a significant surge. Could junior brother Li actually claim the championship? Wu Wenzhong asked with palpable excitement. Shen Liyuan could hardly contain his joy. It seems quite possible. Yang Zixin, filled with confusion, inquired, Master, how is it that junior brother Li and senior sister Shun have progressed so rapidly? Shen Liyuan shook his head with a wry smile. I truly do not know. As their master, he had never imparted any cultivation methods to Li Qingyun. It was only after aligning with Li Qingyun that Xiao Rou's strength surged as well, leaving him perplexed about the circumstances. In the final round, the first match featured Shin Mingru of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain against Bai Yishuang of the Jade Maiden sect. The two women ascended the stage simultaneously. Bai Yishuang, tall and graceful, possessed delicate features and a voluptuous figure, undoubtedly a stunning beauty, though slightly overshadowed by Shin Mingru's allure. The duel between these two enchanting figures was indeed something to anticipate. Bai Yishuang is one of the 5 great prodigies, her prowess already widely acknowledged. During this competition, Shin Mingru exhibited extraordinary strength, leaving everyone in eager anticipation of who would emerge victorious. The two ladies exchanged polite bows, and then Bai Yishuang unleashed a swift strike, sending a razor-sharp wave of sword energy silently towards Shin Mingru. Despite its intangible nature, the sword energy carried an undeniable aura. Shin Mingru countered with her own sword, the two energies colliding with a resounding boom. A shock wave erupted from the clash, sending ripples through the ground and creating a fissure along its path. After testing each other as strength, both women charged forward for close combat. Although their battle was fiercely intense, their movements resembled a graceful dance, exuding elegance and beauty. Each strike revealed their lithe forms, akin to a mesmerizing sword ballet, captivating the audience. Behind their exquisite swordplay, a tempest of sword energy swirled, leaving the arena in disarray. After exchanging dozens of blows, a phantom of a lotus flower appeared behind Bai Yishuang, a colossal bud gradually blooming in the void. A soft green aura enveloped the lotus, as immense spiritual power surged from it, converging upon her sword to strike at Shin Mingru. In response, a phantom of a peony emerged behind Shin Mingru, even more magnificent than the lotus, radiating brilliant light and blooming vibrantly. The peony subtly revealed a celestial goddess clad in exquisite armor, exuding an extraordinary aura, wielding a peerless sword, proudly standing atop its petals. As Shin Mingru combined her sword strikes, the goddess's phantom mirrored her movement, unleashing a colossal sword light, seemingly poised to cleave the earth in two. Bai Yishuang's sword light was swiftly engulfed, as a terrifying wave of sword energy descended upon her. Her delicate face turned pale. She had not anticipated such formidable prowess from a young girl, making it utterly insurmountable. I concede, Bai Yishuang managed to utter. Shin Mingru waved her right hand, dissipating all the sword energy. Bai Yishuang, with a countenance of disappointment, looked towards Bai Hongmei, the sect leader of the Yunnu sect, and conveyed through thought, I'm sorry. Mother, I have lost. Bai Hongmei responded, You have done your best. There is no need for self-reproach. The second match featured Jiang Yushi from the Snowy Divine Domain against Su Yuansong from the Wenzhong. Su Yuansong, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, had been fortunate enough not to encounter any formidable opponents throughout the competition, smoothly advancing to the finals. As the match commenced, the referee announced the start. Aware of Jiang Yushi's capabilities, Su Yuansong immediately unleashed his lethal move, the Wuqing Sword Song, targeting her. As he approached Jiang Yushi, a colossal dragon suddenly soared from the void, its azure form stretching thousands of feet, exuding overwhelming power that left Su Yuansong struggling to breathe, nearly collapsing in reverence. The dragon circled high above, gradually lowering its head towards the arena, its piercing gaze fixed on Su Yuansong, its mouth slightly ajar, as if poised to swallow him whole at any moment. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Yuansong's face drained of color, his pupils dilating. I concede. I give up. The spectators were left in utter bewilderment. What just happened? How did he lose? Ling Tianan shouted urgently, Yuansong, what are you doing? Get up here. There stood Su Yuansong on the stage, his eyes vacant and his demeanor dazed, trembling all over as he repeatedly uttered, I concede. I concede. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi quietly played her zither, and behind her, The void manifested a picturesque landscape, where the ethereal silhouette of a fairy was seated by a brook, playing the zither. This was the realm of sound from Jiang Yushi's Nine Heavens mystical melody, capable of conjuring illusions. At that moment, the colossal dragon Su Yuansong perceived was merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Yushi remarked nonchalantly, "He is utterly defenseless." The judge announced loudly, "The victor of the second match is Jiang Yushi from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain." Once again, the Ice and Snow Divine Domain triumphed. How could they be so formidable? Two individuals had already entered the top 5, both breathtakingly beautiful women. The audience murmured among themselves. The judge continued, "In the third match, Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Domain faces off against Xiao Jinyu from the Ethereal Sect." The crowd erupted with excitement. Finally, the highly anticipated battle was upon them. The foremost young prodigy, Xiao Jinyu, against the seemingly unfathomable Li Qingyun. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Li Qingyun was superior to Xiao Jinyu, having effortlessly defeated 2 other prodigies. Ling Yuyao expressed her concern, "Brother Xiao, be cautious." Xiao Jinyu smirked, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Rest assured." They both soared onto the stage simultaneously. Xiao Jinyu declared, "Brother Li, today we shall determine who truly is the foremost among the youth." Li Qingyun replied calmly, "Brother Xiao, make your move." Xiao Jinyu unleashed his full strength, emanating the aura of a peak golden core cultivator as he thrust his sharp sword directly at Li Qingyun, channeling spiritual energy into a formidable sword chi. The sword chi radiated with dazzling brilliance, creating a pressure that cracked the ground beneath it. How powerful! The spectators gasped in astonishment. Li Qingyun remained expressionless, delivering a single punch. Boom! The sword chi dissipated, causing Xiao Jinyu to stagger back several steps. The crowd was left in shock. A full-force strike from a peak golden core cultivator was so effortlessly neutralized. What cultivation level was Li Qingyun at? Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Despite being pushed back by a single punch, Xiao Jinyu showed no signs of emotional disturbance, unleashing his second and third strikes, each one the maximum power he could muster. Yet, even then, Li Qingyun easily countered each with a single punch. Ling Yuyao, witnessing Xiao Jinyu at a disadvantage, was filled with trepidation, her delicate hands clenched into fists. She had presumed that Li Qingyun and Xiao Jinyu were evenly matched. Who would have thought that Li Qingyun would be so formidable? Xiao Jinyu's current predicament seemed increasingly dire, and the outcome appeared inevitable. Just as the crowd believed the victor was apparent, Xiao Jinyu produced a sword that gleamed with a crimson radiance. The sword emanated a dazzling aura, surrounded by radiant light. Under the infusion of this divine illumination, Xiao Jinyu's aura surged dramatically, his spiritual energy igniting like flames, scorching the ground beneath him and creating a deep pit. His presence swelled, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 62, Terrifyingly Powerful. The Burning Sun Sword. Xiao Sect Leader, is it not somewhat unfair to entrust your life, sword, to Xiao Jinyu? Inquired Mo Wuji, the leader of the Danyang sect, his eyes wide with astonishment as he glanced at Xiao Kuan. The other 3 sect leaders echoed the sentiment with similar disbelief. Xiao Kuan replied nonchalantly, "External power is a form of strength as well. Li Qingyun may wield it if he possesses it. Of course, in our competition, Jinyu would never resort to using this sword. Would you prefer to watch as my 5 great sects are vanquished by a mere Ice and Snow Divine Domain?" At that moment, Lei Heng, the leader of the Beast Spirit sect, and Ding Ying, the leader of the Heavenly Concealment sect, chimed in. What sect leader Xiao says is absolutely true. Though they were reluctant to see Xiao Jinyu claim victory, they were even less inclined to allow Li Qingyun to prevail, considering the mysterious youth far more dangerous. Such a scenario had never occurred before, and there were no existing regulations to address it, leading Mo Wuji to sigh in resignation and refrain from further comment. That sword is peculiar. Jiang Yushi expressed her concern. "Be cautious, my husband," Shen Mingru shouted. Ling Yuyao turned to Ling Tiannan and asked, "Father, what is the origin of this sword?" Ling Tiannan smiled slightly. "This sword is the life sword of sect leader Xiao, an imperial weapon of immense power. For many years, sect leader Xiao has nurtured it with his spiritual energy, enhancing its might. It is said to grant the wielder a significant surge in cultivation for a brief period. Now it makes sense. No wonder senior brother Xiao can exude the aura of the nascent soul pinnacle. This sword is indeed formidable." Ling Yuyao marveled, while internally reflecting, Though relying on external power may seem somewhat unfair, history has always favored the victor. Xiao Jinyu's spiritual energy blazed like fire, his imposing presence radiating cold pride as he stood suspended in the void, resembling a deity of the sword. Such terror, so powerful. Shen Liyuan exclaimed angrily before the Xiantian mirror. How shameless. This is cheating. Master, have you not provided any protective treasures for Junior Brotherly? Asked Yang Zixin, along with others. Shen Liyuan waved his hand dismissively. They are a first-rate sect. How can we possibly compete in treasures? It must depend on Qingyun himself. Just as everyone believed the outcome was inevitable, Li Qingyun's aura surged mightily, enveloping the arena in mist. The air around him crystallized, countless ice shards coalescing to form a suit of ice armor, enveloping his entire being. Following the armor, a cloak of ice emerged, its material soft and billowing gracefully in the gentle breeze. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent ice sword materialized in his right hand. At that moment, Li Qingyun radiated nobility, his expression solemn, his entire form aglow, and coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, he resembled a god of war carved from crystal. How splendid! The multitude of female disciples below was utterly entranced, their eyes sparkling with hearts. Even the exceptional Bai Yishuang experienced a rapid heartbeat, her gaze dazed. He is so handsome. Truly astonishingly handsome. The male disciples looked on with envy, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Though reluctant to admit it, they had to face the reality. At this moment, Shen Mingru and Zhang Yuxi were equally captivated. Ling Yuyo was particularly shaken. She was awestruck by Li Qingyun's displayed charisma, strength, and undeniable attractiveness. Ling Tiannan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? With mere flamboyance, he dares to wield an ice sword against my blazing sun sword. What an absurd delusion. Xiao Jinyu unleashed a fiery strike. A blazing sword light surged forth, exuding immense power, tearing through the void as it advanced towards Li Qingyun. Unfazed, Li Qingyun retaliated with a sword of his own, a piercing chill emanating from his icy blade, freezing the air in its wake. Thunderous. The clash of their sword energies resonated with earth-shattering sound, impacting the surrounding hundreds of meters, raising dust clouds, and sending rocks flying, as the ground split into two, showcasing contrasting realms of ice and fire. The sheer force of their exchange shattered the arena, fracturing the earth. Fortunately, a protective barrier was in place to swiftly mend the destruction wrought by their battle. Xiao Jinyu propelled himself forward, sword raised against Li Qingyun, who met his attack with equal fervor. After several exchanges, Li Qingyun retreated a dozen steps, only to launch a counteroffensive, forcing Xiao Jinyu back as well. Both combatants stood at the peak of the nascent soul stage, their strengths evenly matched. The audience erupted in gasps. Such fierce combat had never been witnessed in the contests of prodigies over the years. Among the most astonishing revelations was Li Qingyun's ice sword, which could withstand the might of the blazing sun sword. This left even the 5 sect leaders above the arena in profound shock. This profound ice heavenly art is truly an extraordinary skill. Mo Wujing couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Mingru and Zhang Yuxi transformed into enthusiastic admirers, shedding their goddess-like composure, fervently cheering, "Go, husband! You are amazing!" A group of envious male cultivators felt their eyes redden. Below, many female cultivators were utterly enraptured, repeatedly shouting, "I want to bear your children." Among them were even some who were already married. Wu Wenzhong, filled with envy, lamented, "Why is Junior Brotherly so popular while I have yet to find a partner?" He then glanced at Yang Zixin. Yang Zixin rolled her eyes. "Junior Brotherly possesses strength and charm. What do you have? Aside from your insatiable appetite, do you possess any other attributes?" Wu Wenzhong, somewhat indignant, retorted, "Junior Brotherly eats even more voraciously than I do." Shen Liyuan nodded slightly. "Qingyun embodies the essence of my youth." Song Hongjie couldn't resist asking, "Master, we have been here for over a decade, yet no one seems to admire you. You must be exaggerating." Shen Liyuan playfully flicked Song Hongjie on the forehead. "When I was in my 20s, several young ladies vied for my affection, even going so far as to quarrel over me." "Wow, Master is truly impressive." Wu Wenzhong expressed genuine admiration. Sun Chongjing, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master, what do they look like?" Shen Liyuan recalled the appearances of those women from years past and shuddered involuntarily. "Master, are you all right? Is it cold?" Sun Chongjing looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, suggesting it should not be cold. It's nothing. I merely stretched a bit and feel a little sore. Shen Liyuan replied. You still haven't told me if the girl who fought for you back then was beautiful, Sun Chongjing pressed on. None of your business. Shen Liyuan retorted angrily. Li Qingyun and Xiao Jinyu had exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds, remaining evenly matched. I must win, Xiao Jinyu proclaimed, igniting his essence to elevate his strength further. He exuded an aura akin to the early stages of the out-of-body realm, with flames on his sword raging fiercely, leaving devastation in their wake, causing Li Qingyun to fall into a defensive position. Husband, be careful. Both Jiang Yuxi and Shun Mingru cried out simultaneously. Li Qingyun's expression turned solemn. Ice domain. Snowflakes danced through the air, transforming the once brutal battlefield into a scene of exquisite beauty. Female cultivators shouted fervently, Li Qingyun, I love you. Meanwhile, Shun Mingru and Jiang Yuxi exchanged glances, their expressions darkened, thinking, Husband, we already know you possess charm. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? As Li Qingyun activated his ice domain, Xiao Jinyu's body was assailed by the chill, becoming somewhat rigid, thus leveling the battlefield once more. Observing this, Xiao Kuan's face darkened ominously. After several dozen exchanges, the drawbacks of Xiao Jinyu's essence burning became apparent. His aura gradually waned, his breaths grew labored, and he found himself at a disadvantage. In contrast, Li Qingyun remained steady, growing increasingly relaxed as the fight progressed. Xiao Jinyu's impatience led to a flaw, which Li Qingyun seized upon, delivering a decisive blow and sending him crashing off the stage. In Chapter 63, regaining what was lost, Xiao Jinyu, weakened from burning his essence and suffering Li Qingyun's powerful strike, fell into unconsciousness. The scene fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Husband, you are amazing. Husband, you are formidable. Shin Mingru and Jiang Yuxi cheered exuberantly. They had initially believed that the competition would be a breeze for Li Qingyun, but the encounter with the cheating Xiao Jinyu had filled them with concern. Now, having witnessed Li Qingyun's tremendous strength, their joy and pride for him were heartfelt. Watching the man she had discarded defeat her fiancé, Ling Yuyao felt an immense weight in her heart. Her thoughts were tumultuous and clouded. Song Tianyang exclaimed excitedly, Brother, you're incredible. We won. Li Shidi is awesome. Li Shixiang is amazing. The disciples of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain before the Xiantian Mirror were all exceptionally elated. At that moment, they recalled Li Qingyun's words before the finals. He intended to make the name of the Ice and Snow Divine Domain resonate through the heavens. He had truly accomplished it. An overwhelming sense of confidence and unity blossomed within them all. Our Ice and Snow Divine Realm shall undoubtedly ascend to the status of a formidable power. In this moment, every heart resonates with such unwavering conviction. Shen Liyuan could hardly conceal his elation, exclaiming with fervor, Tonight, we shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Indeed, the disciples responded, their faces aglow with excitement. The referee took to the stage to announce, the victor is Li Qingyun from the Ice and Snow Divine Realm. A wave of cheers and applause erupted from the audience. This contest was nothing short of spectacular. It was indisputable that Li Qingyun had emerged as the foremost amongst the youth of the Yanhuang continent. Someone in the crowd remarked. On this day, they not only etched the name Li Qingyun into their memories, but also the name of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm. Subsequently, in the next two matches, Mo Yang from Danyang sect faced off against Chu Pingwei from the Holy Spirit sect, while Song Tianyang from Kunlun sect battled Han Shaoxing from the Spirit Sword Villa. Both Mo Yang and Song Tianyang triumphed effortlessly. The final competition was for the top 5 rankings. Mo Yang and Song Tianyang deemed themselves unworthy challengers to Li Qingyun, Jiang Yuxi, and Shin Mingru. Thus they engaged in a duel amongst themselves, with Mo Yang narrowly securing the 4th position and Song Tianyang claiming 5th. As for Shin Mingru, Jiang Yuxi, and Li Qingyun, there was no need for further contest. Hence, Shin Mingru graciously accepted 3rd place, Jiang Yuxi 2nd, and Li Qingyun emerged as the champion of this Yanhuang talent competition. Finally, the rewards were distributed. The 1st place received 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone equates to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and 1 mid-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. The 2nd place garnered 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, while the 3rd received 4,000. Both the 4th and 5th places were awarded 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. The few stood upon the stage, their faces radiant with smiles. Mo Wujia announced, "The ancient relics shall be unveiled 10 days hence, at Zhongshinzhou, Liang City. At that time, you are to gather there to enter the secret realm." After 3 days of rigorous competition, the Yanhuang talent finals concluded splendidly. The crowd began to disperse from Danyang's sect. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the mysterious Fog sect, Xiao Jinyu slowly awakened after 2 hours. "Jinyu, are you all right?" A plump woman, draped in luxurious attire, inquired anxiously. Xiao Jinyu softly replied, "Mother, I am fine." The woman, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who dares to harm my son?" This woman was none other than Xiao Kuan's wife, Fan Xiongwen. Xiao Jinyu's expression darkened. It was Li Qingyun. Fan Xiongwen declared, "I shall send your third uncle to eliminate him." Just then, Xiao Jintian hurriedly entered. "Elder brother, are you unscathed?" Xiao Jinyu weakly shook his head. "I am fine." Who would have imagined that Li Qingyun was so formidable? Xiao Jintian replied with discontent. "No wonder he dared to vie for my woman." Fan Xiongwen's face contorted with rage. "He dares to compete with you for a woman? How audacious! No one has ever dared to disregard my mysterious Fog sect for so many years." Xiao Jintian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that Jiang Yushi is exquisitely beautiful. A woman I have painstakingly chosen, and he has audaciously stolen her away." Suddenly, Fan Xiongwen recalled, "Jintian, do you not have a fiancé named Jiang Yueying?" Xiao Jintian replied, "Indeed, I became acquainted with Jiang Yueying first, only to discover after our engagement that she has an even more beautiful sister." Fan Xiongwen, unfazed, said, "If you cherish her so dearly, then reclaim her." Xiao Jintian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, are you speaking the truth? Such matters are trivial. What is there to doubt?" Fan Xiongwen's tone remained calm. Xiao Jintian, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Thank you, mother." With a slight smile, Fan Xiongwen suggested, "I shall have your third uncle accompany you. Eliminate Li Qingyun and then take back his woman." Xiao Jintian rejoiced, "Mother, you are indeed wise." After parting ways with Song Tianyang, Li Qingyun and the two women arrived at the territory between Zhongshinzhou and Ningzhou in the land of Wuan. Feeling somewhat weary, they sought a place to rest. Here, a waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. Li Qingyun sat lost in thought on a stone, while Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru dipped their delicate feet into the water, fashioning clay figures, their faces radiant with joy. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Li Qingyun. He executed the Xianbing Tianyi technique, gradually forming two exquisite ice figures, resembling Jiang Yushi and Shun Mingru in both beauty and grace. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy, the two women turned to Li Qingyun and excitedly rushed over. "Darling, let me see." Jiang Yushi reached out eagerly. Li Qingyun quickly concealed the ice figures behind him. "You may see them, but there must be a demonstration of affection first." With that, he lifted his chin. A series of notification sounds chimed. "Considering how obedient you both are, I shall gift them to you." "Wow, they are crafted so beautifully, so lifelike," Shin Mingru exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Jiang Yushi nodded repeatedly. "Darling, you are truly remarkable." Li Qingyun explained, "These were created using the Xianbing Tianyi technique. They will not melt for 10,000 years." He then cast another layer of spell over the ice, stating, "I have sealed the cold energy. This ice figure now harbors no chill." Shin Mingru gazed at him in admiration. "Darling, I too have learned the Xianbing Tianyi technique. Yet why am I unable to achieve this?" "That is because you have not yet mastered the Xianbing Tianyi technique to an extraordinary level," Jiang Yushi mused. "If one were to build a palace using the Xianbing Tianyi technique, it would surely be magnificent." Li Qingyun chuckled. "I have considered that as well. But it requires an immense amount of spiritual power, which I currently lack." At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the air. "Li Qingyun, we meet again." A young man emerged from the forest, followed by several men in gray. "Xiao Zhentian." Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes, becoming vigilant. Xiao Zhentian approached Li Qingyun with an air of arrogance, grinning widely. "I never expected we would meet again so soon." Li Qingyun coldly responded, "What do you want?" Xiao Zhentian scoffed and remarked, "You ought to be aware of the consequences of offending me. Today, I have come to claim your life. However, rest assured, I shall take good care of these two lovely ladies on your behalf as you depart this world." Jiang Yushi retorted angrily, "Fool," while Shun Mingru added with derision, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Utterly delusional." Xiao Zhentian laughed heartily. "I particularly enjoy your defiant demeanor, especially in bed. Do ensure to maintain it. Shameless. Unconscionable." Jiang Yuxi and Shun Mingru rebuked in unison. Seeking death, Li Qingyun unleashed a powerful punch, a phantom of a turtle surging towards Xiao Jintian with formidable force. Boom! A surge of energy abruptly materialized, standing before Xiao Jintian, nullifying Li Qingyun's intent. A middle-aged man soon appeared, with small eyes, slender brows, and a blank expression. Third uncle, Xiao Jintian exclaimed. This man was Xiao Kuan's younger brother, Xiao Jun, an elder of the Piao Miao sect. To possess such cultivation at a young age is indeed rare. But alas, you have offended someone you ought not to. Xiao Jun's demeanor was haughty, his gaze filled with disdain. What offense have I committed? Li Qingyun seethed with anger. It was always Xiao Jintian who instigated trouble, yet they had the audacity to accuse him first. Without a fundamental respect for powerful adversaries, you are courting death. Xiao Jun unleashed the pressure of his late-stage, out-of-body realm, locking onto Li Qingyun, Shen Mingru, and Jiang Yuxi. The immense force rendered Shen Mingru and Jiang Yuxi nearly immobile. Li Qingyun summoned all his spiritual energy to resist. You dispatch an elder to deal with mere juniors. Your Piao Miao sect truly lacks shame. Xiao Jun responded coldly. Kill you, capture the two of them. This matter shall remain undisclosed. No one will suspect us. Li Qingyun, of course, would not remain passive. He ignited his spiritual energy to its zenith, conjuring an armor of profound ice and a profound ice sword, then swiftly swung it, shattering Xiao Jun's oppressive aura. Xiao Jun was taken aback. You have managed to break free from my constraints. Impressive. However, I cannot allow you to live any longer. That shall depend on your capabilities. Li Qingyun unleashed a radiant sword intent, but Xiao Jun, calm and collected, merely flicked his blade, deflecting the sword intent, which crashed into a mountain behind him. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted, the destructive force causing the mountainside to fracture, sending rocks flying, as countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Xiao Jun wore a proud expression. Is this all you are capable of? Conceded, Li Qingyun charged forth, launching a torrential assault. Xiao Jun remained unfazed, effortlessly dispelling even the most ferocious attacks with a mere flick of his hand. Li Qingyun, lacking formal swordsmanship, resorted to brute force, but found himself at a disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. Seeing his sword techniques ineffective, Li Qingyun resorted to the divine turtle fist, having reached an extraordinary realm. Its power was immense, and despite his cultivation being only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, a single punch sent Xiao Jun staggering back several steps. Xiao Jun's expression shifted slightly. You have remarkably mastered this martial art. I must admit, you are indeed exceptional. Though Xiao Jun was at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, a full level above Li Qingyun, he found himself at a disadvantage. Such combat prowess was truly astonishing. Xiao Jun coldly commanded, "Let us all attack at once." He was disinclined to continue entangling with Li Qingyun and disregarded his own status. Several gray-clad figures simultaneously launched an assault on Li Qingyun, who could only barely defend himself with the ice domain. "Go ahead without me," Li Qingyun shouted. "Darling, we are leaving, what about you?" Jiang Yuxi asked anxiously. "I have a way to escape." "You must hurry," Xiao Jintian sneered. "Do you think you can simply leave?" Two more gray-clad figures appeared, targeting Jiang Yuxi and Shun Mingru respectively. Enraged by the relentless pursuit, Li Qingyun declared, "Since you press on so fiercely, let us fight to the bitter end." With those words, he unleashed his full strength toward the middle-aged man. After a flurry of exchanges, Li Qingyun found himself struggling against one late-stage out-of-body opponent and three at the initial stage. Jiang Yuxi and Shen Mingru, despite being at the early nascent soul stage, held their ground against the two initial stage out-of-body adversaries, thanks to their formidable techniques and the enhancement of their imperial artifacts. To think that a mere ice and snow divine domain could house two imperial artifacts. I have underestimated you. Xiao Jun remarked in astonishment upon seeing the Fushi Qin in Jiang Yuxi's hands and the Yingyue sword in Shun Mingru's grasp. Even their esteemed Piao Miao sect possessed only two such artifacts. Xiao Jintian, both surprised and delighted, exclaimed, "I never imagined you could grow this strong. But today shall be your demise." The prospect of acquiring two beautiful women and seizing two imperial artifacts was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After several dozen exchanges, Li Qingyun sustained multiple injuries, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Shen Mingru and Jiang Yuxi were anxious, unable to extricate themselves. Just as Li Qingyun managed to repel three gray-clad assailants, Xiao Jun lunged from behind, aiming a sword at Li Qingyun's back. Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi cried out, "Husband, watch out behind you." Li Qingyun, alerted by their warning, had no time to evade. At that moment, a graceful woman stepped in front of him, striking out at Xiao Jun. The force of her blow sent Xiao Jun reeling, though his sword pierced her heart. Li Qingyun turned to see Qianer. The one who had shielded him from the sword was indeed Xia Qianer. Both Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi were taken aback, astonished to reunite in such a manner and setting. Li Qingyun hurriedly caught the faltering Xia Qianer, filled with countless words he longed to express, yet at a loss. He pressed firmly on her wound and retrieved several spiritual herbs from his Qiankuan bag for her to consume. Xia Qianer, eager to speak, winced in pain from her injury. "Qianer, do not speak," Li Qingyun urged. Her expression grew increasingly urgent. "What do you wish to say, Qianer?" Li Qingyun inquired, puzzled. Xia Qianer spoke in a delicate voice. "Please refrain from touching my chest or grabbing my waist." It was only then that Li Qingyun realized his behavior, his face flushing with embarrassment. A notification chimed in. The system has detected that the host has acted lewdly towards an unparalleled beauty. Reward: 1 card for enhancing Solar Realm. Li Qingyun was taken aback by the system's announcement. Had he completed the task already, without even having to publish it? "I was not being lewd. It was unintentional," he protested. The system replied, "Detection confirms the host's actions were not deliberate, initiating reward retrieval." "What? You can take back rewards?" Li Qingyun panicked. "I was intentionally lewd. I truly schemed and acted without scruples," he frantically explained in his mind. The system's voice resounded again. Detection confirms the host's resolute attitude in lewdness, demonstrating an elaborate and shameless approach that transcends human limits. Reward retrieval halted. Furthermore, to encourage the host's honesty, a Lunar Realm enhancement card will be awarded. Li Qingyun was bewildered. "So, a reprimand earns me an additional reward? And to say I exceed human limits, does that imply I am not human?" He snapped back to reality, cradling the frail Xia Qianer. "Qianer, you must not come to harm." Xia Qianer, in a faint tone, asked, "Do you love me, Qingyun?" Chapter 65. Those who harm Qianer shall perish. Li Qingyun found himself at a loss for words, frozen in place. Disappointment flickered across Xia Qianer's face, causing Li Qingyun's heart to ache. "I love you." Upon hearing Li Qingyun's declaration, Xia Qianer's dull eyes sparkled momentarily. "Is that truly the case?" Li Qingyun responded earnestly, "Indeed." Yet, Xia Qianer's spirits dampened again. "Since we met, you have deceived me, time and again, never uttering a single truth." At this, tears streamed down her face, and in her distress, she inadvertently tugged at her wound, coughing and tasting blood at the corner of her mouth. Li Qingyun gazed at her with heartache. "I swear by the heavens, this time my words are genuine. If I deceive you again, may I be struck by lightning." Xia Qianer chuckled softly, her laughter faint yet light. Even during tribulations, one can be struck by lightning. Li Qingyun found himself speechless. It was evident how deeply he had deceived her in the past. He raised his hand again in a solemn vow. "I swear by the heavens. If what I say now is false, may I remain a bachelor for life." Xia Qianer retorted in frustration, "You already have a wife. How can you remain a bachelor?" It was indeed difficult. Even making a vow seemed a monumental task. Li Qingyun sighed. "Dear lady, can you not trust me?" Suddenly, Xia Qianer broke into laughter once more. "Regardless of whether you are deceiving me, I choose to believe in you." A warm current surged within Li Qingyun's heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru stood nearby, their emotions tangled. Observing the intimate exchange between the two, a feeling of discomfort stirred within me. Yet, the thought that without Xia Qianer's timely intervention, Li Qingyun might have perished, rendered me unable to harbor resentment towards them. I found myself in a quandary. I remarked, "Will you two continue this endless banter here?" Xiao Zhentian cast a glance at Li Qingyun and mused, "I wonder what kind of incense you burned in your past life. The women surrounding you are all like beauties whose grace could make fish sink and birds fall. But rest assured, should you meet your end, I shall take good care of this lovely lady. No need to express your gratitude. It is merely in my nature to assist others." Li Qingyun, consumed by anger, retorted, "Dare to harm my Qianer, and I shall ensure you all meet your demise here." Xiao Zhentian chuckled menacingly. "You cannot even protect yourself. Where does your confidence stem from?" Li Qingyun silently intoned, "System, activate the Solar Realm Elevation card." System, Elevation card in use. Progress, 30/60. Boom. Realm breakthrough to the early stage of the out-of-body realm. 80/100. Boom. Elevation to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Xiao Jun's heart quaked in astonishment as he sensed the sudden surge in Li Qingyun's aura. Slowly, Li Qingyun rose, commanding, Xiao Rou, Yushi, tend to Qin'er. Now was not the time for jealousy. The two women promptly rushed to Xia Qin'er's side. Jiang Yushi lifted her, while Shenmeng Rou began to heal her wounds. Shen sister, Jiang sister, it has been a while, Xia Qin'er greeted. Both Shenmeng Rou and Jiang Yushi were taken aback. The last encounter had nearly been their end, yet this meeting felt so warm. Jiang Yushi spoke softly, Sister Qin'er, thank you for saving my husband. Xia Qin'er replied in a hushed tone, there is no need for thanks. I acted for my own sake. Shenmeng Rou added gently, your wounds are severe. Do not speak. With a thunderous shout, Li Qingyun's aura surged higher, enveloped in spiraling spiritual energy. This overwhelming presence instilled a sense of trepidation among those present, causing Xiao Jun to furrow his brow. Seeing Li Qingyun's power escalate, Jiang Yushi and Shenmeng Rou surmised it must be connected to Xia Qin'er. Glancing at the wound on Xia Qin'er's chest, they exchanged knowing looks and discerned the reason. A tremendous energy surged forth, mending Li Qingyun's tattered ice armor, enhancing its form to be even more exquisite and formidable. Li Qingyun's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Jun, declaring, those who harm Qin'er shall die. No one had ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. As a core figure of a prestigious sect, Xiao Jun, though not the strongest, carried a unique status. Thus, he had never faced disrespect. Li Qingyun's audacious words ignited his fury. Li Qingyun's tone remained indifferent. I am the first and shall be the last. With that, he charged forth. Xiao Jun summoned all his spiritual energy, a radiant aura enveloping him as his presence soared. He unleashed a full-force strike, the cloud-slicing sword. The sword radiated blinding light, its might overwhelming, transforming the very heavens and earth as it swiftly engulfed Li Qingyun. Boom. Shenmeng Rou, Jiang Yushi, and Xia Qin'er all wore expressions of concern. Xiao Jun smiled with a hint of triumph. Remember, in your next life, do not provoke those beyond your means. Xiao Zhentian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, ha ha, all three beauties are mine now. What a thrill. As the brilliance of the sword light dissipated, the anticipated outcome for Xiao Zhentian and Xiao Jun did not materialize. There stood Li Qingyun, unscathed in the void. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, one cannot remain unscathed from my strike. Xiao Jun's expression turned grave. Li Qingyun, shrouded in the protection of the Xianbing armor, possessed defenses incomparable to those of the same realm. It is my turn. A murderous intent flickered in Li Qingyun's eyes as he declared, third style of the divine turtle fist, 10,000 turtles bowing. With a single punch unleashed, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into hundreds of illusory turtles, radiating a dazzling blue light as they surged toward Xiao Jun. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed through the heavens, while the fabric of space cracked and trembled, causing the ground to quiver. Rumbling roars resounded, and Xiao Jun's spirit was extinguished on the spot. Dead. Xiao Zhentian was filled with both shock and fury. You dare to kill my third uncle? Li Qingyun's tone turned frigid. Not just him, you shall perish as well. Xiao Zhentian, consumed by rage, retorted, are you not afraid of the retribution from my Miao Miao sect? Li Qingyun scoffed, fear? You intend to kill me, and you think I fear you? Xiao Zhentian staggered backward. You dare? Prepare to die? Li Qingyun charged toward Xiao Zhentian. Second young master, you must flee. Several elders of the Miao Miao sect positioned themselves before Xiao Zhentian, conjuring a barrier. 4 symbols, celestial array. Seeing this, Xiao Zhentian fled in panic. Li Qingyun unleashed the divine turtle fist against the barrier, but initially found it difficult to breach. Die! One elder of the Miao Miao sect bellowed. Countless sword intents surged toward Li Qingyun from within the formation. As he dodged, he gathered in Xianbing shield for defense. Seizing the moment when the array faltered, Li Qingyun retaliated with the divine turtle fist, shattering the barrier with a resounding crash. The elder of the Miao Miao sect fell to the ground, spitting blood, as Li Qingyun approached him with sword in hand. You have killed our kin. The sect master will never let you go. One elder uttered in terror. Li Qingyun's voice was icy. I await him. With that, he swung his sword, slaying them all. Yet, Xiao Zhentian had vanished without a trace. Li Qingyun returned to the side of the women. How is Qin'er? I feel much better. It's quite strange, exclaimed Miss Xia. Perplexed that her heart had been pierced, yet she remained unharmed. Jiang Yushi expressed her confusion. Indeed. Why is that? Shen Mingru also wore a look of bewilderment. Xia Qian'er pondered. Perhaps my heart is just a bit askew. With so many lives lost from the Miao Miao sect, they would surely not let it rest. We must return swiftly to report this to our master and prepare for countermeasures. Li Qingyun felt a sense of unease. With the current strength of the ice and snow divine domain, they could not contend with the Miao Miao sect. However, the enmity had already been established, leaving them no choice. Xia Qian'er spoke calmly. With me here, the Miao Miao sect poses no threat. Shen Mingru chided. You have already been battered by them. Yet you still speak boastfully. Xia Qian'er huffed softly. That is simply because this young lady has yet to reveal her identity. Li Qingyun inquired with curiosity. Which sect do you belong to? Xia Qian'er smiled playfully. I shan't tell you. Oh, come on, just tell me. Li Qingyun pressed further. Xia Qian'er, feigning shyness, replied. Kiss me, and I shall divulge. Initially, Li Qingyun felt a surge of joy, yet upon noticing the displeased expressions of Shen Mingru and Jiang Yushi, he suggested. It is unwise to linger here. Let us return to the ice and snow divine domain. Xia Qian'er pouted slightly, appearing somewhat vexed. Chapter 66. A timely halt at the precipice. Several hours later, Li Qingyun and the others returned to the ice and snow divine domain, greeted warmly by Shen Liyuan and all his disciples. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qingyun settled Xia Qian'er in the Qingyun Peak, a grand hall specifically constructed for his care, comprising numerous rooms of varying sizes. Li Qingyun and Shen Mingru informed Shen Liyuan about the matters concerning the Piao Miao sect. Shen Liyuan was taken aback and enraged, exclaiming, How could a first-rate sect behave so despicably? This does not concern you. Had I been in your position, I would have dealt with them ruthlessly. However, we must now devise a strategy. Wu Wenzhong furiously declared. Then let us confront them head-on. Yang Zixin, Song Hongjia, and Sun Chongjing chimed in with their support. Li Qingyun felt warmth in his heart at their solidarity. What is the situation with the injured girl? Shen Liyuan inquired. Li Qingyun recounted the events of Xia Qian'er defending him. I cannot believe this young lady would willingly shield you from harm. She is truly remarkable. Yang Zixin marveled. Shen Mingru cast a cold glance at Yang Zixin, causing her to shiver. I shall check what the kitchen has prepared today, Yang Zixin suggested hastily. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Liyuan instructed, Qingyun, Xiaoyu, you both should rest. Wenzhong, Hongjia, Chongjing, relay orders to activate the barrier and strengthen our defenses. Yes. The group responded, exiting the grand hall. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, the previously frail Xia Qian'er brightened at the sight of Li Qingyun. Qingyun, come here, she beckoned. Li Qingyun sat by her bedside, speaking tenderly. Qian'er, are you feeling better? Xia Qian'er nodded, a bit better. She then asked, Am I now your Dao companion? Li Qingyun glanced at Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru. Jiang Yushi appeared indifferent, while Shen Mingru's gaze was somewhat intimidating. Noticing Li Qingyun's hesitation, Xia Qian'er's expression turned sorrowful. You touched my rear last time, and today you touched my chest. Are you deceiving me? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingyun quickly reassured her. I am not deceiving you. You are indeed my Dao companion. Xia Qian'er smiled through her tears. I am so happy. I finally have a Dao companion. Shen Mingru coldly interjected, Husband, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Li Qingyun's heart raced, yet he followed Shen Mingru outside, with Jiang Yushi trailing closely behind. Moments later, anguished cries echoed, reverberating through the air. Oh, how deeply moved Xia Qian'er was. For the sake of her, Qingyun was enduring inhumane torment. Indeed, the person he cherished most was none other than her. An hour later, Li Qingyun ceased his anguished cries, and Shen Mingru entered the room. Sister Qian'er, it's time to take your medicine. Xia Qian'er expressed her concern. Sister Shen, how is Qingyun? Shen Mingru smiled gently. He is fine. He was merely practicing his hard qigong. Hard qigong? Xia Qian'er asked, puzzled. Why would he practice that? To strengthen his body. Now, drink your medicine while it's still warm. Shen Mingru fed Xia Qian'er the medicine, resembling a caring older sister. Xia Qian'er obediently drank it down. As she fed her, Shen Mingru remarked, Sister Qian'er, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were from a distinguished family. And looking at your appearance and grace, even I feel a twinge of envy. Xia Qian'er beamed. Sister Shen, you are beautiful too. Shen Mingru sighed. But what does beauty matter? Having married Li Qingyun, I have nothing and find myself in a miserable situation. To be frank, both Sister Jiang and I deeply regret our choices. As the saying goes, a man fears entering the wrong profession, and a woman fears marrying the wrong man. We simply chose the wrong husbands, and our lives have only worsened since. Xia Qianer was taken aback. Really? Sister Shun, I think Qingyun is quite a good person. Shen Mingru lamented. You are still young and do not understand many things. He is merely putting on a facade. In reality, he is a depraved, shameless, cunning scoundrel. Xia Qianer shook her head in disbelief. With earnestness, Shen Mingru advised, Sister Qianer, I must confess, my reluctance for you to be with Qingyun stems from my desire to protect you from being hurt. Just think. You are so beautiful, kind-hearted, and innocent. How could I bear to see you fall into a pit of fire? Yet, you seem intent on throwing yourself into the flames. It is not worth it. Heed my advice. It is not too late to turn back. Xia Qianer's expression changed. I never imagined Qingyun could be such a person. Seeing her reaction, Shen Mingru felt a surge of joy. Sister Qianer, fortunately, you have not yet been ensnared by him to a great extent. It is still possible to cut your losses. Xia Qianer pressed on. Sister Shun, are you and Sister Jiang truly so unhappy? Shen Mingru's face revealed her grievances. It is beyond mere unhappiness. One could say it is a fate worse than death. Xia Qianer chuckled. Qingyun's true love is indeed for me. Since he cannot have me, he uses you both as his outlets for frustration. Shen Mingru was left speechless, her expression exaggerated, mouth agape, resembling a statue. What manner of person is this? Can her thought process be any more convoluted? Shen Mingru found herself at a loss for words. Xia Qianer continued, I have a splendid idea. Since you both find life with Qingyun so painful, why not let him come to me? He loves me dearly and will surely treat me well. This way, I would have a good home, and then I could introduce two brothers to you. With your charm, they would undoubtedly be captivated, and you both would find happiness. My method is quite effective. Sister Shun, once I am ready, I will immediately assist you with this matter. Sister Qianer, it may not be necessary. Shen Mingru replied. Somewhat speechless. Rest assured, I have numerous cousins. I am certain I can find someone to your liking. Suddenly, Shen Mingru lost her enthusiasm. Sister Qianer, please take a good rest. I feel a bit weary and wish to sleep. Xia Qianer cheerfully responded. Very well, Sister Shun, you should return and rest. I will first contact my brother using the communication talisman. Shen Mingru hastily interjected. No need, Sister Qianer. I appreciate your kindness, but I am already Li Qingyun's person. Before Xia Qianer could respond, Shen Mingru had exited the room. Xiao Zhentian returned to the Piaomiao sect bearing the news of Xiao Jun's demise, which sent shockwaves through the entire sect. This was a distinguished elder of a first-rate sect, the younger brother of the sect leader, who had been murdered, an unprecedented occurrence in many years. Xiao Kuan erupted in fury. Who allowed you to act thus? Fan Xiongwen replied. Li Qingyun harmed my Yuer and stole Tanner's woman. Does he not deserve to die? Xiao Kuan pointed an accusing finger at Fan Qiongwen. Enraged, I will deal with Li Qingyun myself, but such actions must not be so overt. Do you not realize the detrimental impact this will have on our sect's reputation? I had thought Xiao Jun could eliminate him. Who knew he could not even handle a mere child? With a resounding slap, Xiao Kuan struck Fan Qiongwen's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. It is all your fault that my third brother perished. Xiao Zhentian immediately stepped forward to shield Fan Qiongwen. Father, it is all my fault. If you must punish someone, let it be me. This has nothing to do with mother. She was merely speaking up for me. Bang! Xiao Kuan kicked Xiao Zhentian aside. All you do is chase after women, nothing but a wastrel. Elder brother, calm your anger. Given the situation, blaming sister-in-law further will yield no benefit. This Li Qingyun dares to slay my brother and an elder of our sect. He is indeed audacious and must pay the price. The speaker was Xiao Kuan's second brother, Xiao Yuan, a top-tier powerhouse of the Piaomiao sect, at the early stage of the divine separation realm. Xiao Kuan closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. I had originally intended to sabotage things at the ancient ruins, ensuring that Li Qingyun could enter but never exit. Now that my brother has died at his hands, the situation is different. Immediately take people to capture him. If he resists, kill him without mercy. Chapter 67. A vow to coexist with the divine realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, after enduring a beating, Li Qingyun arrived at Xia Qianer's room. Qingyun, are you all right? Xia Qianer expressed her concern, as the earlier commotion had raised dust from the ground. Li Qingyun chuckled. I am fine. Qianer, I have come to enhance your cultivation. Xia Qianer looked bewildered. What do you mean? Li Qingyun spoke gently. Do not move. He then placed his finger on Xia Qian'er's forehead. System. Activate the Moon Realm Enhancement card. System. Moon Realm Enhancement card in use. Completion. 30. 60. Boom. Realm breakthrough to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. 80. 100. Boom. The realm has ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul. The use of the Realm Enhancement card has been completed. Xia Qian'er opened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief. What has happened? How have I advanced 2 levels? Li Qingyun shushed her. This is my greatest secret. Please do not speak of it, or I may face dire consequences. Xia Qian'er's face radiated happiness. Good. Indeed. I am truly the woman most cherished by Qingyun. Even with those stunningly beautiful women, Sister Shun and Sister Jiang, Qingyun still shows them no affection. Yet with me, he is gentle and considerate, even aiding my cultivation and sharing such an important secret. I truly have not misjudged him. After indulging in her thoughts, Xia Qian'er gazed at Li Qingyun with eyes brimming with adoration. Li Qingyun tucked her in. Qian'er, rest well. I shall go check on my fellow disciples' training. Xia Qian'er obediently nodded. Come back quickly to see me. All right. Li Qingyun replied and turned to leave. In the ice and snow divine domain, at the martial arts arena. Brotherly, how do you find my practice of the tortoise fist? Many disciples called out, eager for feedback. Not bad, not bad. Once you all master the tortoise fist, I will teach you the divine turtle fist. One disciple excitedly inquired, isn't that the technique that creates a tortoise shadow in the arena? Li Qingyun nodded. Precisely. The crowd erupted in excitement. At that moment, a surge of energy rippled through the air, and 9 figures clad in gray appeared above the ice and snow divine domain. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a long face, thin lips, and a beard, his expression filled with fury. This man was Xiao Yuan. Li Qingyun, come out. Upon seeing this, Shen Liyuan clasped his hands and asked, May I inquire who you are and what business you have with my disciple? Xiao Yuan coldly replied, This is none of your concern. Simply summon Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun stepped forward. I am the one you seek. What is it you wish to discuss? Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes. So you are the one who killed my brother, Xiao Jun? Indeed. Xiao Yuan's tone darkened. I offer you 2 choices. First, come with me. Second, I will take your corpse. Shen Liyuan interjected. Elder Xiao, do you comprehend the full context of this matter? Xiao Yuan scoffed. Li Qingyun murdered an elder of our Piao Miao sect. This is an undeniable fact, and no justification will save his life. Shun Mingru countered. Although your Piao Miao sect is esteemed as a first-rate sect, does that grant you the license to act so recklessly? In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Is that not a common truth? I only seek Li Qingyun and have not laid a hand on the entire ice and snow divine domain. You should be grateful. Should you dare harbor this individual, I shall obliterate your ice and snow divine domain alongside him. Xiao Yuan's tone was exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard for Shen Liyuan. Li Qingyun's fury ignited. Are there truly no sane individuals among your Piao Miao sect? The world's number one? The sole ruler? Do as you please? You are nothing but fools. Trash. Idiots. Buffoons. Xiao Yuan's face turned ashen. He had never been insulted in such a manner before, and found himself momentarily speechless. You wretched fool. Li Qingyun continued. Being ugly is one thing, but to stutter through your words? Are you afflicted with a speech impediment? Shall I provide you with a bone to sharpen your tongue? I. Xiao Yuan stammered, only to be interrupted once more by Li Qingyun. Your Piao Miao sect, a so-called first-rate sect, only knows how to prey on the weak. Don't you feel ashamed? You dare come to my ice snow divine domain, acting like a tyrant. You shameless old wretch. What are you trying to say? Spit it out. Li Qingyun urged, thinking it futile to reason with such people. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be best to do so decisively. After all, death was inevitable. Xiao Yuan's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. I will make you understand the consequences of offending my Piao Miao sect. With that, he gestured, and 2 elders emerged from behind him. This is my Piao Miao sect's 9th elder, Hu Yong, and 10th elder, Du Qian. You should consider it an honor to perish at their hands. Xiao Yuan declared with a sinister grin. Both Hu Yong and Du Qian unleashed their peak chi pressure, far surpassing that of Xiao Jun, leaving the disciples of the ice snow divine domain in shock. Stop this, Shen Liyuan admonished. It is not your Piao Miao sect's place to act with such arrogance here. Xiao Yuan replied coldly, Master Shun, you would do well to stay out of this. The consequences will be yours to bear. Shen Liyuan responded firmly. I shall protect Li Qingyun. Master. Li Qingyun felt deeply moved. Shun Liyuan proclaimed loudly, "Today my ice snow divine domain will declare war on the Piamiao sect. Any disciples wishing to leave may descend the mountain now." Wu Wenzhong, Yang Zixin, Song Hongjie, and Sun Chongjing stood resolute. "We swear to exist or perish alongside the divine domain." All the disciples echoed in unison. "We swear to exist or perish alongside the divine domain." Xiao Yuan sneered, "Then today, I shall raise your ice snow divine domain to the ground." Li Qingyun looked at everyone with gratitude before shifting his gaze back to Xiao Yuan. "If you wish to take my life, then come forth." With that, he activated the Xianbing Tianyi art, donning the Xianbing armor and charging forward. The 9th elder Hu Yong and 10th elder Du Qian met him head-on. Though both were at the peak of the Qi realm, 2 levels above Li Qingyun's mid-stage, Li Qingyun still held the upper hand thanks to his extraordinary celestial turtle fist. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, astonished. This youth's strength is truly remarkable. He has reached such heights. As the 2 elders struggled against Li Qingyun, the 7th elder Lu Tao and 8th elder Su Liang joined the fray, surrounding Li Qingyun. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of fists colliding. The sounds of thunderous roars and shattering air were incessant. Dust and debris flew, the space itself fracturing, as the terrifying intent of their strikes astonished the onlookers. Against 4 opponents, Li Qingyun remained unyielding. At that moment, the disciples of the Ice Snow Divine Domain finally witnessed Li Qingyun's true prowess. "This is unbelievable. How extraordinary." Shun Liyuan, sweating profusely, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. How on earth has he cultivated to such a level? Is this truly what it means to defy reason? Have I spent these decades training to become nothing but a dog? As Li Qingyun engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 elders of the Piao Miao sect, Xiao Yuan unleashed the oppressive aura of an initial stage spiritual separation. With a single palm strike, a colossal shadowy hand forcefully struck Li Qingyun's back, sending him flying 1,000 meters and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Before Li Qingyun could regain his footing, Xiao Yuan struck again. Lying on the ground and spitting blood, Li Qingyun quickly channeled all his spiritual energy to resist as the enormous hand pressed him down, rendering his struggles futile. "Do you feel your insignificance?" Xiao Yuan laughed arrogantly. "Kill." With a commanding voice, Shun Liyuan ordered everyone to attack. Ants. The 6th elder of the Piao Miao sect presented a formation disc, tiger trapping formation. A massive mark appeared in the void, casting a barrier that ensnared Shun Liyuan and his companions, making it impossible for them to break free, regardless of their relentless assaults. "Husband!" Shin Mengru and Jiang Yushi called out anxiously. Under the immense pressure, Li Qingyun's consciousness began to blur, and his gaze grew distant. "Ha ha!" Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. "Li Qingyun, die?" He then formed hand seals, void splitting palm. The enormous shadowy hand descended once more toward Li Qingyun's crater. "Husband! Husband!" Shin Mengru and Jiang Yushi cried out in unison, tears welling in their eyes. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, yet Li Qingyun did not succumb to this strike. He bore the weight of the colossal hand with his physical strength. How is this possible? Xiao Yuan frowned, astonished that Li Qingyun could withstand such a powerful blow. However, he quickly unleashed an even more formidable aura, vowing to crush Li Qingyun. As Li Qingyun endured the immense pressure, his eyes gradually turned blue, emanating a brilliant azure glow. His aura surged wildly, his hair transformed into a vibrant blue, and the spiritual energy surrounding him burned fervently, causing the shadowy hand to begin to dissolve. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. What is happening? At that moment, Xia Qianer appeared on the scene. "Release Li Qingyun." Xiao Yuan responded with disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so boldly here? Do you not know how to write the word death?" Furious, Xia Qianer declared, "I swear by the name of the Phoenix clan, if you harm him, I will ensure that not a single soul remains in your Piao Miao sect." Xiao Yuan's expression changed dramatically. "The Phoenix clan? You are one of the Phoenix clan?" The members of the Ice and Snow Divine Realm were bewildered. Having never heard of the Phoenix clan, Xia Qianer was engulfed in fierce flames, a fiery phoenix shadow emerging above her, radiating dazzling light. Bathed in flames, she appeared sacred and majestic, her beauty unparalleled, with skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade. Her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a profound and mysterious aura. Her ample bosom contrasted enticingly with her slender waist, while a flowing red dress danced in the flames. intertwining with her crimson hair, creating a breathtaking tableau. At this moment, Xia Qian'er resembled a goddess born from the flames, her beauty and majesty captivating all who beheld her. Her very existence seemed to transcend the mortal realm, embodying an otherworldly essence. I shall repeat myself. Release Li Qingyun at once. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire family. A murderous intent shimmered in Xia Qian'er's gaze, despite her lack of formidable strength in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Her identity as a member of the Phoenix clan instilled a deep sense of dread within him. In that instant, a flash of blue light erupted as Li Qingyun shattered the giant hand, soaring into the sky. With a single punch, blue spiritual energy transformed into the silhouette of a massive turtle, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it charged toward Xiao Yuan. Shock etched across Xiao Yuan's face as he summoned all his strength, unleashing both palms. The two colossal hand shadows, imbued with the power to obliterate all, collided with the turtle apparition. A thunderous explosion echoed, shattering the void, warping space, and fracturing the earth, the overwhelming force sending everyone staggering back several steps. Xiao Yuan was also pushed back by the tremendous shockwave, his expression one of sheer terror. Li Qingyun stood resolute, his blue eyes emanating a chilling aura, devoid of any emotion, as his presence surged with an intensifying frost. What on earth is happening? The elders of the mysterious Cloud sect wore expressions of sheer horror. Xia Qian'er rushed forward, embracing Li Qingyun. Qingyun, what has happened to you? Yet, Li Qingyun remained expressionless and motionless. Xia Qian'er repeatedly called out, Qingyun, Qingyun, my husband, my husband. Meanwhile, Shun Mingru and Jiang Yushi remained trapped within the array, incessantly calling out. After a while, Li Qingyun regained his awareness. What just transpired? Qian'er, why are you holding me? If they were to seize this opportunity to ambush me, would I not be left defenseless? The three women sighed in relief upon witnessing Li Qingyun return to his senses. Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura manifested in the void. The crowd looked up to find the mysterious Cloud sect's leader, Shao Kuan. The members of the Ice Snow Divine Domain furrowed their brows, sensing impending doom. This was the leader of a first-rate sect, his strength unfathomable. Should he choose to act, the Ice Snow Divine Domain would struggle to withstand his might. Shao Kuan surveyed the assembly before materializing before Xiao Yuan, sending him flying with a single slap. Li Qingyun. The members of the Ice Snow Divine Domain. What is going on? Did he strike the wrong person? Everyone present wore bewildered expressions. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yuan inquired, confusion plastered across his face. Shao Kuan scolded fiercely, my mysterious Cloud sect is one of the 5 major sects, the embodiment of justice in the cultivation world. How dare you act recklessly under my nose, disregarding my authority as the sect leader? Xiao Yuan quickly grasped the situation and replied, Brother, Li Qingyun killed my third brother. I seek vengeance upon him. What wrong have I committed? Shao Kuan's tone softened slightly. The death of my third brother cannot be blamed on Li Qingyun. He was the aggressor first and fell victim afterward. However, your indiscriminate disruption in the Ice and Snow Divine realm is entirely unjustifiable, both emotionally and logically. How am I to account for your actions to the other sects? Xiao Yuan lowered his head, acknowledging his recklessness. Brother, it was my folly. Go and apologize to Master Shun and young Master Li. Shao Kuan's tone was stern. Xiao Yuan approached Shun Li Yuan and Li Qingyun, cupping his hands in respect, and said, Master Shun, young Master Li, I take full responsibility for my actions. I implore your forgiveness. Shao Kuan also stepped forward, his demeanor serious. Master Shun, young Master Li, I ask you to show mercy for the sake of my standing. I assure you, I will impose strict penalties upon my brother upon our return. Even a prominent sect leader lowered his stance so significantly. Although Shun Li Yuan was perplexed by the sudden turn of events, he recognized that resolving this conflict would be beneficial. Despite his uncertainty regarding Shao Kuan's true intentions, he decided it was for the best. He clasped his hands and replied, Certainly, I shall grant you this courtesy, and let this matter rest here. He then turned to Li Qingyun, who was still in a state of confusion, recalling only having been pressed to the ground by Xiao Yuan, and suddenly, it was all over. Completely bewildered, he was nonetheless relieved that the fighting had ceased, and he readily replied, I have no objections. Shao Kuan laughed heartily, Excellent. Master Shun, young Master Li, your magnanimity is commendable. Let us put this matter to rest, and should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Shen Liyuan responded. Then I thank you, sect leader Xiao. Xiao Kuan nodded and then turned his attention to Xia Qianer beside Li Qingyun. May I inquire if you are acquainted with the Phoenix clan's leader, Xiao Lanfeng? Xia Qianer, intrigued, replied, you know my mother? Is the clan leader truly your mother? Xiao Kuan felt a jolt of surprise. Over 2 centuries ago, I had the fortune of meeting clan leader Xia. I never anticipated meeting her daughter today. Might I extend an invitation for you to visit my Piao Miao sect? It would be my honor to play host. Xia Qianer shook her head. I cannot, for I wish to remain here with Qingyun. Xiao Kuan inquired. May I ask what your relationship is with young Master Li? Xia Qianer beamed with pride. He is my partner in the Tao. Xiao Kuan felt a tightening in his chest, recognizing the complexity of the situation, yet he managed to muster a smile. In that case, I shall not impose further. Miss Xia, Master Shun, young Master Li, I bid you farewell. Safe travels, sect leader Xiao. Shen Liyuan and Li Qingyun returned the gesture of respect. Xiao Kuan, accompanied by Xiao Yuan and the other elders, vanished from the scene in an instant. The crisis in the ice and snow divine realm had been averted, and all rejoiced. Shen Liyuan proclaimed, in the Yanhuang Heavenly Pride competition, we achieved unprecedented success, and now we have overcome this crisis. Tonight, we must celebrate heartily. The crowd erupted in cheers. Jiang Yushi, puzzled, asked, Sister Qianer, how is it that your injury has healed? Xia Qianer smiled awkwardly. This is a secret technique of my Phoenix clan. The rebirth through fire. I employed this technique just now, which is why my wounds have mended. Li Qingyun inquired. You saved me from the brink of death. Could it be an act? Xia Qianer, somewhat guilty, replied, I did not. I merely forgot that particular technique at the time. Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi exchanged skeptical glances. Li Qingyun chuckled. Well, as long as all is well. The group recalled Xiao Kuan's evident attempts to curry favor with Xia Qianer, speculating that she was undoubtedly backed by a formidable force from the mysterious sect, as it was inconceivable they would easily spare Li Qingyun otherwise. Qianer, what sect does the Phoenix clan belong to? Li Qingyun asked. Xia Qianer responded, the Phoenix clan is one of the 4 great hidden families, alongside the Dragon clan, the White Tiger clan, and the Black Tortoise clan. Why have I never heard of these 4 clans? Li Qingyun queried, piqued with curiosity. The others shared his intrigue. Perhaps it is because our 4 great hidden families do not reside within the Yanhuang continent. Li Qingyun further probed, why do you carry your mother's surname? Xia Qianer replied, I do not know. It has simply been this way for millennia in our clan. Where do you reside? Shen Mingru asked. Xia Qianer's expression turned serious. That cannot be disclosed. Are you a phoenix? Shen Mingru pressed. Xia Qianer shook her head. Strictly speaking, we are hybrids, born of both phoenix and human lineage, with half our blood being human and half phoenix. The other 3 clans are similar. Shen Mingru continued, then why are you in Ningzhou? Chapter 69. You enchanting vixen. Xia Qianer pouted. Not long ago, I had a fierce argument with my mother and ran away. Li Qingyun, intrigued, asked, what was the quarrel about? Xia Qianer exclaimed indignantly. She wants me to marry the heir of the Dragon clan, claiming he is an unparalleled prodigy, extraordinary and unmatched. I haven't even met him, yet I'm expected to marry him. Naturally, I refused and left. Li Qingyun's lips twitched, thinking to himself, such an impressive individual, and you refuse? Surely, she must be out of her mind. Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi were equally dumbfounded, bewildered that this so-called extraordinary heir of the Dragon clan was being spurned for someone like Li Qingyun, who was merely scraping by. The others were left speechless by Xia Qianer's revelations. In the central divine continent, within the mysterious sect, brother, are we truly going to let Li Qingyun go? Xiao Yuan expressed his discontent. Xiao Kuan's expression darkened. Let him go? That is utterly impossible. However, the Phoenix girl is closely tied to Li Qingyun. She is not someone we can provoke. We must not confront Li Qingyun openly. We must employ subtlety to overcome him. Xiao Yuan's face brightened. Brother, do you have a good plan? Xiao Kuan smirked coldly. Of course, a plan exists. You shall contact the Shadow Soul. It is a fearsome assassin organization, with an impeccable track record of success. Understood, Xiao Yuan replied. Xiao Kuan's tone turned grave. Remember, do not reveal yourself. Ensure that no trace leads back to us. If that girl Xia discovers our involvement, we may face dire consequences. Xiao Yuan was utterly astonished. Is the Phoenix clan truly that powerful? Xiao Kuan sighed, expressing his concern. They could easily dispatch a mere elder from their sect to annihilate the mysterious Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's face turned ashen. And after a lengthy pause, he inquired, Elder brother, the Phoenix clan is so formidable. Why do they seldom appear in the Yanhuan continent? Because they hold little interest in the Yanhuan continent. Those of their caliber have transcended the mundane struggles for power. Otherwise, it would not be our 5 great sects that dominate the Yanhuan continent, Xiao Kuan elaborated. My master once remarked that the 4 great hidden families were originally the guardians of the human race, having protected humanity for millennia, with the strongest among them serving as the human emperor, defending us against the incursions of the demon and monster clans. However, during times of peace, they seldom reveal themselves, which is why few are aware of their existence. Yet, it seems that 20 years ago, a cataclysmic event transpired, severing the connection between the 4 great hidden families and our human race, leading them to vanish from sight. What exactly happened? Xiao Yuan asked. Xiao Kuan shook his head, replying, I do not know. Therefore, concerning the matter of the shadow soul, we must ensure our identities remain concealed to avoid incurring fatal repercussions. Rest assured, elder brother. That night, the ice and snow divine realm was bustling with excitement. Li Shidi, do share how you have cultivated so swiftly. Sun Chongjing inquired with curiosity. Li Qingyun hesitated, pondering how to respond. Should I say it was due to fortuitous encounters while dreaming, or that I simply engaged in frivolous activities? Even if he were to divulge the truth, he doubted they would believe him. They might even think he was jesting. Shen Mengru and Jiang Yushi shared his embarrassment. Ultimately, Li Qingyun concocted a tale. Recently, in a dream, I encountered an elderly man, ethereal and radiant, with flowing white hair. He remarked upon my handsome features and exceptional demeanor, declaring that his time was short and that his lifetime of cultivation should not go to waste. Thus he imparted some of his prowess to me. Everyone gazed at Li Qingyun in astonishment, their belief teetering. Noticing their skepticism, he added, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept. Indeed, even I find it hard to believe that such fortune could befall me. Nevertheless, it is the truth. Gradually, they began to nod in acceptance. Shun Liyuan, filled with envy, remarked, it seems you possess extraordinary fortune. Come, let us raise our glasses to celebrate your unprecedented achievements in this elite competition. With that, they all downed their drinks in unison. Shun Liyuan lifted his cup again, stating, for this second toast, we must express our gratitude to Miss Xia. Had it not been for you, our ice and snow divine realm might have faced dire calamity. Xia Qingyun smiled, responding, there is no need for such formality, Master Shun. Qingyun is my beloved partner, and aiding him is only right. Shen Liyuan chuckled wryly, pondering the tangled relationships at play. Let us not dwell on such matters. I shall leave the affairs of the young to their own devices, he mused, finishing his drink. The others followed suit, raising their cups in camaraderie. As the feast commenced, Shen Mengru seated herself to the left of Li Qingyun, while Xia Qingyun took her place on the right, with Jiang Yushi nestled beside Xia Qingyun. Initially, neither of the 2 women wished for Xia Qin'er and Li Qingyun to further their relationship. However, following the events of the day, they began to perceive Xia Qin'er as a potential asset rather than a liability, given her formidable background that could safeguard the ice and snow divine realm. Consequently, their hostility towards her diminished. Shen Mengru served some dishes into Li Qingyun's bowl, prompting Xia Qin'er to feed him with her chopsticks, exclaiming, Qingyun, Li Qingyun, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at the others but ultimately accepted the food. Shen Mengru, displeased, also began to feed Li Qingyun, while Jiang Yushi offered him water, inciting envy among their companions. How blissful! How delightful! What was the secret behind this? I must seek Li Shidi's guidance later. Both Shen Mengru and Xia Qin'er were determined not to be outdone by one another, each persistently feeding Li Qingyun. He, overwhelmed by the attention, exclaimed, Qin'er, Xiaoro, could we perhaps cease? I'm already full. Shen Mengru replied, all right, I shall stop once I finish this piece. Xia Qin'er added, you must finish this piece of mine first before you can stop. Shen Mengru, irate, retorted, you vixen, enticing a married man. Xia Qin'er, equally incensed, shot back. Qingyun has always been my partner. It is you who shamelessly intervened. Preposterous. Shen Mengru stood up defiantly. Qingyun has long been entranced by my graceful figure. Nonsense. Xia Qin'er also rose. Qingyun was captivated by my unparalleled beauty long ago, which is why he dared to touch me. The onlookers were taken aback. Shen Mengru, in a fit of anger, proclaimed, Qingyun has been so enamored by me that he once attempted to steal my undergarment, but mistakenly took Yang's shimmies instead. At this revelation, everyone fell silent, soon realizing the truth behind the previous accusations against Song Hongjia, leading their gazes to Li Qingyun. Song Hongjia, fuming, confronted, Li Shidi, you have framed me. Li Qingyun, caught between laughter and tears, responded, Song Shixiang, it was not intentional. It was all because Wu Shixiang startled me, causing me to toss it without thinking. And it ended up in your room. Wu Wenzhong, looking bewildered, questioned, what have I done wrong? Li Qingyun continued. It's also Yang Shiji's fault for carelessly leaving such personal items lying about. They should be securely stored in a bag and placed under a pillow. Yang Zixing, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, retorted, you stole my undergarment, and you dare to justify it? Enough, let's all give him a beating. Wu Wenzhong shouted. Yang Zixing, Wu Wenzhong, and Song Hongjia charged at him. In a genuine fight, they would hardly stand a chance against Li Qingyun, but in this playful brotherly tussle, he dared not retaliate, finding himself pinned to the ground and playfully pummeled. Shen Mingru, suddenly realizing her slip of the tongue, quickly covered her mouth. Casting a guilty glance at Li Qingyun, Xia Qianer rushed to stand protectively in front of him, declaring, stop. It was merely an undergarment. What is the big deal? I can simply replace it. Upon hearing the conversation, Shen Mingru immediately stood up, feeling that something was amiss. Why should you be the one to compensate? If anyone owes anything, it should be me, she exclaimed. Enough of this nonsense, Xia Qianer. It was you who caused my man to be beaten. And yet you shamelessly pretend to be the good person. Shen Mingru, filled with indignation, continued, you brazen vixen, how dare you so openly snatch my man? Chapter 70. He wouldn't dare to abandon me, humph. Xia Qianer scoffed, you treacherous woman. Just the other day, you deceived me by claiming you did not care for Qingyun, that you had married the wrong man, and now you wish to mislead me into leaving him? Dream on. Do you think I am foolish enough to fall for your tricks? After saying this, she turned to look at Li Qingyun, hoping for his affirmation. Before Li Qingyun could respond, he nodded slightly. Shen Mingru laughed heartily. You see, even my husband thinks you're foolish. Jiang Yushi could not help but chuckle as well. Xia Qianer, with a look of grievance, turned to Li Qingyun. Do you truly think I am foolish? Li Qingyun quickly shook his head. I just did not catch up with the conversation. Qianer, you are incredibly intelligent, not foolish at all. Xia Qianer perked up. Did you hear that? Qingyun praises me for my intelligence. With your trivial schemes, do you think you can deceive me? It's laughable. Even the pigs in the pigsty wouldn't fall for that. This is too chaotic. I can't bear to watch any longer, Shen Liyuan remarked, shaking his head as he walked away. The onlookers were left speechless by the scene before them. Two extraordinary beauties, with ethereal grace, were now bickering like common women, losing all semblance of their divine personas. 2 hours later, Shen Mingru asked, Husband, who do you truly love? Xia Qianer echoed, Qingyun, who do you truly love? No one answered. The two women turned around to find that most had already departed, and Li Qingyun and Jiang Yushi were nowhere to be seen. A disciple who was cleaning said, Senior brother Li and senior sister Jiang have long returned to rest. Humph, humph. The two women stormed off in frustration. The Qingyun Peak had numerous rooms. Li Qingyun, Shen Mingru, and Jiang Yushi each had their own, while Xia Qianer resided in a room adjacent to Jiang Yushi's. The following morning, Shen Mingru and Xia Qianer continued their quarrel. Li Qingyun approached the two. Shall we go and champion the weak against the strong? Wonderful, wonderful, Xia Qianer exclaimed. Jumping with joy, Jiang Yushi and Shen Mingru also showed great interest. Li Qingyun then produced 2 peony masks and handed them to the women. We shall be the flower of the strange hero. Each of us must choose a code name. Mingru, you shall be Dream. Yushi, you shall be Rain. Qianer, you shall be Thousand. And I will be Cloud. Excellent, excellent, Xia Qianer exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Yushi, smiling at Li Qingyun, said, So the strange hero flower from earlier was you? Xia Qianer quickly added, And me. Where shall we go now? Shen Mingru inquired. Li Qingyun's lips curled into a smile. Wherever we are needed, that is where we shall go. The group then vanished into the void. Husband, you cannot abandon me. I beseech you. Leave me be. Do not cling to me. I no longer love you. My dear husband, I carry your child. How could you treat me this way? By the riverbank, a man and a woman were embroiled in a heated argument. The man scoffed coldly. I have found my true love. She demands that I divorce you before she will accept me. For the sake of our past together, I implore you to let me go. The woman, Her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded, "My husband, you once promised to love only me for all eternity. How can you betray that vow? Should I call you foolish or simple-minded? Can a man's words be trusted? Truly, you are a foolish woman." With that, the man turned and walked away. The woman clung desperately to his feet, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Husband, I beg you, do not leave me. I will heed your every word." Suddenly, he turned back. "Then shall I command you to die? Will you obey?" The woman's gaze dimmed. "If you no longer want me, then living holds no meaning." With that, she prepared to leap into the river. At that moment, several individuals wearing peony masks appeared, including Li Qingyun and Shin Mengru. Shin Mengru delivered a swift kick, sending the man crashing to the ground. "Scoundrel, I will end you." Bang! The woman rushed forward, grasping Shin Mengru's arm. "Miss, do not harm my husband." Shin Mengru, taken aback, replied, "He just told you to die, and you still defend him?" The woman, feeling aggrieved, responded, "Regardless, he is still my husband. I am bound to him through marriage, and I will always be his." Jiang Yushi stepped forward, addressing the man. "You have two choices. Either live well with your wife or face death. Choose wisely." The man quickly replied, "I will cherish my wife and never stray again." Shin Mengru warned sharply, "Remember your words. I shall return. If I find you have broken your promise, I will not hesitate to end you." "I dare not." The man stammered, his face pale with fear. "Remember your words," Shin Mengru reiterated, then turned her gaze to Li Qingyun. "Scoundrel." Li Qingyun replied, "His misdeeds have nothing to do with me." Xia Qianer stepped forward to defend Li Qingyun. "Enough, Shin Mengru. Qingyun has not abandoned you despite having me. A good woman by his side, that shows his loyalty. Do you wish for him to discard you and leave you as a forsaken woman?" Shin Mengru's fury reached its peak. "He would dare to cast me aside?" Li Qingyun felt a headache coming on, wondering why the argument had reignited. Xia Qianer scoffed. "If it weren't for Qingyun's pity for you, he would have long since discarded you. How dare you shout and scream here?" Shin Mengru, frustrated with no outlet for her anger, kicked the man beside her. "It is scoundrels like you who sow discord everywhere." "Ah!" The man cried out in pain. Xia Qianer also kicked him. "You are a man, yet you are so weak. Look at my man. He has numerous women but never faces such punishment. You, a worthless wretch, cannot even manage 2 women and insist on abandoning one for the other to accept you. If this is how you conduct yourself as a man, perhaps you should just perish. Worthless. Ah, I acknowledge my wrongs. Please spare me." Shin Mengru delivered another kick. "You already have 2 wives as beautiful as celestial beings at home, yet you still squander your days in idleness. Not only that, but you also seek out dubious women, clearly a mistress, and you dare to think you can turn the tables? Ah, spare me." The man continued to plead for mercy. Xia Qianer followed with another kick. "What is the big deal about a man having multiple wives? You, a fully grown man, cannot manage 2 women. You might as well castrate yourself, you spineless coward." The man emitted a series of anguished cries. Jiang Yushi intervened, pulling the 2 women apart. "Enough, let us not quarrel. We are engaged in a righteous mission." Li Qingyun chimed in. "Indeed, fighting only breeds anger, and anger can tarnish one's beauty." "Humph." Shin Mengru turned her head away. "Humph." Xia Qianer turned her head in the opposite direction. In an instant, Li Qingyun and the others vanished. A voice echoed from the sky. "Remember to treat your wife kindly. A man may have several wives, but he must not betray any woman. Should I discover that you mistreat your wife, I shall take your head and display it at the city gate as a warning. Rest assured, great hero, I shall remember this," the man replied earnestly, then turned to his wife with a somewhat aggrieved look. "My dear, why did she hit me?" The woman, both amused and exasperated, replied, "How should I know? Perhaps it's simply your face that deserves a beating?" The man, looking perplexed, asked, "My dear, do you have a mirror? I wish to see if there is something wrong with my appearance." The woman couldn't help but laugh. "Where would I find a mirror at this moment?" The man raised his hand. "My dear, please help me back home. These 2 women are too fierce, and I fear they will return to beat me." As she assisted him, the woman chuckled. "Will you dare to abandon me again?" The man quickly replied, "I will not. I shall love only you from now on. Quick, finish him off." Chapter 71. I say my husband is none of your concern. Chapter 72. The 7 fairies descend to earth. Song Tianyang was about to explain when Li Qingyun interjected. His hemorrhoids have become quite severe. He must receive treatment immediately, or he may face life-threatening consequences. As a young lady, how could you accompany a man to have his hemorrhoids removed? What would others think? What would they say about you? And how would they perceive me? Xiao Qian'e looked at Song Tianyong with disdain. I hope that illness isn't contagious. Qingyun, I think it's best if you keep your distance from him. Song Tianyong grew anxious. Li Qingyun interrupted him. We are good brothers. How could I disdain him? Besides, hemorrhoids are not contagious. Xiao Qian'e regarded Qingyun with admiration. Qingyun, your heart is truly kind. Song Tianyong felt as if he might vomit blood. To be slandered like this and called kind-hearted? Li Qingyun gave Song Tianyong no chance to speak, pulling him away. All right, Qian'e, the situation is critical. We must not delay any longer. Let us go? All right. Qingyun, be careful. Don't catch anything. And thus, Song Tianyong was forcibly taken away. Xiao Qian'e observed Li Qingyun's eager demeanor, a smile playing at her lips. Qingyun is truly kind to others. I feel so fortunate. Song Tianyong, slightly vexed, interjected, Brother, why do you say I have hemorrhoids? Li Qingyun responded earnestly, Xiao Tian, you will understand once you marry. In the Kunying building, Li Qingyun and Song Tianyong secured a spot on the first floor to enjoy the performance up close. Moments later, Li Qingyun inquired, Xiao Tian, where did you hear about a beauty dancing? There are no beauties here. Feeling deceived, he wondered about the discerning tastes of the current populace, as they labeled mere oddities as beauties. Song Tianyong, puzzled, replied, I heard from a friend who said that just one glance at that woman would leave one utterly entranced and unable to escape her allure. Should we leave? It seems there is nothing worthwhile to see. At that moment, a captivating woman ascended the stage. Now, let us welcome Miss Zhao Qingqing to perform a dance. The audience erupted in gasps, the commotion causing the tea in Li Qingyun's hands to tremble. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? He mused, observing the excitement around him with incredulity. She has arrived. This is the beauty. Song Tianyong exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration. As the music commenced, 7 alluringly clad women descended from above, each embodying grace and charm, their figures enticingly voluptuous. They wielded silk fans, their faces partially veiled, particularly. The central figure possessed an enchanting silhouette, a vision of beauty even through her veil, her eyes like autumn waters, lips resembling cherry blossoms, truly a breathtaking enchantress. The 7 dancers exhibited exquisite choreography, their movements harmonizing with the music, leaping, twisting, swaying, each gesture perfectly timed to captivate the heart. Their every smile and frown rendering the audience spellbound. The atmosphere grew hushed as all gazed enraptured at the stage. Their eyes glazed as if their souls had been whisked away. Men drooled, the sound of dripping echoing on the floor. Li Qingyun momentarily lost himself in the spectacle but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was surrounded by beauties daily, granting him a resilience uncommon among men. As the dance neared its conclusion, petals began to cascade from above. Zhao Qingqing, her toes delicately grazing the petals, danced among them like a celestial being. As the petals fell, she gradually descended upon the stage, her veil slipping away to reveal a face that could beguile anyone, her perfect curves fully unveiled. Ah, so beautiful. Exquisite. Cries of admiration erupted. Fairy. Fairy. Miss Qingqing, I adore you. Compliments and declarations of love poured forth incessantly. Countless men rushed toward the stage, only to be halted by guards. Many young gallants presented flowers, gifts, and professed their affections, seeking courtship amidst the throng. The entire Kunying building was brimming with people. A cacophony of excitement. Indeed, she was stunning. Li Qingyun could not help but express his admiration in his heart. However, he was already entangled with 3 partners, and with unresolved matters among them, he dared not entertain any further thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Tianyong was below the stage, salivating and whistling wildly. A woman, exuding grace, announced, Quiet. Please, we have another performance, and Miss Zhao Qingqing would like to invite a member of the audience to join her on stage. The atmosphere surged once more with excitement. There stood Zhao Qingqing, basking in the adoration of the men around her, her face adorned with a subtle smile, exuding confidence. She then scanned the crowd, her gaze landing on Li Qingyun. The young gentleman over there, please come up. Li Qingyun glanced around and gestured towards a man in white beside him, saying, Are you not going up? She is calling for you. The man in white, breathless with excitement, exclaimed, I'm coming. I'm coming. However, as he rushed to the stage, Zhao Qingqing gestured for him to stop, then turned her attention back to Li Qingyun. please have the young gentleman in green ascend the stage. Once again, Li Qingyun looked around and addressed another man dressed in green, saying, "Are you deaf? She has been calling you for ages, yet you remain seated." The man in green, overjoyed, scrambled towards the stage, only to be halted once again. Zhao Qingqing was left speechless. Typically, any man who laid eyes on her would swarm around her like bees to a flower. What was it about Li Qingyun that was so perplexing? Did he perhaps have a physiological issue? Maintaining her smile, Zhao Qingqing called out, "The young gentleman at table 3, please come up." After glancing around and realizing that he had already called upon everyone nearby, Li Qingyun felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Zhao Qingqing's expression darkened. This was her first time experiencing such embarrassment, struggling to summon someone to the stage. She approached Li Qingyun, suppressing her rising frustration. "Young sir, do you not find me appealing? Why is it that I have called you so many times, and yet you ignore me?" Li Qingyun pointed to himself. Feigning ignorance, "Are you calling me?" Zhao Qingqing replied, slightly irritated. "You are the only one at table 3. Who else could I be referring to?" Li Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. "No one has ever referred to me as young sir before, so I was unaware you meant me. If you had simply called me handsome, I would have understood immediately. Just look around. I'm the only one who is good-looking. The rest are rather unfortunate in appearance." The onlookers reacted with amusement. Zhao Qingqing grew increasingly vexed. "Young sir, let us not dwell on this matter any longer, shall we?" Li Qingyun nodded. "Very well. Please, lead me to the stage." Zhao Qingqing entwined her belt around Li Qingyun, pulling him onto the stage. Song Tianyang, witnessing the spectacle from below, marveled at his brother's prowess. "My brother is truly impressive. Even amidst such bewildering conversation, he manages to stand out. Perhaps this is the gap between us." Standing on stage, Li Qingyun appeared utterly bewildered, as if he were a wooden puppet. Zhao Qingqing smiled alluringly. "Do you possess any musical or dancing talents, young sir?" Li Qingyun pondered for a moment before responding. "I can play the piano. This skill replicates Jiang Yushi's 9 Heavens mystic sound or transcends extraordinary proficiency. Having mastered it, but never yet employed it, today presents the perfect opportunity for a trial. Bring forth the zither for my lord." Zhao Qingqing commanded, then added, "Would you be so kind as to play a tune while I dance?" "Certainly. However, there is no need for a zither," Li Qingyun replied, channeling the profound ice heavenly art, allowing the chilling essence to cascade from his fingertips, instantaneously conjuring an ice zither. Chapter 73. Miss Zhao, what do you intend to do? In the realm of the profound ice heavenly art, combined with his mid-stage out-of-body cultivation, he could manifest numerous objects using true cold energy. "This will suffice," Li Qingyun stated calmly. Such a display was indeed impressive. Even if his playing were not perfect, it would surely garner some favorable impressions. The crowd was taken aback. "My lord, may we commence?" Zhao Qingqing's voice was melodious. Li Qingyun placed his hands upon the zither. "We may." Zhao Qingqing removed a long ribbon from her waist, gracefully commencing her dance. Her movements were gentle, her posture exquisite. Her bare, jade-like feet glided through the air, each step creating ripples that radiated from her toes. Following the rhythm of her dance, Li Qingyun played a soothing melody, the ethereal notes cascading forth, the tune both lyrical and tranquil, at times grand and sweeping, at others crystal clear. The unique timbre of the ice zither ensnared the audience, captivating them utterly. Zhao Qingqing, also moved by Li Qingyun's music, felt a surge of admiration arise within her. As the music reached its zenith, her dance became increasingly enchanting. Her delicate hands, seemingly boneless, swayed like willows, her figure curvaceous and alluring, flourishing in the dance. Her skirt billowed, the purple ribbon swirling, embodying a startled swan or a drifting dragon. The audience watched, entranced by the dance and the music, lost in the moment. Just as they believed this to be the pinnacle of the performance, Li Qingyun's melodies transformed into ethereal silhouettes. Several female figures emerged in the void, wielding long ribbons and adorned in flowing gowns, exuding an otherworldly aura. They harmonized beautifully with Zhao Qingqing's movements, enriching the dance, rendering it even more spectacular. As the piece concluded, the celestial figures gradually dissipated, and Zhao Qingqing descended gracefully, accompanied by falling petals, her unparalleled beauty shining even brighter. Ding. System task activated. Name, Zhao Qingqing. Age, 20 years. Height, 175 centimeters. Beauty, 99. peerless beauty, figure, 99, enchanting, all, realm, nascent soul, early stage, talent, exceptional gift, cultivation techniques, flourishing blossoms, proficient, mystical grade technique, shadow art, proficient, earth grade technique, deathly stab, proficient, earth grade technique, system task, deliver a resounding slap to Zhao Qingqing's posterior. Reward, 1 shadow art replication card. Hearing the system's voice, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, pondering, could this possibly be a killer? Mastering such an array of assassination techniques. Zhao Qingqing, swaying her serpentine waist, approached Li Qingyun. My lord, your zither melodies are indeed rare in this world. I am truly enlightened. Li Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He had no desire to linger in that place, from the outset. It was evident that he had been deliberately summoned to the stage, and given his martial prowess, it was highly likely that this was a ploy against him. Who would seek his demise? It was all too apparent that it must be the mysterious sect. While he could not ascertain this with absolute certainty, the likelihood was exceedingly high. For the sake of his own safety, it was prudent to depart. Zhao Qingqing was bewildered. Is he truly a man of steel? Or is there something amiss with him? I, who have captivated countless men, am met with indifference from him. This is a blatant affront. As this thought crossed her mind, a displeased expression crossed her face. Could it be that I am unappealing and thus unworthy of his attention? Li Qingyun shook his head, insisting, not unappealing. Truly, not unappealing at all. However, not being unappealing hardly equated to being attractive. How dare you look down upon me? Li Qingyun, she thought indignantly, suppressing her rising anger. Zhao Qingqing spoke softly. Young master, if that is the case, I would like to invite you to an upper chamber for a discussion on the art of the guqin. If you would be so gracious. After all, it would be unwise to fall victim to an ambush. She had no desire to become a tragic figure beneath the blooms. Li Qingyun shook his head vigorously, refusing. I shall not go. I shall not go. Zhao Qingqing had never experienced such rejection before. Had it not been for the presence of so many witnesses, she might have resorted to more forceful measures. The audience below was flushed with embarrassment and indignation. How could one refuse an audience with a goddess whom others longed to be near? Were he even remotely human, he would have seized this opportunity with fervor. Song Tianyong felt a mix of envy and admiration. My brother is always so uniquely independent. It's truly remarkable. Seeing that her initial attempts were futile, Zhao Qingqing decided to take a different approach. It is quite warm, isn't it? As she spoke, she revealed her delicate shoulder. Adopting a sensuous pose that showcased her flawless skin, 2 peaks towering high above, a chasm unfathomably deep. The crowd was left utterly speechless, blood rushing from their noses. With a faint smile illuminating her face, Zhao Qingqing gracefully approached Li Qingyun, lightly touching his chest with her fingertip, exuding charm and confidence. Might you consider gracing me with your presence upstairs for a conversation? The audience was rife with envy, their eyes glistening with desire. What extraordinary fortune! Was he not merely handsome? What merits could he possess to earn such favor from Miss Qingqing? The onlookers shot daggers at Li Qingyun with their gazes. For if looks could kill, he would be visiting his grave by dawn. In the midst of their intense envy, Li Qingyun shook his head once more, declaring, I am not willing. Not willing? Zhao Qingqing was taken aback. The crowd echoed her astonishment. What was this situation? Was he truly a fool to turn down such an opportune invitation? Zhao Qingqing's anger flared. This was no longer a matter of mere disinterest. This was a blatant insult to her beauty, a degradation of her worth as a woman. The affront was intolerable. The crowd's gaze towards Li Qingyun transformed into one of deep resentment. To humiliate the goddess they revered was, in essence, a profound insult to them, her devoted admirers. Such audacity was intolerable. Li Qingyun, bewildered by the hostility surrounding him, mused to himself, could these individuals be afflicted with madness? He then awkwardly smiled and said, Everyone, enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. However, Zhao Qingqing swiftly positioned herself before him, brandishing a knife toward his chest. Her voice trembling with rage. Do you dare to leave? Believe me, I will slay you, you scoundrel. The onlookers were astounded. No one anticipated that such a gentle voice, adorned with ethereal grace and extraordinary charm, could harbor such ferocity. Li Qingyun, equally perplexed, thought to himself, You intend to ambush me, yet when I choose to withdraw, you become incensed? Resigned, he raised his hands in surrender. Miss Zhao, the hour grows late. I must return home for dinner. Zhao Qingcheng, seething with fury, retorted, silence. Ascend with me now, or I swear I shall strike you down. Li Qingyun was incredulous. Why had the demeanor of assassins grown so tempestuous? Miss Zhao, please calm yourself, he implored, but Zhao Qingcheng had lost all composure. Be quiet. Utter another word, and I shall end you immediately. Up the stairs. This was unprecedented. Zhao Qingcheng had never exhibited such a lack of decorum. Her unhinged state stemmed from the relentless torment Li Qingyun inflicted upon her heart within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, shattering her composure. Li Qingyun thought, very well, let us see what she has in store. Remain composed. Stay calm. Under the threat of Zhao Qingcheng's dagger, he retreated step by step up the stairs. As the two figures vanished from sight, the audience below could no longer restrain themselves. Could it be that Miss Qingcheng intended to force herself upon that young man? There was indeed a possibility. Why was she not capturing me? Oh, my goddess, how could you be so indiscriminate? Not only that, but to compel others against their will? My heart aches. The crowd descended into madness, wailing in despair, some weeping, others lamenting, fainting, or even resorting to self-harm. Perhaps this was the essence of shattered dreams. Song Tianyang produced a notebook, beginning to jot down notes. When faced with a goddess, one must feign reluctance while enticing her. Employing the art of seduction, exhibiting the spirit of a man, and disregarding the esteem of all goddesses, then the goddess shall pursue you in turn, even resorting to force. Remarkable. My brother is truly formidable. Where did he learn such intricate strategies? Li Qingyun found himself pushed down into a chair by Zhao Qingcheng. What are your intentions? Miss Zhao?